Dragon Emperor Martial God Chapter 1448 to Chapter 1499. This presidential suite was mainly decorated in gold. After the lights were turned on, the entire room was resplendent and luxurious. It looked like a palace. Hiss. After closing the door, Zhuang Meifeng grabbed the collar of her robe and pulled it to the sides before letting go. Ling Yan turned his head and saw the grey Taoist robe falling to the ground. Zhuang Meifeng's snow-white body was perfectly displayed in front of his eyes. Ling Yan was dumbfounded by what he saw. Fierce. Really fierce, this was too direct and domineering. One had to know that Zhuang Meifeng had just consumed the beauty pill and beauty pill. Although she looked like she was only 18 years old, her mature and enchanting body still looked like she was 21 years old. She had not become immature. I hate this robe. Zhuang Meifeng then kicked off the monk's shoes on her feet and stepped out of the Taoist robe that had fallen to the ground, completely naked. Facing Ling Yan's shocked gaze, she was not shy or hesitant. Her actions were natural and she allowed Ling Yan to look at her thoroughly. Ling Yan smiled and rubbed his chin. Looks like my wife is back. Hubby, help me destroy this tattered robe. I don't want to touch it anymore. Zhuang Meifeng took off the robe and walked a few steps forward. She did not look at the robe anymore and said with a face full of disgust. That's easy. As he said that, Ling Yan used his spiritual will and the trash basket on the ground flew up and floated in midair. Then, Zhuang Meifeng's robe and shoes all flew above the trash basket and floated together. Ling Yan was deliberately putting on an act. Throughout the entire process, he stood at the same spot without moving. Then, with a thought, a level 3 fire talisman flew out of the universe ring and slowly landed on the pile of clothes. Ling Yan shouted, "Come." A ball of blue flame instantly engulfed the robe and shoes. In the blink of an eye, it turned into ashes and fell into the trash basket. Then, Ling Yan used his spiritual will again and directly made the trash basket fly out of the window. At lightning speed, it dived into the water of Qingshan Lake. It was completely destroyed. Not a single piece of it was left. Zhuang Meifeng, who was tidying up her hair with both hands, was dumbfounded when she saw this scene. Hubby, you're amazing now. Ling Yan laughed heartily. This is called divine will. It's also known as spiritual transference. It uses spiritual energy and is commonly referred to as divine sense. He had just burned 9 drops of divine energy. The current Ling Yan could do this easily even without burning his divine energy. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to use the sword kinesis flight. Ling Yan listened to Zhuang Meifeng's instructions and did as he was told. However, his eyes were not idle. He was feasting his eyes. Hubby, I'm going to take a shower. Do you want to join me? Of course. Damn, Ling Yan wasn't stupid. This time, Zhuang Meifeng took a thorough bath as if she was determined to bid farewell to her past. Only when she felt that she was completely clean did she allow Ling Yan to touch her, and take advantage of her to his heart's content. An hour later, the two of them walked out of the bathroom. They had already wiped themselves clean and were wearing bathrobes. They returned to the living room of the suite. Even though Zhuang Meifeng didn't put up any defenses against Ling Yan and allowed him to do whatever he wanted, Ling Yan only took advantage of her hands to be intimate with her. In fact, he didn't have any dirty thoughts in his mind. This was because Zhuang Meifeng's body hadn't been cleansed of the remaining poison from the tranquil pill. Furthermore, she was still cultivating the tranquil heart technique. The only reason why she was so decisive was because of her extreme hatred for the tranquil sect and her deep love for Ling Yan. Let's begin. Ling Yan naturally wanted to purge the remaining poison from Zhuang Meifeng's body first. Therefore, the two of them didn't waste any time and started immediately. This wasn't difficult for Ling Yan because he already had a good understanding of the tranquil pill. Furthermore, there was still a purple immortal spiritual energy in Zhuang Meifeng's body. Boom. After the two of them sat down, Ling Yan didn't hesitate to burn another 100 drops of divine energy. Using his spiritual energy, he continued to transfer the purple immortal spiritual energy into Zhuang Meifeng's body. Then, he guided the purple immortal spiritual energy to circulate through Zhuang Meifeng's meridians for more than 10 major circulations before helping Zhuang Meifeng open the divine sense portal between her eyebrows, having divine sense was different from the five senses of a Xiantian realm cultivator. Zhuang Meifeng immediately felt the changes in her body. This is divine sense. Release it completely and see how far it is. Ling Yan was at ease at this moment. He wasn't in a hurry and continued to modify Zhuang Meifeng's body step by step. Hubby, it's about 2,000 meters. Zhuang Meifeng exclaimed in surprise. You just gained divine sense, so your sense of distance isn't accurate. It should be at least 3,000 meters. Ling Yan smiled. This was the best purple immortal spiritual energy he could help Zhuang Meifeng open her divine sense. She was already at Xiantian realm level 6, so how could her divine sense only reach 2,000 meters? It's infuriating to think about it. Those idiots from the Tranquil sect almost wasted your time. Ling Yan was infuriated every time he thought about this. In the past 6 months, if he had been the one taking care of Zhuang Meifeng, she would have reached the pinnacle of Qi cultivation level 3 like him. This was also one of the reasons why Ling Yan had to kill Priestess Desireless. With divine sense, it was naturally much easier for Ling Yan to remove the poison from her body. Ling Yan couldn't be bothered to use other methods. He directly used the purple immortal spiritual energy to erase the effects of the tranquil pill. It was simply too wasteful. It was like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. It was eliminated too quickly and cleanly. The first step was to open up divine sense. The second step was to remove the remaining poison. The last step was naturally to completely erase the Xiantian true qi that Zhuang Meifeng had obtained from practicing the tranquil heart technique. This step was slightly more troublesome because Ling Yan didn't want Zhuang Meifeng to drop in level. He used the purple immortal spiritual energy to protect Zhuang Meifeng's energy center and meridians. Then, he transferred his yin-yang true qi into Zhuang Meifeng's body, slowly converting the tranquil heart technique true qi into yin-yang true qi. It sounded simple, but it was actually a very heaven-defying task. Ling Yan's yin-yang true qi could absorb and assimilate all kinds of true qi and spiritual energy. The tranquil heart technique true qi was no exception. He was very careful. It took him about an hour to completely convert the tranquil heart technique true qi in Zhuang Meifeng's body. Senior, please lend me some of your golden immortal spiritual energy. At this time, Ling Yan used his consciousness to communicate with the Emperor Brush. This was because the first strand of immortal spiritual energy that Ling Yan injected into Zhuang Meifeng's body was the golden immortal spiritual energy from the Emperor Brush. Zhuang Meifeng's body was of the metal element, and it was very pure. That was why Ling Yan asked for it. You really know how to take advantage of others. Just give it to this little girl. The golden immortal spiritual energy in your body should be enough. Hehe, Senior, you stole so many gifts from the heavenly Tao that night. You should at least take some out. On the night of Ning Lingyu's tribulation, the Emperor Brush didn't do anything else. It absorbed 95% of the golden immortal spiritual energy from the heavenly Tao. Of course, he absorbed the more precious purple immortal spiritual energy. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so extravagant now. Seeing that Ling Yan had asked for it twice, the Emperor Brush couldn't be bothered anymore. It immediately released a huge strand of golden immortal spiritual energy. It was stingy, but the amount of immortal spiritual energy it released was enough. Thank you, Senior. Ling Yan was overjoyed. He immediately transferred the huge strand of immortal spiritual energy into Zhuang Meifeng's body. At the same time, he slowly withdrew all the yin-yang true qi in her body. Success! Finally, there was only one strand of purple immortal spiritual energy left in Zhuang Meifeng's body. The rest was pure golden immortal spiritual energy. Hubby, I feel like my divine sense has become much stronger. Zhuang Meifeng was shocked. How could she not be shocked? In order to make up for the 6 months that Zhuang Meifeng had wasted, Ling Yan decided to let her use these 2 types of immortal spiritual energy to cultivate. Meifeng, listen carefully. Hubby is going to teach you a technique called the Golden Emperor Berserk Dragon Slash. It's a pure offensive technique. In the future, you will use this technique for both cultivation and fighting. Ling Yan settled everything in one go. He cleared the divine sense, expelled the remaining poison, and destroyed the true qi of the pure heart technique. He was going to teach her the Golden Emperor Berserk Dragon Slash. After Zhuang Meifeng gained divine sense, she memorized the Golden Emperor Berserk Dragon Slash in an instant. She quickly mastered the technique. She channeled the golden immortal spiritual energy into her energy center and circulated it through her meridians. Following the instructions, she cultivated the Golden Emperor Berserk Dragon Slash. Boom, Zhuang Meifeng had long returned to the pinnacle of Xiantian Realm Level 6. After cultivating the Golden Emperor Berserk Dragon Slash, it only took her 3 hours to break through to Xiantian Realm Level 7. Then, she continued to climb. Finally, according to Ling Yan's instructions, she stopped at the pinnacle of Xiantian Realm Level 8. Only then did Ling Yan remove his palms from Zhuang Meifeng's back. 100 drops of divine energy were used up, 100 drops of divine energy, purple immortal spiritual energy, huge amounts of golden immortal spiritual energy, and the Golden Emperor Berserk Dragon Slash, which was most suitable for Zhuang Meifeng's physique, allowed her to reach the pinnacle of Xiantian Realm Level 8. At the same time, she was also at the pinnacle of Qi Cultivation Stage Level 3. Ling Yan got off the bed and looked out of the window. It was already 5 in the morning. He had been busy for 5 hours. After another half an hour, Zhuang Meifeng's realm was completely stabilized. She felt extremely comfortable. The remaining poison in her body was gone. She had completely forgotten about the tranquil heart technique. Moreover, she had a divine sense of more than 3,000 meters. These weren't the most important. The most important thing was that other than the purple immortal spiritual energy in her body, all of it was golden immortal spiritual energy. Zhuang Meifeng slowly opened her beautiful eyes. Her aura completely changed. With a gentle wave of her hand, she activated the Golden Emperor Berserk Dragon Slash. A golden aura instantly turned into a 2-meter-long golden dragon. That golden dragon was extremely lifelike. It bared its fangs and claws and gently coiled around a metal clothes rack that was as thick as a wrist. With a clang, the metal clothes rack was cut in half. The cut was as smooth as a mirror. The top part of the rack fell from the sky and landed on the carpet. "Thank you, hubby." Zhuang Meifeng flew up and arrived beside Ling Yan in an instant. Ling Yan smiled and hugged that perfect body. "It's okay." Zhuang Meifeng raised her head and looked at Ling Yan's face in a daze. Suddenly, she said softly, "The poison from the tranquil pill is gone. I have also forgotten about the tranquil heart technique. Are you still not going to change back to your current appearance? Old Boer directly search for Bu Jing. Please add me as a follower to discuss the plot. Thank you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. Genius website address. Mobile version website. Of course I can now." Ling Yan understood what Zhuang Meifeng meant. He took a few steps back and faced Zhuang Meifeng. His body started to change. He became thinner and taller. "This was in April, after I came out of the crater." Ling Yan explained as he changed, letting Zhuang Meifeng see. "This is how I looked when I brought Bai Xianer to Turtle Island for her tribulation in May. This was in June, after I finished my college entrance examinations. I told you that I would lose 40 kilograms in 2 months. Do you remember? It was only a little over June after the college entrance examinations." Ling Yan had lost more than 40 kilograms in the past 4 to 5 months. By the time he finished his college entrance examinations, his appearance was no different from when he met Zhuang Meifeng at Tianmen Mountain. Now, standing in front of Zhuang Meifeng was the appearance of the youth who did not know martial arts. He was tall and slender, a perfect body. His body was curvy and smooth. His face was chiseled. He was so handsome that it made one's heart flutter. His eyebrows were slanted and his eyes were shining brightly. He was more perfect than the most perfect art in the world. Zhuang Meifeng stared at him, memorizing all the changes in Ling Yan over the past few months. Finally, all the figures overlapped, leaving only the one in front of her. Her eyes were brimming with tears. "Hubby, I'm so silly. You lied to me so much." Ling Yan chuckled and walked forward again, wiping away her tears. "Don't you like it?" Zhuang Meifeng dove into Ling Yan's embrace and hugged him tightly. Ling Yan had done all that for her. "You're the only one in this world," Zhuang Meifeng said softly. There was no need to say anything more. Anything more would just be nonsense. Ling Yan smiled and pushed Zhuang Meifeng away. The beauty pill and beauty pill are the first gifts for you. Trampling on the tranquil sect and taking revenge for you is the second gift for you. Now, I'm going to give you the third gift. As he spoke, Ling Yin took out a platinum ring. This is a spatial ring that I casually made before I left the capital. There's a space of 3 square meters inside. You can use it first. We'll change it later. Okay, put it on for me. Ring finger. Zhuang Meifeng had seen Ling Yin forge a spatial ring with her own eyes, so she wasn't too surprised. She was just very happy and touched as she extended her hand towards Ling Yin. Ling Yin put the spatial ring on Zhuang Meifeng's right ring finger and said, "You don't have to adhere to the customs of the secular world. This ring is a spatial magical artifact, and it's only for convenience in taking things out." Then, he told her how to bind the ring with her blood and how to use it. In the end, he did not forget to emphasize the taboo of using the ring. Zhuang Meifeng was now at the peak of Qi Cultivation Stage 3. Naturally, she was able to use it immediately. She loved it so much that she could not bear to part with it. After giving her the spatial ring, Ling Yin took out the Dragon Tiger Pill, Great Recovery Pill, and various other elixirs and high-level talismans from his Taishu ring. He told her how to use them and instructed her to store them away for use at critical moments. Meticulous. Other than these, there's one more important gift for you. Ling Yin said with a smile. He was finally relieved after doing all this. Ah? What other gift? Zhuang Meifeng was a little surprised. Ling Yin had already given her so many treasures. What other gift was there? Yes, it's me. Ha 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 ha. Ling Yin could not help but laugh as he spoke. Go to hell. Zhuang Meifeng was amused by him. She thought to herself, everything you've given me is not even a billionth of yours. Wifey, let's not stand here. Let's sit on the sofa and talk. It was already past 6 in the morning, and the sky was already bright. Ling Yin looked at Zhuang Meifeng's perfect figure and did not want her to continue exposing herself. Zhuang Meifeng blinked her beautiful eyes and said, "Isn't it better to talk while lying down? Look at that bed, it's big and comfortable." Ling Yin scratched his head awkwardly. "It's already morning, why are you still sleeping?" Zhuang Meifeng immediately flipped out. "Are you still practicing your virgin skills? Hurry up and get on the bed." Ling Yin was speechless and could only dawdle towards the bedroom. At the same time, he said to Zhuang Meifeng, "Wifey, it's not that I'm still practicing my virgin skills, I'm fine. The main problem is that you've just broken through a major bottleneck. Now that you've just stabilized your realm, if we go straight to the bedroom." Ling Yin then voiced out his concern. Because both of them were at the pinnacle of Qi Cultivation Level 3, and Ling Yin had only reached this realm for less than 10 days, the two of them would definitely break through again if they were to engage in dual cultivation. However, there was no doubt that this kind of breakthrough would bring harm to both of them. Unexpectedly, Zhuang Meifeng giggled as she pushed Ling Yin. "Dream on, who wants to have sex with you? I just want to lie down and talk to you." It was already the 15th of August, and Zhuang Meifeng knew that Ling Yin would have an earth-shattering battle tonight. Therefore, even if Ling Yin did not explain this, she would still not have sex with Ling Yin. "Oh, then I'm relieved." After hearing this, Ling Yin carried Zhuang Meifeng and floated into the bedroom. At 2 in the afternoon, after a sumptuous lunch, Ling Yin and Zhuang Meifeng left the hotel. Because Ling Yin had a clear goal for this trip, he had already made all the preparations to rescue Zhuang Meifeng. Therefore, he had already prepared a variety of clothes and shoes for her in his universe ring. Ling Yin had placed an entire wardrobe in it, allowing her to wear whatever she wanted. Therefore, when she entered the hotel, Zhuang Meifeng was wearing a monk's robe. However, when she left, she was already a city beauty with a snow-white shirt and blue skinny jeans. Of course, Ling Yin had also prepared a complete set of golden black devilish silkworm clothing for Zhuang Meifeng. It was already in Zhuang Meifeng's spatial ring, but she had no use for it now, so she did not change it. It would be ridiculous to use sword kinesis flight during the day. Therefore, Ling Yin and Zhuang Meifeng obediently drove away. However, the driver was now Zhuang Meifeng. Wow, it's been a long time since I enjoyed the feeling of having a sumptuous meal, using my phone, and driving. I'm so happy. As soon as they got on the highway, Zhuang Meifeng sped towards Yingtan City. She was wearing a brand new set of clothes, looking radiant and in high spirits. In the 14 hours that the two of them spent together in the hotel, Ling Yan had already told Zhuang Meifeng everything that needed to be said. The two of them poured out their hearts without holding anything back. Now, they were only waiting for the demon-subduing conference that night. At 4 in the afternoon, they arrived at Yingtan City. Ling Yan quickly found the 5 Blood Clan slaves and introduced Zhuang Meifeng to them. Then, he immediately asked about their cultivation progress. Edward had just advanced to the peak of the Grand Duke of the Blood Clan. If he were to cultivate now, it would only strengthen the dark magic in his body for a long period of time. It would be impossible for him to advance any further. Therefore, Ling Yan mainly asked the other 4. Honorable boss, we are already high-level marquises now. Our abilities are similar to Grand Duke Edward's. Paul answered Ling Yan respectfully. Ling Yan nodded. Ever since Ling Yan obtained the blood element bead, it had basically been with the 5 Blood Clan members. After Edward advanced to the Grand Duke of the Blood Clan, he didn't need it anymore. These 4 Blood Clan members took turns using the blood element bead. With Edward's guidance, they benefited greatly. Then tonight, when the moon comes out, we'll find a place to see if all 4 of you can break through to the Grand Duke level. With the blood element bead, Ling Yan's cultivation of the Black-Yellow Sutra had already reached the phenomenal stage. Coupled with the strong power of Ying from the full moon of the Mid-Autumn Festival, Ling Yan felt that it wouldn't be difficult to help all of them break through to the Grand Duke level. The Grand Duke level was the dividing line for the Blood Clan. They could use too much dark magic, which could increase the combat power of the Blood Clan exponentially. 5 Grand Dukes were equivalent to at least 5 experts at the peak of the divine power realm. Therefore, whether these 4 Blood Clan members could break through to the Grand Duke level tonight was crucial to Ling Yan's battle. Rest assured, boss. We are very confident. Chester replied with a smile. Very good. Have you found a place to break through? Ling Yan looked at Chester and nodded in satisfaction. Boss, we found a place. It's a steep mountain 12 kilometers away from the Wind Thunder Valley. That mountain is almost straight up and down, and it's surrounded by towering mountains and precipitous ridges. It's very safe. 12 kilometers. It'll only take about a minute to fly. No problem, let's do it there. Next, Ling Yan began to contact Yi Xingchen, Green Bird, Wang Chongxiao, and the others. He began to make all sorts of arrangements in preparation for tonight's devil-subduing conference. Even though Ling Yan's side was very strong, he didn't dare to be careless. That was because there were too many enemies. There were at least 40 Divine Power Realm experts, including the Long Family, Mount Longhu, Shaolin Temple, Heavenly Sword Sect, Kunlun Sword Sect, Deity Sword Villa, Tranquil Nunnery, Kongtong Sect, Huashan Sect, and so on. None of the leaders of these sects showed up at the auction last night. Even after the Tranquil Nunnery was crushed twice, the abbess of the Tranquil Nunnery didn't show up. At that time, Ling Yan already knew that the sect leaders, and elders of these sects must have gathered together to discuss ways to deal with him and Yi Xingchen. As for whether the Yi family and Wudong Mountain would interfere, Yi Xingchen wasn't absolutely sure. However, Ling Yan was also mentally prepared. He had even taken the Yi family's backing, Shushan, into account. A great battle was about to begin. This was a battle between Ling Yan and Yi Xingchen for the Ling family's case from 18 years ago. It was definitely going to be an earth-shattering battle. At 6:30 p.m., when night fell, a full moon appeared in the southeast sky. Ling Yan took to the skies on his sword, bringing Zhuang Meifeng and the 5 Blood Clan slaves with him to the mountain 12 kilometers south of the Wind Thunder Valley. Not only were the 4 Blood Clan slaves about to break through, but he, Yi Xingchen, Tai Xiaohu, Qin Dongxue, and the rest were also about to break through. Elder Bu's official WeChat account, Bujing3721, or directly search for Bujing, add me, and discuss the plot. Thank you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. This peak was very unique. It was like a giant mushroom growing out of a valley surrounded by mountains. It was the most typical Danxia landform, hence the name Mushroom Peak. The Mushroom Peak was more than 500 meters high. It was slightly shorter than the surrounding peaks, but it did not block the moonlight. The peak was relatively flat, about the size of a football field. It was surrounded by cliffs. Below the peak was a steep cliff that even a monkey would not be able to climb, let alone an ordinary person. Ling Yan set off at 6:30 p.m. and arrived in less than 2 minutes. He was currently observing the surroundings and was very satisfied with the location chosen by the Blood Clan. Pinnacle of Qi Cultivation Level 3. When Wang Chongxiao saw Zhuang Meifeng again, he could tell her current cultivation level with just one look. He was shocked beyond words. He wanted to cry but no tears came out. He thought to himself that he had wasted all these years of training. He thought about how he had been meditating every day, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, yet he was only in the middle stage at Qi Cultivation Level 6. He could not help but feel bitter. How could Wang Chongxiao not be depressed? One had to know that Zhuang Meifeng had not even opened the hidden latch in between her eyebrows last night. At best, she could only be considered an expert in the middle stage of Xiantian realm. However, her divine sense had a range of more than 3,000 meters and she could condense 3 drops of divine energy in a minute. She was already at the pinnacle of Qi Cultivation Level 3, furthermore, he realized that the aura emitted from Zhuang Meifeng's body was the legendary immortal spiritual energy. There were no impurities at all. It was the purest immortal spiritual energy, and it was golden in color. Other than that, there was a strand of purple immortal spiritual energy rising from between her eyebrows and her energy center. It was even more heaven-defying than the golden immortal spiritual energy. This was because Zhuang Meifeng had just reached the pinnacle of Qi Cultivation Level 3. She had not completely familiarized herself with her realm and could not control it as she pleased. If she had cultivated the Gold Emperor Berserk Dragon Slash for a while, Wang Chongxiao would not even be able to see her realm. Comparisons were odious, and goods had to be thrown away. Congratulations, young mistress, congratulations, young master. Wang Chongxiao's heart was filled with envy. He hurried forward to greet Ling Yan and Zhuang Meifeng. His eyes and actions were filled with respect. It was impossible not to be in awe. Who else but Ling Yan could change Zhuang Meifeng so much in one night? What kind of heaven-defying method did he use to achieve such a terrifying feat? Wang Chongxiao didn't even dare to think about it, much less think about it. Congratulations to you too. You've become 20 years younger in an instant. Not bad. Ling Yan was also sizing Wang Chongxiao up with a smile. He realized that Wang Chongxiao had already taken the youth-retaining pill and the beauty pill. He looked 20 years younger. At this moment, he looked like he was in his late 20s. His entire person was full of vigor. Because of his Qi cultivation realm, he gave off a feeling of vigor. It's all thanks to young master's pill. Wang Chongxiao had been coveting it for a few days. Now that he had personally experienced the drastic changes in his body, he no longer dared to use the word gift with Ling Yun. Instead, he used the word bestow. And, it's just a small matter. Tonight, we'll all be breaking through here. Because of our cultivation techniques, there will be a collective period of weakness later. Especially for Yi Xingchen and I. We'll need your protection then. Of course, Ling Yan was lying. Breaking through normally would only make one stronger. There wouldn't be a period of weakness. He wanted to use this opportunity to complete a final inspection of Wang Chongxiao. Ling Yan couldn't be blamed for being careful. Tonight's battle was too important. There were too many things at stake. Ling Yan couldn't leave his back to someone he didn't trust. Rest assured, young master. Wang Chongxiao will protect everyone's safety with his life. Ling Yan seemed to be looking elsewhere casually, but in fact, he had already used the light assimilation technique and used his powerful divine sense to observe Wang Chongxiao's true reaction. However, he didn't find any change in Wang Chongxiao's eyes or psychological fluctuations. He was very satisfied. Tonight, the people who were breaking through here were Ling Yun, Yi Xingchen, Qin Dongxue, Tai Xiaohu, Qing Miao, and Miao Xiaomiao. Of course, there were also Paul, Chester, and the other 4 Blood Clan slaves. Among them, the 4 Blood Clan slaves were trying to break through to the Grand Duke realm. Qin Dongxue, Qing Miao, and Miao Xiaomiao were trying to break through their own cultivation realms. Ling Yun, Yi Xingchen, and Tai Xiaohu were trying to break through to the next realm of the stellar condensation technique. Other than Wang Chongxiao, there seemed to be only Zhuang Meifeng, who had just reached the pinnacle of Qi cultivation level 3. Of course, that wasn't the case. The real protector was Xianxia, who had already set up an illusory array on the peak of a nearby mountain. Xianxia already had 4 tails and could fly in the air. Her divine sense had a range of 5,000 meters. Now, her combat power could completely crush Wang Chongxiao. Ling Yan's action was, of course, to test Wang Chongxiao. This was also the final inspection. If he could pass, Ling Yan would definitely focus on nurturing him in the future. However, if Wang Chongxiao dared to attack, he would definitely die here. As for Xiao Mimi and Mo Wudao, they were already at the Devil Suppression Conference in Wind Thunder Valley. Since that's the case, let's begin, Ling Yan said with a smile after arranging everything. He looked at the crowd in front of him. Who's first? Yun Er, let Xiao Miao go first. Qing Miao had been with Miao Xiaomiao since yesterday, except for the auction at night. The two of them were now inseparable. From the looks of it, Qing Miao seemed to dote on Miao Xiaomiao like her own daughter. Ling Yan looked at Miao Xiaomiao and knew that Qing Miao had thoroughly cleansed her body. She could no longer suppress her realm. All right. To Ling Yan, it didn't matter who went first. He smiled and agreed immediately. Miao Xiaomiao's figure flashed, and she came directly to an empty space. She sat cross-legged on the ground. Before starting, she glanced at Ling Yan and asked, Ling Yan, how do you plan to help me break through? Hee, you just wait and see. Ling Yan smiled proudly. Then, he threw out dozens of spirit stones and set up a high-grade spirit gathering formation around Miao Xiaomiao. Then, a green dot suddenly rushed out of his energy center and grew with the wind. It became a 3-meter-tall willow tree with lush leaves and lush branches, Divine Ghost Willow. Of course, this was the Divine Ghost Willow that was rooted in Ling Yan's Earth Emperor's book. Ling Yan had communicated with the Earth Emperor's book beforehand. Because the Emperor Brush and the Earth Emperor's book were fighting for the Heavenly Tao's gift, this Divine Ghost Willow had also bathed in countless lightning bolts. The wood spiritual energy it was releasing now was much more terrifying than the one in the Ling family. This time, in order to let everyone achieve a perfect breakthrough, Ling Yan really put in a lot of effort. He planned to use all his trump cards. After the Ghost Divine Willow flew out, Ling Yan flew forward and directly inserted it into the rock within the spirit gathering formation that he had just set up. Wow! So comfortable. The moment the Divine Ghost Willow entered the spirit gathering formation, Miao Xiaomiao immediately felt that something was wrong. She couldn't even maintain her usual calm and carefree demeanor as she was bathed in the strong wood spiritual energy. Miao Xiaomiao was naturally compatible with the wood spiritual energy, so the effect of the Divine Ghost Willow on her was obvious. Wang Chongxiao was dumbfounded, because the Divine Ghost Willow disappeared in a flash, and the wood spiritual energy that was released in that instant benefited him greatly. He was so shocked that he wanted to cry. Beauty, don't worry about breaking through. Aunt Qing will help you with everything else. Ling Yan chuckled as he spoke to Miao Xiaomiao. Then, he stepped out of the formation and went straight to Qing Miao. He took out a dragon tiger pill and gave it to her. He even took out the mysterious gourd and gave it to Qing Miao for emergencies. Boom boom boom, with the help of the Divine Ghost Willow's wood spiritual energy, Miao Xiaomiao almost broke through to Xiantian Realm Level 4 in the blink of an eye. Then, with irresistible force, she actually reached the pinnacle of Xiantian Realm Level 6 very quickly. Break through the hidden gate between your eyebrows first. Ling Yan didn't forget to remind her. However, it was obvious that Qing Miao had already told Miao Xiaomiao about these important matters. She didn't disappoint either. She broke through the hidden gate between her eyebrows by herself. Ling Yan wasn't surprised by this. Witchcraft and goo were inseparable. The cultivation of the soul was the most important. Otherwise, how could a goo worm be controlled by the person who planted it thousands of miles away? Therefore, as long as one knew the trick, it was relatively easy for those who practiced witchcraft to break through the hidden gate between their eyebrows because their souls were strong. Aunt Qing, it's your turn. Ling Yan knew that with Qing Miao around, he naturally didn't need to help Miao Xiaomiao. Qing Miao flew into the formation and fed Miao Xiaomiao the dragon tiger pill at the most critical moment. Boom, the dragon tiger pill melted in Miao Xiaomiao's mouth, and the medicinal energy exploded in her body. She immediately advanced to Xiantian Realm Level 7. Miao Xiaomiao broke through 2 major gates in a row. Oh, it's about time. Ling Yan saw Qing Miao holding the mysterious gourd and feeding Miao Xiaomiao the dragon's saliva. Wow, so extravagant, Ling Yan couldn't help but raise his hand to his forehead. Aunt Qing really didn't know how expensive it was. Was this necessary? Ling Yan was purely acting. He had completely forgotten how he modified Zhuang Meifeng last night. That was the real extravagance. Rascal, are you asking for a beating? What's wrong with drinking some of your broken dragon saliva? Qing Miao rolled her eyes at Ling Yan and sat down cross-legged. She massaged Miao Xiaomiao's acupoints, protected her meridians, and helped her digest the dual effects of the dragon tiger pill and the dragon saliva. After all, Miao Xiaomiao broke through the middle and late stages of the Xiantian realm. It was too terrifying. She wouldn't be able to adapt to the true qi in a short period of time. Dragon. Dragon. Dragon saliva. Wang Chongxiao was completely shocked after hearing what was in the gourd. Such a huge gourd was actually dragon saliva. Moreover, the dragon saliva was broken in her mouth. Broken. It wasn't rare at all, Ling Yan secretly observed Wang Chongxiao, thinking to himself, you can be excited all you want, there will be more to make you excited later. It didn't take long before Miao Xiaomiao's realm stabilized at the peak of Xiantian realm level 8. The range of her divine sense was about 3,000 meters, and she was at the peak of Qi cultivation level 3. Elder Bu's official WeChat account, Bujing3721, or directly search for Bujing, add me, and discuss the plot. Thank you, everyone, for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. Zhuang Meifeng broke through to the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 8 at Xiantian realm level 6. Miao Xiaomiao broke through to the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 8 at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 3. Her divine sense stabilized at 3,000 meters, just like Zhuang Meifeng. This was naturally because she had been cultivating Gu since she was young and had a strong soul. Moreover, Ling Yan had injected golden immortal spiritual energy into Miao Xiaomiao's body half a year ago. Hence, she broke through 2 major realms and 5 minor realms at once. Ling Yan didn't stop her because he knew that such breakthroughs wouldn't affect Miao Xiaomiao's future cultivation. After Miao Xiaomiao broke through and stabilized her realm with the help of the green bird, she didn't get up immediately. Instead, she continued absorbing the wood spiritual energy from the ghost divine willow and continued cultivating. Ling Yan smiled. He knew that Miao Xiaomiao was using this opportunity to cultivate the supreme green the arch technique, so he let her be. Tai Xiaohu, it's your turn. Even though the demon subduing conference was still early, Ling Yan didn't want to waste time. He went straight to Tai Xiaohu. Tai Xiaohu was now at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 5. He was at the pinnacle of the first major realm of the stellar condensation technique. His divine sense had a range of more than 2,000 meters, and he had already started cultivating qi into spirit. Because Tai Xiaohu was a martial arts fanatic, he cultivated day and night. Hence, he couldn't suppress these 3 realms anymore. After all, Tai Xiaohu broke through 5 realms with Ling Yan's help. At that time, he had the energy to break through to the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 6. However, Ling Yan was worried that his realm would be unstable and cause trouble in the future. Hence, he forced him to stabilize his realm and suppressed it. Ling Yan didn't want to spoil Tai Xiaohu because Tai Xiaohu had a heaven-defying physique and crazy cultivation. He didn't need to be spoiled. Ling Yan went forward and brought Tai Xiaohu to a cliff in the southwest direction of the mountain. He made him sit cross-legged. Relax and break through this time. After Tai Xiaohu had broken through 5 levels consecutively, he had been training like a madman. In addition to sparring with Ling Lai every day, he would give it his all every time. His control over the raging wave true qi in his body was already smooth. He could control it as he pleased. This could be seen from last night's auction of the elixir. He had first used all his strength to fight Priestess Desireless. Ling Yan had asked him to hold back a little, but Tai Xiaohu had immediately retracted 40% of his strength. It must be known that Priestess Desireless had flown to Tai Xiaohu in the blink of an eye. Alright, Brother Yun. Tai Xiaohu immediately mobilized his raging waves true qi to break through. It was just a small barrier, and there were no obstacles at all. In the blink of an eye, he reached the peak of Xiantian realm level 6 with ease. That's all for now. Next, try to break through to the second major realm of the stellar condensation technique. I'll help you. With that, Ling Yan stood beside Tai Xiaohu and activated the stellar condensation technique. Shua, almost in an instant, a terrifying phenomenon appeared. Oh my god, young master, Wang Chongxiao was envious of Miao Xiaomiao's terrifying breakthrough, but he didn't expect Ling Yan to create an even more shocking phenomenon for Tai Xiaohu. Following Ling Yan's activation of the stellar condensation technique, the stars in the sky started to twinkle rapidly. Countless rays of starlight turned into bright threads that connected with Ling Yan's body. What was even more terrifying was that the power of the moonlight shone down from the night sky like a rainbow, enveloping a radius of 3 meters around Ling Yan. It was too dazzling. It was as if he alone had attracted all the moonlight in the vicinity. At this moment, Ling Yan seemed to have become the center of the entire world. He could control the moon and the billions of stars. Wang Chongxiao was dumbfounded. He couldn't be bothered to look at Miao Xiaomiao anymore. Instead, he focused all his attention on this shocking phenomenon. Boom! At the same time, Tai Xiaohu also activated the stellar condensation technique. However, the phenomenon he created was completely covered by Ling Yan. If one didn't look closely, they wouldn't be able to see it at all. Tai Xiaohu knew that Ling Yan was helping him. Without hesitation, he absorbed the power of the moon and the moon that Ling Yan had activated. Boom! In less than a few minutes, Tai Xiaohu successfully broke through and reached the second major realm of the stellar condensation technique. However, the mid-autumn full moon only came once a year. It was a rare opportunity. Therefore, Ling Yan didn't stop there. Instead, he continued to help Tai Xiaohu break through. Of course, he was also absorbing the power of the moon and the stars like crazy. Boom 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 boom. The full moon in mid-autumn had an indescribable effect on the stellar condensation technique. With Ling Yan's help, Tai Xiaohu broke through another 3 minor realms within half an hour. He only stopped when he reached the 4th minor realm of the second major realm of the stellar condensation technique. Whoosh! Ling Yan felt that it was about time. He immediately stopped using the stellar condensation technique. The terrifying phenomenon disappeared instantly. Phew! As expected of the mid-autumn full moon. I almost broke through just now. Ling Yan muttered in his heart. Xiaohu, how far is the range of your divine sense now? Ling Yan smiled as he looked at Tai Xiaohu, who was still using the stellar condensation technique. He knew that Tai Xiaohu was experiencing a brand new realm. Close to 3,000 meters. Tai Xiaohu answered honestly. He had just reached the pinnacle of Xianxia realm level 6. Now that he had broken through to the second major realm of the stellar condensation technique, his divine sense naturally became stronger. Very good. Ling Yan nodded. He knew that Tai Xiaohu was about to break through to Qi Cultivation Stage 3. He thought about the next step of his plan. Take your time then. You'll have a chance to break through later. Ling Yan returned in a flash. He smiled at Qing Niao, who had already walked out of the spirit-gathering formation. Aunt Qing, it's your turn. Qing Niao nodded. She found an empty space and sat down. Then, she prepared to break through. Qing Niao was the same as Tai Xiaohu. Back then, she had the energy to break through with the help of the Dragon Tiger Pill and the Dragon Saliva. However, Ling Yan insisted that she stabilize her realm first because she had just broken through to the divine realm. Now, after more than a month of cultivation, the follow-up effects of the Dragon Tiger Pill and the Dragon Saliva continued to take effect. Qing Niao had eaten the Beauty Pill and Beauty Pill a few days ago, which was equivalent to 2 rounds of marrow cleansing. She could no longer suppress her realm. This time, Qing Niao didn't take any pills. She easily broke through to the pinnacle of divine realm on her own. However, Ling Yan wasn't satisfied. He sat down cross-legged and directly sent a stream of purple immortal spiritual energy into Qing Niao's body. Ling Yan wasn't stingy with Qing Niao at all. Moreover, he had absorbed too much purple immortal spiritual energy previously. He couldn't use it at all. The purple immortal spiritual energy entered her body, and the terrifying effects were displayed immediately. Boom! Qing Niao broke through to the 3rd level of divine realm in the blink of an eye. She quickly reached the pinnacle of divine realm before starting to stabilize her realm. Actually, just like the previous time, Xianxia still had the energy to break through. In fact, she felt that it was very easy. However, she now felt the benefits of stabilizing her realm with each breakthrough. It seemed slow, but it was actually fast. Therefore, she didn't continue. After slightly stabilizing her realm, Xianxia stood up and smiled at Ling Yun. She patted his head lovingly. "Aunt Qing, how big is the range of your divine sense now?" "Yun don't worry. More than 3,000 meters. I can condense 3 drops of divine energy in a minute." Ling Yun nodded proudly. He knew that Aunt Xianxia had also reached the pinnacle of Qi cultivation stage 3. On the other side, Wang Chongxiao looked at Tai Xiaohu and then at Xianxia. He couldn't help but look at Zhuang Meifeng. In one night, his understanding of cultivation was completely overturned by Ling Yun. Wang Chongxiao didn't know how Zhuang Meifeng broke through, but now, these 3 people all broke through in front of him. Moreover, they all had different methods of breaking through. They all had their own cultivation techniques and methods of breaking through, but in the end, they all achieved the same result. Ling Yun was mass-producing cultivators at the pinnacle of Qi cultivation stage 3. Moreover, it was done in a short period of an hour. How heaven-defying was this? What was even more heaven-defying was that no matter how he looked, he didn't see any after-effects of breaking through. There weren't any after-effects. In fact, everyone had energy to spare, especially Xianxia. She didn't eat anything at all. In just a moment, Wang Chongxia's outlook on life and the world had been completely overturned. He was so excited that he was about to go crazy. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind. He regretted not meeting Ling Yun earlier. Opportunity, this is really a great opportunity. What's the face-retaining pill? What's the spatial ring? If I follow Ling Yun, what pills and techniques can't I get? What heaven-defying benefits can't I get? Wang Chongxiao secretly clenched his fists and completely strengthened his confidence. He no longer cared about the small spatial ring. He swore to follow Ling Yun until his death. "Ling Yun, thank you." At this moment, Miao Xiaomiao had finally completed her cultivation. She floated up but couldn't bear to leave the spirit-gathering formation. Her beautiful eyes looked at the magical ghost divine willow. It was simply too miraculous and heaven-defying. The ghost divine willow was too helpful to Miao Xiaomiao. Ling Yun flew over and asked with a smile, "How is it? Which level of the Supreme Green Emperor art is at?" This was what Ling Yun was most concerned about. "SOSO, I should be at the pinnacle of the 6th major realm, hee." Miao Xiaomiao glanced at Ling Yun proudly. Ling Yun was so excited that he almost stumbled. He exclaimed, "Really?" As long as Miao Xiaomiao advanced another step, she would enter the 7th major realm of the Supreme Green Emperor art and be able to bloom flowers with a single thought. "I'll give it a try." Miao Xiaomiao smiled charmingly. With a thought, she took out a few spiritual grass seeds from her spatial ring. Opening her palm, she began to use the Supreme Azure Emperor art. Wang Chongxia's outlook on life was completely subverted once again. He watched as the spiritual herb seeds germinated in Miao Xiaomiao's hands, then bloomed, and finally bore new fruits until they were completely ripe. The entire process took less than 6 minutes. Such a terrifying effect, even if it wasn't blooming flowers with a single thought, it wasn't far from it. "Ha ha ha ha, good, that's great. Don't go anywhere from now on, just stay by my side. I'll rely on you to make pills and make talismans from now on." Ling Yun laughed. This was indeed the effect of the pinnacle of the 6th major realm of the Supreme Green Emperor art. "Dream on." Miao Xiaomiao blinked her beautiful eyes and rolled her eyes at Ling Yun. As for what she was thinking, only she knew. Elder Bu's official WeChat account, Bujing3721, or directly search for Bujing, add me, and discuss the plot. Thank you, everyone, for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. Miao Xiaomiao carefully plucked the seeds of the spiritual herbs that she had just matured and stored them in her spatial ring. Because this experience was too profound, it would become an unforgettable memory for her for the rest of her life. These spiritual herb seeds were very meaningful to her. After keeping the seeds, Miao Xiaomiao did not look at Ling Yun anymore. She floated over to Zhuang Meifeng's side to chat with her. In less than an hour, Xianxia, Miao Xiaomiao, and Tai Xiaohu had all completed their breakthroughs. That left Ling Yun, Yi Xingchen, Qin Dongxue, and Ling Yun's 4 blood clan slaves. Everyone, come over to my side. Ling Yun came to the center of Mushroom Peak and waved at the crowd. Everyone, including the 5 great blood kindred, gathered around him. Of course, Wang Chongxiao and Shuang Meifeng were excluded. Ling Yun waited for everyone to gather before saying slowly, "Next up, we're going to have a collective breakthrough. This breakthrough is very important, so I hope that everyone will do their best and try to improve as much as possible during this breakthrough. However, regarding the matter of cultivation, I've already reminded you many times. Everyone, just do your best, and absolutely do not force it. Otherwise, there will be endless troubles in your future cultivation. That's because cultivation will become more and more difficult in the future. Once there are hidden dangers, you will be invaded by demons in your heart during the breakthrough or during the tribulation transcendence." Ling Yun was very serious. He had reached the tribulation transcendence stage and knew that there would be demons in the heart during the tribulation transcendence stage, or even the heavenly demon tribulation. "Yun, don't worry. We've been with you for so long. We're all familiar with these things." Qing Miao couldn't help but smile when she saw Ling Yun's repeated emphasis. Ling Yun nodded. Then, he raised his hand and placed the previous spirit gathering formation around them, forming a new spirit gathering formation. "Let's begin then," Ling Yun said before turning to Qin Dongxue. "Auntie, the most important thing for you this time is to break through to the second major realm of the stellar condensation technique. Let nature take its course for the rest." "Stop nagging, rascal." Qin Dongxue glared at Ling Yun as if she was angry. How could she not be angry? Qin Dongxue was already at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 6, but she had yet to break through the hidden gate between her eyebrows. Shuang Meifeng, Tai Xiaohu, Miao Xiaomiao, and Qing Miao had all reached the pinnacle of Qi cultivation level 3 and had long surpassed her. That feeling was driving her crazy. She wanted to smash Ling Yun's head with a stick. "Focus on breaking through." Ling Yun smiled at Qin Dongshue's reaction and reminded her again. Then, he glanced at Yi Xingchen and gestured for them to begin. Yi Xingchen and Ling Yun's eyes met, and they smiled. Both of them activated the stellar condensation technique at the same time. One had to know that both of them were at the pinnacle of the second major realm of the stellar condensation technique. Yi Xingchen had a true star body. Both of them were activating the stellar condensation technique with all their might. The phenomenon caused by them was so shocking that Wang Chongxiao's jaw dropped. Endless moonlight was drawn down by the two of them. The light was too strong, as if 2 searchlights had appeared in the sky, shining down on the two of them. The strong light was so bright that Wang Chongxiao could barely open his eyes. The moonlight turned into 2 divine rainbows, like 2 heavenly rivers. Like a waterfall, it fell straight down to the 9 heavens. Under such a strong power of moonlight, the starlight dimmed completely, and the threads formed by the power of the stars could no longer be seen. The entire peak of Mushroom Peak was blindingly bright. Moreover, it wasn't just Ling Yun and Yi Xingchen. The 5 members of the Blood Clan had already transformed into human-shaped birds and were hovering around the 6 of them. They were also using the abilities of the Blood Clan to absorb the endless moonlight. Boom, 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 boom. In the blink of an eye, the 4 Blood Clan slaves reached the pinnacle of a marquee level. That was because they hadn't been idling around just now. They had been floating around Mushroom Peak to absorb the moonlight for a long time. Boom, boom, Ling Yun and Yi Xingchen broke through at the same time and entered the 3rd major realm of the stellar condensation technique, the invincible realm. This way, the power of moonlight and the power of moon and moon was even more terrifying. They absorbed almost all the moonlight within a radius of a few thousand meters to their side. Boom, Qin Dongxue broke through and entered the 2nd major realm of the stellar condensation technique, but it didn't stop there. Boom, boom, Green Bird and Miao Xiao Miao also broke through, but their cultivation time was too short. They were only breaking through to the 1st minor realm of the stellar condensation technique. Only Tai Xiaohu was still consolidating his realm because he had just broken through. Of course, that wasn't his goal this time. Everyone, get ready. The most crucial moment is here. 15 minutes later, Ling Yun opened his mouth to remind everyone. Wang Chongxiao was dumbfounded. Why was it only the most crucial moment now? Weren't they almost done with their breakthroughs? However, He was completely stunned in the next moment. From Ling Yan's energy center, countless thick yellow smoke rushed out. In an instant, it filled the entire spirit-gathering formation and enveloped Ling Yan's group of 6, as well as the 5 members of the Blood Clan. Oh my god, that's... Wang Chongxiao was dumbfounded. He couldn't figure out what the thick yellow smoke, or rather, the light, was. This was, of course, the black-yellow immortal spiritual energy. Ling Yan had communicated with the Earth Emperor's book long ago. He wanted to use the immortal spiritual energy from the Earth Emperor's book to help the 4 members of the Blood Clan break through to the Grand Duke realm. This was naturally the most crucial moment for the Earth Emperor's book. Once the black-yellow immortal spiritual energy appeared, Ling Yan immediately started circulating the Black-Yellow Sutra. Just like how he helped Edward advance previously, he helped the other 4 members of the Blood Clan advance. The strong power of the moon, coupled with the black-yellow immortal spiritual energy released by the Earth Emperor's book, was like a divine elixir to the 4 members of the Blood Clan. They were so comfortable that they couldn't help but moan as they tried their best to absorb it. Boom! Chester was the first to advance to the Grand Duke realm. Boom, boom, boom. Almost at the same time, Paul, Pierce, and Els, the 3 blood breeds, also successfully advanced. The 4 members of the Blood Clan had all advanced to the Grand Duke realm. Their bodies, which were already like demonic gods, expanded once again. They all became more than 3 meters tall, and their wingspans expanded by 2 meters. They had already reached a distance of 10 meters. At this moment, Chester and the other 3 members of the Blood Clan turned pure purple. Their eyes, wings, and flesh were purple. Just like Edward, their entire bodies were purple and glowing faintly. They exuded an incomparably noble aura. Here's something good for you. Ling Yan was overjoyed to see that all of them had advanced. In for a penny, in for a pound, in for a pound. He injected a strand of purple immortal spiritual energy into each of the 5 members of the Blood Clan. Ling Yan didn't know the specific effects. He just saw the color of the 5 members of the Blood Clan and had a sudden inspiration. The result was terrifying. The 5 members of the Blood Clan actually raised their heads and howled in pleasure. Ling Yan was finally relieved. He immediately injected a drop of his own blood essence into the other 4 members of the Blood Clan. Now that Ling Yan's treasure body was complete, he had the Dragon Emperor energy and purple immortal spiritual energy in his body. This kind of blood was naturally more heaven-defying than the one he gave Edward. Boom, boom, boom. Unsurprisingly, the 4 Blood Clan slaves all advanced to the peak of the Grand Duke realm, the same level as Edward. Even though Edward was a marquis when he first met Ling Yan, Paul and Chester were the first to be embraced by Ling Yan. Their cultivation speed was obviously faster than the other 3's. It was a miracle, but it was the truth. Now, all 5 members of the Blood Clan were more than 3 meters tall. Their bodies were purple like godly gold, and their wingspans had reached 12 meters. Flap, flap, flap. After Paul and Chester reached the Grand Duke realm, a strange phenomenon occurred. They actually grew a pair of purple wings. These 2 members of the Blood Clan actually had 2 pairs of wings. It wasn't just the others. Ling Yan was shocked as well. He thought to himself that these 2 fellas were really heaven-defying. However, other than the 2 of them, the other 3 members of the Blood Clan still only had 1 pair of wings. They were only envious of Paul and Chester's changes. "Boss, we're resurrected. We're completely resurrected." Chester couldn't help but shout excitedly. "Alright, then all of you can leave. There's nothing for you to do here." Ling Yan waited for a while and saw that the 5 members of the Blood Clan didn't have any other changes. He directly chased them out. The 5 members of the Blood Clan naturally flew out of the spirit-gathering formation. Their bodies were already full of Xianxia immortal spiritual energy and couldn't hold any more. The changes were also complete, so there was no need to stay inside. After the 5 members of the Blood Clan flew out, Qin Dongxue flew out of the spirit-gathering formation. She had already reached the 5th minor realm of the 2nd major realm of the stellar condensation technique and couldn't advance any further in a short period of time. Then, it was Qing Miao and Miao Xiaomiao. They had already reached the peak of the 1st major realm of the stellar condensation technique and couldn't advance any further. Only Tai Xiaohu, like Qin Dongxue, advanced another minor realm with the help of the Xianxia immortal spiritual energy and the power of the moon and moon. However, that wasn't the main point. The main point was that in the past half an hour, he had made consecutive breakthroughs with the help of the Xianxia immortal spiritual energy. He only stopped at the peak of Xiantian realm level 8. His divine sense had completely expanded to 3,000 meters, and his divine energy was condensed 1 drop per minute. He had actually reached the late stages of Qi cultivation level 3. Of course, there was a reason. Tai Xiaohu had a pure metal and earth attribute. The Xianhuang immortal spiritual energy from the Earth Emperor's book was most effective for him, just like how the ghost divine willow was for Miao Xiaomiao. This was also the real reason why Ling Yun said that he still had a chance to break through. Tai Xiaohu's physique was too strong, so his divine sense was slightly weaker than others. That was why he could only reach the late stages of Qi cultivation level 3. Tai Xiaohu, you're almost there. Go out. Ling Yun knew that. Tai Xiaohu had reached his limit tonight. Any more would cause problems, so he let him lead the spirit gathering formation. Finally, only Ling Yun and Yi Xingchen were left in the spirit gathering formation. They had both reached the 5th minor realm of the 3rd major realm of the stellar condensation technique. They only had this chance once a year. Even though there were only 2 minor realms left, after tonight they might not be able to break through 2 minor realms even if they cultivated for half a year. As for breaking through to the 4th major realm, they could forget about it until next year's mid-autumn. However, the 5th minor realm of the invulnerable realm was more than enough for Ling Yun and Yi Xingchen. Ling Yun's body was thoroughly tempered once again. He felt like his body was filled with explosive power. At this moment, even if it was Wan Chongxiao, he would be able to kill him with one punch. Ling Yun was very satisfied with this breakthrough. Elder Bu's official WeChat account, Bujing3721, or directly search for Bujing, add me, and discuss the plot. Thank you, everyone, for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. Ling Yun no longer deliberately absorbed the power of the moon. Instead, he let nature take its course and continued to temper his body. However, Yi Xingchen didn't stop. She was no longer cultivating the stellar condensation technique, but the void star attraction technique. Yi Xingchen floated in the air once again, and she was still rising slowly. When she was 50 meters in the air, a powerful whirlpool of energy appeared outside her body. However, this whirlpool was made up entirely of the power of the stars. Because of its rapid rotation, the power of the stars dragged a long tail behind it, turning the huge whirlpool into a rotating galaxy. At the same time, the nebula whirlpool in Yi Xingchen's sea of consciousness began to brighten as if it was lit up by billions of stars. It spun rapidly and grew larger and larger. Is she going to break through? Ling Yun was shocked to see the terrifying phenomenon that Yi Xingchen had created. He felt that Yi Xingchen could break through at any time. He was very excited, but he didn't say anything. He only looked forward to it in his heart. Other than Ling Yun, everyone else's jaws dropped as they looked at this scene in shock. It was simply too shocking. There was another reason. Because Yi Xingchen did not wear a mask, she was simply too beautiful. She spread her arms, as though she was embracing this galaxy that she had created. Even her pitch-black golden crow devilish silkworm robe was flashing with starlight. Her long black hair and beautiful eyes seemed to have countless stars twinkling, emitting divine splendor. At this moment, Yi Xingchen was a true goddess in the eyes of everyone around her. She was so beautiful that no one dared to look directly at her. Ling Yun had already stopped his cultivation. He was dumbfounded as he looked at the scene before him. Where did Mom find such a precious wife for him? She was too heaven-defying. The glowing galaxy whirlpool around Yi Xingchen spun faster and faster, growing larger and larger until it almost covered the entire top of Mushroom Peak. Boom! Suddenly, Yi Xingchen broke through and entered Qi cultivation stage 4. Her divine sense reached 5,000 meters. Great! Ling Yun was overjoyed. He waved his fists in excitement. Suddenly, Ling Yun felt his brow twitch. Whoosh! The emperor brush suddenly rushed out of Ling Yun's sea of consciousness. It didn't grow in size but shot directly into the sky. Even Yi Xingchen didn't have time to react before it rushed into her sea of consciousness between her eyebrows. Swish 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 swish. Ling Yun naturally couldn't see what happened next, but Yi Xingchen could feel it. The emperor brush passed through the mysterious sea of consciousness between Yi Xingchen's eyebrows, which was the glowing galaxy whirlpool. Wherever it passed, many stars lit up. It was very mysterious. Finally, the Emperor Brush made one round around the galaxy whirlpool and lit up 108 stars. Then, it rushed out of Yi Xingqian's forehead and returned to Ling Yan's consciousness. The catastrophe of the human world. In the future, Ling Yan will have to rely on you to fight against that person. After the Emperor Brush returned to Ling Yan's sea of consciousness, it muttered to itself before going completely silent. Of course, Ling Yan couldn't hear it. However, he was connected to the Emperor Brush by blood, so he could feel how weak it was. Oh my God! What was that thing that rushed into my forehead just now? In the mysterious sea of consciousness, 108 stars lit up inexplicably. It was especially dazzling among the billions of stars. Naturally, Yi Xingqian could feel it because she could already look inside herself. It was too shocking to be able to check her own sea of consciousness. Moreover, after the 108 stars were lit up, Yi Xingqian could clearly feel that her divine sense had strengthened significantly. The range of her divine sense had actually reached a terrifying 6,000 meters. However, there was no divine energy in Yi Xingqian's divine sense, not even a drop. There were only countless stars that formed a whirlpool of rapidly spinning galaxies. Yi Xingqian wasn't worried about this, because every star in the galaxy in her sea of consciousness was equivalent to a drop of divine energy. The Void Star Attractor technique was all-encompassing, and there were too many combat techniques in it to count. They could all be used against enemies. Xingqian, don't just be happy. You've broken through to Qi Cultivation Stage 4, so you have to prepare for the 4-9 Minor Heavenly Tribulation. Ling Yan didn't forget to remind Yi Xingqian telepathically. Because Yi Xingqian had entered the middle stages of Qi Cultivation Stage 4, the 4-9 Minor Heavenly Tribulation would definitely descend soon. 4-9 Minor Heavenly Tribulation? I don't feel it? Yi Xingqian was in a state of extreme excitement and shock. She realized that she could fly, no longer needing the huge galaxy whirlpool to support her body. What? Don't you feel any pressure at all? This time, it was Ling Yan's turn to be shocked. Could it be that the Emperor Brush had entered Yi Xingqian's sea of consciousness to hide her from the heavens? Hide from the heavens. If a cultivator in the tribulation stage felt that he wasn't sufficiently prepared, he could find someone to hide from the heavens or find a way to hide his realm. Only when he felt that he was ready would he reveal his true realm and calmly undergo the tribulation. Since the Emperor Brush could snatch the heavenly Tao gift from Ming Lingyu, it could naturally help Yi Xingqian hide from the heavens. As for why, Ling Yan didn't know. On this point, Ling Yan's guess wasn't wrong, but it wasn't entirely correct either. He didn't know that the Emperor Brush had an even more important purpose. It was just that this purpose was a little too far away for Ling Yan. Ling Yan was baffled. He looked up at the night sky. The moon was still bright, and the sky was clear. There wasn't even a trace of tribulation clouds. Let's wait and see. But after a while, there were still no tribulation clouds. Ling Yan immediately confirmed that the Emperor Brush had indeed helped Yi Xingqian hide from the heavens. Yi Xingqian had already retracted the starlight outside her body. That was all stellar power. She withdrew it into her energy center. Then, she smiled sweetly and flew directly to Ling Yan. I can fly now, Yi Xingqian said proudly. At that moment, her beautiful eyes sparkled, and her body was enveloped in starlight. Her beauty was indescribable. Anyone who dared to call Yi Xingqian a witch now would be blind. Yes, you can fly now, and you won't be struck by lightning. Ling Yan was truly happy for Yi Xingqian, but he pretended to be annoyed and envious of her. It couldn't be helped. If he had broken through to Qi Cultivation Stage 4, who knew what kind of phenomenons would have been triggered? Now, Ming Lingyu, Bai Xianer, and Yi Xingqian could fly. Only he had to use the kinesis flight technique. How could he not be angry? Yi Xingqian couldn't help but giggle at Ling Yan's expression. At this point, the collective breakthrough that Ling Yan had been planning for a long time had been completed. It had completely exceeded his expectations. It couldn't be any more perfect. Originally, Ling Yan had planned to test Wang Chongxiao by pretending to be weak for a period of time after everyone had completed their breakthrough. However, after seeing that Wang Chongxiao was only shocked and dumbfounded during the 2-hour breakthrough process, he naturally didn't want to waste any more time. Ling Yun had reached the fifth minor realm of the third major realm of the stellar condensation technique, which was the invincible realm. Not only was his defense heaven-defying, but his physical strength had also doubled. He could defeat Wang Chongxiao with his bare hands. "Old Wang, come here. I'll teach you a set of fist techniques." Ling Yan called Wang Chongxiao over and imparted the Tiangang demon fist technique to him. Other than his natal flying sword, Wang Chongxiao obviously liked to fight with his fists. That was why it was appropriate for Ling Yan to teach him the Tiangang demon fist. At Wang Chongxiao's level, understanding a fist technique was actually just a matter of understanding the technique. He could do it in the blink of an eye. "Young master, this fist technique is heaven-defying. It can actually increase a person's strength by so much," Wang Chongxiao exclaimed excitedly. He waved his fists casually after learning it and immediately felt that it was extraordinary. He was no longer shocked. He was already numb from the shock. Even if Ling Yun told him to pluck the moon from the sky for him, he believed that Ling Yun could do it. "Make do with fighting tonight. I'll teach you the rest later," Ling Yun said with a smile. Since the final test for Wang Chongxiao had been completed, he would not be stingy. "This spatial ring is for you too." Ling Yun finally took out the spatial ring that Wang Chongxiao had been dreaming of and placed it in his hands. Wang Chongxiao's expression changed instantly. Without hesitation, he knelt on the ground with both knees. "Wang Chongxiao thanks young master for the elixir, the fist technique, and the spatial treasure. From today onwards, Wang Chongxiao is willing to serve young master wholeheartedly. If I have any rebellious thoughts, I'm willing to be struck by lightning." Wang Chongxiao said this not only because he was excited, but also because he finally understood that Ling Yun was testing him when he said that there would be a week period after the breakthrough. However, he was too focused on this shock and didn't have the time to think about anything else. That was why he passed the test in a daze. To a cultivator, such an oath was no different from the embrace of the blood clan. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to escape from the heavenly Tao. "Get up." Ling Yan casually pulled Wang Chongxiao up and nodded at him. At this moment, Ling Yan's communication device rang. He picked it up and saw that it was a message from Mo Wudao. F***CK, Big Brother Yun, are you guys done over there? Hurry up and come over. F***CK, the devil subduing conference has begun. I can't listen to those idiots at all. I can't take it anymore. Ling Yan's eyes turned cold and murderous after reading the message. "Humph, I want to see who is in such a hurry to report to Hell's Gate." Ling Yan snorted coldly. Then, with a thought, he stored all the things he had just taken out into the Taishi ring. With Mo Wudao's lazy personality, sending a message with F***CK and F***CK, his nose must be crooked from anger by now, otherwise, he wouldn't have reacted this way. After packing up everything, Ling Yan waved his hand and led everyone away from Mushroom Peak. They headed straight for the Wind Thunder Valley. That night, Ling Yan's group wasn't the only ones who achieved a terrifying breakthrough. The Ling family far away in Beijing, especially the direct descendants of the Ling family, also made use of the mid-autumn full moon to break through the important juncture of the stellar condensation technique. Correspondingly, the overall strength of the Ling family took another qualitative leap. At the peak of the Yunming Mountain in Beijing, a beautiful figure stood at the highest point of the mountain. She stared coldly at the pitch-black night sky. No one knew what she was thinking. It was Ning Lingyu. She had achieved a breakthrough at almost the same time as Ling Yun. She had also reached the third major realm of the stellar condensation technique and the fifth minor realm. At this moment, her divine sense covered an area of 6,000 meters. 81 golden lotuses floated around her. Purple immortal spiritual energy rose from beneath her feet. She didn't step on the mountain rocks. Instead, she floated 3 feet above the ground. She looked exactly like a fairy from the heavens. Read this chapter carefully. The Devil Subduing Conference has finally begun. Elder Bu's official WeChat account, Bujing3721, or search for Bujing directly. Please add me as a follower to discuss the plot. Thank you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. There were a total of 14 people in Ling Yun's group. Ling Yun, Yi Xingchen, Bai Xianer, and Wang Chongxiao could all fly. Together with the 5 Grand Dukes of the Blood Clan, they all transformed into one person. They carried Zhuang Meifeng and the other 5 people directly toward the Wind Thunder Valley. Mushroom Peak was less than 12 kilometers away from Wind Thunder Valley. In less than 2 minutes, they were 3 kilometers south of Wind Thunder Valley. Stop. When they arrived, Ling Yan asked everyone to stop and land on a steep mountain ridge. Xianxia, set up an illusory formation so that everyone can hide here. Xingchen and I will go closer to take a look. When the time comes, we might enter Wind Thunder Valley first. I have my own ways to tell you what to do next. Paul, Jester, Pierce, Els, the 4 of you don't need to hide here. Fly to the sky and guard the 4 directions of the Wind Thunder Valley. If you find anyone trying to escape, kill them all. Edward, Wang Chongxiao, block the entrance of Wind Thunder Valley. I'll settle the score with you if one escapes. Ling Yan made the arrangements quickly. They had too many people, and this team was too strong. If they entered Wind Thunder Valley together and killed 1 or 2 Divine Realm experts, those with lower realms would inevitably escape. It would be chaos then, and it would be impossible to kill all the enemies. The so-called righteous sects of the pugilistic world had specially prepared this Devil Annihilation Conference to kill Ling Yan and Yi Xingchen. Naturally, Ling Yan wanted to annihilate all his enemies in Wind Thunder Valley. Ling Yan wanted to finish it all in one go to save trouble in the future. It was impossible to kill them by mistake. Ling Yan had been in Beijing for more than a month, and he had led the Ling family to rise. His name had spread throughout the pugilistic world. If it wasn't a true enemy, no one would come to join in the fun. It was too dangerous. Rest assured, young master. Rest assured, boss. Wang Chongxiao and the 5 members of the Blood Clan left immediately after receiving the order. This mountain ridge was less than 3,000 meters away from the Wind Thunder Valley. It was neither near nor far. In front of him was the huge mountain ridge that formed the Wind Thunder Valley. The northern side of the mountain ridge was a cliff that was nearly 1,000 meters high. Even if Ling Yun was in the Wind Thunder Valley, he wouldn't be able to detect the situation here without using his divine sense to the maximum. In other words, as long as one's divine sense wasn't as strong as Ling Yun's, they wouldn't be able to discover that Xianxia and the others were hiding here. Even if a top master deliberately used his divine sense to search, Xianxia's illusory array could block it and ensure everyone's safety. This way, Ling Yun would naturally have nothing to worry about. As for the chaotic battle, all Ling Yun had to do was to fly above the Wind Thunder Valley and shout for them to go over. They could attack if they wanted to advance or retreat if they wanted to. After everything was arranged properly, Ling Yan gave a few more instructions to the group. Then, he and Yi Xingchen soared into the sky, reaching an altitude of 4,000 meters, overlooking the entire Wind Thunder Valley. With their eyesight and hearing, everything that happened in the Wind Thunder Valley was no different from what they had seen in front of them at this height. Ling Yan wanted to see with his own eyes what the people at the Demon Subduing Conference said about him and Yi Xingchen. Oh, so many people. It's no less than last night's auction. Ling Yan and Yi Xingchen hovered side by side in the sky. After glancing at the scene in the Wind Thunder Valley, Ling Yan transmitted his voice with a smile. But at least 200 familiar faces are missing. These 200 newcomers are the true protagonists of this Demon Subduing Conference. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but laugh after scanning the place with his divine sense. Last night, there were about 600 people at the auction in the Wind Thunder Valley. However, tonight, it was obvious that those who had specially rushed over for the auction had all left. However, the number of people here did not decrease. It was just that the number of people here had changed. They were all the sect leaders and patriarchs of the ancient martial arts sections. Surrounding these people were all people with high cultivation and powerful auras. They were the elders, protectors, and other elite figures of the various sections. Wow! There are actually more than 100 Divinity Realm experts. Looks like our enemies have turned out in full force for this Demon Subduing Conference. Although Ling Yan hadn't broken through to Qi Cultivation Stage 4, the range of his divine sense was now almost 4,000 meters. He used the light assimilation technique to scan the area and immediately sensed more than 100 powerful divine senses. Most of them were people who hadn't shown up last night. Without a doubt, these Divinity Realm experts were the main force to kill them tonight. After saying that, Ling Yan turned his head and smiled at Yi Xingchen. But they aren't the protagonists of this demon-subduing conference. The two of us are. And Xian Er too. Yi Xingchen glanced at Ling Yan with a smile. Then we're the real twin demons. Ling Yan was delighted. He immediately remembered how Yi Xingchen had called him a little demon when they first met. He nodded. That's right. I'm the demon master, you're the demoness, and I'm the fox demon. Tonight, 2 demons and 1 demon will wreak havoc in the Wind Thunder Valley. Seeing that Ling Yan didn't retort, Yi Xingchen couldn't help but feel happy. She blinked and asked, then how do we go down later? Do we just fly down like that? Let's wait and see. We definitely can't just fly down like that. If we do that, we'll scare away at least half the people once we show up. That'll be a waste of effort. Later, we'll circle to the entrance of the Wind Thunder Valley and walk in from there. More than 600 people had gathered in the Wind Thunder Valley. The righteous side of the martial world was strong and powerful, and their momentum was earth-shattering. This demon-subduing conference was led by Mount Longhu, Shaolin Temple, Kunlun Sword Sect, and 5 or 6 other top-notch sects in the pugilistic world, including the Kongtong Sect, Huashan Sword Sect, Tranquil Sect, Lu Family, and a dozen other pugilistic sects and ancient martial families. There were about 30 top-notch forces in total, and every force had sent out an average of 20 Xiantian realm experts. Among these 600 people, there were more than 120 divine realm experts, more than 3 times the number at last night's auction. There were also more than 200 late-stage Xiantian realm experts, and the remaining 200 were mostly in the mid-stage Xiantian realm. This was almost half of the ancient martial world in Huaxia. This was a grand scene that had not been seen in Huaxia's ancient martial world for many years. It could be said to be a gathering of the best, all for the sake of killing Ling Yan and Yi Xingchen. With so many people having to eat and travel, the demon-subduing conference only officially began at 9 o'clock at night. It wasn't time for Mo Wu Dao and Xiao Mimi to break through yet, so Ling Yan had arranged for them to stay here early in order to keep an eye on the enemy's movements and gather intelligence. But who knew that not long after the conference started, Mo Wu Dao's nose would go crooked from anger after hearing what the righteous sects had to say, especially Mount Longhu. The demon-subduing conference was held in the Wind Thunder Valley of Mount Longhu. Naturally, the host of the conference was someone from Mount Longhu. At this moment, an elder-level heavenly master from Mount Longhu, Zhang Junjing, was still standing on the stage and talking incessantly, denouncing Ling Yan and Yi Xingchen's crimes. Fellow martial artists, that evil spawn called Ling Yan has been holding the Devil's Underworld Essence Blade ever since he entered the martial world. Both the righteous and evil sects of the ancient martial world agree that the wielder of the Devil's Underworld Essence Blade is the current Devil Lord. During the battle at Dragon Gate Mountain, that evil spawn ignored our pleas and refused to hand over the Devil's Underworld Essence Blade. He actually single-handedly killed more than 30 experts from our 9 sects. Among them were 4 heavenly masters from our Mount Longhu. Other than that, the 2 perfected Ziyang and Ziyi from the Kunlun Sword Sect, the eldest disciple of the deity Sword Villa, Guoxiao Tian, Lu Suifeng from the Lu family, and so on and so forth. There are simply too many of them. The entire ancient martial world agrees that the eldest disciple of the deity Sword Villa, Guoxiao Tian, has spent his entire life exterminating demons and upholding justice. He has never killed a person unjustly. However, such a hero was actually smashed in the head by that evil spawn, Ling Yan. Lu Suifeng from the Lu family has been cultivating in the deity Sword Villa since he was young. For the devil-subduing conference, he only left the mountain twice. The first time was to tell that slut Qin Dongxue from the Qin family about the date of the devil-subduing conference, and she was humiliated by that evil spawn. The second time was to follow senior brother down the mountain to exterminate demons. In the end, he was punched in the face by that evil spawn, and he died from the pain. To think that our Mount Longhu has always upheld the responsibility of exterminating demons and upholding justice. That time, Taoist Master Tsong Song, Taoist Master Qin Feng, and the others followed my junior brother, Venerable Lai Hua, down the mountain in order to exterminate demons. Who knew that all 4 of them would be brutally murdered by Ling Yan? My junior brother, Venerable Lai Hua, is still unknown to this day. There's also the Shaolin Temple and the Kunlun Sword Sect. That evil spawn, Ling Yan, has already killed so many people at such a young age. His crimes are too heinous to be listed. At this point, Zhang Junjing raised his arms and shouted, "Everyone, tell me, how can we not get rid of such a demon? How can our Mount Longhu, Kunlun Sword Sect, Deity Sword Villa, and the rest not avenge such a great enmity? Should this little devil be killed or not?" Zhang Junjing's words were said with a strong sense of righteousness. Coupled with his sage-like demeanor, he acted as if he was filled with righteous indignation and grief. It immediately caused a tsunami of cheers from all around. "He should be killed. He should be killed. We must get rid of this demon. If Ling Yun isn't killed, there will be no peace in the pugilistic world." In an instant, the crowd was agitated. It was as if they were on steroids, and they were in a frenzy, swearing to kill Ling Yun. Mount Longhu sent Zhang Junjing out precisely for this effect. He was secretly pleased that he had achieved his goal. Then, he continued, "Other than Ling Yun, there's also that witch from the devil sect, Xianxia. We found out that the bloodbath 4 to 5 months ago was caused by this demoness from the devil sect. Everyone knows that the case from 18 years ago was about Ling Xiao from the Ling family in Beijing. He dared to commit a heinous crime by secretly having a child with the former witch from the devil sect, Yin Qingxian. He even wanted to hold a marriage to form a perfect union. Such an act that goes against the orthodox Tao will naturally not be tolerated by the orthodox Tao in the pugilistic world. Who would have thought that the evil Ling Xiao from the Ling family would actually go against his oath and repair his energy center? It's said that he has already reached the divine realm, and the former witch from the devil sect, Yin Qingxian, has also sent out a disciple that she personally trained, Yi Xingchen, to stir up trouble and seek revenge for what happened 18 years ago. Right now, many of the people standing here are those who did the deed back then. Everyone, do you think we should tolerate this? Should that witch from the devil sect, Yi Xingchen, be killed?" Zhang Junjing stood on the huge stone stage from last night's auction, raising his arms and shouting once again. "Should be killed. Should be killed. Exterminate the devil sect. Exterminate the witch." The case of the Ling family 18 years ago was obviously more agitated than Ling Yun. This was especially so when Zhang Junjing mentioned Ling Xiao and Yin Qingxian. At least half of the 600 people present were gritting their teeth in agitation. Everyone seemed to be on steroids as they raised their arms and cheered loudly. This was because the Ling family had truly risen. Ling Xiao had recovered his dantian and entered the divine realm, and the previous holy virgin of the devil sect, Yin Qingxian, had sent out her personal disciple to massacre more than 10 sects and families. The combination of the two made them feel a great sense of danger. How could Ling Xiao and Yin Qingxian not take revenge for such an irreconcilable blood feud? Absolutely not. It was also because of this strong sense of danger that so many people and forces gathered here at the same time to hold this devil-subduing conference. Every sect and force was worried that they would be destroyed by the Ling family and the devil sect. Everyone was in danger. If Ling Yun and Yi Xingchen showed up for this devil-subduing conference, then they would naturally kill them on the spot and nip the danger in the bud. If the two of them didn't show up, then after this devil-subduing conference, as long as Mount Longhu, Shaolin, and the other top forces raised their arms, they would be able to lead these people into the Ling family and slaughter the entire Ling family once more. The most hateful thing is, Zhang Junjing allowed the martial arts experts around him to vent their emotions. When the commotion died down, he raised his hand slightly to signal for everyone to be quiet. He then gritted his teeth and said, "That vile spawn Ling Yun is actually a descendant of the Ling family. He really is the vile spawn of Ling Xiao and Yin Qingxian 18 years ago. That vile spawn has already killed countless people and committed many evil deeds. Now that he knows his identity, he will definitely contact that demoness, Yi Xingchen, to destroy each of our sects one by one. According to the strength displayed by these two demons, which one of our sects can withstand a thunderous strike from these two demons? That's why we've delayed the devil-subduing conference to today so that everyone can clearly see the dangerous situation the entire pugilistic world is facing. That way, we can truly work together to get rid of these two demons, Ling Yun and Yi Xingchen, then slaughter our way into the capital and annihilate the Ling family. Finally, we'll attack the headquarters of the devil sect and kill Yin Qingxian. He would first kill Ling Yun and Yi Xingchen, then annihilate the Ling family. Finally, he would attack the devil sect's headquarters and kill Yin Qingxian. This is the main theme of this devil-subduing meet. I won't say anything else. After Zhang Junjing was done, he concluded, however, I, Zhang Junjing, would like to represent Mount Longhu to ask all of you, sect masters, elders, guardians, and heroes from all walks of life, after this devil-subduing conference, can we work together to eradicate the Ling clan and the devil sect? Kill Ling Yun. Kill the demoness Xianxia. Kill Ling Xiao. Kill the old demonessine Xianxia. Destroy the Ling family. Uphold justice in the martial world. The demon-slaying sect. Return peace and harmony to the Chinese Wulin. Zhang Junjing said that he didn't say much, but in fact, he had already said enough. He had already ignited the atmosphere of the entire venue and completely achieved his goal. Everyone, be quiet, be quiet. It's still early. Next, the host of the Shaolin Temple's Arhat Hall, Elder Jining, has something to say. His words may be even more important to everyone. As Zhang Junjing spoke, he bowed to the Shaolin Temple's seats below the stage, where a tall monk with white eyebrows and a white beard wearing a gilded kasaya was seated. Then, he flicked the horsetail whisk in his hand. Boundless Heavenly Venerate, I would like to invite the Shaolin Temple's Elder Jining to speak on stage. Ba. The old monk with white eyebrows and a white beard, who was also Elder Jining, chanted the name of Buddha first. Then, his tall figure fluttered and instantly appeared on the auction stage. He clasped his palms together and chanted the name of Buddha again as a form of greeting to everyone. Then, he said, just now, Celestial Master Zhang has already told us about the actions of those two evil creatures, Ling Yun and Yi Xingchen. However, these two evil creatures have committed far too many sins in this half a year, and Celestial Master Zhang has only mentioned a few of them. To think that our Shaolin Temple has always been in charge of the pugilistic world for thousands of years. Naturally, Shaolin Temple wouldn't sit idly by when such heinous sins are involved. However, this old monk doesn't intend to talk about these things on stage. As everyone knows, there is a saying in Xianxia that has been passed down for more than 2,000 years. The human emperor and earth emperor emerge from the clear water, and the world's tribulations depend on one person. As soon as Elder Jining said this, everyone below the stage held their breath. Everyone was extremely excited. This was because everyone knew that what Elder Jining was going to say next would definitely be related to the Emperor Brush and the Earth Emperor's book. Ba, a monk doesn't lie. Now, after many verifications, there are various indications that the Emperor Brush and the Earth Emperor's book have most likely been obtained by that evil creature, Ling Yun. Wow. As soon as this statement was made, the entire crowd was in an uproar. This was because the Emperor Brush and the Earth Emperor's book were too closely related. As long as one was in the pugilistic world, everyone would covet these two treasures, not to mention the others. Even Ling Yun didn't expect Elder Jining to announce this matter in front of more than 600 experts from 30 top forces. There are simply too many legends about the Emperor Brush and the Earth Emperor's book. I believe that everyone here should have some understanding of them, so I won't go into detail. That evil creature, Ling Yun, came from Qingshui and went to the crater. After he came out of the crater, he rose rapidly and killed countless people in the pugilistic world. This is an unforgivable crime. Last night, after meeting with the sect leaders of Dragon Tiger Mountain, Kunlun Sword Sect, and more than 30 orthodox sects, we discussed and analyzed this matter. If Ling Yun didn't have the help of the Emperor Brush and the Earth Emperor's book, he wouldn't have been able to reach his current realm. I'll be honest. Since there's a saying, the Emperor Brush and Earth Emperor's book naturally belong to the Tribulation Taker. However, no matter who the Tribulation Taker is, it can't be this evil creature who kills people like flies. Furthermore, even if we don't talk about the Emperor Brush and the Earth Emperor's book, everyone here already knows that Ling Yun doesn't only have the Shinnon Cauldron, but he also has the Devil's Underworld Essence Blade and a Buddhist treasure passed down by the almighty figures of the Buddhist sects. Due to the importance of this demon annihilation conference, I have no choice but to reveal a secret of our Buddhist almighty. Back then, in order to subdue a demon, an ancient almighty from our Buddhist almighty personally killed the previous person who wielded the Devil's Underworld Essence Blade. He was bathed in blood as he chased that demon for tens of thousands of miles, all the way to Qingshui City's Dragon Mountain. Then, both of them disappeared without a trace. Therefore, I and the others deduced that the Devil's Underworld Essence Blade, as well as the Shinnon Cauldron, were obtained by Ling Yun in the crater. How could the Devil's Underworld Essence Blade, the Taoist almighty treasure, and the devil's underworld essence blade fall into the hands of such a murderous demon. Therefore, after this demon annihilation conference, we should work together to kill this demon, Ling Yun, and restore peace to the martial world of Xianxia. After Elder Jining finished speaking, he didn't give any encouragement. He immediately chanted the name of Buddha and floated back to his original position. However, why would he need to encourage them? It was enough for him to reveal the whereabouts of the Emperor Brush and the Earth Emperor's book. Furthermore, it wasn't just these two treasures. There was also the Shinnon Cauldron, the Taoist Almighty, and the Ancient Almighty from the Buddhist Almighty. In addition to the spatial ring on Ling Yun's body, the 600 people present were already envious. Yes. The Emperor Brush and the Earth Emperor's book must not fall into the hands of Ling Yun. Kill Ling Yun, take back the Buddhist Almighty treasure, and destroy the Devil's Underworld Essence Blade. After tonight, issue the Pugilistic World's order to kill Ling Yun. If Longhu Mountain's celestial master Zhang Juanjing's words had ignited the atmosphere of the entire demon-subduing meat, then Shaolin Temple's master Jining's words had pushed the atmosphere to its peak, subdue demons? Only a lunatic would come out to cause trouble if there were no benefits. Who wouldn't want the treasures of the pugilistic world? Moreover, everyone in the pugilistic world knew that the Emperor Brush and the Earth Emperor's book represented great opportunities. Now that Master Jining had announced that these two treasures were in Ling Yun's hands, how could these people not go crazy? Damn, they even said this. The Shaolin Temple is really willing to pay. Up in the sky, Ling Yun's eyes flashed with murderous intent. The good impression he had of the Shaolin Temple because of Zen Master Jining's actions had disappeared without a trace. Jining is a little unkind. Ling Yun's divine sense swept across the Shaolin Temple's camp. He realized that Master Jining was also slightly shocked, as if he hadn't expected this. He couldn't help but feel a little helpless. Jining was the Shaolin Temple's world walker. After the battle at Dragon Gate Mountain, he would definitely report what he saw and thought to the Shaolin Temple truthfully. After complaining about Jining in his heart, Ling Yun immediately turned to Yi Xingchen and said, "Xingchen, the Long family is adding fuel to the fire in this demon annihilation conference again." Ling Yun naturally understood that Jining was only guessing that he might have the Emperor Brush and the Earth Emperor's book. Even if he reported it, it would only be a guess. However, the Long family really knew. This was because he had absorbed the imperial energy that had been accumulated for 600 years in the Forbidden Palace. Long Haren wasn't a fool. Based on Ling Yun's realm, it was impossible for him to absorb all the imperial energy in the Forbidden Palace. Long Haren was certain that Ling Yun had the Emperor Brush and the Earth Emperor's book on him. It was just that he hadn't used them yet. Damn, Long Haren is a sly old fox. He actually waited for me here. Ling Yun's eyes flashed as he instantly understood everything. He then cursed in a low voice. Now that the Emperor Brush and the Earth Emperor's book were in Ling Yun's body, one occupied the space between his eyebrows while the other occupied the magical energy center. Furthermore, they could already communicate with Ling Yun normally. Thus, Ling Yun was no longer afraid of letting the world know about this. Whoever had the ability could come and snatch it. Pfft. Yi Xingchen smiled sweetly and sent a telepathic message. You stole the Long family's imperial energy for 600 years. If the Long family didn't think of a way to deal with you, they wouldn't be the Long family. Ling Yun shrugged and said nonchalantly, if that's the case, we can only start a massacre tonight. Now that things had come to this, Ling Yun didn't need to think too much. It was obvious that both parties were like fire and water. It was already a life and death situation. They don't talk about the reason or the process. They just exaggerate the outcome and then seize the moral high ground. This is really what the orthodox sects are best at. Next, Ling Yun didn't need to observe anymore. He couldn't wait any longer. The two of them circled in the air and quickly arrived at the entrance of the Wind Thunder Valley. They landed on the ground. After landing, the two of them didn't fly anymore. Instead, they used their qinggong and rushed toward the demon-subduing conference. At the same time, Ling Yun let out a soft whistle. No need to trouble. Everyone to chase after me. The current Devil Master, Ling Yun, the Devil Sect's Holy Virgin, Yi Xingchen, is here. Mystical Dragon Hell, the twin devils were coming together. Elder Bu's official WeChat account, Bujing3721, or directly search for Bu Jing and add him to discuss the plot. Thank you, everyone, for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. Just now, after the Shaolin Temple's master Jining finished his speech, the sect master of the Kunlun Sword Sect, Li Jiangang, and the villa master of the deity Sword Villa, Xie Dongquan, both came to the stage. The two of them were echoing each other, talking about Ling Yun's bloodthirsty nature and heinous crimes. Suddenly, a soft howl tore through the night sky and reverberated in the ears of everyone in Thunderstorm Valley. Here it comes. Furthermore, Ling Yun and Yi Xingchen had actually come together. The expressions of more than 600 people changed when they heard that. They could not help but turn their heads in the direction of the entrance of Storm Valley at the same time. Swoosh, Ling Yun and Yi Xingchen's speed was practically faster than sound. In the blink of an eye, everyone only saw a blur before their eyes as two black shadows appeared in the center of the arena, surrounded by 600 people. Ling Yun and Yi Xingchen stood side by side, looking down on all the heroes of the world. Li Jiangang and Xie Dongquan were both stunned. He was completely dumbfounded, looking at the two figures beside them. The two of them thought to themselves, they really dare to come. How was this possible? There were more than 600 people from the pugilistic world, 30 sects, and more than 120 experts of the divine realm. Ling Yun and Yi Xingchen actually appeared? This time, Ling Yun didn't change his appearance, and Yi Xingchen didn't wear a mask either. Just like that, the two of them arrived at the Devil Subduing Conference and stood in front of more than 600 enemies. The two of you can continue. Yi Xingchen and I are both listening, Yi Xingchen said. Ling Yan said to Li Jiangang and Xie Dongquan with a smile. He had no intention of chasing them away. He and Yi Xingchen were very calm, but Li Jiangang and Xie Dongquan really couldn't keep their cool. Because the two of them weren't present, they could naturally say whatever they wanted and make up whatever they wanted. They could even make up nonsense and no one would care. But now, the main characters were here, and they were all here. Li Jiangang and Xie Dongquan's faces turned red. It was too embarrassing. They were in a dilemma and didn't know if they should attack or not. As a result, they were both at a loss for words. It wasn't just the two of them. Everyone around them felt the same way. They hadn't expected Ling Yun to appear, much less that he would appear at the same time as Yi Xingchen. Wasn't it the Devil Subduing Assembly? Weren't they supposed to vanquish demons? Ling Yun and Yi Xingchen were already guilty of the most heinous crimes. Their crimes were simply too numerous to be listed. They had already said everything that needed to be said. At this moment, both of them were here, standing right in the middle of 600 people. What was even more impressive was that they had no intention of explaining what these people had said. They didn't even try to refute it. In fact, they had even personally admitted to it when they arrived. One was the current Devil Lord, and the other was the Devil Sex Saintess. Therefore, everyone was stunned. Many of them even muttered in their hearts, why aren't these two playing by the rules? You heard what we said about you, but you're not refuting it. For a moment, the surroundings were completely silent. They looked at each other in dismay, not knowing what to do. This was especially true for Shaolin Temple's Zen Master Jiu Yuan and Wudong Mountain's Taoist priest Chong Su. At this moment, although the two of them were sitting in their own seats, they were not far from each other. They looked at each other in dismay, their eyes met, and they were secretly communicating. Awesome, right? Amazing. You dare to come here? And only two people? This kid is too arrogant. Sigh, Zen Master Jiu Yuan and Taoist priest Chong Su quickly exchanged a few words before sighing at the same time. They had all interacted with Ling Yun before and knew his temper. They knew that since the other party had really appeared, an earth-shattering battle was inevitable. What was awesome, what was imposing, what was disdain for the world? Ling Yun and Yi Xingchen were perfectly demonstrating at this moment. Ling Yun waited for a long time. Seeing that no one actually spoke, he was instantly elated. I am Ling Yun, the current Devil Lord that all of you have been talking about. Whoosh, with a single thought, the Devil's Blade appeared in Ling Yun's hands. He waved it in the air. This is the Devil's Blade. Once the black-red Devil's Blade appeared, it immediately released a boundless, chilly aura that forced the other two people in the arena to take 3 steps back. Whoosh, with another thought, Ling Yun also took out the Shinong Cauldron. With a loud bang, he threw it on the huge stone platform. This is the Shenong cauldron. At the same time, Ling Yun didn't forget to smile brightly at Wutang Mountain's Taoist priest Chong Su and Shaolin Temple's Zen master Jiu Yuan. After the battle at Dragon Gate Mountain, Ling Yun had promised them that they wanted to see the Shenong cauldron with their own eyes. However, after that night, the number one person in Huaxia announced that ancient martial arts cultivators were not allowed to enter Qingshui City. Naturally, they didn't disobey, so naturally, they didn't see it. Now that Ling Yun had taken out the Shenong cauldron the moment he saw them, he had fulfilled his promise. Naturally, he had to express his gratitude to them. This time, even though Wutang Mountain was here, they obviously didn't have any intention of killing Ling Yun. This made Ling Yun's impression of them improve greatly. After taking out the Devil's Blade and the Shenong cauldron, Ling Yun didn't stop there. Next, a string of Buddha beads appeared in his hand. It was the same string of Buddha beads that he used to imprison the drought demon. It was also one of the Buddhist treasures that Master Jining mentioned. Ling Yun pointed at Master Jining with his chin and laughed coldly. "Old bald donkey, this is the Buddhist treasure that you mentioned just now." Finally, Ling Yun raised his hand and pointed at the Taishu ring on his finger. "I still have many treasures here. They are all in this spatial ring. If you have the ability to kill me tonight, you can take all these treasures. Devil's Blade, Shenong cauldron, Buddha beads, spatial ring, all of them, absolutely refreshing and domineering. There's more." Ling Yun raised his hand and pointed to the side. "This is the devil sex demoness, Xianxia. I don't mind telling everyone that she is my wife. Yes, you don't have to be surprised. She is still a member of the Ling family and the devil sex Holy Virgin. We still have to be husband and wife. Today, the 30 over sex and the 600 of you can still stop me." The entire place was silent. Only the sound of heavy breathing could be heard, as well as various kinds of dumbfounded expressions. Some were shocked by Xianxia's goddess-like beauty. Some were shocked by the treasures that Ling Yun took out one after another. Some were shocked by the courage of the two, but most of them were shocked by Ling Yun's last words. Because these people were all participants in the case of the Ling family 18 years ago. They had all attacked the Ling family and forced Ling Xiao and Yin Qingxian. They were too similar. Ling Yun and Ling Xiao were very similar. Yi Xingqian and Yin Qingxian were very similar. At this moment, the two of them standing there made these people feel as though they had returned to that night 18 years ago. The only difference was that back then, they were the ones who were aggressive and domineering, forcing Ling Xiao and Yin Qingxian. But now, the two of them looked down on all the heroes in the world. They were calm and collected, talking and laughing as though they didn't care about these people at all. Ling Yun laughed in his heart. Since he wanted to take revenge for his parents, it was naturally the most satisfying way to do it. Whoosh! Ling Yun flew onto the stone platform and looked around with disdain. Just now, who was the one who said that he wanted to kill my father, my mother, exterminate my Ling family, and attack the devil sex headquarters? Just now, who was the one who said that I have the Emperor Brush, Earth Emperor's book, Shenong cauldron, and Buddhist treasures on me? Also, didn't you all say that you wanted to kill me and kill Yi Xingqian to defend the Tao? Now, Yi Xingqian and I are standing here. These things are also here. Come and take them." As he spoke, Ling Yan's gaze swept towards Zhang Junjing from Mount Longhu and Master Jining from Shaolin Temple's Arhat Hall with obvious disdain. Ba. Those words were spoken by this old monk. Master Jining stood motionless. His white brows and beard moved even though there was no wind. His gilded kasaya fluttered, releasing a powerful aura. That night, more than 30 top forces of the orthodox sects gathered here to kill Ling Yun and Yi Xingqian. Now that they had appeared, Master Jining naturally wouldn't back down. "TSK. Little vile spawn, how dare you appear here? Furthermore, you're still spouting such arrogant words at the brink of death. You really don't respect the entire pugilistic world." Zhang Junjing from Mount Longhu had also recovered from his shock. He immediately let out a roar. "That's right, I don't respect you all at all." Ling Yun laughed heartily. He raised his hand and pointed at Zhang Junjing. "You've said enough just now. Enough with the nonsense. Just tell me how you want to fight." Do you want to come at me all at once, or do you want to come at me one by one? I'll take it all on. He took the initiative to admit that he was a devil and even took out the treasures that everyone here dreamed of. Then, he asked how they wanted to fight. From the beginning to the end, Ling Yan didn't say a single word of nonsense. This was because Ling Yan knew that reasoning with these people was like playing the lute to a cow. They were all enemies, so he just had to kill them. Reasoning with them was purely a waste of time and meaningless. Immeasurable heavenly venerate. Zhang Junjing was almost choked to death by Ling Yan's words. He was so angry that he roared, "There's no need to come at me all at once to kill you. I, the Celestial Master, will let you know the power of my Mount Longhu." With that, he put his index and middle fingers together and made a sword gesture. The Celestial Master's sword on his back was unsheathed. Whoosh! The Celestial Master's sword flew across the sky. The tip of the sword was pointed at Ling Yun. Boundless sword aura instantly enveloped Ling Yun. With a swoosh, it flashed like lightning and went straight for Ling Yun's head. Stop wasting time. I've wanted to kill you for a long time. What nonsense are you spouting? Ling Yun sneered. As he spoke, he suddenly raised his hand and caught the tip of the Celestial Master's sword with his bare hand. Then, he grabbed it. The Celestial Master's sword in Ling Yun's hand made a clanging sound, but it was no longer able to move. The stellar condensation technique was unharmed. Anyone weaker than Ling Yun would be rendered useless by any weapon. Keep. This was a good sword. Ling Yun couldn't bear to destroy it. After grabbing it, he directly put it into the Taishi ring. It was gone. The next moment, Ling Yun's figure flashed and directly teleported in front of Zhang Junjing. Not good. The Celestial Masters of Mount Longhu saw that things were not going well and immediately made their moves to stop Ling Yun. Who knew that Ling Yun's movement technique was too fast? He grabbed Zhang Junjing and leaped back as if he had teleported. You talk too much, so you'll be the first to die. Ling Yun roared. He grabbed Zhang Junjing with one hand and formed a fist with the other. The Tiangang Demon Fist was aimed at Zhang Junjing's head. Bam! Zhang Junjing's head exploded. With just one punch, Ling Yun smashed the head of a Celestial Master of Mount Longhu's Celestial Master abode. Elder Bu's official WeChat account, Bujing3721, or directly search for Bujing. Please add me as a follower to discuss the plot. Thank you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. Once Ling Yun made a move, he killed. Ah! Countless screams rang out in the Wind Thunder Valley. Most of them were female cultivators. Even though they had reached the Xiantian realm, they hadn't experienced much actual combat and had never killed anyone before. Many of them hadn't even seen someone kill before, such as the Li generation disciples from the Tranquil sect. It was too tragic. Zhang Junjing, who had been impassioned just a moment ago, had his head blown up in the blink of an eye. Moreover, Ling Yun didn't let go immediately after killing him. The headless corpse struggled violently in his hand for a while before it gradually stopped moving. Bam! Ling Yun casually threw Zhang Junjing's corpse on the ground. His face was full of disdain as he said coldly, "You want me to witness the power of Mount Longhu? What a joke." Ling Yun had no hesitation in killing Zhang Junjing because he had already found out from Xianxia that this person was one of the people from Mount Longhu who had attacked the Ling family back then. He was his irreconcilable enemy. It was also because of this that Zhang Junjing was the happiest. He strongly encouraged everyone to work together and attack the Ling family again. 18 years ago, Mount Longhu was the main force in the attack on the Ling family. Now, this devil-subduing conference was led by Mount Longhu. Ling Yun and Mount Longhu were already irreconcilable enemies. If he didn't kill him, who else would he kill? Therefore, Ling Yun chose to start with Mount Longhu. Didn't you say that I'm bloodthirsty and a devil? You don't have to waste your time to prove it. I'll prove it to you myself. As Ling Yun spoke, he looked at Li Jiangang and Xia Dongquan, who were already dumbfounded. He smiled and said to them, "So, are you guys still standing here? Do you want to fight me directly or go down and rest for a while?" After Li Jiangang and Xia Dongquan heard that, they turned around and flew back to their own camp. Too terrifying, the two of them were already overwhelmed with shock. They really didn't know what to do with a person who was too lazy to talk and only used his fists to solve problems. They could only temporarily avoid Ling Yun's attack. One had to know that the head of the Kunlun sword sect, Li Jiangang, was only at the early stage of the divine power realm. As for the head of the deity sword mountain villa, Xie Dongquan, he was only at the pinnacle of the divine power realm. They felt that even if the two of them attacked together, they wouldn't be able to last more than 2 moves against Ling Yun. That was because both of them, as well as most of the people present, knew that Zhang Junjing, the celestial master of Longhu Mountain, was a mid-stage divine power realm expert. If he was killed by Ling Yun in 1 move, then how strong was Ling Yun? After seeing Ling Yun kill Zhang Junjing with 1 punch, everyone was stunned. Many people couldn't believe it, and many people began to retreat quietly, afraid of being targeted by Ling Yun. Ling Yun only used 1 punch to shock everyone. The deployment that Ling Yun made before the battle was obviously wise. This was because he understood human nature well enough. If a person had never seen death or experienced a life and death crisis, it would be easy for their blood to boil and they would be easily encouraged by others. However, if he had seen death with his own eyes and was faced with the horror of life and death, it would be a different matter for him to think in his heart. Because too many people retreated, the originally impenetrable area instantly became empty. Seeing this, Ling Yun couldn't help but sneer. "Why, you all looked like you were on steroids and wouldn't stop until I killed you. I've only killed 1, and you're already scared out of your wits." Ling Yun scanned the crowd and said disdainfully, "I'll tell you the truth. I've already set up an inescapable trap around Wind Thunder Valley. Whoever escapes first will die faster." He raised his hand, starting from Longhu Mountain, followed by Shaolin Temple, Kunlun Sword Sect, Kongtong Sect, Huashan Sword Sect, Amei Sect. "I, Ling Yun, am here tonight to avenge my Ling family, to avenge my parents. All of you who attacked my Ling family back then, don't even think of leaving Wind Thunder Valley alive. Who else wants to kill me and Yi Xingchen? Come at us." Ling Yun decided to make things clear. Many of the lower-leveled cultivators in Wind Thunder Valley inhaled sharply. At the same time, they couldn't help but look at Shaolin Temple and Longhu Mountain to see how they would react. Everyone knew that Shaolin Temple's Master Jining and Longhu Mountain's Celestial Master Lai Long were both experts at the pinnacle of Level 6 Divine Realm. In terms of martial arts and realms, these two were the highest in the martial world. Ba! What a vile spawn. Shaolin Temple's Master Jining's divine consciousness enveloped the entire area. Seeing that many people were already afraid and starting to shy away from battle, he knew that he had to step up now. Otherwise, this devil-subduing conference would become Ling Yun's slaughterhouse. Where are the Shaolin disciples? Swoosh 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 swoosh. As soon as Reverend Jining finished speaking, a dozen or so Shaolin disciples jumped out from behind him. There were 18 of them in total. Each one of them was tall and sturdy, with an imposing manner. All of them held copper rods in their hands and wore monk robes with slanted shoulders. The lower half of their bodies was short, revealing their bare chests and exposed backs. Master Jining was in charge of the Shaolin Temple's Arhat Hall, and he'd brought the 18 Arhats to this devil-subduing conference. These 18 Arhats were often referred to as the 18 Bronze Men of the Shaolin Temple. Every one of them was at the pinnacle of Level 4 Divine Realm or above, and they were the Shaolin Temple's elite fighters. Arhats of Shaolin, listen up. Form the 18 Arhats formation and capture this demon. Yes. The 18 Arhats of the Shaolin Temple shouted in unison and leaped forward, surrounding Ling Yun and Yi Xingchen at the same time. Once the formation was complete and the 18 Arhats of Shaolin surrounded Ling Yun and Yi Xingchen, Master Jining floated into the formation and faced Ling Yun. Ba! Good and evil cannot coexist. Today, the Shaolin Temple will exterminate the demon and defend the righteous. Evil spawn, don't blame us for bullying you with numbers. Ling Yun laughed coldly. He let them form the formation as he looked at Master Jining as if he was looking at a dead man. Old bald donkey, you don't have to be so dignified. My grandfather once told me that you were one of the people who attacked the Ling family. It was you, Mount Longhu's spiritual master Lai Long, and the leaders of the other 4 sects who ganged up on my mother. That's why she couldn't deal with the others, isn't it? So what if it is? Everyone has the right to punish the witch of the devil sect. Master Jining's old face reddened slightly, but he still tried to argue. Ling Yun nodded. Very good. Then why are you still here today talking about bullying me with numbers? Aren't you the best at bullying others with numbers? You can very well call that evil Taoist, Lai Long, and the leaders of the other 4 sects over now. Let's fight again. Let's see who wins this time. Based on the terrifying aura emanating from Master Jining, Ling Yan could tell that he was one of the strongest cultivators present at the Devil Subduing Conference. He might even be at the pinnacle of 6th level divine power, and there were no less than 10 of them present. As long as he killed Master Jining and Spiritual Master Lai Long, Ling Yan could call Bai Xianer and the rest over for a melee. Ba, the Shaolin Temple alone is enough to subdue the 2 of you. We don't need anyone else's help. After saying that, Grandmaster Jining scanned the surroundings. Disciples, listen up. We don't need to follow the rules of the Jianghu to deal with these 2 demons. Take the pills immediately, use the Strength Vajra talisman, and help me capture these 2 demons. Swoosh, 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 the 18 Shaolin Arhats raised their hands at the same time and swallowed a Grand Restore pill. Then, they each took out a talisman and used it on themselves. In the blink of an eye, the aura from the 18 disciples grew even stronger. With the help of the Grand Restore pill, each of them leveled up to the pinnacle of divine power realm. With the help of the strength talismans, their bodies glowed faintly, as if they had become real Vajra Arhats. Xingchen, you deal with these Shaolin Arhats first. I'll kill this old bald donkey first, then we'll destroy them together. Without batting an eyelid, Ling Yan put away the string of Buddha beads. This time, other than the string of Buddha beads and the mysterious gourd that contained the dragon's saliva, Ling Yan had passed the rest of the Buddhist items to Qing Yao in advance for safekeeping. This was to prevent him from killing the Buddhists if he had the Bodhi seed on him. Ling Yan didn't let Bai Xianer come first because she had been affected by the surging Buddhist power in the crater. He was afraid that something would happen to her if she came. Just kill the bald donkey, don't worry about anything else. Yi Xingchen smiled proudly to reassure Ling Yan. Do it. Suddenly, Ling Yan roared and burned 100 drops of divine energy. The devil's blade in his hand was instantly filled with pure yang qi. The devil's blade was burning with raging flames, and countless golden and silver electric snakes were entwined around it, fiery lightning blade. It was too cool. Furthermore, the dragon's soul sealed in the devil's blade had been revived during the Battle of Yunming Mountain. Ling Yan was now connected to the devil's blade, and he could feel the faint roar of the devil's blade. It seemed like it couldn't wait to fight. Kill. Ling Yan flew up and pounced on Master Jining, using the Celestial Destroyer technique, Furious Execution. Invincible Vajra. Master Jining didn't dare to be careless after witnessing such a terrifying phenomenon. He released his true qi immediately. In an instant, his entire body was enveloped in a golden glow. Buddhist power surged. This was one of the strongest techniques of the Shaolin Temple, Invincible Vajra. Do it. Master Jining didn't forget to order the 18 Shaolin Arhats to attack Yi Xingchen. An earth-shattering battle broke out in an instant. Boom. Ling Yan's first strike landed squarely on Master Jining's protective golden light. Terrifying killing intent and surging Buddhist power exploded, sending sand and pebbles flying. Those with lower cultivation bases in the vicinity were thrown off their feet. In one exchange, Master Jining was knocked back 3 steps by the huge impact from the Ling Yan saber. Ba. Master. Jining's lips quivered. He was chanting the Vajra mantra to strengthen himself. Ling Yan's heart trembled. His arm was numb from Master Jining's Invincible Vajra technique, and his body flew backward. Invincible Vajra? This old bald donkey does have some skills. Old Boo's official WeChat account, Boojing3721, or search for Boojing directly. Please add me as a follower to discuss the plot. Thank you, everyone, for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. With Ling Yan's experience, he could tell that the invincible body of the Vajra body was much more powerful than the Golden Bell shield. Because of the Buddhist incantation, the protective golden light was made up of the purest Buddhist power. It could be said to be impervious to all evils. This old monk's defense should be about the same as mine and Xing Chen's invulnerable realm. Both of our defenses should be about the same. Ling Yan immediately made a judgment. Without hesitation, he withdrew the pure yang energy and the power of thunder and lightning. He stopped using the demonic fire thunder blade. The demonic fire thunder blade was a pure yang energy. It would definitely be useful against the Yamada no Orochi, but against Master Jining, it would be of little use other than giving him energy. It was cool to use the demonic fire thunder blade, but it wasn't important in a life-and-death battle. What was important was who won and who lost. Ling Yin knew this better than anyone else. Moreover, Ling Yin had tested Master Jining's ability with one strike. He was definitely stronger than Wang Chongxiao. Ling Yin withdrew the pure yang energy and the power of thunder and lightning and injected purine energy into the blade. The devil's blade glowed red, and the murderous aura surged. "Old monk, you're indeed skilled. Try taking a few more strikes from me." Ling Yin roared again. His figure rushed into the sky again. This time, he didn't change his blade technique. He was still using Raging Heaven Executioner. Because the purine energy was injected into the blade, the devil's blade's energy became incomparably cold. When the energy exploded, everything it enveloped turned into ice. This was the devil's blade. If it were any other blade, it would have been destroyed by Ling Yun's cold and hot attacks. Boom! Master Jining raised his fist to block. His fist flashed with golden light as it met Ling Yun's blade head-on. However, just because Master Jining was fine didn't mean that others were unscathed. Ling Yun's blade was too terrifying. A single strike formed a black-red screen. Behind Master Jining, the rocky ground behind him was slashed by the terrifying blade, and cracks that were tens of meters long appeared. Soil and rocks flew to both sides, injuring many experts who weren't even at the advanced Xiantian realm. The power of one strike was actually this strong. Seeing such a terrifying scene, the surrounding people immediately retreated and scattered in all directions, trying to avoid Ling Yun's saber energy. This time, neither Ling Yun nor Master Jining retreated. After exchanging blows, Ling Yun brandished his blade repeatedly while Master Jining relied on his invincible Vajra body to fight Ling Yun. Furious execution. Heaven and earth severing blade. Reverse triple wave. Splitting Mount Hua. Total annihilation. Ling Yun's blade came one after the other, clashing head-on with Master Jining. Against the invincible Vajra body, he had no other choice but to use his strength to continuously exhaust his opponent's Buddhist power and break through Master Jining's defenses. But Master Jining wasn't flustered. Because his invincible Vajra body could block Ling Yun's blade, he didn't need to dodge. He also used his fists to wear down Ling Yun's strength. "Old bald donkey, are you trying to stall for time with me?" After a dozen slashes, Ling Yun immediately saw through Master Jining's intentions. He understood that the other party was still bullying him with numbers and was fighting a war of attrition. Shwa shwa shwa, a shocking scene appeared. Ling Yun actually took out the green shadow flying sword, the yin-yang astral sword, and the man ruler seal. Kill, tsk 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 tsk, the green shadow flying sword expanded in the wind. In the blink of an eye, it became 3 feet long. Together with the yin-yang astral sword, the two flying swords circled around Master Jining's body, shuttling back and forth like lightning. The angles they stabbed were tricky and strange, and they would find any gaps in Master Jining's defense. At the same time, under the control of Ling Yun's divine will, the man ruler seal became 10 feet wide and 5,000 kilograms in weight. It rose and fell in the air. As long as Master Jining's fist knocked Ling Yun away, the man ruler seal would immediately come crashing down. "Oh my god, he can actually multitask!" Someone exclaimed because it was too shocking. The green shadow flying sword and the yin-yang astral sword had completely different trajectories. Every time they stabbed at Master Jining's body, the man ruler seal also came and went in the air, coordinating seamlessly with Ling Yun's blade techniques. This made Master Jining a little flustered. Not only did he have to block Ling Yun's demonic blade, but he also had to focus on blocking Ling Yun's 2 flying swords and evade the man ruler seal, especially the man ruler seal, which was completely used by Ling Yun as a 5,000 kilogram boulder. It was responsible for smashing people. Master Jining couldn't dodge it, and he couldn't smash it either. He could only deal with it. Master Jining could no longer maintain his composure. Even though he wasn't holding them in his hands, the attack power of Ling Yun's 2 flying swords wasn't any weaker than Ling Yun's devil's blade. In fact, it was even stronger. One had to know that Ling Yun had burned 100 drops of divine energy. His divine sense was extremely strong. Moreover, the flying swords were a stab, so the power was concentrated at one point. The demonic blade was only a slash, so the power was naturally dispersed. In the blink of an eye, Master Jining seemed to be fighting against 4 Ling Yuns. He was in a terrible fix, and even his chanting of the Vajra curse slowed down. The golden light protecting his body was weakening. Tisk, tisk, the green shadow flying sword and the yin-yang astral energy sword finally started working after dozens of stabs. They actually pierced through the golden light protecting Master Jining's body several times. However, they were like an arrow at the end of its flight after piercing through, unable to harm Master Jining's body. While Ling Yun was fighting, Xianxia's side was naturally the same, boom, 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 boom. The scene on the other side was completely different. There was a total of 19 people fighting, and the momentum was too great. Just from the battle scene alone, it completely overshadowed the battle between Ling Yun and Master Jining. Right now, Xianxia wasn't using a demonic technique at all. Instead, she was using the Void Star Attractor martial arts from the get-go. Now that she had mastered the Dragonfish Phantom ability, she could already use shifting shadows. She appeared and disappeared like a ghost amidst the 18 Arhat staff shadows, shuttling back and forth like lightning. The 18 of them couldn't even touch the corner of her skirt. Falling moon, sinking stars. The technique that Xianxia used was an extremely powerful combat technique in the Void Star Attraction art. She didn't use weapons, but stars, 18 stars flew out from Xianxia's sea of consciousness between her eyebrows and instantly grew in size. Each star grew to a meter in diameter, looking like a miniature planet. They were all sparkling and had real weight, each weighing more than a ton, the peak of Qi Cultivation Stage 4, with a divine sense of 6,000 meters. Xianxia used her divine sense to control these little stars, making them spin rapidly and smash them continuously at the 18 Arhats. Xianxia grew more and more delighted as the battle went on. She had long discovered the beauty of the Void Star Attraction art. Under the control of her divine sense, the stars she released all had real weight. Moreover, because of their rapid rotation, they also had a strong gravitational pull. Of course, the rotating stars had gravitational pull. Not only did they attract each other, but they also caused the opponents to lose their balance. Every one of them couldn't stand steadily, and their attacks were naturally very awkward. Not only did they lack strength, but they also lacked accuracy. Frankly speaking, the gravitational pull of these rotating stars wasn't that strong, but it was enough to make their attacks unstable and fluid. This greatly reduced the effectiveness of the formation's joint attack. The 18 Arhats were too shocked to see the rapidly spinning stars around them. Because they really didn't know what technique this was, they could only swing their staffs and smash them. Boom 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 boom, explosions rang out one after another. Each Shaolin Arhat could shatter the stars, but for each one they shattered, Xianxia would immediately release 2 more. She didn't care at all. In any case, there were plenty of them in her mystical sea of consciousness. Not just plenty, but countless of them. How many stars were there in a galaxy? Could she even count them all? Xianxia sensed the wonders of the Void Star Attraction art. She wasn't even in a hurry to kill. Instead, she was training her troops, using the 18 Shaolin Arhats to familiarize herself with her technique. Heavens, that's not the release of true Qi. How is that possible? A Divine Realm expert immediately saw through the trick and knew that the stars Xianxia used had nothing to do with the true Qi in her body. Of course, it was related. These stars were formed from the power of the stars that Xianxia had absorbed. It wasn't true Qi, but the power of the stars. That was why she could use Void Star Attraction art to transform them into stars with weight. Those things definitely aren't formed from her true Qi. What are they? This technique is too heaven-defying. Numbers won't help at all. Boom, Xianxia waited until she was thoroughly familiar with the mysteries of Moonfall Star Sync before she stopped fooling around and made her move. Abruptly, the vortex of stars in Xianxia's dantian rushed out of her body once more and rapidly expanded, enveloping all 18 Arhats within, spinning. Spinning. And still spinning. At this moment, the 18 stars were spinning rapidly, and so was the vortex of stars. Soon, the two merged perfectly, complementing each other, and the speed and weight of the 18 stars skyrocketed once more. The 18 Arhats were dumbfounded. They couldn't find where Xianxia was anymore. They were facing a true miniature version of the vortex of stars, and it was as if they were in the middle of a giant galaxy. They were dazzled and dizzy from the spinning. This was because the evolution of the vortex of stars was too realistic, as if it had existed since time immemorial. Anyone who stood within it would feel a sense of insignificance and fear, as if they were facing an entire galaxy, leaving them in complete despair. Hee. What's the use of having more people? Kill. Xianxia's spirits were lifted as she finally began to kill. She raised a hand and pointed, and another star flew out from between her brows. It instantly enlarged and spun rapidly, blasting straight at the nearest Arhat. Bam! The star slammed into the Arhat and sent him flying. Bam 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 bam. Once Xianxia succeeded, she couldn't stop anymore. Dozens of stars flew out from the vortex of stars from time to time, smashing the Shaolin Arhats everywhere. Hee, this is so fun. Xianxia's childishness increased greatly. She didn't even need to move now. She giggled as she looked at the scattered Shaolin Arhats and couldn't help but want to clap her hands. Xianxia was smiling, but it was a cold smile. With a thought, two weapons shaped like full moons finally flew out from the universe ring. They shone brightly and chillingly, as if the sun and moon had appeared in the vortex of stars. Heavenly Demon / Old Boo, or directly search for Boo Xing. Please add me as a follower to discuss the plot. Thank you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. Bookmark for easier reading. Now, Xianxia's Sky Demon / was no longer tied to the Sky Demon belt. Now that she had reached the Qi cultivation realm, her Sky Demon / was like Ling Yan's flying sword, and could be directly controlled by divine sense to attack. Another reason was that she couldn't carry the Sky Demon / with both hands, which was why she tied it to the Sky Demon belt. It was convenient for both carrying and attacking. But now that she had a spatial ring, the space was so large that she could just toss the Sky Demon / into it and be done with it. Now that the Sky Demon / was hovering in the air and spinning rapidly, Xianxia activated it without hesitation and slashed at the two Shaolin Arhats closest to her. The speed was too fast. The two Shaolin Arhats were already dizzy from the constant collision of the small planets. Moreover, they were also affected by the great terror of the vortex of stars. They were completely dazzled, as if they were drunk, unable to find their bearings. Hiss. The Sky Demon / hit their targets in an instant, the sharp blades slashing across their backs and drawing two deep and long bloody grooves. In truth, with Xianxia's current strength, she wouldn't even need to use Void Star Attractor in a one-on-one fight. She could easily crush a peak Divine Ability Realm cultivator with her demonic skills alone. Those Shaolin Arhats were no match for her in the first place. Moreover, they were already dizzy from the vortex's spinning and had lost their momentum and edge. The true chi in their bodies was greatly weakened, and so was their defense. When the sharp circular blade spun rapidly, its lethality would increase exponentially. With two muffled groans of pain, the two Shaolin Arhats were bleeding profusely from their backs. They were both injured. Hiss. Xianxia giggled and used her will to activate the Sky Demon /. It spun rapidly and slashed continuously at the enemies, injuring another 5 Shaolin Arhats in the blink of an eye. One of them even had his neck slashed by a sharp blade. Blood sprayed everywhere as his head was almost cut off. Abandon the formation and group up. On the other side, Master Jining didn't forget to warn the 18 Arhats when he saw them about to lose. Master Jining was extremely anxious. Never in his wildest dreams would he have imagined that the devil sect which he spoke of would use a cultivation method that was not the demonic cultivation method they were familiar with, but an unknown cultivation method that was even more terrifying than demonic cultivation methods. Void Star Attraction Art. What kind of cultivation technique was that? Without a doubt, this was a true spatial technique. The Sea of Consciousness and Dantian transformed into a galaxy and evolved into a galaxy whirlpool. The divine essence transformed into countless stars and used stars to fight. This was, of course, the most terrifying spatial cultivation technique. This reminder had a great effect, instantly waking up those Shaolin Arhats. They all abandoned the formation and left their positions, gathering at the center of the vortex of stars. Then, facing the periphery, they formed a large circle. Each of them raised the sticks in their hands and carefully defended themselves. Dang dang dang. When Xianxia activated the double slash of the Sky Demon and slashed at the 18 Arhats again, they no longer needed to defend their backs. They only needed to focus on what was in front of them. Therefore, every time they saw the double slash of the sky demon flying over, they would immediately swing their staves and smash the double slash of the sky demon away. It worked. This old bald donkey is so annoying. Xianxia was momentarily at a loss for what to do. She began to swim in the direction of her vortex of stars, and then her beautiful eyes began to sparkle again. This was because she had discovered yet another terrifying secret of the void star attractor. The rapid rotation of the vortex doubled the speed of her movement, which was already equivalent to teleportation. Boom, 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 the sound of explosions rang out continuously. Xianxia's speed broke the sound barrier. Xianxia seemed to have never moved from her original spot, but she had already lost count of how many times she had spun in the vortex of stars. This scene was too shocking. Wow, this is so fun. Xianxia was like a child who kept discovering wonderful new toys. Her childlike innocence was on full display. She actually forgot to fight and flew in the vortex of stars. This was the light body cultivation technique of the void star attractor, meteor chasing moon steps. Don't just focus on playing. If you keep playing, you'll lose all your hair. Ling Yun, on the other hand, was fighting with ease. He saw that Xianxia had discovered the various mysteries of the void star attractor and was playing endlessly. While he marveled at Xianxia's comprehension, he didn't forget to tease her with a smile. Actually, what Ling Yun said made sense. Xianxia looked like she hadn't moved from her original spot, but her speed was so fast that countless strands of hair behind her became straight lines. None of your business. Xianxia glared at Ling Yun and couldn't be bothered with him. These two still had the time to flirt in the face of a strong enemy. In the eyes of their opponents and enemies, they simply wanted to cry but had no tears. They cursed in their hearts. Were they here to fight? This was clearly a public display of affection, alright? Don't worry, hubby will teach you a trick to deal with this kind of group. Make a big one, aim it at one spot, and blast it to death. Why didn't you say so earlier? Xianxia was delighted. She first pouted coquettishly before activating her divine sense. The vortex of stars once again underwent a terrifying change. Those rapidly spinning small planets began to collide with each other. When they collided, they would merge into one spot. Naturally, their volume and weight would multiply. This immediately attracted other small planets to collide with them. 18, 9, 3, finally, the 18 small planets actually merged into 3 large planets with a diameter of 3 meters. They were still spinning rapidly, but there was no longer any order to them. They flew around randomly like headless flies. This is too big, it's not easy to control. Xianxia was also a little dumbfounded. She felt that it was extremely taxing to control these 3 large planets. Ling Yun was speechless. He thought to himself that a clever person could be muddle-headed at times. He laughed and said, "So stupid, I only asked you to make one. Who told you to make 3 at once? There's no need to control it, just smash it at the group." Understood, Ling Yun, who are you calling stupid? Do you believe that I'll smash you with a planet? The two of them were still flirting, but Xianxia's words didn't affect the fight. She temporarily gave up on the 2 large stars and activated 1 large star with all her might, smashing it mercilessly at the group of 18 Arhats. Alright, a small planet weighed more than 2,000 kilograms. 6 of them combined into one, each of them weighed more than 5,000 kilograms. Moreover, they had the force of rapid rotation. Not good. The 6 Shaolin Arhats' expressions changed when they saw the large planet flying towards them. They immediately raised their rods and swung them at the large planet, attempting to smash it apart. The 6 copper rods smashed the large planet at the same time. However, they couldn't smash the large planet away. Instead, all 6 copper rods smashed into the interior of the large planet. Boom! The planet formed from the power of the stars couldn't be condensed and instantly exploded. The large planet actually exploded directly above the heads of the 6 Shaolin Arhats. Oh my god, that's right, a planet exploding. Xianxia was stunned. Her small mouth was agape as she looked at this horrifying scene in shock. TSK. After the planet exploded, more than half of the fragments formed from the power of the stars shot at the 18 Shaolin Arhats, scattering them. Kill. Xianxia was shocked, but she didn't forget that this was a fight. Without hesitation, she activated the double slash of the sky demon and slashed at the two fallen arhats. The two had just been injured, and this time, they were affected again. Just as they were about to fall, the double slash of the sky demon arrived. TSK. Lightning flashed, and the two Shaolin arhats were decapitated. Not good. On the other side, Master Jining, who was bitterly defending against Ling Yan's attacks, almost felt his guts explode. He took the opportunity to swallow 3 great recovery pills in succession. The attacks of 4 Ling Yuns weren't that easy to defend against. In fact, if Ling Yun hadn't pursued a quick end to the battle, he could have used the Devil's Blade to hack at Master Jining 500 times to break his diamond protection technique. Just now, he had gone all out and used all the Dharma treasures he could control, forcing Master Jining into a corner and nearly injuring him several times. Moreover, Master Jining's Buddhist powers had already been depleted by more than half. Once his true chi was depleted at the peak of divine power realm, he would have to eat at least 6 great recovery pills in a row. Master Jining ate 3 great recovery pills in one go. His Buddha power surged once more and spread throughout his body. He was even more vigorous than before. He was doing this to save people. The disciples of the Shaolin Temple's 18 arhats were the best fighters in the Shaolin Temple. His heart ached even if one of them was injured, let alone 2. Master Jining didn't have to worry about Ling Yun's 2 flying swords for the time being after swallowing the pills. He switched from defense to offense, throwing more than 10 punches to force Ling Yun back. Then, he opened his mouth and aimed at Xianxia's stellar whirlpool. Roar! It was deafening. This was the second supreme technique of the Buddhist sects, the Buddhist lion roar. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the stellar whirlpool outside Xianxia's body was shattered by the roar. It no longer looked like a galaxy. Old bald donkey, you're courting death. Xianxia's beautiful eyes widened in anger. She immediately activated her divine sense, trying to reform the stellar whirlpool. Demon woman, how arrogant. With me here, how can I allow you to stir up trouble and wantonly kill my Buddhist disciples? Master Jining roared. He was too imposing at this moment. Buddha's radiance. The third supreme technique of the Buddhist sects. Buddha's radiance, terrifying Buddhist power emanated from Master Jining's body. Rays of golden light rippled out and enveloped Xianxia in the blink of an eye, suppressing her divine sense so that she could no longer use the void star attractor. This was the power of Buddhism against the power of the stellar whirlpool. Ling Yun, can you do it or not? How did you do it? Xianxia stomped her feet in anger and glared at Ling Yun. Yes, of course I can. Ling Yun's handsome face turned red. He didn't expect Master Jining to have a trump card that he hadn't used. Could a man say no? F***ck, that was definitely not allowed. Old bald donkey, how dare you bully my wife? Die. Ling Yun was really angry this time. Boom. He burned 300 drops of divine energy at once. In an instant, his strength reached Qi Cultivation Stage 6, Ling Yun's divine sense surged. With a thought, the man-ruler seal floating in the sky suddenly doubled in size. It was 30 feet in diameter, like a mountain. Weighing more than 100,000 kilograms, it smashed down on Master Jining's head. Boom! The speed was too fast. The man-ruler seal landed squarely on Master Jining's head and sank 2 feet into the ground. Master Jining's entire body was smashed into the ground by Ling Yun. He couldn't look at anyone anymore. This was a true suppression. Old Boo or search for Boo Jing directly. Please add me as a follower to discuss the plot. Thank you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. Smiley face, bookmark for easier reading. Ling Yun was angry that his wife had scolded him. This anger was no small matter. He no longer cared about hiding his strength and attacked with all his might. Master Jining was not the only one who was smashed into the ground by the 30-foot man-ruler seal. As he was in a hurry to save the others, he happened to be standing beside the 5 injured Shaolin arhats. Naturally, the 5 Shaolin arhats were also smashed into the ground by the man-ruler seal and crushed into the rocks on the ground. The man-king seal had a radius of 30 feet, but it attacked indiscriminately. Its weight was the same for everyone. The 5 Shaolin arhats were directly crushed into meat patties. As for Master Jining, who had the Vajra protection divine art, no one knew if he was dead or alive. But after being hit by Mount Tai's pressure, he definitely wasn't in a good state. Do it. Ling Yan couldn't care less about Master Jining at this moment. He seized the opportunity and called Xianxia to attack. Without Master Jining's obstruction, Ling Yan, who had burned 300 drops of divine energy, was like a tiger in a flock of sheep. He used fulgurating shadows and split into 9. He faced each of the 9 arhats with Raging Heaven Executioner. It was too fast. The 9 Shaolin arhats were all cut in half by Ling Yan's saber. As for the remaining 2, Xianxia didn't even have time to attack before they were slaughtered by Ling Yan's green shadow flying sword and Yin Yang aura sword. Ling Yan, have mercy. Even though Zen Master Jue Yuan wasn't a member of the Arhat Hall, he was still a disciple of the Shaolin Temple. He knew Ling Yan's temper too well when he saw Master Jining smashed into the ground by Ling Yan. However, how could his voice and movements compare to Ling Yan's speed? Before Ling Yan could finish his sentence, the 11 Shaolin arhats had all been killed by Ling Yan. Bullsh*T, get lost. Then, he turned his head and smiled at Xianxia. Wifey, do you think I can do it? Alright. Very good. Xianxia giggled, very pleased with herself. She glanced at Ling Yan with her beautiful eyes and said, you should have fought like this from the start. Really? Ling Yan scratched his head and said dotingly, I just want you to practice on these bald donkeys. That makes sense. Let's forget about it this time. Xianxia chuckled. Xianxia could be said to have gained a lot from the battle just now. Star Vortex, Moonfall, Crescent Moon Steps, Star Explosion. He had grasped all 4 of the Void Star Attractor battle techniques in one go. They were too useful, especially when he was outnumbered and specialized in dealing with group attacks. Xianxia, do you remember this time? In the future, when dealing with such shameless enemies, just make a big one and blast them to smithereens. Got it. Xianxia nodded obediently, her large eyes blinking continuously. She was simply too beautiful. She couldn't help it. She would never forget Ling Yan's bravery. Being completely ignored by Ling Yan, Master Jue Yuan felt even more embarrassed. He said angrily, Ling Yan, back then, only Master Jining and the other 2 from the Shaolin Temple attacked the Ling family. The 18 arhats had no enmity with you. Why did you do this? Then, other than that bald donkey Jining, where are the other 2? Ling Yan couldn't be bothered with the question of whether the 18 arhats should be killed or not. He actually went straight to the point. As he spoke, Ling Yan's gaze swept towards the last 2 old monks from the Shaolin Temple. The 2 of them were so frightened by Ling Yan's gaze that they took 3 steps back. Other than Master Jue Yuan, the Shaolin Temple had sent a total of 3 elders from the Arhat Hall and the 18 arhats for this devil-subduing conference. Now that the 18 arhats had been killed, Master Jining's fate was unknown, and Ling Yan wouldn't kill Master Jue Yuan. Naturally, he had his eyes set on the last 2 old monks. Master Jue Yuan was dumbfounded when he realized that he had misspoken. Very good, thank you. Was there a need for Ling Yan to ask after seeing Master Jue Yuan's expression? He laughed coldly, and his slender figure actually disappeared on the spot. Whoosh, in the next moment, Ling Yan appeared in front of the 2 elders from the Arhat Hall. Go to hell. As long as he was sure that they were enemies, Ling Yan wouldn't let any of them go. He didn't hold back and used his Qi Cultivation Stage 6 cultivation to crush his opponents. It was still the Devil's Underworld Essence Blade. With one slash, the blade cleaved heaven and earth. The 2 elders from the Arhat Hall were both in the early stages of the Divine Power Realm Level 6, but they couldn't block a single slash from Ling Yan. The terrifying black and red saber energy slashed diagonally into their chests and instantly came out from their backs. Both of their bodies were cut into 2 halves. Even though the 2 elders from the Arhat Hall knew the Vajra Protection Divine Art, they didn't expect Ling Yan to attack just like that. They didn't even have a chance to react before they were cleaved apart by Ling Yan. Actually, it was useless even if they knew it. The early stages of the Divine Power Realm Level 6 and the peak of the Divine Power Realm Level 6 were 2 completely different concepts. Their strength was similar to that of Li Jingfeng from the Heavenly Team. Of course, they couldn't block a single slash from Ling Yan. Boom boom boom. The man-ruler seal suddenly shook violently and let out a loud boom. Very quickly, it was smashed off the ground. Whoosh, Master Jining suddenly rushed out from the ground. His face was covered in dirt, and there was a huge red bump on his bald head. The bump was so big that it looked as if he had grown an extra head. The man-ruler seal had smashed him too hard. Because he had used the Buddhist lion's roar and Buddha's illumination to suppress Xianxia, his Vajra protection divine art was naturally weakened. Ling Yan's sneak attack had succeeded, and he had fainted on the spot. However, Master Jining's cultivation was profound and his Buddhist powers were exquisite. He regained consciousness immediately after he fainted, smashed the man-ruler seal open, and rushed out. You evil creature. Master Jining saw the hellish scene in front of him after he came out. The 20 people he had brought to this devil-subduing conference had all been killed by Ling Yan. Even though Zhu Yuan was still alive, Zhu Yuan was from the Dharma Hall and wasn't close to him. Moreover, Zhu Yuan was only at the second level of the divine power realm. He was nothing but food for Ling Yan. It was obvious that Ling Yan had killed all the people from the Shaolin Arhat Hall except for Zhu Yuan. It wasn't that he couldn't kill them, but that he was too lazy to. In reality, Ling Yan still remembered his relationship with Zhu Yuan. Therefore, as long as Zhu Yuan didn't do anything overboard, Ling Yan wouldn't kill him. In the blink of an eye, Master Jining had become a commander without an army. Moreover, he was a severely injured commander without an army. Even now, he was still seeing stars and his head was buzzing. Is that so? So be it, evil creature. What can you do to me? Ling Yan walked back to the center of the field and stood 10 feet in front of Master Jining. He raised his blade and laughed coldly. Since you want to subdue demons, you must have the ability to do so. Otherwise, you'll end up like this. If the few hundred of you have the ability to kill me tonight, I guarantee that I won't have a single word of complaint. Ling Yan really didn't want to waste his breath. No matter what the other party said, he would admit it on the spot. He was too busy killing people to deal with. How could he have the time to waste on these dead people? With that, Ling Yan waved the devil's blade in his hand. Old bald donkey, don't you like to bully with numbers? I'll still give you a chance now. You can still call for more people. Let's continue fighting. If I don't beat you to tears tonight, it'll be my loss. At this moment, everyone in the Wind Thunder Valley was retreating hastily. Many of them had already retreated to the cliffs on both sides of the valley. No one dared to come forward, fear. This was how most people looked at Ling Yan. Ling Yan's performance just now had scared them to death. There were 22 people from the Shaolin Temple tonight. In less than 10 minutes, there were only 2 left. One had to know that among those 22 people, there were 2 experts at the 6th level of the divine power realm. There were also the 18 arhats of Shaolin who had consumed the Great Restore pill and used the King Kong talisman. What kind of combat power was this? It could be said that since Ling Yan could easily kill the 20 people from the Shaolin Temple, no one here, including Mount Longhu, was a match for Ling Yan. It was only a matter of time before they died. This was the true terror of life and death. At this point, who dared to mention subduing demons? Who dared to talk about killing Ling Yan, killing Yi Xingchen, attacking the Ling family, killing Ling Xiao, and Yin Qingxian? Even Mount Longhu was terrified. Run! No one knew who was the first to yell. Swoosh, 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 dozens of late-stage Xiantian realm experts flew toward the cliffs on both sides of the Wind Thunder Valley, trying to escape as soon as possible. There was no other way. Even a 6th-level divine power realm expert was killed with a single slash. What else could those below the divine power realm do other than escape? Wait to be chopped up like vegetables. Other than the late-stage Xiantian realm experts who flew up the cliffs, there were even more people, a total of 300 people. All of them rushed toward the entrance of the Wind Thunder Valley. In an instant, the crowd surged. Everyone who escaped hated their parents for not giving them 2 more legs. The Wind Thunder Valley was in chaos. Whoever escapes first dies first. Seeing this, Ling Yan snorted coldly. Using his divine will, the giant man-ruler seal flew up from the ground again and smashed down on the crowd rushing toward the valley entrance. The lethality of the man-ruler seal was too terrifying now. Each smash would kill a large group of people, and they would immediately fly up and continue smashing forward. Amidst the crowd rushing toward the valley entrance, cries of terror could be heard everywhere. At the same time, the green shadow flying sword and the yin-yang astral force sword darted through the entire Wind Thunder Valley. They didn't kill those who didn't move, only those who rushed up the cliffs to escape. Naturally, Xianxia wasn't idle either. She used the Sky Demon double slash and danced through the air, leaving countless dead and injured in her wake. Boom! In the blink of an eye, a pair of wings grew from Ling Yun's ribs, the yin-yang wings. He flapped his wings and soared into the air with a wingspan of 10 meters, traversing horizontally like a bolt of lightning. His wings were too sharp, formed from the yin-yang astral force. Wherever they passed, people were thrown off their feet, and many were cut in half at the waist. The man-ruler seal, the green shadow flying sword, the yin-yang astral force sword, the yin-yang wings, and Xianxia's Sky Demon double slash. The speed of killing was simply too fast. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the 300 people who had escaped were killed. The entire Wind Thunder Valley instantly became hell on earth. Ashuraba, Elder Boo's official WeChat account, Boojing3721, or search for Boojing directly. Please add me as a follower to discuss the plot. Thank you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. Phew. I finally made it out. Damn, this is too scary. What kind of demon subduing conference is this? I won't come even if they beg me to. A late-stage Xiantian expert had slipped through the net. He successfully rushed to the cliff on the south side of the Wind and Thunder Valley. He cursed and immediately moved his body, rushing toward the dense forest in the south. Chi. The yin-yang astral energy sword flew over silently and pierced through the back of his head like lightning. It flew out of his face, and that person rushed forward for 30 meters before falling to the ground. Ling Yun was at Chi Cultivation Stage 6. His divine sense could reach 6,000 meters, and the yin-yang astral energy sword's attack range was at least 3,000 meters. It was no different from standing right in front of Ling Yun. He didn't kill anyone in the valley. Whoever escaped would die. On the north side of the Wind Thunder Valley, a half-step Xiantian 9th Realm Master didn't stop after rushing out of the cliff. Instead, he increased his speed and rushed towards the north without a care for his life. He was so terrified that he ignored the screams and screams behind him. Gradually, the screams grew further and further away before finally disappearing. This half-step Xiantian 9th rank expert had finally escaped Ling Yun's attack range. He rushed to another mountain ridge, his hands on his knees as he panted heavily. Suddenly, he realized that the moonlight around him had disappeared, and a huge black shadow enveloped him. He looked up in shock. Ah! That master exclaimed on the spot because he saw a demon god. This demon god's entire body was purple, and it was more than 3 meters tall. There were 2 pairs of purple wings on its body, with a wingspan of 12 meters. In its hand was a 30 feet long blood spear, with a string of people nailed to it. What? What kind of monster is this? That master was scared out of his wits. A monster that wants your life. Chester smiled sinisterly as he thrust the spear forward. In the blink of an eye, there was another dead body on the spear. At the entrance of the Wind Thunder Valley. Everyone had a herd mentality, especially when their lives were in danger. Their first reaction was to escape to the place with the most people because they would feel safe. Therefore, most people escaped. To the entrance of the Storm Valley, the man-ruler seal with a radius of 30 feet quickly flew up and smashed down. Starting from the basin of the Wind and Thunder Valley, it smashed all the way. It didn't look for lone targets and specifically chose places with a lot of people to smash. It smashed a large area and smashed all the way from the inside to the entrance of the valley. Of the more than 300 people who had fled in this direction, only 100 were able to make it to the valley entrance alive. Arriving here, they had finally escaped the attack range of the man-ruler seal. However, just as they were secretly rejoicing that they had escaped, Edward appeared. It was another violet great god, and in his hand was a 10-meter-long blood-colored spear. He bared his fangs and sneered at the people who had rushed out. Dark blood mist. Acid arrow. Dark prison. Evil eye. The dark mist immediately enveloped the entire valley entrance, enveloping the people at the very front. These people were all poisoned and cried out miserably. Chi. Then, countless acid arrows flew out. There was no need to aim at all. They were shot at the masters in the dark mist, and in the blink of an eye, a large number of them were either dead or injured. There were also people who used their powerful true qi to rush through the dark mist, but they soon realized that they had rushed into a huge black cage and could no longer run out. In the blink of an eye, the entrance of the Wind and Thunder Valley was filled with corpses. 60 to 70 people had died here. Edward wasn't picky and attacked indiscriminately. Occasionally, a Divine Realm Master would rush out of his defensive range, but Edward couldn't be bothered to chase after him because Wang Chongxiao was 1,000 meters behind him. Bang! Wang Chongxiao suddenly punched out, sending a Divine Realm Master who had rushed out flying. It looked like he wouldn't be able to survive. Chi chi chi, his flying sword was also shuttling around, harvesting the lives of the lucky masters who had rushed out. At this moment, there were more than 20 masters lying around his feet. Almost all of them were in the Divine Realm, but they were all below the pinnacle of the third level of the Divine Realm. Wang Chongxiao and Edward had already made a military pledge to not allow a single person to escape from the Wind and Thunder Valley. Of course, they had to do it. There really is a trap. Return to the Wind and Thunder Valley. At this point, someone finally understood that Ling Yun wasn't trying to scare them. There was no way they could escape. To them, returning to the Wind and Thunder Valley was their only chance of survival. Everyone began to run back toward the center of the Wind and Thunder Valley. Those who were too slow were caught and killed by the patrolling 4 members of the Blood Clan. I'll tell you the truth. As long as I can say it, I can do it. At this point, Ling Yan had already killed all the people who wanted to escape. He spread his wings and used the mystical dragon Hell. Tonight, I, Ling Yan, am here for revenge. I don't want to kill the innocent. If you think there's no enmity between us, I definitely won't make things difficult for you. However, if anyone tries to escape before I take my revenge, there's no way out. At the venue of the Devil Subduing Meet, the entire Wind Thunder Valley was silent. Excluding the 300 people who had died, there were less than 300 people left on the side of the righteous martial arts world. They couldn't win, let alone escape. Many were in despair. They were lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Whoosh! Ling Yan retracted his yin-yang wings as soon as he landed. He returned to Master Jining's side and smiled. Look, this is how the martial arts world is like. This is how you work together, and this is how you fight side by side. Old bald donkey Jining, what else do you have to say? Slaying demons and defending justice? Invading my Ling family? Attacking the main altar of the devil sect? Master Jining was speechless by Ling Yan's words. Ling Yan and Yi Xingchen came together. Facing more than 600 experts of the ancient martial arts world, they were completely fearless. They chatted cheerfully and were completely at ease. The two of them looked down on the 600 people and fought side by side as usual. That's what you call working together, fighting side by side. You still have the cheek to talk about unity? You still have the cheek to talk about upholding justice? Just because of you repulsive people? You might as well go back home and farm. Of course, Ling Yan had something to say now. He grinned at Master Jining. At best, you're just a motley crew. You rely on your numbers to flatter each other and get carried away. Then, it's as if you're on steroids. All of you get carried away and don't know what you're worth at all. Old bald donkey Jining, there's also Dragon Tiger Mountain, Kunlun Sword Sect, Kongtong Sect, Huashan Sword Sect, Amei Sect, Tranquil Sect, Deity Sword Villa. Ling Yan pointed at the sects that didn't escape. What you said about getting rid of demons and protecting the righteous path is nothing more than meddling in other people's business and bullying others. You guys just want to show off your existence because you have nothing better to do. You call yourselves the righteous martial arts world. Do you really think you're the righteous martial arts world? Let me tell you, without you on Earth, there's only one devil sect left. The Earth will continue to spin. Do you believe me? As he spoke, Ling Yan pulled Yi Xingchen over. Open your dog eyes wide and look. Such a beautiful, pure, and adorable little girl. She's practically a fairy from the heavens. These words almost embarrassed Yi Xingchen to death, but they also made her feel extremely happy. Such a fairy has descended into the mortal world. You open your eyes wide and insist that she's some demoness or demoness. You yell at her and want to kill her to be happy. Did we offend you? Or did you dig up your ancestral graves? Are all of you crazy? How dare trash like you call yourselves the righteous martial arts world? Tui. What shameless boasting. After Ling Yan finished cursing, he spat on the ground to express his disdain. Finally, his expression turned cold. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. My father, Ling Xiao, and my mother, Xianxia, are in love. What does that have to do with you? Oh, you want to kill and slaughter my entire Ling family just because they're in love? Must you separate my parents for 18 years? Do you think that's the only way to uphold justice in the martial arts world? If that's the case, then naturally, if a person marries a criminal, it's also a heinous crime. Why don't you do anything about it? Why don't you uphold justice? Humph, let me tell you. Because you won't get anything out of finding trouble with them. You won't gain any reputation or benefits. It's purely a waste of time. That's why you're ignoring it. In fact, you don't even want to think about it. After saying that, Ling Yan looked at the Wu-Tang sect's Taoist master Chong Su. Chong Su, I, Ling Yan, will let you uphold justice here today. I'll ask you one question. Do you have the guts to answer what I just said? Am I right? Immeasurable Lord of Heaven. Well said, young benefactor. Taoist master Chong Su clapped his hands and cheered without any hesitation. It was precisely because of the reasons Ling Yan had mentioned that the Wu-Tang sect was determined not to get involved in this matter. They did not get involved 18 years ago, and they would not get involved 18 years later. Ling Yan smiled and gave Taoist master Chong Su a look of appreciation. It was not easy for Taoist master Chong Su to say such a thing on behalf of the Wu-Tang sect in front of more than 200 experts. Then, Ling Yan looked in the direction of the Tranquil sect. His gaze was fixed on junior sister Li Xiu. Little sister Li Xiu, do you think I'm right? You're right, Li Xiu would never have dreamed that the amnesiac youth who accompanied them to the Wind Thunder Valley yesterday would be the target of tonight's devil-subduing conference. Ling Yan, moreover, she didn't expect Ling Yan's cultivation base to be so terrifying. However, when she heard what Ling Yan said, she felt that it made a lot of sense. She subconsciously wanted to say yes, but at this moment, the abbess of the Tranquil Heart Monastery and the group of elders glanced at her at the same time. She was so scared that she didn't dare to speak. Humph. Ling Yan snorted and said to Li Xiu, little sister Li Xiu, you don't have to be afraid of him. After tonight, the Tranquil sect will no longer exist in this world. Ling Yan had a deep grudge against the Tranquil sect. He would not let it go just because Zhuang Meifeng returned or Priestess Desireless was killed. Ah? Li Xiu was completely dumbfounded. Elder Bu's official WeChat account, Bujing3721, or directly search for Bujing, add me, and discuss the plot. Thank you, everyone, for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. Li Xiu was different from Zhuang Meifeng. She had been in the Tranquil sect since she was young and grew up there. Big brother Yun, my master and uncle master are actually very nice people, please don't. She cried out in a sobbing tone. Ling Yan smiled faintly. Are they nice? That's just what you think. These half-baked nuns are all troublemakers in my eyes. You'll understand in the future if you say so. What a joke. Ling Yan wouldn't be able to survive if he was convinced by a little girl. He had long since decided to save Li Xiu and the others from the abyss of suffering. He wanted to let them know what the real world was and let them live a normal life instead of following these half-mad women and suffering day and night, thinking that they had done him a great favor. Big brother Yun, listen to me, it's true. Li Xiu, shut up. The abbess of the Tranquil sect, Priestess Miju, stopped Li Xiu from speaking. She took 2 steps forward and glared at Ling Yan. Ling Yan, I know that our Tranquil sect offended you because of Zhuang Meifeng. I also know that you are vengeful, but our Tranquil sect is not afraid of you. Now, you've indeed gained the upper hand for the time being. You've scared more than half of the people here to the point that they've fled like rats. However, there are still more than 200 people who haven't fled. Don't be too happy yet. Abbess Miju, an expert at the 5th level of Divine Power Realm, spoke sternly in front of Ling Yan. Her boldness alone made the experts who had just run away feel ashamed and ashamed. It was a pity that Priestess Miju's words were directed at the wrong person. Pa! Ling Yan flew forward and slapped Priestess Miju's face, sending her flying. Then, he said indifferently, I'm talking to Li Xiu. Since when did you have the right to interrupt? After saying that, Ling Yan flew back. If that's the case, it seems like there's still a fight to be had tonight. Ling Yan scanned the crowd with a smile. He knew that there must be some powerful trump cards that they hadn't used since so many people from the orthodox sects didn't escape. If that's the case, then I really don't need to say anything more. Let's continue. Ling Yan's gaze swept across the entire place, sweeping past the faces of the elites from the various sections. In the end, he retracted his gaze and stared at Master Jining. Old bald donkey Jining, I'm going to kill you now. I'll give you a chance. You can find anyone to help you, no matter how many people you have. I'll say it again, if I don't beat you to tears tonight, consider it my loss. The rarest thing about Ling Yun was that he had a good memory. Everything he said and did was etched in his mind. He would never forget it. Ba. Master Jining put his palms together and chanted the name of Buddha. Evil creature, life and death are predestined. Since you've already displayed your strength and aren't afraid of a group attack, it's useless no matter how many people I call for. Instead, I'll be stained with even more karma. For this battle, this old monk will fight with you myself. Master Jining was the presiding elder of the Shaolin Arhat Hall. Now that the elite experts of the Arhat Hall were all dead and injured, he was the only one left. He was already prepared to die. Fellow Taoists, everyone knows that this old monk was indeed one of the leaders who attacked the Ling family's mansion back then. I have an irreconcilable grudge with the Ling family and this demon. What Ling Yan said just now, from his point of view, does make some sense. Since he wants revenge, and this old monk is determined to vanquish the demon, then let this old monk have a fair fight with him. No matter who wins, please don't come forward to help. With that, Master Jining tore off his kasaya, put his palms together, and stretched out his other hand. Please make your move. Xingchen, get out of the way. Go to the side and support me. Ling Yan said to Yi Xingchen, then raised his saber and charged at Master Jining. In the blink of an eye, the two were locked in battle, boom, 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 boom. When enemies meet, their eyes turn especially red. This time, no one interfered. The two of them fought fair and square. Neither would hold back, and neither would give way. It was a head-on clash, each using their ultimate techniques to attack the other. Master Jining's body was still filled with Buddhist energy, and his body shone with golden light again. He used the Vajra indestructible divine technique and attacked Ling Yun without defending. Every move and every technique was the famous Shaolin 72 ultimate techniques. On the other hand, Ling Yun had burned more than 300 drops of divine energy. He was now at Qi Cultivation Stage 6, and he had the protection of the stellar condensation technique. He didn't care about his opponent's crazy attacks at all. He only used the Devil's Blade to hack at his opponent. This time, he didn't use his 3 magical treasures because he didn't need them. Ling Yan wanted to use pure force to completely destroy his opponent and kill his enemy with his own hands. The Buddhist energy on Master Jining's body intertwined with Ling Yan's fist and blade. Their moves were all big and wide, and this battle was chaotic. It had to be said that Master Jining was indeed the #1 expert in the Shaolin Temple's Arhat Hall. He knew too many of the Shaolin 72 ultimate techniques, and there were almost no repetitions. This was a feast for Ling Yan's eyes. Ling Yan didn't hold back during the battle. He secretly memorized all the ultimate techniques that Master Jining had used. He only needed to use the infinite Qian Kuan holy technique in the future to turn it into his own ultimate technique. Then, he would impart it to Tai Xiaohu and the 72 disciples of the Immortal Physician sect. Because of the massacre just now, more than 300 people from the orthodox sects had died. Now, there were less than 240 people left. The huge Wind Thunder Valley seemed very spacious. Both of them used teleportation techniques, and those with lower realms couldn't even see their moves. They could only hear the intense, earth-shattering sounds. 29, 37, 45, 57. Ling Yan was really shocked. In less than half an hour, Master Jining had used 57 Shaolin Temple ultimate techniques. Including the 3 that he had used in the previous battle, there were a total of 60 Shaolin ultimate techniques. Because the 2 of them were fighting head-on, it was impossible for Ling Yun not to get hit. However, he had the invulnerable realm, so the damage that Master Jining could do to him was negligible. Of course, it was the same for Master Jining, who had the invincible body of Vajra. However, after another 20 minutes, Master Jining was finally at the end of his tether. This was because Ling Yan had consecutively struck more than 600 times. Every strike was as powerful as a thunderbolt. Occasionally, he would also use the Tiangang Demon Fist and the Gale Thunder Vajra Kick. Master Jining's protective golden light was already extremely thin and almost transparent. Master Jining was at the end of his tether, but Ling Yan was still full of energy. Master Jining was a Buddhist, so Ling Yan didn't want to absorb Buddhist energy at all. The reason why he was so valiant was purely because he was constantly burning his divine energy, the strong yin-yang true qi, and the golden and purple immortal spiritual energy in his body. On the night of September 8th, Ling Yan brought Ning Lingyu through the tribulation and received the gift from heaven. The purple immortal spiritual energy he absorbed almost made his body explode. It was also that night that he reached the pinnacle of Qi Cultivation Stage 3. It was now the 15th day of the 8th lunar month of the Mid-Autumn Festival, which was the 20th of September. 12 days had passed. In these 12 days, he could condense 4,320 drops of divine energy every day. In 12 days, he could accumulate more than 50,000 drops of divine energy. In addition to the 10,000 drops that he had accumulated previously, even if he used up 2,000 drops, he would still have at least 60,000 drops of divine energy left. With so many drops of divine energy, even if Ling Yan burned his divine energy constantly, it would be enough for him to use for 8 to 10 days. Therefore, he didn't feel the pinch at all. He had plenty. Shwa 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 shwa. Seeing that Master Jining couldn't hold on any longer, Ling Yan didn't show any mercy. He immediately increased the intensity of his attacks. That was because he had memorized the 57 Shaolin ultimate techniques by heart. Boom! Finally, Ling Yan unleashed a ferocious slash. The black and red blade energy exploded, transforming into a blade screen that was more than 10 meters wide. It shattered Master Jining's invincible Vajra blade and successfully broke through his defense. Master Jining was already exhausted. Whoosh! Ling Yan raised his blade again. Jua Yuan. If you can leave the Wind Thunder Valley alive and return to the Shaolin Temple, remember not to let the Shaolin Temple take revenge for us. Remember this. Master Jining gave up all resistance in the face of death. He turned his head to Master Jua Yuan and smiled bitterly. At least you know what's good for you. Ling Yan calmly waited for Master Jining to finish his last words. Then, he swung the devil's blade down. Master Jining's head fell to the ground. Another one. Ling Yan had no mercy for Master Jining. He said coldly and sheathed the devil's blade. This was indeed a fair battle. Even though the battle lasted for close to an hour, Ling Yan had secretly learned 57 of the Shaolin Temple's ultimate techniques. Basically, they were all close combat techniques. On average, he learned one technique per minute. This deal was really worth it. He fought to his heart's content. Killing his enemy with his own hands was a clean and beautiful victory. The next moment, Ling Yan rode his sword into the sky. Xianxia, auntie, you don't have to stay there. Come over. Ling Yan shouted to Bai Xian'er, Qin Dongxue, and the rest. Master Jining was dead, and Jua Yuan was the only one left on the Shaolin Temple's side. The influence of the Buddha on Bai Xian'er no longer existed. Other than the Shaolin Temple, none of the other monks had reached the realm of Jua Yuan. As for the half-baked nuns from the Tranquil sect, Ling Yan didn't treat them as monks at all. Big brother Yun, we're here. Shwa 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 shwa, Bai Xian'er, Qin Dongxue, Shuang Mei Feng, Tai Xiaohu, Qing Miao, and Miao Xiaomiao all rushed out from their hiding places. They quickly arrived at the southern cliff of the Wind Thunder Valley and jumped down one by one. These people didn't hide in the illusory formation obediently. They attacked and killed dozens of people when the martial artists escaped. In the end, they waited for more than an hour before Ling Yan allowed them to show themselves. They couldn't wait any longer. Come, come, come. What's the name of the dog head of the deity Sword Mountain Villa? Xia Dongchuan, right? Now that my auntie is here, listen to what she has to say. When everyone arrived at the scene, Ling Yan raised his hand and pointed at the experts from the deity Sword Villa and said with a cold smile, after working so hard, he still managed to write 4 chapters. Elder Bu's WeChat account, Bujing3721, or directly search for Bujing and add him to discuss the plot. Thank you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. Oh my god, it's them. When Bai Xian'er, Qin Dongxue, and the rest appeared and stabilized themselves, they immediately caused countless exclamations. Bai Xian'er and Qing Miao didn't show their faces at the auction last night. Miao Xiaomiao was only at Xiantian realm level 3, so no one noticed her at all. Moreover, Bai Xian'er and Miao Xiaomiao left the auction venue after Zhuang Meifeng regained her memory. Therefore, the appearance of these 3 people didn't cause much of a commotion. However, Zhuang Meifeng, Qin Dongxue, and Tai Xiaohu were standing side by side at the auction house last night. Tai Xiaohu auctioned off 3 pairs of beauty elixirs and beauty elixirs. Zhuang Meifeng and Qin Dongxue helped him to test the elixirs. Each of them took a pair, and their age and appearance changed drastically. In the end, only 1 pair was successfully sold, but it was sold at a sky-high price. Therefore, the appearance of these 3 people at the same time naturally caused a huge commotion. However, there was a new reason behind this commotion. This reason was that most people in the Wind Thunder Valley finally understood that these 3 people were actually Ling Yan's men. One had to know that Tai Xiaohu, Qin Dongxue, and Xiao Mimi completed the last step of helping Zhuang Meifeng regain her memory. The entire process didn't mention Ling Yan's name at all. Ling Yan and Yi Xingchen were present at the auction last night, but they were invisible and didn't show their faces at all. Other than those who knew the inside story, such as Taoist Master Chong Su from Wudong Mountain, Zhu Yuan from Shaolin Temple, Ji Shaoqing and Zhong Chenyan from Deity Sword Mountain, and Abbess Miao Lin from the Tranquil Sect, most people wouldn't even dream that these 3 people were actually Ling Yan's men. Therefore, the appearance of these 3 people immediately caused countless exclamations. To most people, it was just a sudden realization. They were mainly shocked that Tai Xiaohu's cultivation base had increased exponentially overnight, so they let out a few gasps of surprise. However, there were 3 people who caused great shock in the 3 sects, Zhuang Meifeng, Qin Dongxue, and Bai Xian'er. This was because these 3 people had deep ties with 3 different sections. Zhuang Meifeng and the Tranquil Sect, Qin Dongxue and the Deity Sword Mountain, and Bai Xian'er and the Dragon Tiger Mountain. Peak of Xiantian Realm Level 8. On the Tranquil Sect's side, everyone who saw through Zhuang Meifeng's realm was shocked. They realized that Zhuang Meifeng had broken through from the early stages of Xiantian Realm Level 6 to the pinnacle of Xiantian Realm Level 8 in a single night. To the Tranquil Sect's Priestess Miju and Priestess Miao Lin, this was a huge blow. This was because they knew how powerful the Tranquil Pill was. So long as they ate the Tranquil Pill, if they remembered the man they loved, then their cultivation would drop all the way. Moreover, it would drop faster and faster until they lost all their martial arts. This had been the case for the past 300 years. Of course, this was also because Zhuang Meifeng was the only person in the Tranquil Sect who could recover the memories of the man she loved on her own after consuming the Tranquil Pill of Tranquil Love. No matter what, the drop in cultivation was certain. But what did they see now? Priestess Miju and Priestess Milan saw that the Tranquil Pill in Zhuang Meifeng's body was completely gone. The true qi that she used to cultivate the Tranquil Heart technique was completely gone. Zhuang Meifeng was no longer related to the Tranquil Sect. The most terrifying thing was that Zhuang Meifeng didn't drop in cultivation. Instead, she broke through the late stages of the Xiantian realm and reached the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 8. How was this possible? After seeing Zhuang Meifeng's current state, the confidence that Priestess Miju and Priestess Milan had held on to for decades was dealt a fatal blow. That young man is simply too heaven-defying. Priestess Milan's face collapsed as she sighed in her heart. She couldn't help but shift her gaze from Zhuang Meifeng to Ling Yun. Was there even a need to think about it? To be able to accomplish such a feat in one night, who else could it be other than the domineering and arrogant Ling Yun? Perhaps that young man was right. The Tranquil Sect's fate has really come to an end. After losing all faith in the Tranquil Sect, Priestess Milan seemed to have become a soulless shell. Her face was pale. Her cultivation level was dropping rapidly. Junior sister Milan, although Priestess Miju was sent flying by Ling Yan's slap, her injuries weren't serious. There were only 5 clear fingerprints on her face. She instantly noticed Priestess Milan's condition and was shocked. Priestess Milan quickly grabbed Priestess Milan's hand and channeled true chi into her body to help her stabilize her state of mind. However, it was useless. Priestess Milan's cultivation level dropped below the divine realm in the blink of an eye. The tranquil heart technique's true chi was still draining rapidly. She couldn't even hold on to Xianxia realm level 8. Abbess Miju slowly retracted her palm, no longer wasting her energy. Her expression suddenly turned extremely ugly. In a trance, she seemed to have a premonition of something. Over at Mount Longhu, once Xianxia appeared, the heavenly masters of Mount Longhu all felt a strong demonic aura. The shock on their faces was indescribable as they looked at each other. Nine-tailed celestial fox. A nine-tailed celestial fox that could already fly. Who would have thought that this demon would be able to grow? Venerable Lai Long from Mount Longhu's Xianxia Palace couldn't hide the shock in his eyes. He frowned and shook his head. Back then, perfected Master Lai Hua had taken the demon-suppressing drum and led 4 perfected masters, including Qing Feng, down the mountain to capture Xianxia, the nine-tailed celestial fox. Venerable Lai Long and the others from Mount Longhu's Xianxia Palace naturally supported this move. However, most of the people from Mount Longhu's celestial master abode didn't support it or oppose it. They turned a blind eye. This was because Mount Longhu's mission had been to subdue demons for 2,000 years. If a great demon appeared in the world, they would definitely send perfected masters down the mountain to subdue it. Hence, they naturally couldn't stop Venerable Lai Hua from going down the mountain to subdue the demon. However, the people from Mount Longhu's celestial master abode did not support this move. Although Xianxia had the bloodline of a great ancient demon, she had never done anything evil after awakening. Moreover, Celestial Master Abode also knew the real purpose of Venerable Lai Hua and the others. Venerable Lai Hua of Xianxia Palace secretly raised the drought demon in order to wait for it to grow up and refine a pure yang pill that could truly compete with Celestial Master Abode's Dragon Tiger pill through the pure yang pill. As long as the drought demon ate the 3-tailed 9-tailed celestial fox, the drought demon would be considered to have grown up. Then, Xianxia Palace would naturally be able to refine a large number of pure yang pills. The pure yang pill was a pill with even more tyrannical potency than the Dragon Tiger pill. Not only could it increase the cultivation speed of the adepts of Xianxia Palace many times over, the excess could also be auctioned off for money and various cultivation resources. Therefore, this was the real reason why the people from Mount Longhu's Celestial Master Abode did not support Venerable Lai Hua's plan to capture the demon. Mount Longhu had 2 major forces, Xianxia Palace and Celestial Master Abode. Although they were in harmony on the surface, they were secretly competing for thousands of years. Where there were people, there would be conflict. This was unavoidable. However, the Devil Subjugation meet was being held at the moment, which was why there were people from Pristine Palace and Celestial Master Manor present on Mount Longhu. However, the Pristine Palace was the main force. There were only 4 or 5 Celestial Masters with the surname Zhang, and their realms weren't all that high. Most of them were between the 3rd and 5th levels of Divine Power Realm. This was also the biggest reason why no one dared to stand up for Zhang Junjing after Ling Yun killed him. Ling Yun did not care about Xianxia Palace or Celestial Master Abode. First, he had Xianxia to avenge, and now, he had a feud with Zhang Junjing and the Ling family. As long as they were from Mount Longhu, he would not be polite. When Zhang Junjing was killed, Venerable Lai Long, Venerable Lai Tiger, Venerable Lai Lei, Venerable Lai Yang, and the rest were all above the 5th level of Divine Power Realm. Although they were indignant, they would not take the initiative to stand up for Zhang Junjing. However, things were different now that Xianxia had appeared. Because of the great enmity between Xianxia Palace and Ling Yun, the 4 spiritual masters of Green Peak of Green Pine Tree were all from Xianxia Palace. When Ling Yun destroyed the Sunchen Alliance, spiritual master Lai Yang, who helped him to the death, was naturally also from Xianxia Palace. As for spiritual master Lai Hua, who carried the demon-suppressing drum, his status and whereabouts were unknown. Therefore, after Xianxia appeared, Xianxia Palace, led by Venerable Lai Long, could no longer remain calm. However, Ling Yun did not go after Xianxia, Qin Dongxue, and the rest immediately. Instead, he went after Deity Sword Mountain Villa. Of course, Ling Yun wanted to find trouble with Deity Sword Mountain Villa. Back then, Qin Dongshue's big brother, Guo Xiaotian, wanted to expel Qin Dongxue from the sect. Not only did he punish her, but he also planned with the other 7 sects to use Qin Dongxue as bait to ambush Ling Yun. In the end, Guo Tian even wanted to expel Qin Dongxue from the sect even at the cost of his life. He had to settle this score with Deity Sword Mountain Villa. Therefore, he directly targeted Deity Sword Mountain Villa. Wow, Ling Yun really made a big scene this time. The Devil Lord, the Holy Virgin of the Devil Sect, the Nine-Tailed Celestial Fox, the Blood Clan, and Qin Dongxue from the Qin family are all here. Below the stage, Taoist Master Chong Su didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw Ling Yun's lineup. Was there even a need to ask? The Devil Sect, the Demon Clan, and the Blood Clan were all here for the Devil Subduing Conference. This was obviously a show of force. This time, Ling Yun is going to settle the score with the entire ancient martial arts world of Xianxia and all the righteous people in the martial arts world. Not only does he want to avenge himself, his parents, and the Ling family, but he also wants to do it all in one go. Distant Enlightenment replied telepathically. Now that everyone from the Shaolin Temple was dead, he was the only one left. Naturally, he didn't need to stay in the Shaolin Temple seats. Instead, he stood with Taoist Master Chong Su. Yes, but fortunately, the hatred between the Shaolin Temple and him is temporarily written off. Ling Yun might seem arrogant and ruthless, but he actually remembers our friendship. Taoist Master Chong Su said with a smile. Ba. I hope so. Distant Enlightenment sighed in sorrow. As usual, there will be no less than 4 episodes tonight. It will all be exciting. Elder Bu's WeChat public account, Bujing3721, or directly search for Bujing. Please add me to follow and discuss the plot. Thank you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. That was because Xie Dongchuan, the Villa Master of Deity Sword Mountain Villa, knew he couldn't avoid it anymore. He had no choice but to step forward. However, even though Xie Dongchuan was intimidated by Ling Yun's power, he was not afraid because he had confidence. He was from the Kunlun Sword sect. At this moment, the people from the Deity Sword Villa were standing together with the people from the Kunlun Sword sect, which was equivalent to sharing a seat. The people from the Kunlun Sword sect and Deity Sword Mountain Villa didn't escape when the martial artists were escaping. That was why they didn't suffer any losses. Xie Dongchuan walked out of his seat and looked at Qin Dongxue with a complicated expression. He was Qin Dongshue's master. There were 2 reasons why Xie Dongchuan sent Qin Dongxue to Qingshui City to find out more about the Emperor Brush and Earth Emperor's book after the news of them appearing in Qingshui City got out. The first reason was because the Deity Sword Mountain Villa had already found out that Qin Qiuyue had been living in seclusion in Qingshui City all these years. Sending Qin Dongxue down the mountain would naturally allow her to find Qin Qiuyue and understand the situation in Qingshui City. The second reason was because of the case between the Ning family and the Qin family 18 years ago. Back then, the Deity Sword Mountain Villa stepped in to mediate. No one knew what methods they used to stop Di Xiaozhen from the Sky Sword sect from pressuring the Qin family or harming Qin Qiuyue. But now, the 18-year agreement between the Ning family and the Qin family was up. The Deity Sword Mountain Villa sent Qin Dongxue down the mountain to force Qin Qiuyue to hand over Ning Lingyu and fulfill the 18-year agreement. However, after Qin Dongxue left the mountain, Qin Qiuyue had already left for the Heavenly Sword sect. Not only did she not see Qin Qiuyue, but when she arrived at Qingshui City, she happened to see Ling Yun wreaking havoc at the Zhuang family's Qingshui Wharf Villa, killing Sun Tianbiao from the Sun family, Master Xingqi from the Shaolin Temple, and Taoist Master Wuchen from Mao Mountain. After that, Qin Dongxue stayed by Ling Yun's side in Qingshui City. There was almost no communication between her and the Deity Sword Mountain Villa. That was until Xie Dongchuan decided to participate in the Devil Annihilation Conference. He sent his disciple, Lu Suifeng, to find Qin Dongxue and ask her to join the conference. At that time, Qin Dongxue naturally agreed. However, Lu Suifeng was repeatedly humiliated by Ling Yun. Qin Dongxue didn't do anything about it and allowed Ling Yun to humiliate the disciples of the Deity Sword Mountain Villa. When Lu Suifeng returned to the Deity Sword Mountain Villa, he naturally exaggerated the details and made Xie Dongchuan furious. However, Qin Dongxue was still in Qingshui City at that time. Even though Xie Dongchuan was annoyed, he didn't react. He only wanted to reprimand Qin Dongxue when he saw her again. However, as Ling Yan rose to power in Xianxia city, news of his heaven-defying actions began to spread. Especially after the Shinong cauldron was confirmed to be in Ling Yan's hands, people began to assert that the Emperor Brush and the Earth Emperor's book were in Ling Yan's hands. Xia Dongquan couldn't sit still anymore. That was why the deity Sword Mountain Villa sent 5 of their disciples down the mountain and joined forces with the other 8 sects to rush to Xianxia. They used Qin Dongxue as bait to lure Ling Yan out and ask him about the whereabouts of the Emperor Brush and Earth Emperor's book. They also wanted to ambush Ling Yan and snatch the Shinong cauldron, which finally led to the battle at Dragon Gate Mountain in Xianxia city. In the end, the eldest disciple of the deity Sword Mountain Villa, Guo Tian, wasn't Ling Yan's match. His head was smashed by Ling Yan. The third disciple, Wu Qifeng, had his sword snatched away by Ling Yan. He lost all confidence in his martial arts. The fourth disciple, Lu Suifeng, was punched in the face by Ling Yan. In the end, only the fifth disciple, Ji Shaoqing, and the sixth disciple, Zhong Chenyan, escaped back to the deity Sword Mountain Villa with Wu Qifeng and reported everything to Xia Dongquan. In the battle at Dragon Gate Mountain, the deity Sword Villa suffered heavy losses and lost all face. The eldest disciple, Guo Tian, even used his status as the eldest disciple of the deity Sword Villa to pass down an order on behalf of his master to expel Qin Dongxue from the sect. He also announced that everyone in the pugilistic world could scold and kill her. Just like that, the deity Sword Mountain Villa and Ling Yan became enemies. Now, the devil-subduing conference was finally held after being postponed. The only goal was to kill Ling Yan. How could the deity Sword Mountain Villa's Xia Dongquan not come? Moreover, Qin Dongxue was there too. She was already on the opposing side of the deity Sword Mountain Villa. She was determined to stand with the goal of the devil-subduing conference. Everything was the same, but the people had changed. Xia Dongquan took a deep breath. Dongxue, since things have come to this, I don't want to say anything else. If you have anything to say it now. Qin Dongxue walked out from Ling Yan's camp as well. She didn't use her qinggong. Instead, she walked in front of Xia Dongquan step by step. Ling Yan didn't mind Qin Dongshue's actions. He didn't stop her because this was Qin Dongshue's business. No matter what, the Qin family was indebted to the deity Sword Mountain Villa. They were indebted to Qin Dongxue for teaching them. It was up to Qin Dongxue to decide how to deal with this matter. Qin Dongxue came to a meter in front of Xia Dongquan and suddenly stood still. Then, she knelt on the ground and kowtowed thrice. She then stood up and said, "Master, my Qin family is indebted to the deity Sword Matter. You've taught me for 18 years. Qin Dongxue is unable to repay you. Now, since eldest senior brother Guo Tian has issued an order on behalf of Master to expel me from this sect, and you have no objections, I will kowtow to you 3 times today to fulfill our master-disciple relationship." Qin Dongshue's beautiful eyes became more determined as she spoke. Now, Qin Dongxue of the Qin family of Huaxia announces that I will lead the deity Sword Mountain Villa and have nothing to do with them. To be honest, Ling Yan was really worried when he saw Qin Dongxue kowtowing to Xia Dongquan. However, he nodded in satisfaction after hearing this. He was relieved and nodded in satisfaction. Dilla Master Xia, since I've left the deity Sword Mountain Villa, I naturally can't lead with the skills of the deity Sword Mountain Villa. Now, Qin Dongxue will disperse all the martial arts that I've learned in the deity Sword Mountain Villa for the past 18 years. Shwa 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 shwa. Before he could finish his sentence, Qin Dongxue stretched out her index and middle fingers and pressed on the key acupuncture points on her body. Her speed was too fast. Then, a crackling sound could be heard from within Qin Dongshue's body. That was the sound of cultivation dispersing. Big Sister Qin. Auntie Qin. Aya. Ling Yan's side exclaimed when they saw Qin Dongxue disperse all her cultivation. It wasn't just Ling Yan's side. All the people in the Wind Thunder Valley were dumbfounded after witnessing this shocking scene. Qin Dongxue was an expert at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 6. Anyone with a higher realm than her could tell that she was already at the doorstep of Xiantian realm level 7. She didn't need to cultivate anymore and could easily enter Xiantian realm level 7. However, she dispersed all her cultivation. Who would be willing to do that? Not to mention the fact that she wouldn't disperse all her cultivation, she would try her best to resist or escape even if her sect forced her to do so. How resolute was Qin Dongxue? How staunch was she? She left the deity sword mountain villa without taking any of their skills with her. Moreover, Xie Dongquan didn't ask her to do that. She did it. Whoosh! Yi Xingqian teleported to Qin Dongshua's side and supported her. Big sister Qin, what's wrong? Yi Xingqian was so frustrated that she was about to cry. Back in the wooden hut in the eastern suburbs of Beijing, she had a short conversation with Qin Dongxue. She specifically mentioned the deity sword mountain villa and asked Qin Dongxue to make a decision. At that time, Qin Dongxue didn't say much, nor did she say anything harsh. She only expressed her intentions. However, Yi Xingqian didn't expect Qin Dongxue to do such a shocking thing. That was the cultivation that she had cultivated diligently for 18 years. Now, there was nothing left. Moreover, Ling Yun, Yi Xingqian, and Bai Xianer were here. No one would dare to force Qin Dongxue to do such a thing. It was useless even if they did. Pfft! Qin Dongxue spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face was extremely pale, and her delicate body was on the verge of collapsing. She couldn't even stand steadily. Now that her cultivation had dissipated, the intense pain in her meridians made her tremble. She was weaker than an ordinary person. Xingqian, don't worry about me. I, Qin Dongxue, don't like to owe anyone anything. Now that I've dissipated my cultivation, I've repaid the kindness of the deity sword mountain villa. In my heart. Pfft. Another 2 mouthfuls of blood. However, Qin Dongxue still gritted her teeth and said, in my heart, I'm actually very happy. At this time, Bai Xianer, Zhuang Meifeng, and Miao Xiaomiao came over. They were all anxious and didn't know what to do. Ling Yun was the only one who didn't move. He nodded to himself, thinking that little aunt was really domineering. She didn't even need to fight, and just one thing was enough to shock the world. Of course, Ling Yun wasn't anxious. He was a cultivator, an immortal doctor. Ling Zhao's self-destruction of his energy center for 20 years and Qing Miao's amnesia for 18 years were all cured by him in an instant. What was there to worry about? Qin Dongshue's dissipation of her cultivation didn't destroy her meridians. At most, her meridians would be injured. Under Ling Yun's care, she could recuperate for a period of time to repair her meridians. Then, she would be able to cultivate a new cultivation technique immediately. If the old didn't go, the new wouldn't come. If Qin Dongxue were to cultivate again, she would be able to cultivate the golden the Arch Berserk Dragon Slash and the red the Arch Flaming Phoenix transformation. It was at least 10,000 times stronger than the rubbish martial arts of the deity sword mountain villa. That was why Ling Yun wasn't anxious. Instead, he was happy to see Qin Dongxue suffer. Villa Master Xia, Qin Dongxue has repaid the kindness of the deity sword mountain villa. From now on, we'll go our separate ways. Whether we're friends or foes, it's all up to the heavens. Qin Dongxue said to Xie Dongquan immediately after she finished speaking to Yi Xingqian and the rest. Xie Dongquan was dumbfounded. He sighed and said, Dongxue, you didn't have to do this. Master. I didn't ask you to do this. Xie Dongquan was scared to death. He was afraid that Ling Yun would kill him to vent his anger after Qin Dongxue dissipated her cultivation. That was because Ling Yun had already displayed his invincible strength. He was no longer the target that everyone wanted to kill at the beginning of the Demon Subduing Conference. However, when he said that, he realized that Qin Dongxue had already turned around with his back facing him. She was already walking back with the help of Yi Xingqian and the rest. From now on, we'll go our separate ways. Whether we're friends or foes, it's all up to the heavens. Xie Dongquan's face was pale as he froze on the spot. Qin Dongshue's last few sentences kept repeating in his mind. Elder Bu's official WeChat account, Bujing3721 or search for Bujing directly. Please add me as a follower to discuss the plot. Thank you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. Qin Shua, without waiting for Qin Dongxue to return, Ling Yan appeared beside her in a flash. He reached out and grasped Qin Dongshue's hand, which was ice cold. Ling Yan transferred the purple immortal spiritual energy into Qin Dongshue's body without hesitation. He controlled it to circulate through her meridians and energy center to heal her injuries and relieve her pain. Qin Dongshue's meridians and pain from dispersing her cultivation disappeared in the blink of an eye. She could move freely again, but without true qi, she couldn't use her martial arts. However, Qin Dongshua's stellar condensation technique was still there. It was a pure body refining technique that had nothing to do with the energy center, meridians, and true qi. Therefore, she wasn't affected by the dispersing of her cultivation. Rascal, Auntie has done all that needs to be done. From now on, I have nothing to do with the deity sword villa. You can do whatever you want. Qin Dongxue straightened her body and said to Ling Yan, "It's just that Auntie can't fight for you now." Ling Yan smiled gently. "Don't worry, Auntie. Leave the rest to me. Just watch the show from the side." He turned to Yi Xingchen and said, "Xingchen, you don't have to fight tonight. Just take care of Auntie for me and it will be a great achievement." Yi Xingchen rolled her eyes. "Do I need you to tell me that? Who would want to fight with those brainless fools? I can't be bothered with them." Then, in a flash, he appeared in front of Xie Dongquan. This time, he was really in front of Xie Dongquan. He was almost sticking to Xie Dongquan's body. He looked down at Xie Dongquan with an unfriendly gaze. "Xia, let me ask you. Now that my auntie has announced that she's leaving the deity sword villa and dispersing her cultivation, has the deity sword villa repaid the debt of teaching her?" Ling Yan went straight to the point. If Xie Dongquan dared to say no, he would annihilate the entire deity sword villa tonight. Ling Yan's aura was really too shocking. It scared Xie Dongquan so much that his face turned pale. He forced himself to calm down and suppress the fear in his heart. He said seriously, according to the Jianghu's public opinion, as long as a person voluntarily disperses his cultivation, he can leave the sect and return the kindness of the sect. The deity sword villa is naturally no exception. Very good. Hearing this, Ling Yan's expression softened a little, and he nodded. He immediately stretched out 2 fingers and waved them in front of Xie Dongquan. Then, he said, "Just now, my aunt said that the Qin family was greatly indebted to your deity sword villa. Now, you've repaid one, right?" As he spoke, he retracted a finger and waved it in front of Xie Dongquan's eyes. Xie Dongquan's courage was boosted when he saw that Ling Yan had no intention of flipping out. He nodded and admitted frankly, "That's right." "Yes." Ling Yan smiled nonchalantly and said, "I think that during the battle at Dragon Gate Mountain, after your 2 female disciples returned to Deity Sword Mountain Villa, they should have reported the entire process to you, right?" Xie Dongquan didn't know what Ling Yan was trying to do, but what Ling Yan said was the truth. He nodded immediately. "That's right. Then did they tell you that my aunt's departure from the Divine Sword Villa was not suggested by her, but by me?" "Of course they did." "Then they must have said that after I announced that my aunt would leave the Deity Sword Villa, I stated 3 conditions to repay the kindness that the Deity Sword Villa had shown to the Qin family?" Xie Dongquan could only nod. He gradually understood the purpose of Ling Yan's words. Ling Yan smiled indifferently and said, "Then, since my aunt dissipated all her cultivation and repaid the kindness of teaching her skills, I naturally don't have to teach your deity sword villa the 3 ultimate skills, right?" Xie Dongquan was really annoyed when he heard this. He suddenly realized that he had missed a great opportunity. This opportunity was much greater than when he followed the Kunlun sword sect and the vassal heavenly sword sect. Thinking of this, Xie Dongquan suddenly hated his eldest disciple, Guo Tian. He thought that Guo Tian was really stubborn and didn't know how to be flexible, causing him to miss the opportunity to be on good terms with Ling Yan. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Now that what was done, everything was too late. Xie Dongquan could only clench his teeth and nod his head. Ling Yan smiled sternly and pointed to the bodies of the 21 people from the Shaolin Temple's Arhat Hall. He asked Xie Dongquan, "If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, look at these people from the Shaolin Temple, you should know what will happen to them, right?" This time, Ling Yan didn't even need Xie Dongquan's reply. He immediately said, "Back at Dragon Gate Mountain, I once said that as long as the Deity Sword Villa was willing to give up and leave after I put forward those 3 conditions, I wouldn't pursue the matter of you using my aunt to ambush me. I would spare their lives. However, they refused no matter what. Based on my temper, you should know what will happen to your disciples. You sent a total of 5 disciples, but in the end, I spared the lives of 3 of them. As for Guo Tian, he forcefully executed the heavenly sword and died of exhaustion. In the end, I smashed his head. Although it was to vent my anger, it was also to reduce his pain. As for your other disciple, Lu Suifeng, he was purely courting death. Your two female disciples should have told you about this. Moreover, Master Zhu Yuan from the Shaolin Temple and Taoist Master Chong Su from the Wudong Mountain can all testify to this. From the beginning to the end, Ling Yun did not lie at all. Everything was the truth. Therefore, Xie Dongquan could only nod his head and say awkwardly, I know all of this, I don't need anyone to testify. How could he not be embarrassed? At the beginning of the Devil Subduing Conference, he only criticized Ling Yun and Qin Dongxue, saying that Ling Yun was a ruthless murderer. Now that Ling Yun had explained everything, it was equivalent to revealing the truth to the world. This was no different from a slap in the face. Ling Yun smiled faintly. Then, other than one who was courting death and one who was courting death, I spared the lives of the remaining 3 and allowed them to return to the Deity Sword Villa safely, am I right? Yes. Then do you know why? Ling Yun asked again, then immediately answered himself, I don't need you to answer. Let me tell you, it was because you helped the Qin family stop Di Xiaoshan. I don't care what methods you used, I only care about the results. The results were that you saved the lives of my mother and my sister, Ning Lingyu. Therefore, I spared the lives of your 3 disciples. Do you think this is fair or not? Xie Dongquan nodded immediately. Indeed, it is fair. How could it not be fair? The Deity Sword Villa only saved Qin Qiuyue. At that time, Ning Lingyu was just a fetus in her womb. Ling Yun spared the lives of his 3 disciples, so naturally, it was more than enough to repay the debt. Furthermore, the true reason why Qin Qiuyue and Ning Lingyu were saved was not because of the Deity Sword Villa. It was because of the letter that Ning Tianya had sent. In that case, I have also repaid the debt of you saving my mother and sister, am I right? As he spoke, Ling Yun still waved his index finger in front of Xie Dongquan's eyes. Yes. Very good. Ling Yun smiled coldly. Then, there is only one debt left, and that is the great debt that the Deity Sword Villa saved the Qin family. This debt shall be paid by me, Ling Yun. He suddenly retreated and raised his finger to point at Xie Dongquan, then at the seats of the Deity Sword Villa. He said proudly, even though the Deity Sword Villa didn't attack the Ling family back then and have no enmity with the Ling family, you still came to this demon subduing convention that targeted me and Yi Xingchen. As long as you came, then the Deity Sword Villa is my mortal enemy. Originally, I only needed to destroy you, and my aunt wouldn't even need to dispel her cultivation. Moreover, I wouldn't have wasted so much time talking to you. But I, Ling Yun, am a fair person. Since my aunt wants to settle the debt with you, then I naturally have to follow her wishes. So, tonight, I will let the Deity Sword Villa off. I won't kill a single one of you. Take it as repayment for the great debt that you saved the Qin family back then. Xie Dongquan, do you think this is fair or unfair? Xie Dongquan's heart trembled. At the same time, he was so vexed that he almost wanted to cry. That was because the Deity Sword Villa could have made a huge profit, but now it was just self-preservation. As long as he agreed now, the enmity between the Deity Sword Villa and the Qin family would be considered complete. But how could he not agree? Ling Yun had already proven his strength. He could indeed destroy the Deity Sword Villa with a wave of his hand. Now that he had said that he would let them off, if Xie Dongquan still didn't know how to take advantage of the situation, then he would be as stubborn as his eldest disciple, Gua Xiaotian. Moreover, it wasn't that he was begging for mercy, but that Ling Yun had clearly settled the past enmity with him. The Deity Sword Villa wouldn't be embarrassed. Phew, Xie Dongquan finally felt relieved. He let out a long breath and nodded. Very fair. Ling Yun smiled coldly and nodded. As long as you say it's fair. Then, from now on, the past enmity between the Deity Sword Villa, the Qin family, my mother, and my aunt will be written off. From now on, you're not allowed to talk about the Qin family's kindness. Everyone will go their separate ways. After this, if there's any new enmity between us, then I, Ling Yun, won't be polite to the Deity Sword Villa. Xie Dongquan, do you understand? Finally, Ling Yun used the mystical dragon howl and pointed at Xie Dongquan. He wanted him to answer clearly. Xie Dongquan trembled and said immediately, I understand. Ling Yun laughed. If that's the case, then I advise you to leave this place immediately, lest you get injured accidentally during the battle later. I won't kill you, but that doesn't mean that others won't kill you. At this point, what else could Xie Dongquan say? He actually cupped his fists at Ling Yun. Ling Yun, no matter what, your three enmities are indeed clear and fair. I admire you. The mountains will not change, and the rivers will flow forever. We'll meet again in the pugilistic world. After saying that, Xie Dongquan turned around and flew back to his camp. Then, he waved his hand. Everyone from the Deity Sword Villa, listen to my orders. Leave this place with me quickly. He didn't communicate with anyone else. He led everyone from the Deity Sword Villa and left with his tail between his legs. Elder Bu's official WeChat account, Bujing3721, or directly search for Bujing. Please add me and discuss the plot. Thank you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. Oh, Xie Dongquan isn't a fool. He's quite sensible. Ling Yin flew back and stood on the auction stage again. He smiled as he watched the people from Deity Sword Villa leave. Thinking about this, he said what he wanted to say. However, Ling Yin guessed that Xie Dongquan's intestines were green with regret. If the person he sent to Qingshui City wasn't Gua Xiaotian but someone else, or if it was him himself, the situation at Deity Sword Villa might have been different after hearing Ling Yin's three conditions. This was just a guess. Ling Yin was only at the pinnacle of physique tempering stage 9 at that time, which was much weaker than he was now. If Xie Dongquan had fought personally, Ling Yin wouldn't have been able to defeat Xie Dongquan without using the Dragon Elephant Divine Force. Of course, it was precisely because of this that Xie Dongquan didn't take Ling Yin seriously. He only sent 5 disciples over. In the end, Gua Xiaotian was stubborn and made a huge mistake, which led to the situation today. It was hard to predict the vicissitudes of life. Only when it happened would it become a foregone conclusion. They could only blame the Deity Sword Mountain Villa for not having this opportunity. For example, the Wudong Mountain Villa only sent a world walker, Taoist Master Chong Su. Why did they stop in time and take the initiative to befriend Ling Yun? When the people from Deity Sword Mountain Villa left, Ling Yun had already sent a telepathic message to Wang Chongxiao, asking him and Edward to step aside and let Xie Dongquan leave. Just like that, Ling Yun forced the Deity Sword Mountain Villa to retreat with a few words and temporarily spared their lives. There were 2 reasons for this. First of all, as Ling Yun had said, the Deity Sword Villa had indeed done the Qin family a great favor. As long as it was a favor, the Qin family had to repay it. After all, the wrong came after the favor. Hence, Ling Yun wanted to settle the scores with Xie Dongquan one by one. Ling Yun could only help the Qin family repay this debt of gratitude. In the future, when he dealt with the Tianshan Heavenly Sword sect, the Deity Sword Mountain Villa wouldn't interfere and put the Qin family in a difficult position. This way, Ling Yun would naturally be able to go all out without any reservations. Secondly, other than participating in the demon subduing convention, Xie Dongquan did not have any enmity with the Ling clan. There was no need for him to kill them all. With his current abilities, he could destroy the Deity Sword Villa anytime he wanted. There was no need for him to be in such a hurry. Moreover, the Villa Master of the Deity Sword Villa, Xie Dongquan, was originally from the Kunlun Sword sect, but he had connections with the Heavenly Sword sect. Even Qin Chongqing had said that Xie Dongquan had used some unknown method to make Di Xiaoshan give up and temporarily let the Qin family off. Ling Yin was actually very curious about Xie Dongquan's method and the purpose of the Deity Sword Villa to save the Qin family. There had to be a hidden story behind this, and it wasn't as simple as it seemed. Ling Yin didn't believe that the Deity Sword Mountain Villa could make Di Xiaoshan of the Heavenly Sword sect let the Qin family off just because of an agreement of 18 years. At that time, the Qin family would be a piece of meat on Di Xiaoshan's chopping board. What was the point of waiting for 18 years, if everything was investigated in the future and the Deity Sword Mountain Villa didn't have any ill intentions towards the Qin family, then it would be fine. If not, then Ling Yun would naturally fight his way up to the Deity Sword Mountain Villa and find trouble with Xie Dongquan. Now that the grudges between the 2 sides had been cleared, Ling Yun wouldn't have to waste so much time talking to Xie Dongquan. While Ling Yun was secretly speculating about these things, he didn't expect that his words of fairness would cause a huge change in the situation in the Wind Thunder Valley. Whoosh! A large group of people, more than 100 experts, suddenly rushed towards one direction in the Wind Thunder Valley. They completely broke away from the camps of Mount Longhu, the Kunlun Sword sect, and the other sects that had a death feud with Ling Yun. These people weren't involved in the case of the Ling family 18 years ago. By doing this, it was obvious that they wanted to make a clear stand and draw a clear line between themselves and forces like Mount Longhu and the Kunlun Sword sect. The reason was very simple. Just now, when Ling Yun was settling scores with Xie Dongquan from the Deity Sword Mountain Villa and asking him if it was fair or not, these people were there to see it for themselves. None of them were stupid. When they heard Ling Yun's explanation, they naturally came to a realization. At least these people understood one thing. Ling Yun wasn't as unreasonable and bloodthirsty as the rumors said. On the contrary, he was very clear about the score in his heart and wasn't ambiguous at all. Otherwise, with the strength that Ling Yun displayed, he wouldn't have needed to waste so much time arguing with the Deity Sword Mountain Villa. In less than half a minute, he killed all the people from the Deity Sword Mountain Villa. This proved one thing. Ling Yun definitely wouldn't kill the innocent. This also proved that what Ling Yun said when he stopped those people from escaping just now was the truth. He wasn't lying. As long as they had no grudges with Ling Yun, he definitely wouldn't make things difficult for them. The premise was that these people didn't escape before Ling Yun took revenge. Since that was the case, why were those who had no grudges with Ling Yun or those who had escaped but were forced to return with Mount Longhu and the Kunlun Sword sect? Were they tired of living and looking for death? Not bad, not bad. You're righteous and clear about gratitude and grudges. I didn't expect that the Devil's Underworld Essence Blade to be unable to affect your mind. This time, the Wu-Tang sect's Taoist master Chong Su didn't use telepathy. Instead, he spoke loudly in front of everyone to express his appreciation for Ling Yun's actions. Taoist master Chong Su clearly expressed the Wu-Tang sect's position. Not only would they not be enemies with Ling Yun, but they would also be friends. Ba. Young benefactor Ling Yun's actions have indeed put us, the orthodox sects, to shame. Even though you killed 20 people from Shaolin, when Jiu Yuan returns to Shaolin, he will definitely explain the reason for the young benefactor's actions and fight for justice. Master Jiu Yuan was also very shocked. This was because he had inadvertently seen another side of Ling Yun. What heinous crimes! What bloodthirsty nature! These were all nonsense. He had never killed anyone who hadn't provoked Ling Yun. Seeing that Taoist Master Chong Su and Master Jiu Yuan had taken the lead, Ling Yun smiled and cupped his fists. Taoist Master Chong Su, Master Jiu Yuan, thank you for your trouble. Once this matter is over, I'm willing to have a long talk with the two of you. Ling Yun was naturally not stupid. This was a good opportunity to divide the orthodox sects in the martial arts world. Of course, he wouldn't miss it. Ling Yun, we have no enmity with you in the past or in the present. We came to participate in the Devil Subduing Conference purely because we were bewitched. Please spare our lives. Yes. We didn't participate in the massacre of the Ling family. We're just here to join in the fun. Please be magnanimous and let us go. In an instant, more than 100 people shouted loudly. They directly sold out Mount Longhu and the Kunlun Sword sect. I know. Once I'm done and confirm that you have no enmity with me, I'll naturally let you go. Don't worry, everyone. Although Ling Yun despised these fence-sitters, he couldn't do anything about them. There were too many people like them in this world. They made up the majority. It was impossible to kill them all. That was human nature. Ling Yun was very clear that if he were to lose tonight, these people who had put down their pride and begged him for mercy would raise their butcher knives against him faster and more ruthlessly than their real enemies. As a result, the originally two opposing parties in the Wind Thunder Valley suddenly became three forces. Ling Yun's side, his mortal enemies in the past and present, and the fence-sitters who thought they had nothing to do with Ling Yun and wouldn't dare to provoke him even if they were beaten to death. On the side of the orthodox sects, half of them had been split. Now, there were less than 10 sects left, and there were only 130 to 40 people. However, these people were undoubtedly Ling Yun's mortal enemies. There was no need to distinguish them. Everyone was clearly divided. Among them were Mount Longhu, the Kunlun Sword sect, the Kongtong sect, the Huashan Sword sect, Mount Amei, and 4 or 5 hidden families, including the Lu family. The strange thing was that the Tranquil sect didn't split. They stood firmly with Ling Yun's enemies, as if they were determined to fight to the death with him. The Tranquil sect didn't have any old grudges with Ling Yun, only new ones. Therefore, after settling the deity Sword Mountain Villa, Ling Yun immediately went to the Tranquil sect. He floated down the stage and came directly in front of the Tranquil sect. He looked at the Tranquil sect master, Priestess Miju, and laughed disdainfully. Must you have a death wish? Ling Yun wanted to see how hard the bones of these crazy women from the Tranquil sect were. He had already decided to get rid of the Tranquil sect. This way, he wouldn't have to worry anymore. Mei Feng, come here, Ling Yun said coldly. Then, he turned around and called Zhuang Mei Feng over. Priestess Miju, right? Open your eyes wide and see for yourself. If not for the Tranquil sect snatching my wife away, how would she be at such a low realm today? Hearing this, Zhuang Mei Feng couldn't help but glare at Ling Yun. She was at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 8 and a cultivator at the pinnacle of Qi cultivation level 3, yet Ling Yun said that she was at such a low realm. Actually, Ling Yun was talking about strength. In other words, he was talking about actual combat power, not just realm. Honey, I'm just provoking them. Don't take it seriously. Seeing that his wife was angry, Ling Yun hurriedly sent a telepathic message to comfort her. Then, he said, Priestess Miju, to tell you the truth, I want to get rid of the Tranquil sect. It has nothing to do with anything else, because I've already killed Miju. Moreover, the Tranquil sect has no feud with the Ling family. I want to get rid of you because I don't like you. There's no need for a broken sect that harms the world and harms women. Of course, getting rid of the Tranquil sect doesn't mean that I'm going to kill you. As long as you are willing to cripple your own cultivation and announce the dissolution of the Tranquil sect, I will naturally let you leave. I will even arrange for people to escort you and ensure your safety. How about that? After saying a few words, Ling Yun directly stated his conditions. Humph. Vile spawn. My Tranquil sect has 300 years of heritage. You want to dissolve it with just a few sentences? You must be daydreaming. Priestess Miju of the Tranquil sect was trembling with anger. Her face turned green as she gritted her teeth and said sternly. Is that so? Then you can go to hell. Ling Yun smiled faintly and suddenly punched at Priestess Miju. Bam! It was too fast. Ling Yun's movement technique was teleportation, and his punch was also as fast as lightning. There was no way for Priestess Miju to dodge this punch. She was directly hit by Ling Yun and flew out. Her body slammed into the cliff wall with a loud bang. Priestess Miju didn't fall to the ground. Her body was embedded in the cliff, and her eyes were bulging out. Blood flowed out from all her orifices. She couldn't be more dead. Ling Yun wouldn't be polite to such people. He killed Priestess Miju with one punch and said, You can continue being the abbess of the Tranquil sect when you reach the underworld. I won't be able to see or care about that place. Chapter 4 completed. Elder Bu's WeChat public account, Boojing3721 or search for Boojing directly. Please add me as a follower to discuss the plot. Thank you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. Ah. The elders and disciples of the Tranquil sect couldn't help but scream when they saw the abbess of the Tranquil sect being killed by Ling Yun. There was anger in these screams, but more of it was fear. In the distance, those fence-sitters who were hiding to the side also cried out in alarm when they saw this shocking scene. Some of them were so scared that they closed their eyes. In that instant, they felt as if that punch had smashed into their bodies. Ever since Ling Yun had a fair fight with Shaolin Temple's master Jining and used an hour to kill him, he hadn't made a move or killed anyone. Instead, he suddenly started reasoning with the people from deity Sword Mountain Villa. Now, he finally made a move, and it was a thunderous one, and it was killing without a word. This made everyone shiver in fear. After Ling Yun killed, his eyes swept across all the disciples of the Tranquil sect. Who else is unconvinced or wants to avenge your abbess? Step forward now, and I'll send all of you on your way. Ling Yun turned a deaf ear to the cries of surprise and the hateful gazes from the Tranquil sect. This was because once Ling Yun decided to do something, he wouldn't care about anyone else's opinion. Ling Yun knew that if he wanted to disband the Tranquil sect and get the other nuns to submit obediently, It would be impossible if he didn't kill Priestess Miju. Therefore, he hardened his heart and stopped trying to reason with her. This way, the people of the Tranquil sect wouldn't have a leader. This would reduce the number of casualties and save Lingyan time. Lingyan didn't have time to waste on the Tranquil sect. The real battle was yet to come. His words were actually a clear indication of his attitude. He wanted the people of the Tranquil sect to immediately make a choice between death and obedience. Disobedience meant death. Lingyan stared at these people coldly. He looked straight at the angry gazes in front of him, waiting for someone to step forward. However, the angry gazes gradually weakened until they disappeared. A minute passed, and no one dared to step forward. Lingyan's thunderous strike was effective. No matter who from the Tranquil sect jumped out to resist, it would be meaningless. They would just be killed instantly. What's more, the abbess was already dead. Abbess Miaolin had already lost confidence in the Tranquil sect. Her cultivation level had dropped drastically, and the Tranquil Xianxia in her body was almost completely drained. Now, she was at the postnatal realm. Everyone in the Tranquil sect knew why she had fallen. Lingyan's heaven-defying actions had caused Abbess Miaolin to lose her faith. She no longer believed that the Tranquil sect's treatment of women was right. Most nunneries would allow nuns to renounce asceticism. However, the Tranquil Heart Nunnery had consumed the Tranquil Heart Pill and the Tranquil Heart Sutra. It was impossible for them to renounce asceticism. They would never have the chance. Without opportunities, there would be no future. Without the right to control their own destiny, what was the purpose of their lives? Today, after seeing Zhuang Meifeng again, she was lively, charming, and radiant. Her cultivation level had increased tremendously. Not only Abbess Miaolin, but most of the people in the Tranquil sect were also shaken, especially the disciples with the Li name. When the opportunity presented itself, who wouldn't want to live a better, more comfortable, and more exciting life? At this point, Lingyan knew that his plan had succeeded. He smiled slightly. Since no one has stood up and expressed any objections to what I said, I'll take it that all of you agree with me and agree to disband the Tranquil sect. After saying that, Lingyan added another question in a very human-like manner. Am I right? Still, no one spoke. If that's the case, then all of you can cripple yourselves. I don't want to help. Lingyan was very direct and didn't drag his feet. But, Big Brother Yun, what if we meet bad people or enemies come looking for us after we cripple our martial arts? What do we do then? Of course, the one who spoke was Li Xiu. She couldn't help but ask this question because she had a good relationship with Lingyan. Only then did Lingyan realize why the other party hadn't responded for so long. It turned out that he had been thinking about this problem. Little sister Li Xiu, that's a good question. As long as you're willing to cripple your cultivation and disband the Tranquil sect, I'll guarantee your safety. If anyone dares to bully you or seek revenge on you, I can guarantee that they'll die a horrible death. Lingyan praised them before immediately replying, as long as you're willing to cripple your cultivation and disband the Tranquil sect, I'll guarantee your safety. After saying that, Lingyan suddenly turned around and said to those fence-sitters in the distance, did all of you hear what I said? Lingyan, we heard it. Who dared to not respond? Who dared to not respond? Those fence-sitters practically shouted in unison. Just hearing it isn't enough. After all of you leave tonight, help me spread these words to the entire pugilistic world. Let everyone know about this. Too domineering, not only did he want these people to hear it, but he also wanted the entire pugilistic world to know about it. Don't worry, as long as we leave this place, we'll definitely spread these words to everyone in the pugilistic world. Many people promised and swore solemnly, afraid that they would fall behind and anger Lingyan again. Lingyan was very satisfied. Then, he turned around and continued, not only your safety, but also your future livelihood and cultivation. I'll take care of them all at once. Don't worry about these things. Now that he understood their concerns, he didn't need them to ask any further. Instead, he told them his arrangements and expressed that he would take care of them till the end. What? Not only were the juniors from the Tranquil sect stunned, but even the elders from the Tranquil sect were stunned. One of them asked in shock, you're saying, we can cultivate again after crippling our own martial arts? Everyone from the tranquil sect couldn't remain calm anymore. Their eyes lit up because Ling Yun's strength was there for all to see. Their future safety and livelihood were guaranteed. They could even start cultivating again. This temptation was too great for them to bear. Ling Yun smiled and said, "Since my wife can cultivate again, you can too. It's just that it's a little more troublesome and might take some time." As he said that, Ling Yun raised his finger and pointed at Zhuang Meifeng beside him. He couldn't be bothered to say another word. The truth was there. What else was there to say? Ugh. More than 10 groans could be heard, followed by the sound of their cultivation dispersing. Everyone from the tranquil sect, except for Miao Lin, who didn't need to dispersing his cultivation, and Li Su, who wasn't there, crippled their own martial arts and gave up on the tranquil heart technique. No one hesitated anymore. Boom. When all the disciples from the tranquil sect had finished dispersing their cultivation, Ling Yun burned another 100 drops of divine energy and released the spiritual energy in his body to treat them. This reduced the pain of dispersing their cultivation. Very quickly, they became no different from ordinary people. Of course, among these people from the tranquil sect, the elders and the late-stage Xiantian realm disciples had all taken the tranquil pill. Ling Yun couldn't care less about this now. He could only think about it in the future. "Big brother Ling Yun, where do you want us to go in the future?" Li Xiu naturally hadn't taken the tranquil pill. After dispersing her cultivation, her eyes became lively again. She couldn't help but ask Ling Yun. "Little sister Li Xiu, we'll talk about these questions tonight. Anyway, I won't let you sleep on the streets." Ling Yun was troubled by Li Xiu's incessant questions. How could he have the time to think about this now? Then, Ling Yun called Green Bird and Miao Xiao Miao over to temporarily protect the safety of these people. At the same time, he allowed them to further treat their injuries. Since the other party was giving him face, he naturally had to do it to perfection. This way, the problem of dispersing the tranquil sect was temporarily resolved. The rest was just a small matter. After tonight, Ling Yun would have a way to clean it up. "Wifey, are you satisfied with how I solved the problem of the tranquil sect?" Ling Yun turned around and left the tranquil sect. On the way back to the square, he couldn't help but feel proud and take credit for it. "Of course I'm satisfied. This is a huge merit. If these people settle down and can cultivate again in the future, I'm sure they will be grateful to you. They might even erect a longevity tablet for you." Zhuang Meifeng giggled. Zhuang Meifeng giggled. Her heart was sweeter than honey. She knew that Ling Yun was doing this for her. She didn't expect Zhuang Meifeng's words to come true. At this moment, the women who were rescued from the abyss of suffering by Ling Yun began to enjoy real life. They all erected a longevity tablet for Ling Yun. They burned 3 jaw sticks in the morning and night to bless Ling Yun with immortality. They also provided Ling Yun with the power of faith. After all, these people had stayed in the tranquil sect before. They were much more professional than the ordinary people in Qingshui City. "Little friend Ling Yun, you have done a great job. Wudong Mountain is convinced." Taoist Master Chong Su was the first to speak when he saw Ling Yun return. His voice was clear and resonated throughout the Wind Thunder Valley. "Ba, little benefactor Ling Yun has truly saved all living beings from suffering. This is a huge merit. Shaolin Temple is impressed." Zhu Yuan was also chanting the name of Buddha. His voice was as loud as a bell. He was very impressed with Ling Yun's actions. Master Zhu Yuan was a true monk with great compassion. After the battle at Dragon Gate Mountain, he recited the rebirth scripture for those who were killed by Ling Yun and used it to enter the second heaven of the divine power realm. He was now at the pinnacle of the second heaven of the divine power realm. *CK, I won't forgive anyone who dares to call Ling Yun a bloodthirsty devil. Yes, yes, yes. Such a good person is actually called a devil. *CK, who did I believe in? Dragon Tiger Mountain is too much. They almost killed me. *CK, so many people died because of them. Ling Yun was fair in the Deity Sword Mountain Villa incident. Ling Yun saved those women from the abyss of suffering at the Tranquil Sect. 2 consecutive incidents made those fence-sitters go wild again. Their voices were one-sided as they scolded Mount Longhu and the sects that were still in confrontation with Ling Yun. As for Mount Longhu, Kunlun Sword Sect, Kongtong Sect, Mount Amei, and the other Taoist sects, after seeing Ling Yan's performance, their faces were all red with anger. They didn't dare to refute and could only let those people scold and criticize them. It couldn't be helped. Ling Yan did it beautifully. Their faces were swollen from the slaps. Dragon Tiger Mountain, it's your turn now. Ling Yan told Zhuang Meifeng to return to the stage while he appeared in front of Dragon Tiger Mountain seats in a flash. His face was cold as he spoke. Elder Bu's official WeChat account, Bujing3721, or search for Bujing directly. Please add me as a follower to discuss the plot. Thank you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. The Devil Subduing Conference was jointly sponsored by Mount Longhu, Kunlun Sword Sect, and Shaolin Temple. It was also held in the Wind Thunder Valley of Mount Longhu. Therefore, Mount Longhu was the host. Now that the Shaolin Temple's Arhat Hall had been annihilated by Ling Yan and the Tranquil Nunnery had been disbanded, there were very few Buddhists left in the Wind Thunder Valley. Therefore, Ling Yan finally found Mount Longhu. Ling Yan could tell that Mount Longhu was the strongest of all the forces present tonight. Excluding Zhang Junjing, who he had blown up with one punch, there were 24 perfected persons and heavenly masters, all of whom were at least at the 4th level of the divine power realm. Among these 24 people, there were 2 at the pinnacle of the 6th level of the divine power realm, 2 in the middle of the 6th level, 12 at the 5th level of the divine power realm, 5 at the pinnacle of the 4th level of the divine power realm, and the other 3 at the middle of the 4th level of the divine power realm. In terms of cultivation, the people from Mount Longhu were much stronger than those from the Arhat Hall of the Shaolin Temple. That wasn't all. Using his divine sense, Ling Yan noticed that each of these venerable masters had at least a bottle of supreme-grade Dragon Tiger pills on them. The pills were glowing brightly and could be considered inferior-grade spiritual pills. Furthermore, the experts above the 5th level of the divine power realm each had a few silver talismans on them. Ling Yan didn't know how powerful the silver talismans of the Xianxia Palace were, but he knew that the silver talismans on Mo Wu Dao were equivalent to the level 6 talismans he made. As for the purple body securing talisman that Mo Wu Dao was carrying, it was equivalent to a grade 7 treasure talisman made by Ling Yan. Its power could be imagined. The Xianxia sect that Mo Wu Dao belonged to was actually of the same lineage as Mount Longhu's Xianxia Palace. The Xianxia sect and the Xianxia Palace had been fighting for the legitimacy of the Xianxia sect for more than 1,000 years, dating back to the early Tang dynasty. Based on the terrifying strength of the perfected persons from Mount Longhu, Ling Yan understood that his battle with Mount Longhu would determine the outcome of tonight's Devil Subduing Conference. Since Mount Longhu was known as the ancestral court of Taoism, the other Taoist sects such as the Kunlun Sword Sect, Kongtong Sect, and Amei Sect would definitely follow Mount Longhu's lead. As long as Ling Yan could exterminate these people from Mount Longhu, the righteous side of the pugilistic world would truly lose this demon subduing conference. Just now, when Ling Yan and Yi Xingchen were battling the Shaolin Temple's Arhat Hall, as well as blocking more than 300 martial arts practitioners who were escaping, he had used the Green Shadow Flying Sword, the Yin Yang Aura Sword, the Man-Ruler Seal, and even the art of sword kinesis flight. He had even used the Yin Yang Wings as Qi blades. This was already a terrifying display of strength. However, Longhu Mountain side had seen everything clearly from the beginning to the end, yet they remained unmoved. Clearly, based on the strength that Ling Yan had displayed, Longhu Mountain believed that they had the strength to fight him. Therefore, Ling Yan's challenge seemed arrogant and despotic, but in fact, he was extremely cautious and didn't dare to be careless. Ling Yan's divine energy had never stopped burning, and his fighting spirit was at its peak. On Longhu Mountain's side, those below level 6 divine power realm were nothing in his eyes. The real enemies in his eyes were the 4 strongest perfected masters. Lai Long Taoist, Lai Tiger Taoist, Lai Lei Taoist, and Lai Yang Taoist. As expected, seeing that Ling Yan had come to their seats, Lai Long and Lai Tiger Taoist took a step forward at the same time, glaring at Ling Yan without any fear on their faces. Ling Yan, you rascal, you've got some tricks up your sleeves. Reverend Lai Long spoke straightforwardly, and his voice was fierce. You're clearly the one who's ruthless and merciless. You killed 21 people from Shaolin Temple's Arhat Hall and more than 300 righteous martial artists who wanted to leave. Just now, you even killed the master of Tranquil Heart Monastery who refused to submit to your unreasonable demands. but with just a few words, you've actually turned the facts upside down and said that all of this is the fault of martial artists. Such a devil, Longhu Mountain won't let you live tonight. Lai Long Taoist was indeed the leader of Longhu Mountain's Xianxia Palace. The moment he opened his mouth, he reclassified Ling Yun as a devil from his point of view and reclaimed the moral high ground. He had to say that because Ling Yun's performance was simply too terrifying. He had killed Zhang Junjing of the Celestial Master residence as soon as he appeared, giving the righteous side of the martial world a show of strength. He had shocked all the elites below the 5th tier of divine power realm and gained the upper hand by showing his strength. Then, without saying a word, he destroyed the Shaolin Temple's Arhat Hall and fought a beautiful battle of annihilation. He killed more than 300 people from the martial arts faction in one breath. Then, he suddenly spoke and inexplicably talked about justice with the Villa Master of Deity Sword Villa. With just a few words, he forced the Villa Master of Deity Sword Villa to leave and successfully divided the martial arts faction. Finally, Ling Yun killed the Tranquil Nunnery's Abbess Miju with a thunderous punch. With the power of that punch, he successfully intimidated everyone in the Tranquil Nunnery and disbanded the Tranquil Nunnery. This way, there were only about a dozen ancient martial arts sects and hidden families left on Longhu Mountain's side. The total number of people was only about 120. Not only did the martial arts practitioners' morale take a huge hit, but the 100 or so experts who were originally on their side became fence-sitters. Now, they were even siding with Ling Yun and blaming Longhu Mountain. This definitely wasn't something that could be achieved just by relying on one's cultivation. How smart was Ling Yun to be able to divide the original 600 people to such an extent while being domineering and arrogant along the way? At this point, if Longhu Mountain still didn't step out to stop Ling Yun, tonight's devil subduing conference would really become Ling Yun's one-man show. Ling Yun couldn't be bothered to respond to Lai Long Taoist's accusation. No one knew better than him that once a fight started, words were useless. In the end, strength was the only thing that mattered. After the fight was over, the one who stood and talked was the one who had the final say. Everything else was nonsense. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you now. I'll let you meet someone first. Ling Yun smiled faintly. Then, he suddenly raised his head and used the mystical dragon held towards the night sky. Paul, bring me that human swine. After killing Master Jining of the Shaolin Temple, Ling Yun let Paul bring one of the two prisoners, Lai Long Taoist from Longhu Mountain. Now, he finally came in handy. Everyone raised their heads and saw a devilish purple figure flying over from the southern part of the Wind Thunder Valley. He was carrying a black object in his hand. He came extremely fast and arrived at the edge of the cliff in the blink of an eye. Then, with a dive, he landed in the middle of the huge field. Bam! Once Paul landed, he threw the limbless Lai Long Taoist to the ground with a loud sound. Ah! Lai Long Taoist. Actually, there was no need for Paul to land. Everyone from Longhu Mountain had strong divine senses. When he was still in the air, they had already recognized that the human swine in Paul's hand was their junior, Lai Long Taoist. Now, the Xiantian True Qi in Lai Long Taoist's body had long been absorbed by Ling Yun. Now, his realm had dropped to the middle stage of the Hotian realm. Moreover, he had been tortured for more than 2 months. Lai Long Taoist couldn't take care of himself because he had lost all his limbs. Now, his hair was disheveled and messy. His long hair was stuck together and became clumps. His tattered Taoist robe was stained with his own excrement, emitting waves of stench. His eyes were blank and lifeless, as if he didn't know where he was. Now that he was thrown to the ground, he didn't even make a sound of pain. Lai Long Taoist, and the rest of the people from Longhu Mountain were furious when they saw the miserable state of Lai Long Taoist. Ling Yun, you bastard, how dare you treat the Jinren of Xianxia Palace like this? Xianxia Palace will not coexist with you. Lai Long Taoist glared at Ling Yun and gritted his teeth. Even his eyes were red, it wasn't just him. Lai Long Taoist, Lai Lei Taoist, and the rest of the Zenrens of Xianxia Palace had the same expression. However, Ling Yun clearly noticed that there were 4 people from Mount Longhu who didn't show much emotion after the appearance of the Lai Hua spiritual master. In fact, they seemed to be gloating over the misfortune of Mount Longhu. Looks like these people should be the celestial masters from the celestial master abode that Mo Wudao mentioned. On the surface, they seem to be in harmony with Xianxia Palace, but in fact, they are secretly fighting each other. Ling Yan came to Longhu Mountain to participate in the Devil Subduing Conference. Longhu Mountain was the ancestral court of Taoism. If he wanted to understand the situation there, who else could he ask but Mo Wudao? As the last disciple of the Maoshan sect's Xianxia sect, Mo Wudao knew the secrets of Taoism all too well. He answered all of Ling Yan's questions, so Ling Yan understood everything. Xianxia Palace Shinren? Ling Yan laughed coldly as he pointed at Lai Long Taoist, who was on the ground. This Xianxia Palace Shinren that you mentioned is the one who secretly kept a drought demon and brought him into Qingshui City. He broke into my villa at night and joined forces with the devil sect's Tianxingzi, Sikong Wuji. He said that he wanted to kill everyone in my house. Now, I want Longhu Mountain and Xianxia Palace to give me an explanation. Ling Yan's tone was very calm, but his voice wasn't loud. However, he used the mystical dragon howl, so his words were transmitted into everyone's ears clearly. Everyone's expression changed drastically after they heard it. This time, it wasn't just the 100 fence-sitters. Even the Taoist sects that stood firmly on Mount Longhu's side were shocked. Their gazes towards Mount Longhu were filled with disbelief and shock. Longhu Mountain was the ancestral court of Taoism, and Xianxia Palace had a high status there. It was on par with Wudong Mountain and was regarded as the leader of the Taoists in the world. The perfected master of Xianxia Palace kept a drought demon. This was too unimaginable, too shocking. What was a drought demon? A drought demon couldn't be called a demon, nor could it be called a demon. Legend had it that it was transformed from a corpse and was called the king of zombies. It was an extremely evil creature. Once a drought demon matured, it would be a catastrophe in the world. It was a monster that Taoists had to get rid of. The perfected master of Xianxia Palace didn't expect Ling Yan to make such a move at this time. They were all dumbfounded. Even Lai Long Taoist's face turned pale and he couldn't say a word. Drought demon, my drought demon, was killed by Ling Yan. At this moment, Lai Long Taoist, who was in a daze, suddenly shouted crazily after hearing the two words, drought demon. It was simply a godly assist. Elder Bu's official WeChat account, Bujing3721, or search for Bujing directly. Please add me as a follower to discuss the plot. Thank you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. Venerable Lai Hua was definitely a godly assistant, because when he was thrown down just now, the spiritual master of the Xianxia Palace of Mount Longhu had already proven his identity. Now that he had said such a thing, the matter of him raising the drought demon was set in stone. Even if the spiritual master of the Xianxia Palace wanted to deny it now, he could not. Of course, since Ling Yan had spared Venerable Lai Hua's life back then, he had been waiting for this moment. He had already made sufficient preparations and brought the evidence. Even if Venerable Xianxia Palace had 100 mouths, he wouldn't be able to defend himself. F***ck, it's actually true? Xianxia Palace of Mount Longhu actually raised a drought demon. Is this a demon subduing or breeding demon? D***mn, a demon subduing convention? You must be joking. Why don't you clean yourself up first? Raising a drought demon, how disgusting. Everyone was indignant, even furious. The way they looked at Mount Longhu had already changed, and their expressions were unfriendly. Moreover, it wasn't just those fence-sitters. At this moment, even the few Taoist sects that had been standing firmly on Mount Longhu's side were all furious. They stared at the few venerable leaders of Mount Longhu, wanting an explanation. Even within Mount Longhu itself, there were disagreements. The 4 celestial masters of the Celestial Master Abode had already quietly left the seats of Mount Longhu, distancing themselves from the group of people from the Xianxia Palace. They seemed to be drawing a line with them. In the blink of an eye, Mount Longhu's Xianxia Palace had become the isolated party. Venerable Lai Long, what exactly is going on? Please explain this matter thoroughly and give an explanation to the orthodox sects. Li Jiangang, the head of the Kunlun sword sect, was already furious. His face was gloomy, and his eyes were burning with anger as he questioned Venerable Lai Long directly. Venerable Lai Long was anxious. Originally, he had a bad feeling when he saw Venerable Lai Hua. However, at that time all their attention was attracted by Venerable Lai Hua's miserable state. They hated Ling Yan to the core and only wanted to kill Ling Yan as soon as possible to avenge Venerable Lai Hua. Who would have thought that a simple sentence from Ling Yun would change the entire situation in the Wind Thunder Valley? He would isolate Mount Longhu, or more specifically, Xianxia Palace. Immortal Lai Long's first reaction was to deny it. After all, Hamba was not at the scene. Unfortunately, Immortal Lai Hua, who was obviously tortured to the point of being half mad and half stupid, gave the other party a godly assist. He actually admitted to the matter directly. Let me explain this to everyone. Venerable Lai Long knew that he couldn't deny it. He didn't know how many tricks Ling Yun had up his sleeves. If he were to deny it, as long as Ling Yun produced any evidence, the Xianxia Palace of Mount Longhu would immediately fall into a hopeless situation where they would be mocked by the heroes present. That wouldn't be worth it. Immortal Lai Long took a step forward. Facing the heroes of the world, he muttered, "I admit, there is indeed the matter of Hamba. However, this drought demon wasn't raised by my Xianxia Palace. Instead, it was raised by my junior brother Lai Hua." Without a choice, Immortal Lai Long could only choose his words carefully and choose the outsiders of Xianxia Palace bit by bit. Reverend Lai Hua secretly raised the drought demon. At first, no one else in our Xianxia Palace knew about it. But later on, it was discovered. After it was discovered, our Xianxia Palace was in chaos. Everyone in the Xianxia Palace reacted exactly the same as you, or even more. We immediately called for an emergency meeting. Everyone in Xianxia Palace participated. Even some of the celestial masters from the celestial master abode attended. The topic of our meeting was naturally how to punish Venerable Lai Hua and how to kill that drought demon as soon as possible. Originally, Xianxia Palace wanted to kill the drought demon, cripple Venerable Lai Hua's martial arts, and immediately expel him from Xianxia Palace. However, after the meeting, during the process of our interrogation, Venerable Lai Hua confessed the truth and then told us the reason why he raised a drought demon. From the beginning of his cultivation, Venerable Lai Hua has specialized in dealing with evil beings such as zombies and ghosts. Occasionally going down the mountain, he would naturally come into contact with such evil beings. The reason he raised a drought demon wasn't to let it do evil, but because the drought demon is a being of extreme yin that cultivates extreme yang. Once that drought demon matures into a pure yang body, he wouldn't let it continue to grow. Instead, he would use the pure yang energy within its body to refine our Xianxia Palace's world-renowned pure yang pill, as well as our Xianxia Palace's righteous yang thunder technique. Moreover, everyone knows the strength of my Ascension Palace. Not to mention the drought demon that we've raised, even if it's a drought demon that's truly cultivated, my Ascension Palace would still be able to completely suppress and exterminate it if we were to use all our strength. Venerable Lai Hua had personally tamed that drought demon, so naturally, he had placed an extremely powerful restriction on it from the very beginning. He only raised it, but didn't release it. If he felt that he couldn't control it, he could get rid of it with a wave of his hand. If that's the case, then that drought demon will naturally not be able to do evil. As everyone knows, this pure yang pill requires a large amount of unending pure yang energy in order to successfully refine it. However, where are we going to find so much pure yang energy in this world? Now that the drought demon can't do evil, and with all the venerable masters of our Xianxia Palace keeping an eye on it, it can't possibly run away. Therefore, this drought demon can only bring benefits to our Xianxia Palace. It is precisely because of these considerations that in the end, our Xianxia Palace had a meeting and decided that as long as Venerable Lai Hua could guarantee that the drought demon wouldn't do evil, and was only used to extract pure yang energy, then there would be no harm in letting him experiment. Furthermore, Venerable Lai Hua also swore to guarantee this, so we didn't punish him. At this point, Venerable Lai Long had a sincere expression on his face. He glanced at the heroes of the world, then pointed to the night sky. Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning, Lord Taishang, if there's even half a word of falsehood in what I, Venerable Lai Long, said just now, I will immediately be struck to death by the 5 thunders. After making the oath, Venerable Lai Long then recited his Taoist name. Boundless Heavenly Lord, I wonder if everyone in the martial arts world can accept this poor Taoist's explanation. At this point, Venerable Lai Long really didn't dare to lie. Everything that he said was true. In his heart, he thought that since they could understand Venerable Lai Hua's explanation, then the people present at this moment would naturally be able to accept it as well. The result was very effective. After listening to Venerable Lai Long's explanation, even though many people were still mumbling, most of their faces relaxed. After all, with the status of Xianxia Palace, it was absolutely impossible for them to raise a drought demon to harm the human world. Raising a drought demon, as long as they could ensure that it was harmless, controllable, and could even bring about heaven-defying benefits, this kind of thing wasn't considered a disgraceful thing in a sect. To put it bluntly, this was actually a kind of research. In the eyes of Xianxia Palace, this drought demon was similar to a lab rat in the eyes of scientists. Of course, Ling Yan was also listening. He knew that the other party definitely wasn't lying. This was because he already knew all of this when he was interrogating Venerable Lai Hua. Moreover, this wasn't Ling Yan's main point in dealing with Xianxia Palace. Then why did Venerable Lai Hua bring this drought demon to Xianxia City? Someone couldn't help but ask. Hearing this question, Venerable Lai Long's heart was filled with joy. He immediately raised his hand and pointed at Xianxia in the distance. Everyone looked clearly, that woman isn't a human. She's a real demon, the nine-tailed celestial fox. Hiss, this sentence caused everyone to suck in a breath of cold air. However, no one dared to comment further due to Ling Yan's ferocious strength. That nine-tailed celestial fox awakened its bloodline and spiritual consciousness in our Dragon Tiger Mountain. This is a fire fox. Since it's a demon, our Dragon Tiger Mountain naturally had to subdue and suppress it. Unfortunately, it eventually escaped all the way to Xianxia City. Venerable Lai Hua went down the mountain relying on that drought demon. He followed the demonic aura all the way to Xianxia City and found out that this fox demon was hiding in Ling Yan's villa. That was why he entered Ling Yan's villa to kill this fox demon. After Venerable Lai Long completely cast aside the matter of Xianxia Palace and Venerable Lai Hua rearing a drought demon, he immediately shifted the blame to Jiangdong and pushed all the blame to Xianxia. These two sentences of his were very convincing. Although the truth was the truth, he had concealed the crux of it. He did not say the reason or the true purpose, so naturally, the meaning of his words would change. Those who did not know the truth would be easily deceived by him. Oh my God, the nine-tailed celestial fox. Demon. Therefore, everyone began to look at Xianxia again. However, Xianxia's face was masked, only revealing a pair of beautiful eyes. No one could see her true face. Everyone was shocked. First, they heard that Xianxia Palace reared a drought demon. Now, they saw the nine-tailed celestial fox with their own eyes. Most people's perceptions were instantly changed. That's right, Xianxia is indeed a nine-tailed celestial fox. But what about the demon race? How did an animal awaken its bloodline and spiritual consciousness provoke Mount Longhu? Did she steal and eat your pills? Or did she kill someone? At this time, Ling Yan finally spoke. One of his reasons for attacking Dragon Tiger Mountain was to avenge Xianxia and seek justice for her. Lai Long, your Xianxia Palace reared a drought demon, and everything would be fine with a simple explanation. Then, a spirit fox raised by the heavens didn't do evil or harm people. What right do you have to kill her? Good and evil are defined by you. If you say it doesn't do evil, it won't do evil. If you say demons should be killed, it should be killed? What right do you have? Ling Yan couldn't be bothered to expose the truth that Venerable Lai Long deliberately hid. He directly asked the most important question for Xianxia. This was called seeking justice. Venerable Lai Long was tongue-tied by Ling Yan's question. He was now at the pinnacle of Divine Realm, which was the pinnacle of Qi Cultivation Stage 6. He could hide things, but he didn't dare to lie. Otherwise, his inner demons would invade him during the tribulation, and he would be doomed eternally. Xianxia indeed didn't kill or harm people, nor did she offend Mount Longhu. Lai Long, I can't be bothered to play mind games with you. If you can't answer what I asked you just now, then I'll blame the matter of Hamba killing Xianxia's entire family on your Xianxia Palace. Ling Yan's eyes flashed with killing intent. Boss Boer, search for Bujing directly. Please add me and discuss the plot. Thank you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. Thailand's biggest breasted female streamer's new passion video exposed pouncing on male protagonist so thirsty. Please follow. Ling Yan's few questions were useless. Why? Of course, it was because Mount Longhu was Xianxia Palace's territory. They could kill a newly awakened fox demon on their own territory. Wouldn't that mean they could kill it however they wanted? It was the law of the jungle. However, spiritual master Lai Long couldn't say this reason. The reason was simple. If you accepted the law of the jungle, then as long as someone was stronger than you, they could kill you at will. Those who are not of our race must have a different heart. Spiritual master Lai Long braced himself and said these words. There was really no other reason. Very good. Ling Yun knew that this was the best reason that spiritual master Lai Long could come up with. He didn't refute and only said, if that's the case, then that drought demon isn't of our race. It definitely has a different heart. How can you raise it? Spiritual master Lai Long was completely speechless. There was no way to explain it. He was about to cry from Ling Yun's words. Can I interpret it as long as it's beneficial to you, it doesn't matter even if it has a different heart. But if it's not beneficial to you, you have to kill it and get rid of it quickly. This is the same for demons and humans, right? Ling Yun smiled faintly and pointed out the most fundamental problem. I didn't say that. Spiritual master Lai Long's face and neck turned red as he hurriedly defended himself. Ling Yun's accusation was too harsh. His Wind Thunder Valley couldn't bear it. But that's clearly what you meant. Ling Yun shouted, then said in a low voice, let me answer for you. Whether it's a human, demon, as long as you don't like the other party, you don't care what they are. Just give them a random accusation, find a reason, and you can do whatever you want. This is what you call subduing demons and demons. This is what you call upholding justice. It's the same for everything. For example, in this demon subduing conference, didn't you first accuse Xianxia and me of being the demon master and demoness, then yell about killing them? It's exactly the same as what you did to Xianxia. Of course, there's a huge prerequisite. Your strength must be higher than the other party. As long as you're strong enough, everything is up to you. He didn't even have the chance to speak up before he was killed by you. Am I right? Ling Yun asked spiritual master Lai Long in a low voice. He had basically revealed the essence of the demon subduing convention and the essence of the righteous martial arts sects that spoke of the pugilistic world. But now, unfortunately, the people standing in front of you, me, Yi Xingchen, Bai Xian'er, and the 5 blood clan members, are all very powerful. You can't beat them, and you can't kill them. That's why you're in this situation. Only then will we have the chance to seek justice from you. Ling Yun swept his gaze across the surroundings. With a wave of his hand, he included those fence-sitters as well. Then, he laughed coldly. Look, take a good look. This is your demon subduing convention. Working together and fighting side by side. Now that you can't beat me, how many people are willing to subdue demons and subdue demons with you? Immortal Lai Long could not say a word. The entire Dragon Tiger Mountain, the entire Wind Thunder Valley, and all the righteous sects in the martial arts world did not dare to speak either. That was because Ling Yun had revealed the essence of the matter. What he said was the truth. However, just because you're unreasonable doesn't mean that I, Ling Yun, am unreasonable. No matter what, you've finally given an explanation for Venerable Lai Hua's rearing of the drought demon. That explanation might be far-fetched, but it's still reasonable. I can't be bothered to argue with you anymore. Ling Yun was very magnanimous. After getting justice for Xian'er, he immediately let go of this matter. He didn't want to engage in a pointless argument. However, he still said, but this first debt will be on your Dragon Tiger Mountain's head. Dragon Tiger Mountain's rearing of the drought demon and Ling Yun's 9-tailed celestial fox were evenly matched. Both sides had given reasonable explanations, but that drought demon had killed Bai Xian'er's entire clan. Ling Yun had to settle this score. Lai Long, I want to talk to you about something else. Explain it to me again. Ling Yun smiled coldly and suddenly changed the topic. Venerable Lai Hua and Sikong Wuji from the Devil Sect worked together to attack my Qingshui City mansion. What do you say about that? After Venerable Lai Hua appeared, Ling Yun only said one sentence, but it contained 2 things. It was just that at that time, everyone was shocked by the fact that Mount Longhu had tamed the drought demon, so everyone actually neglected the other thing. But there was no doubt that this was the main point. Your Dragon Tiger Mountain wanted to organize a devil subduing conference, but your venerable from Xianxia Palace joined forces with Xianxia from the devil sect. How swollen was that? You even collaborated with the devil sect. F***ck, how did I forget about this just now? That's right, damn, Venerable Lai Hua actually collaborated with Xianxia from the devil sect. Isn't this too F***king ridiculous? This is simply crazy. Why would Dragon Tiger Mountain want to organize a devil subduing conference? What a scam, what a scam. Dragon Tiger Mountain can do whatever they want. Ling Yan is right, everything is up to them. In an instant, because of Venerable Lai Long's reasonable explanation for the drought demon, the discussion that had just died down began to intensify again. All the righteous people in the martial arts world began to criticize Dragon Tiger Mountain again. Venerable Lai Hu was furious. Impossible. Ling Yan, don't slander me. This is absolutely impossible. Even though Venerable Lai Hu kept the drought demon, he still has a bottom line. He would never conspire with the people from the devil sect. Venerable Lai Long's face was almost drained of blood from Ling Yan's continuous attacks. He was suffering in his heart. Just how much sin did Lai Hu commit this time? This time, Dragon Tiger Mountain was completely screwed. What else could they do? Ling Yan couldn't just go back on his word and not admit it, right? Venerable Lai Long still had some hope in his heart. Anyway, it had been so long. Could Ling Yan turn back time and bring them to see what happened then? Humph. Ling Yan sneered. He indeed couldn't turn back time, but he could reenact the scene of that night. I knew you would deny it. Lai Long, open your dog eyes wide. Whoosh. As he spoke, Ling Yan took out a laptop from his spatial ring and turned it on. Then, he clicked on the screen and started to play a video. This was the surveillance video of Mansion No. 1. The content of the video was naturally the night when the celestial light shone on Xianxia City. Ling Yan took out the part of the alliance between Venerable Lai Hua and the devil sect's Xianxia and played it now. At that time, the devil sect's Xianxia attacked Mansion No. 1 at night. Even though he cut off the power to Mansion No. 1 in advance, Xianxia Mansion District was the best mansion in Xianxia City. It had all kinds of surveillance equipment. Many places inside and outside Mansion No. 1 were filled with surveillance cameras. Even the mountain behind Mansion No. 1 had surveillance cameras. Moreover, the mansion beside Mansion No. 1 also had surveillance cameras. Therefore, cutting off the power to Mansion No. 1 was completely useless. There was no need for other surveillance cameras. Just the few surveillance cameras on the mountain behind Mansion No. 1 were enough to record the entire process of the alliance between the two of them. This video was naturally given to Ling Yan by Tang Ming's father, Tang Tianhao. One night after the celestial light shone on Xianxia City, Ling Yan was seriously injured during his tribulation. That night, Tang Tianhao brought people to surround Mansion No. 1 tightly. It was both to protect and to clean up the mess. Of course, he went to the surveillance room to check all the recordings and kept them. This video was sent to Beijing and to the Dragon team that night. It was after the No. 1 person in Huaxia watched the video that the Heavenly Team and Dragon Team issued the order to forbid any ancient martial arts cultivators from entering Xianxia City. After Ling Yan woke up and recovered his body, he naturally obtained this video. He was determined to take revenge on Mount Longhu, so he saved it on his computer. Of course, the video that Ling Yan was playing now had been deliberately muted by him. There was only the image. Spiritual Master Lai Long wasn't the only one who knew how to hide the truth. Ling Yan also knew how to present the truth to his advantage. Therefore, the scene of the devil sect's Xianxia and Spiritual Master Lai Hua fighting side by side at Mansion No. 1 at the same time was displayed in front of everyone in Wind Thunder Valley. F***ck, it's really the devil sect's Xianxia, Sikong Wuji. I've seen him before. The two of them are talking. They're really teaming up to fight Ling Yan together. Drought Demon. Drought Demon, I saw that Drought Demon. F***ck, it's so ferocious. It's too scary. They're really colluding with the devil sect. This is too funny. There's no meaning to this devil subduing conference anymore. Everyone was scolding and mocking the Xianxia Palace. They were completely isolated by Ling Yan. The video was only a few minutes long, so it ended very quickly. Ling Yan immediately closed the video and put away his computer. He looked at the ashen-faced spiritual master Lai Long and said disdainfully, "Lai Long, did you see that? The truth is right there. What else do you have to say?" This was the ironclad truth, spiritual master Lai Long, spiritual master Lai Hu. The 20 spiritual masters of the Xianxia palace were all ashen-faced and speechless. They all knew that just a few minutes of footage couldn't prove that spiritual master Lai Hu had long colluded with the devil sex Xianxia to attack mansion number 1. There had to be more to it than met the eye, but it was meaningless. Because spiritual master Lai Hu was indeed standing together with the devil sex Xianxia. The two of them even had a lot of conversations. They even joined forces to confront Ling Yun. This matter is spiritual master Lai Hu's personal actions. It has nothing to do with the Xianxia palace. At this time, spiritual master Lai Long knew that whatever he said was useless. The more he said, the more he would be humiliating himself. The most important thing was to immediately clear the Xianxia palace of all responsibility. Because this concerned the reputation of Mount Longhu and the Xianxia palace. It was too serious. Ling Yan said with a smile, "Look, no matter what happens to your people, either you can explain calmly or you try to deny it. If you can't deny it, you can just say that it has nothing to do with you. Can you be any more shameless?" Ling Yan's face gradually turned cold, and his eyes flashed with killing intent. "Since this is your justice, it seems that I have no other choice but to kill all of you." Shua, with the devil's underworld essence blade in his hand, Ling Yan waved it lightly. With a flash of the scarlet blade, the corpse of the Lai Hu Zhenren was decapitated. Let me tell you something. I'm really sorry, but I seem to have mixed up the names of Reverend Lai Ri, who raised Hamba, and Reverend Lai Hua, who helped Sun Chen form an alliance. But it won't affect the plot. I'll fix it as soon as possible. Old Bu, or directly search for Bu Jing, please add me as a follower to discuss the plot. Thank you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. G-Cup Female Idol's first video AV takes first place, watch online. Stay tuned. Ling Yan had spared Venerable Lai's life because he wanted to fight his way to Longhu Mountain to seek justice for Xian and for himself. After all, Ling Yan had almost died when a mortal illuminated Xianxia that night. He had never suffered such a big loss since he started his cultivation. It was impossible for Ling Yan not to take revenge. Now, he had sought justice for Bai Xianer and successfully slapped the Xianxia palace of Longhu Mountain in the face, causing them to lose the moral high ground and completely isolate them. Venerable Lai had completed his task. Now that Ling Yan had achieved his goal, he would naturally kill him for revenge. After completely isolating the Xianxia palace, it would be much easier to fight them again. At the very least, Ling Yan would no longer have to worry about the other sects lending a hand. Ling Yan could fight with all his might. Moreover, Wang Chongxiao and the 5 blood clan slaves no longer needed to prevent others from escaping. They could directly come and help. Sure enough, watching Ling Yan kill Venerable Lai with one strike, the perfected ones of Xianxia Palace felt pain in their hearts and grief, but no one stood up to stop him. Their hearts ached because enlightened being Scorching Sun was a rare genius in alchemy and talisman crafting within the Prime Purity Palace. He had already achieved some success in cultivating the pure yang cultivation technique of the Prime Purity Palace. As long as he had enough time, not only would he have the chance to refine the world-renowned pure yang pill, he would also be able to cultivate the Prime Purity Thunder technique and bring the Prime Purity Palace of Mount Longhu to greater heights. But now, they could only watch Ling Yan kill him with one strike without saying a word. They could only hide the pain in their hearts and think of revenge for Venerable Lai. Ling Yan killing Venerable Lai was tantamount to killing the most talented genius in Xianxia Palace. Ling Yan wanted to destroy the Xianxia Palace to avenge Xianer's family and himself. The Xianxia Palace also wanted to kill Ling Yan and Bai Xianer to avenge immortal Lai Sun, Songsong, Qing Feng, and the other 3 little spiritual masters, as well as immortal Lai Hua, who had helped the Sunchen Alliance in the capital and died in vain. What did it mean to be irreconcilable? It meant to be irreconcilable. Swish, 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 as Ling Yan chopped down, 16 flying swords of Xianxia Palace rose into the air at the same time. The 16 flying swords enlarged in the air at the same time. Under the bright moonlight, they shone brilliantly and the sword chi soared into the sky, swish, 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 Fusion Talisman. Apart from Fierce Dragon, Fierce Tiger, Fierce Thunder, and Fierce Sun, the other 12 spiritual masters of 5th level and above each took out a silver talisman. The talisman glowed with silver light as they stuck it on their foreheads. Then, Ling Yan saw 12 flying swords vibrating in the air at the same time. They started to fly, and the tip of each flying sword was facing the hilt of the other flying sword. They connected head to tail, forming a 36-meter-long giant flying sword. Moreover, the light of the giant flying sword shone even brighter than the moonlight. Not good. Ling Yan's expression changed. His first reaction was to rush forward and stop the 12 enlightened masters from merging. Shwa 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 shwa, Fierce Dragon, Fierce Tiger, Fierce Thunder, and Fierce Sun, the 4 perfected ones conjured their intrinsic flying swords at the same time to stop Ling Yan. Boom. This time, Ling Yan didn't dare to hold back. He burned 360 drops of divine energy at once. For a cultivator at the pinnacle of Qi Cultivation Stage 3, burning 360 drops of divine energy at once was the limit. This was the limit of one's realm. It was impossible to burn more than that without truly entering Qi Cultivation Stage 4. Ling Yan had to do this because the battle with Xianxia Palace was different from the Shaolin Temple's Arhat Hall. It was a head-on clash just now. It was a battle of strength, defense, and movement techniques. It didn't matter if he was careless and took a few hits because there was still room to turn things around. However, the battle with Xianxia Palace was a clash of old and new enemies. It was a real battle of life and death. Moreover, it was a battle of Dao and Dharmic powers. One careless move would result in death. After burning his divine energy, Ling Yan opened the mixed element single energy shield immediately. Shwa shwa shwa. Then, Ling Yan released the green shadow flying sword, the Yin Yang aura sword, and the man ruler seal to block the flying swords of Lai Long, Lai Hu, and Lai Lei. Dang dang dang. Boom. The green shadow flying sword, the Yin Yang aura sword, and the man ruler seal met directly with the 3 flying swords under the control of Ling Yan's powerful divine will. The 6 spiritual weapons were entangled in the night sky in the blink of an eye, exchanging blows with each other. As for the loud bang, it was the result of Ling Yan's slash that sent Blazing Sun Jinren's flying sword flying. An earth-shattering battle broke out. Ling Yan from the Ling family, an 18-year-old genius, was fighting 16 perfected ones from Xianxia Palace alone. After Ling Yan sent Blazing Sun Jinren's flying sword flying, his eyes flashed with murderous intent. He didn't slow down and continued charging toward the 12 perfected ones who were in the midst of merging. It was too crucial. Ling Yan couldn't let the 12 of them complete their merging. If they did, Ling Yan definitely wouldn't be able to block the fatal blow of that giant sword. After the 12 perfected ones at the 5th level of the divine power realm and above fused together, the power of that giant sword wasn't as simple as the sum of the magical powers of the 12 perfected ones. It would display immense power, at least equivalent to a cultivator at the pinnacle of Qi Cultivation Level 8. Ling Yan's heart trembled. No wonder Blazing Dragon Perfected Man said that the Xianxia Palace could kill a drought demon if they went all out. He definitely wasn't bragging. It was obvious that the other party thought he was a drought demon who had cultivated to the great perfection and was here to kill him. Hee, little devil, trying to break our Xianxia Palace's joint attack? It's too late. Seeing that Ling Yan didn't slow down, Blazing Dragon and Fierce Tiger finally made their move. They didn't use Qinggong but flew in the air, one on the left and one on the right, blocking Ling Yan's path with lightning speed. Heaven and earth cleaving blade, the terrifying scarlet blade slashed out a shocking blade screen, directly enveloping the 2 perfected ones. Boom boom. Blazing Dragon Perfected Man and Fierce Tiger Perfected Man punched out at the same time. Their 4 fists glowed with white light, illuminating the area as bright as day. The white light collided with the scarlet saber aura, causing a deafening explosion. True Qi exploded. Ling Yan was sent flying back. This was the combined attack of 2 experts at the pinnacle of the 6th level of the divine power realm from the Xianxia Palace. Even Ling Yan couldn't block it. Clearly, Blazing Dragon and Fierce Tiger had seen the battle between Ling Yan and Master Jining. They knew that one of them couldn't stop Ling Yan, so they attacked together. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, from the moment Ling Yan killed Blazing Sun Perfected Man, to the moment the 12 perfected ones summoned their flying swords, to the moment he was forced back by Blazing Dragon and Fierce Tiger. all the experts below the divine power realm only saw a flash of Ling Yan's figure before two more figures blocked his path. Then, they saw the scarlet blade screen and the blazing fist screen. Then, there was a huge explosion of true chi. Everything within a radius of 600 meters became empty. There was nothing left on the ground. Corpses, gravel, grass, everything was sent flying by the explosion. The scene was too terrifying. At this time, Zhuang Meifeng, Xiao Mimi, Tai Xiaohu, and the rest had already protected Qin Dongxue and retreated far away. They didn't stand in the center of the battlefield for fear of being affected. Because the Wind Thunder Valley had a radius of 1,000 meters, there were only about 200 people left. Everyone had hidden under the cliff, so the battlefield was very empty. Whoosh! While Ling Yan was flying back, he released his true chi once again and conjured the yin-yang wings to ensure that he could fly. Wang Chongxiao, Edward, the six of you, come over here. Ling Yan knew that he had lost his chance after being forced back. He couldn't stop the 12 perfected ones from completing their fusion, so he flapped his wings and called Wang Chongxiao and the 5 members of the blood clan over. The fusion of 12 perfected ones was equivalent to a cultivator at the pinnacle of Qi cultivation level 8. Furthermore, there were 4 other perfected ones at the 6th level of the divine power realm. Ling Yan wouldn't fight them alone unless he was crazy. Young master, we're here. Boss, we're here. Hearing Ling Yan's call, Wang Chongxiao and the 5 members of the blood clan arrived in the blink of an eye. They were a little stunned when they saw the situation. Xianxia Palace dares to bully my man? You're courting death. Xianxia was furious when she saw Ling Yan being bullied. She left Qin Dongxue in the care of Zhuang Meifeng and the rest before flying out. At this time, Bai Xianer was already fighting with Lai Lei and Lai Yang, fighting both of them alone. See that? There are 4 of them protecting the 12 perfected ones with talismans on their heads. The 4 of you go over and kill them as soon as possible. There were a total of 20 people from Xianxia Palace on Mount Longhu. Other than Lai Long, Lai Hu, Lai Lei, and Lai Yang, the 12 perfected ones were in the fusion stage. The remaining 4 with the lowest realm were guarding them. Ling Yan floated in the air and quickly made battle arrangements. He first let Paul, Chester, Pierce, and Pierce deal with the 4 perfected ones with the lowest realm. Edward, I'll leave the safety of my auntie and the rest to you. Ling Yan then arranged for Edward to protect Qin Dongxue and the rest. Wang Chongxiao, do you see that giant sword? Let's go and see if we can break it apart. Yes, young master. Swoosh swoosh. Ling Yan and Wang Chongxiao flew to the side of the 36-meter giant sword and attacked at the same time. Boom, 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 boom. In the blink of an eye, both of them punched and slashed dozens of times, causing the giant sword to shake violently. Even the body of the sword was bent into an arc. However, it didn't break apart. We're in trouble. Ling Yan's heart skipped a beat. He knew that the other party's fusion flying sword was almost complete. Humph, little devil Ling Yan, your efforts are useless. Today, we'll let you die under our Xianxia Palace's pure young giant sword. At this time, Lai Long and Lai Hu, the 2 perfected ones, flew to Ling Yan and Wang Chongxiao at the same time. Tonight, there would be no less. Big, high, and low. Elder Bu's official WeChat account, Boujing3721 or search for Boujing directly. Please add me as a follower to discuss the plot. Thank you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. Is that so? Then let's see who will live and who will die tonight. Ling Yan sneered. His opponent's terrifying technique had stimulated his boundless battle intent. Ling Yan wasn't in a hurry since he hadn't succeeded in breaking the combined technique of the 12 perfected masters. That was because he knew that the key to breaking this giant sword wasn't the sword itself, but the 12 perfected masters of the Xianxia Palace. Later, as long as he successfully killed one of the 12 perfected ones, the pure young giant sword would no longer be able to take shape and would naturally become useless. Boom 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 boom, light bloomed in the night sky once again. This time, it was a dazzling firelight. Bai Xianer's delicate body was shrouded in a blazing firelight. She was barehanded and fighting head-on with Lai Yang's spiritual master. The 2 of them had already moved from the ground to the sky. At the same time, Xianxia was already facing off against Lai Lei's spiritual master. She helped by Xianxia Block 1 and released a starry vortex to envelop Lai Lei spiritual master. Xianxia used the meteor-chasing moon steps and moonfall star-sinking technique that she had just comprehended, constantly sending out small planets that smashed towards Lai Lei spiritual master. Lai Lei spiritual master could only block them head-on. He kept smashing the small planets, making a series of loud explosions. Wang Chongxiao, I'll leave Lai Yang spiritual master to you. As Lingyan spoke, he extended his body and flew towards Venerable Lai Long with the devil's blade in hand. Old fart, try and block me again. Just now, Lingyan was fighting 1 against 2. That was why he was blocked by Lai Yang spiritual master and Lai Yang spiritual master. Now that the other 3 were entangled, he didn't believe that Lai Yang spiritual master could block him with his bare hands. During the battle at Dragon Gate Mountain, Ling Yan had fought against Song Song, Qing Feng, and the other 3 perfected masters. He already knew that the strengths of Mount Longhu were mainly Dao techniques, talismans, and swordsmanship. However, their physical defenses were very weak. Lai Yang spiritual master's realm was obviously much higher than those 4. However, it was obvious that Lai Yang spiritual master's body couldn't be stronger than Master Jining's. Humph, you'll know once you try. Venerable Lai Long didn't show any fear when he saw Ling Yan flying through the air. He raised his hand and swallowed a top-grade dragon tiger pill. Of course, Taoist Master Lai Long knew his weaknesses better than anyone else. After watching the battle between Ling Yan and Master Jining, he knew that he was no match for Ling Yan at the pinnacle of Divine Power Realm level 6. Hence, he swallowed the pill without hesitation. Boom, Taoist Master Lai Long's body suddenly emitted rays of white light, and his cultivation level rose by a great deal again. At this moment, Ling Yan had already arrived in front of Lai Long. He waved his blade and slashed. Boom, Venerable Lai Long raised both of his fists and actually clashed head-on with Ling Yan's blade energy. The blade energy and the fist energy collided violently, and all kinds of light rays rose and fell in the night sky. They flickered non-stop, illuminating the entire Wind Thunder Valley even brighter than the day. He blocked it. After Taoist Master Blazing Dragon's temporary increase in realm, he had crossed the great threshold of 7th level Divine Tier and entered the late stage of Divine Tier. His physical strength and defense actually surpassed Master Jining's by a little. Ling Yan naturally knew that he could block it, but he wasn't anxious in his heart. He continued to brandish his sword crazily and fought with Venerable Lai Long. Whoosh! However, at this moment, Ling Yan could free his hands to do other things. With a thought, the man-ruler seal in the air suddenly expanded to the size of 30 feet. It flew across the sky and directly smashed towards the 12 body integration sages on the ground. Don't even think about it. Venerable Lai Long laughed arrogantly. He immediately activated his natal flying sword and similarly expanded it to 6 meters long, instantly blocking Ling Yan's man-ruler seal. After he consumed the dragon tiger pill, his Dao techniques naturally became stronger. Both sides were still evenly matched. At this moment, the 12 body integration sages on the ground didn't care about all the fighting around them. Their bodies all shone with blazing white light, and the white light gradually began to fuse. As long as the white light completely fused into one, then their divine sense and magical power would be completely fused. At that time, the 12 of them would be equivalent to one person. Xianxia, use the Sky Demon double slash and kill those old fools. Ling Yan charged left and right, but he still couldn't break through Venerable Lai Long's obstruction. He no longer relied on himself, but asked Xianxia to help. Xianxia fought Venerable Lai Long alone. Although she couldn't say that she had the upper hand, she was still able to do it with ease. At this moment, she hadn't used a weapon. Hearing Ling Yan's call, she didn't hesitate to use the Sky Demon double slash. The Sky Demon double slash was like the sun and moon, swoosh swoosh. The Sky Demon double slash slashed towards the 12 body integration sages like lightning. Ling Yan's ability to adapt on the spot was too fast, and Xianxia's cooperation was also perfect. Therefore, the Sky Demon double slash caught the Shangqing Palace Shinran off guard and actually couldn't block it in time. Boom boom, 2 loud sounds rang out. The Sky Demon double slash collided with the 2 white lights and was blocked by the 2 blazing white lights. Although it didn't succeed, it clearly weakened the 2 white lights. It worked. Boom 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 boom. As long as it worked, Xianxia didn't hold back. She activated the Sky Demon double slash with all her might, circling around the 12 white lights and slashing them continuously. She was fighting the 12 body integration sages head-on, preventing them from completing their fusion and buying time for Ling Yun. Venerable Lai Long was shocked to see this. Because at this moment, his flying sword was blocking Ling Yun's man-ruler seal, and Lai Lei and Lai Yang's flying swords were tangled with Ling Yun's 2 flying swords. Fierce Tiger Spiritual Master was targeted by Wang Chongxiao, and the two of them were also fighting fist against fist and flying sword against flying sword. For a moment, no one could gain the upper hand. It couldn't be helped. Although Fierce Tiger Spiritual Master was at the peak of Divine Power Realm, Wang Chongxiao had learned the Tiangang Demon Fist. Moreover, he was originally good at physical defense and fist techniques, so Fierce Tiger Spiritual Master couldn't suppress Wang Chongxiao in a short period of time. On the ground, the 4 members of the Blood Clan, Paul, Chester, and the 4 Blood Clan members were fighting with the 4 perfected persons who were in charge of guarding them. Because the 4 perfected persons cultivated pure yang techniques, they were able to restrain the Blood Clan. Therefore, neither side could do anything to the other. There was a great battle in the sky, and there was also a great battle on the ground. The situation was simply too intense. Zhang Junyi, at such a critical moment, is your Celestial Master residence going to watch as my Xianxia palace is destroyed? Venerable Lai Long had no choice but to call for help from a few people from the Celestial Master residence. After Zhang Juanjing's death, the leader of the Celestial Master residence was Zhang Junyi. He and 3 others were all at the 4th level of Divine Power Realm and were watching the battle. After hearing Venerable Lai Long's shout, Zhang Junyi hesitated. His eyes flickered as he considered whether he should help. Obviously, although Xianxia Palace and Celestial Master residence had been fighting for many years, they were of the same origin. If Xianxia Palace only suffered a setback and lost a few experts, then Celestial Master residence would be happy. However, if Xianxia Palace was destroyed, then it would be a huge loss for Mount Longhu. What are you hesitating for? Do you think Ling Yun won't seek revenge on your Celestial Master residence after defeating us? Venerable Lai Long saw that Zhang Junyi was still hesitating, and he flew into a rage. Hearing this, Zhang Junyi's eyes hardened, and he gritted his teeth. Do it. With that, he was the first to make a sword sign, and the Celestial Master sword on his back was unsheathed. The other 3 naturally did the same and drew their swords, for Celestial Master swords flew through the air, stabbing toward Yi Xingchen's Sky Demon double slash. Celestial Master residence, you've made the wrong choice this time. Ling Yun roared in anger. Xian'er, block those 4 Celestial Master swords for me. Bai Xian'er used the Fire Fox Flame technique, her palms blazing with red light. Fireballs 2 meters in diameter smashed toward Venerable Lai Yang one after another. But Venerable Lai Yang cultivated a pure yang technique, which happened to be the bane of the demon race. He wasn't afraid of such flames, and his realm was roughly the same as Bai Xian'er's, so he wasn't at a disadvantage against her barehanded. But that was before Ling Yun gave the order. Yes, big brother Ling Yun. Bai Xian'er snorted, and 4 white tails appeared behind her. They were wrapped in blazing flames, growing larger and larger rapidly. The most powerful part of a 9-tailed celestial fox was naturally its tail, for scarlet fire tails burned with fierce flames, growing to a length of 100 meters in the blink of an eye, directly entangling the 4 Celestial Master swords. Beautifully done. Ling Yun shouted and followed up with a move. This time, Ling Yun didn't fight head-on with Venerable Lai Long because he realized that it was useless. Using the power of his divine energy, Ling Yun used the yin-yang harmony balance and the infinite heaven and earth holy technique to release the yin-yang true chi vortex, trapping Venerable Lai Long within it and preventing him from escaping. Boom boom. Then, the yin-yang true chi chains were released, reaching 300 meters in an instant. The yin-yang true chi chains were 2 chains formed by the yin-yang true chi. They were thick and real, blooming with black and white light in the night sky as if they had existed for an eternity, giving people the illusion of mystery and simplicity. Ever since Ling Yun swallowed the 5 elemental flames on the night of September 9th, the 5 elemental flames had been in his body, fusing with the yin-yang true chi and burning it day and night. It had been 10 days now. Even though the 5 elemental flames hadn't turned into the 7-colored yin-yang 5 elemental flames, most of the yin-yang true chi in Ling Yun's energy center had been burned into the yin-yang gang chi. Therefore, the Yinyang True Qi chains that Ling Yun released now should be called the Yinyang Gang Qi chains. Ling Yun finally took out his trump card. Pa. Pa. Two 300-meter-long Yinyang Gang Qi chains were used by Ling Yun as two long whips, ruthlessly lashing at the 12 celestial masters on the ground. No one could stop this Yinyang Gang Qi chains. It was too effective, obviously weakening the 12 balls of white light. In the night sky, the giant sword swayed violently. It was trembling and faintly emitting a sorrowful cry. At the same time, Xianxia's four tails entangled the four celestial master swords, and Xianxia's sky devil double slash was no longer obstructed. Together with Ling Yun's Yinyang Gang Qi chains, they spun and slashed at the 12 balls of white light. At this time, the 200 or so martial artists on the ground were all dumbfounded by the battle between Ling Yun and Dragon Tiger Mountain. Exciting, right? Haha, there are still 2 more chapters. Elder Bu's official WeChat account, Bujing3721, or directly search for Bu Xing. Please add me as a follower to discuss the plot. Thank you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. Everyone was flabbergasted, they couldn't help but be shocked. Whether it was the fence-sitters or the 10 sects and families that had wavered but were still determined to be enemies with Ling Yun, everyone was dumbfounded. Ling Yun had used the green shadow flying sword, the Yinyang Gang sword, and the Man-Ruler seal in his battle against the Shaolin Temple's Arhat Hall. However, apart from the sudden enlargement of the Man-Ruler seal that smashed Master Jining into the ground, everything else was within the scope of ancient martial arts. But now? Ling Yun's battle against Longhu Mountain had 8 people fighting in the air, all of them flying. Perfected Prime Purity Palace's side was still fine. Their bodies were enveloped in a blazing white light, followed by the 4 intrinsic flying swords, as well as the astonishing fused sword in the night sky. But what about Ling Yun's side? Xianxia's scarlet flames protected her body as she smashed one giant fireball after another. Explosions rang out incessantly, and her 4 fox tails were also wrapped in blazing flames that were 100 meters long. Xianxia's stellar vortex reappeared. This time, it wasn't the time when she had just comprehended it. She was already at ease, using meteor-chasing moon steps and falling moon star sinking technique at the same time to fight Lai Zhenren, who was at the 6th level of divine power. Not only did she have the upper hand, but she also had the strength to use the double slash of the Sky Demon to deal with others. Needless to say, Ling Yun had taken out 2 flying swords and a Man-Ruler seal with a radius of 30 feet. He alone was facing off against 3 flying swords from Xianxia Palace. Moreover, he had a pair of wings growing out of his ribs and directly flew into the air to fight with Venerable Lai Long. Now, a huge vortex of vital energy had appeared outside his body, completely enveloping Venerable Lai Long. He had also used the most terrifying Yinyang Gang Qi chain. The 2 chains were real, thicker than an adult's arm. Mysterious and unadorned, they were 300 meters long, whipping the white light of the 12 spiritual masters of Xianxia Palace into undulating unstably. Moreover, this move was strangely effective. It was much more terrifying than Xianxia's double slash of the Sky Demon. The white light emitted by the 12 spiritual masters of Xianxia Palace had clearly weakened, whereas Ling Yun's Yinyang aura chains grew brighter and brighter, gradually glowing. This was no longer a duel between ancient martial artists. This was a duel between a group of earth deities. It seemed, among the 8 people fighting, only Fierce Tiger Daoist Master and Wang Chongxia's battle was the cleanest. Their fists collided, their flying swords tangled with each other. For the time being, no one could do anything to the other. There were only bursts of fists clashing. On the ground, the 4 demon godlike members of the blood tribe were slowly gaining the upper hand by relying on their huge bodies, astonishing strength, strong defense, and terrifying speed. They were suppressing the 4 spiritual masters and had gradually forced them away from the 12 spiritual masters. That was only natural since the 4 from Purity Palace had yet to reach the 5th level of Divinity Realm. While the pure Yan techniques they cultivated were effective against the 4 blood tribes, the effects were minuscule and could only restrain them for a while, not for long. One had to know that the pinnacle of the Grand Duke of the Blood Tribe was equivalent to a cultivator at the pinnacle of Qi Cultivation Stage 5. Not only did Chester and the rest suppress the 4 of them by an entire realm, but they had also been completely transformed by Ling Yun. They had purple immortal spiritual energy in their bodies and had been resurrected long ago. Why would they be afraid of the pure Yan techniques? once the four Great Blood tribe members adapted to the pure Yang Daoist technique attacks, their bodies, strength, and defense immediately gave them the upper hand. The four perfected persons of the Xianxia palace who had the lowest realm could not gain any advantage over the four Great Blood tribe members and could only be forced to retreat. Oh my god, you really can't blame them for being arrogant. They really have the capital to be arrogant. Yeah, how is this an ancient martial arts battle? This is basically a group of earth deities. This is too exciting. It's worth dying to be able to watch this battle in this lifetime. I'm not leaving either. I won't be able to see a battle like this for the rest of my life. Let's see who wins and who loses. There was a lot of discussion around. Everyone was shocked by the earth-shattering battle and the trump cards that Ling Yun had brought out. Originally, some of the fence-sitters wanted to escape while Ling Yun was busy with the battle with Dragon Tiger Mountain. However, they were all attracted by the battle and couldn't bear to leave anymore. At this time, the 10 sects that were Ling Yun's enemies were also discussing among themselves. The content of their discussion was nothing more than whether to stay or leave, as well as whether to help Purity Palace. No one was a fool. Ling Yun was calm and fearless in the face of the giant sword attack from Purity Palace. He used his trump cards frequently and actually managed to prevent the giant sword attack from taking shape. Moreover, he didn't seem to be at a disadvantage in the battle against the four experts of Purity Palace who were above the 6th level of Divine Power Realm. Although it was hard to predict the outcome of the battle, once Ling Yun won, all the experts of the 10 sects and families together wouldn't be able to do anything to him. One had to know that these 10 sects and families had sent people to attack the Ling family in the past. They all had a grudge against Ling Yun, and Ling Yun had already made it clear that he would definitely avenge them. Therefore, they had no other choice but to take the opportunity to escape or help Purity Palace now. Let's do it. After a short discussion, two of the ancient martial arts families finally reached a consensus and decided to help Purity Palace. Naturally, one of them was the Lu family. Now, the battle between Ling Yun and Purity Palace was intense and at a stalemate. No one could do anything to the other for a while. Whoever these people helped would immediately gain the upper hand. However, as soon as these two families entered the battlefield, Ling Yun's 2 Yin-Yang Qi chains temporarily gave up on the 12 spiritual masters and went straight for them. Pa! Pa! 2 300-meter-long Yin-Yang aura chains suddenly lashed down from the sky. One chain smashed into the other family, and the people of the two families were thrown off their feet. Those with lower realms were killed on the spot. Then, the two huge chains coiled around the heads of the two families like two giant pythons, wrapping them up like dumplings. Ling Yun activated his divine will and twisted them. The head of the Lu family, who was at the pinnacle of the 4th level of the divine power realm, was strangled to death by Ling Yun. The head of the Lu family, Lu Suifeng's grandfather, was also immobilized by the yin-yang chains. TSK. Yi Xingqian's sky demon double/slashed horizontally, cutting off the head of the Lu family in the blink of an eye. Pa! Pa! TSK. Ling Yun and Yi Xingqian's cooperation was flawless. In for a penny, in for a pound. Using the yin-yang qi chains and the sky demon double/, they killed all the people from the two families in the blink of an eye. Let me tell you, if anyone dares to help me in this battle with Purity Palace, I'll destroy you first even if I have to give up on Purity Palace. Ling Yun used the mystical dragon howl, his voice ringing through Wind Thunder Valley. If you don't come out, I'll only kill the enemies of the Ling family. If you dare to come out, I'll destroy your entire sect first. Too domineering, there was no discussion or compromise. In the intense battle between Ling Yun and the spiritual masters of Purity Palace, Ling Yun destroyed two families who wanted to jump out to help in the blink of an eye. This caused the other sects, as well as the clans that had been itching to come out and help, to be dumbfounded and fearful. Ling Yun made it clear that if they didn't come out to help, he would only kill the enemies of the past. If they dared to help, they would be destroyed on the spot. How could they choose? In the instant that everyone was stunned, Ling Yun's yin-yang qi chains unfurled again and viciously whipped the 12 balls of white light a few times. After weakening them, they immediately went to entangle the 4 heavenly masters from the celestial master residence. The yin-yang qi chains were too fast and too agile. They were even more useful than Ling Yun's 2 arms. In the blink of an eye, they had entangled the 4 heavenly masters who wanted to help. TSK 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 TSK. Just like before, Yi Xingqian's Sky Demon double slash almost stuck to the Yin Yang Qi chains as it flew over and directly slit the throats of the 4 heavenly masters. Once he said he would do it. CK, this is too fierce. Whoever helps will die. Some of the opportunists exclaimed in shock and were dumbfounded when they saw this domineering scene. In the blink of an eye, he killed the Lu and Wang families, as well as the 4 heavenly masters from the celestial master residence. Quick, look, those 2 chains have returned. They didn't delay the fight at all. Many people were astonished that Ling Yun could actually use a pair of chains to the acme of perfection in an intense battle with Venerable Lai Long. It didn't delay the killing at all. Pa. 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 After intimidating those who wanted to help and killing the 4 heavenly masters from the celestial master residence, Ling Yun continued to use his Yin Yang Qi chains to whip the 12 balls of white light. Now, Ling Yun, with the green shadow flying sword, the Yin Yang Qi sword, the man ruler seal, the Yin Yang Qi chains, the Yin Yang True Qi vortex, and Venerable Lai Long who was personally fighting, he was actually doing 6 things at once. This was actually Ling Yun's limit. Because the opponent was too strong, he couldn't afford to be distracted anymore. However, it was already very terrifying. Originally, with the addition of the 4 heavenly masters from the celestial master residence, Xianxia Palace was barely able to resist Ling Yun's side. Both sides were evenly matched. But now, the 4 heavenly masters from the celestial master residence were dead. The 4 venerable masters on the ground had been forced far away by the 4 members of the blood clan. The 12 venerable masters had no one to protect them anymore. Ling Yun's 2 Yin Yang Qi chains were like dragons emerging from the sea, dancing and dancing, madly whipping the merged white light of the 12 venerable masters. Yi Xingqian's Sky Demon double slash was like the sun and moon traversing the sky, shuttling back and forth in the white light. Therefore, the giant pure yang sword that was about to condense gradually showed signs of weakening. In the night sky, the dazzling giant flying sword's light dimmed significantly. Of course it dimmed. One had to know what Ling Yun's yin-yang harmony balance did. When he used the yin-yang true qi chains to whip the merged white light of the 12 venerable masters, he wasn't just weakening the opponent, he was also absorbing the pure yang qi. He absorbed as much as he whipped, weakening the opponent and strengthening the yin-yang qi chains. This was the most terrifying part of the yin-yang harmony balance. Ling Yun didn't absorb Buddha energy from Master Zhangjining because he didn't want it to enter his body. However, these venerable masters from Xianxia Palace obviously had pure yang techniques. Ling Yun would be letting himself down if he didn't absorb such a good opportunity. The merged white light of the 12 venerable masters dimmed, and the light of Ling Yun's yin-yang qi chains increased explosively. In an instant, Ling Yun's side began to gain the absolute upper hand. Elder Bu's official WeChat account, Bujing3721, or directly search for Bujing. Please add me as a follower to discuss the plot. Thank you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. Lai Ming, Lai Feng, quickly use your protective talismans and consume the Dragon Tiger pills and Pure Yang pills to condense the Pure Yang Greatsword. Daoist Lai Long transmitted his voice to Ling Yun. After the 4 celestial masters from the celestial master residence were killed, the 12 celestial masters on the ground had no one to protect them. They were being attacked by Ling Yun's yin-yang qi chains and Yi Xingqian's Sky Demon double slash. At the same time, he was filled with regret. 20 days ago, Daoist Lai Hua had helped the Chen and Sun families but was killed by Ling Yun instead. He had thought of sending people to seek revenge on Ling Yun, but considering that the Devil Subjugation Conference was about to begin, he didn't think that there was a need to go through so much trouble. That was why he held back and waited for the conference to start before killing Ling Yun and Yi Xingqian. Never in his wildest dreams would he have imagined that Ling Yun would improve by leaps and bounds in a mere 20 days. The protective talismans of Xianxia Palace were naturally for protection. After using them, the 12 celestial masters would strengthen their bodies and increase their defenses, preventing them from being hurt by Ling Yun and Yi Xingqian's attacks. Needless to say, the Supreme Grade Dragon Tiger pills would increase their realms by 1 level in a short period of time. All of them would reach the 6th level of the Divine Power Realm and could easily deal with Ling Yun's ever-changing techniques. As for the Pure Yang pill, it was purely to strengthen the Pure Yang energy in their bodies so that they could condense the Pure Yang Greatsword as soon as possible. after giving the order, Taoist Lai Long glared at Ling Yun and roared, "Vile spawn, do you really think we won't attack your people after slaughtering the people of Mount Longhu?" When Venerable Lai Long saw that the 4 celestial masters from the celestial master residence had been killed, he was truly enraged. Anger rose from his heart and he became even more daring. He even gave Zhuang Meifeng and the rest a threatening look. Ling Yan's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he glared at Taoist Lai Long and said coldly, "You can try if you want to kill them. Let's see if I can defend myself. However, if you dare to make a move, I can guarantee that I won't just kill the 20 of you tonight. After I kill you, I'll immediately kill my way to Mount Longhu and wash the Xianxia Palace in blood. I'll uproot the Xianxia Palace and make sure that there's no Mount Longhu or the Xianxia Palace in this world." When Taoist Lai Long saw Ling Yan's gaze, his heart inexplicably jerked as a ghastly chill suffused his body, and he immediately dispelled this thought. He knew very well that it would be fine if the pure yang giant sword was formed successfully. But if it failed, no one present would be able to kill Ling Yun, Yi Xingchen, or even Bai Xian'er. That was because Ling Yun was still fighting and hadn't escaped. If he decided to escape, no one in the Wind Thunder Valley could stop him. With Ling Yan's terrifying cultivation speed, he would be able to kill his way up Mount Longhu in just a few days. By then, it would be too late to say anything, therefore, at least before the pure yang giant sword was formed and killed Ling Yun, he wouldn't dare to have any thoughts of attacking the people around Ling Yun. "I'm doing this now because I want to have a fair fight with the Xianxia Palace. It doesn't matter even if I'm outnumbered. But if you dare to have any evil thoughts, then don't blame me for being rude." Ling Yun threatened the other party fiercely and immediately intensified his attacks on Taoist Lai Long. Of course, Ling Yun wasn't afraid of Taoist Lai Long's threat because he still had many trump cards that he hadn't used yet. If the other party really angered him, he wouldn't hesitate to use the Dragon Elephant Divine Force. At that time, he would explode 10 times his combat power and kill all of them instantly. However, he was still thinking about killing his way up to the Tianshan Heavenly Sword sect after the Devil Subduing Conference. That was why he was putting in so much effort to fight the Xianxia Palace. Ling Yan had no choice but to intensify his attacks because the 12 Zenrens on the ground had already used their protective talismans. Their formation was obviously much more stable and no longer swayed from being smashed. Moreover, they had consumed the Dragon Tiger Pill and the Pure Yang Pill, and their strength had skyrocketed. In a short period of time, they had the cultivation of Lai Lei and Lai Yang. Not only were their bodies as stable as a boulder, but the fusion speed of the white light was also much faster. This was especially so for the Pure Yang Pill. After the 12 Zenrens consumed it, the white light around their bodies intensified by 3 times. They were very close to each other, and the white light was no longer indistinguishable from each other. All that was left was the fusion of their spiritual wills. Pa 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 pa, Ling Yan's yin-yang astral chi chains naturally increased their attack speed. At this time, he was deliberately flying at a lower altitude. He was getting closer and closer to the 12 Zenrens. The length of the 2 yin-yang astral chi chains was sufficient, and they had already wrapped around the 12 Zenrens. Only the tip of the chain was left, and it continued to madly whip the white light. Break it up and absorb it. It could be said that in this battle between Ling Yun and Dragon Tiger Mountain, at least up until now, he had gained a huge advantage. The pure yang true chi of 12 Zenrens above the 5th level of the divine power realm was definitely a great supplement for Ling Yun. If he were to absorb all of it, the divine yang cultivation technique that he hadn't been cultivating for so long would be able to advance by at least 5 minor realms, reaching the 8th minor realm of the 1st major realm in one go. The divine yang cultivation technique was the most difficult to cultivate because the pure yang energy was too hard to come by. However, as long as there was enough pure yang energy, it was extremely easy to cultivate. As long as there was enough pure yang energy, it would be like a hot knife through butter, and there wouldn't even be a need to meditate. Just now, Ling Yan had absorbed a lot of pure yang energy by repeatedly whipping the white light. He didn't let this pure yang energy remain in the yin-yang astral chi chains, but he kept it continuously in his body. Now, in order to trap Shinran Lai Long and prevent the formation of the pure yang sword, Ling Yan had released all the yin-yang true chi in his body to maintain the yin-yang true chi vortex and the yin-yang astral chi chains. Therefore, apart from immortal spiritual energy, Ling Yun was only left with the pure yang energy. He was cultivating the divine yang cultivation technique during the battle. This was definitely something that no one would have dreamed of. Therefore, after the 12 perfected masters on the ground consumed the pure yang pill, he approached them without hesitation and used the yin-yang astral chi chains to wrap around the pure yang white light of the 12 perfected masters. He was absorbing their pure yang energy like a whale sucking in water. This way, the speed of absorption was too fast. The yang chi chain between the two yin-yang true chi chains turned pure white in the blink of an eye. Its radiance was so dazzling that it overshadowed all the light in the field, including the protective white light around Shenren Lai Long's body and Bai Xianer's flame. Boom! Ling Yan's energy center and meridians were quickly filled with the pure yang energy that was being absorbed. He chose to break through without hesitation. The divine yang cultivation technique, the fourth minor realm of the first major realm, was successfully broken through. This way, the speed of absorption was even faster. However, Ling Yan felt that this wasn't enough. Xianxia, use hellfire to burn those old fools. Bai Xianer's combat experience was obviously inferior to Xianxia's. After the 4 heavenly masters died, their heavenly master swords were swept away by Bai Xianer's tails and kept in her spatial ring. After that, she didn't know what to do. Fortunately, Ling Yan reminded her. For flaming tails, hellfire. This was a brand new cultivation technique that Bai Xianer comprehended after she had 4 tails. Got it. In the midst of the battle, Bai Xianer swung her 4 flaming tails again. Suddenly, the 4 tails burrowed into the ground where the 12 perfected masters were. Boom, 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 boom. Hellfire surged out from the ground and wrapped around the large white light of the 12 perfected masters, roasting the pure yang energy. This way, the white light was even more blazing, reaching a radius of more than 10 meters. Everyone in the Wind Thunder Valley couldn't open their eyes. *CK, it's more of a hindrance than a help. Many people cried out in surprise when they saw this scene. Only Ling Yan smiled. Although the white light was stronger, it was only rising from the heat. It was easier for him to absorb it. Indeed, the pure yang gigantic soared in the night sky, under the control of the more powerful 12 perfected beings. Although the light it emitted was clearly stronger, its speed did not increase. On the contrary, Ling Yan took the opportunity to swallow the pure yang energy. His body began to emit white light, becoming the most dazzling existence in the sky. White light bloomed around Ling Yan like a god. Boom, boom. Ling Yan's divine yang cultivation technique broke through one after another, reaching the 6th minor realm in an instant. Such a strong pure yang aura? Not good. Venerable Lai Long had long realized that something was wrong when he clashed with Ling Yan. At this moment, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. The white light on the yin-yang energy chain was too bright. It could be seen with the naked eye that the pure yang energy was entering Ling Yan's body through the yin-yang chain. How could Venerable Lai Long not be shocked? Lai Hu, Lai Lei, Lai Yang. Give up on all your enemies and swallow the dragon tiger pills. Come and kill Ling Yan. Venerable Lai Long couldn't care less. He didn't wait anymore. He wanted to kill Ling Yan with all his might. Just now, Venerable Lai Long wasn't anxious. That was because he knew that apart from him and Ling Yan, his other 3 junior brothers were actually fighting with ease. Especially Fierce Tiger, who had already beaten Wang Chongxiao to the point where he couldn't hold on any longer. As for Xianxia and Bai Xianer, although they were powerful, their realms weren't high enough. Moreover, they were helping Ling Yan stop the fusion of the 12 perfected masters. They were distracted and gradually fell into a disadvantage. But who knew that even though the 3 of them had the upper hand, the biggest change was in their opponent, Ling Yan. Venerable Lai Long had been puzzled since the pure yang energy sword couldn't form. Now he understood that the 12 perfected masters on the ground were helping someone else. How could Venerable Lai Long not be anxious? Boom boom boom, Lai Hu, Lai Lei, and Lai Yang received the order and immediately swallowed the dragon tiger pills. Their realms also skyrocketed. They suddenly forced their respective opponents away and flew across the sky. Formed the subduing dragon and taming tiger formation. Lai Long, Lai Hu, Lai Lei, and Lai Yang, the 4 perfected masters surrounded Ling Yan from 4 different directions. Junior brothers, let's not care about anything now. Break these 2 chains of Ling Yan first. Venerable Lai Long saw the crux of the matter. How could he let Ling Yan be so comfortable? Continue snatching the pure yang energy of the 12 perfected masters. The fourth update was delivered. Elder Bu's official WeChat account, Bujing3721, or directly search for Bujing, add me, and discuss the plot. Thank you, everyone, for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. At that moment, Ling Yun was surrounded by 4 masters of the 7th level of the divine from all directions, but he wasn't afraid at all. This wasn't a battle on the ground. He was hundreds of meters in the air. Other than the 4 directions, he could still fly up and down. Ling Yun didn't want to miss the opportunity to break through, so he smiled proudly. Instead of going up, he descended 50 meters in a flash. However, the 4 perfected masters' realms were too high. They followed him like a shadow, trapping him firmly. Boom! They didn't give Ling Yun another chance. The 4 of them attacked at the same time, not Ling Yun, but the 2 yin-yang qi chains. Unsurprisingly, Ling Yun's yin-yang astral qi chain was broken by the combined attack of the 4 of them. He could no longer absorb pure yang qi. Evil creature, let's see where you can run to this time. Kill. Lai Long Perfected was overjoyed. He was the first to attack, punching both fists at Ling Yun. This was Mount Longhu's famous subduing dragon tiger formation, formed by 4 masters of the 7th level of the divine. Its power was unimaginable. Ling Yun didn't dare take it head-on even with his stellar condensation technique, mixed element single energy shield, and golden black devilish silkworm robe. Boom! However, even though he managed to dodge the most powerful fierce dragon and fierce tiger, he wasn't able to dodge the fierce thunder and fierce Sunday. Ling Yun's shoulder and back took a punch each, and he was sent flying. The fist mark was too terrifying. Ling Yun was hit so hard that he saw stars. His chi and blood churned, and he almost vomited blood on the spot. Thank you. However, Ling Yun didn't take these 2 hits for nothing. He chose the right direction and borrowed the force to rush out of the 4 people's encirclement. He flew towards the 12 perfected ones on the ground, Mount Tai suppression, both palms struck out. Ling Yun arrived above the 12 perfected masters in the blink of an eye. This time, he didn't even use the yin-yang qi chains. Instead, he plunged his palms into the white light and started absorbing the pure yang qi. It had to be said that Ling Yun cherished the pure yang qi too much. It was definitely a great supplement. He would rather take a beating just to absorb as much pure yang qi as he could. Now that Ling Yun had reached the 6th minor realm of the 1st major realm of the divine yang cultivation technique, his absorption of pure yang qi had naturally increased by several times. Under his deliberate absorption, the ball of white light that had just shone dimmed by 30%. Not good. The 4 spiritual masters of Dragon Tiger Mountain were enraged. In a flash, they swung their fists at Ling Yun again. Ling Yun was too greedy. His right shoulder was punched again, but he was not angry. He borrowed the force to soar into the sky and arrived beside the pure yang sword in the night sky. He grabbed the sword with both hands. It was still absorbing pure yang qi. Ling Yun took out 3 level 6 talismans and slapped them on his body before the other party arrived. There were wind talismans that increased speed, Vajra talismans, and defense talismans that increased defense. The Xianxia Palace of Mount Longhu wasn't the only one with talismans and pills. Ling Yun had them too, but he had never used them. Why yeah. I'm so angry. Fierce Tiger Spiritual Master would never have dreamed that no matter how fast the 4 of them attacked, Ling Yun would not be seriously injured. Instead, he was like a monkey playing with the 4 of them. The 4 of them came again. This time, they were very straightforward. They surrounded Ling Yun from all 4 directions. No matter where he ran, 2 of them could stop him. Who knew that Ling Yun would not escape this time? Are the 3 of you ready? Ling Yun did not clash head-on with the 4 of them. He moved horizontally along the pure yang gigantic sword. His speed was as fast as lightning, but no matter what, he always had one hand on the pure yang gigantic sword, absorbing the pure yang qi. Of course, the price was shocking because he was being beaten up by the 4 of them. However, Ling Yun's dodging speed was so fast that only one of them could hit him. Ling Yun was fighting the 4 of them alone, which naturally left Yi Xingchen, Bai Xian'er, and Wang Chongxiao free. He had already sent a telepathic message to the 3 of them to quickly use the level 6 wind talismans, gold talismans, and defense talismans. Wang Chongxiao naturally did not have these talismans. They were given to him by Xianxia. The wind talisman increased speed, the gold talisman increased strength and defense, and the defense talisman purely increased defense. Are you ready? Does it hurt when they hit you? Xianxia flew over with a large handful of fire talismans in his hand. He was heartbroken to see Lingyan fighting for time for them. It's just an itch. Even though Lingyan had already used the wind talismans and defense talismans, he was still holding the giant sword, which restricted his movements. Therefore, he was still beaten up by the 4 spiritual masters. His body was covered in bruises, and the mixed elements unity energy shield was about to be smashed. After Xianxia arrived, Bai Xian'er and Wang Chongxiao rushed over. Each of them held a bundle of level 6 fire talismans. Seeing the 3 of them, Lingyan chuckled. Old farts, are you done? Talismans aren't just limited to your Xianxia palace. With that, Lingyan suddenly let go and disappeared from the spot, leaving the giant sword and flying away from the 4 of them. Boom 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 boom. Once Lingyan left, the 4 spiritual masters were in trouble because Xianxia, Bai Xian'er, and Wang Chongxiao started throwing fire talismans at them. Every time a level 6 fire talisman exploded, the explosion radius was more than 10 meters. The 4 spiritual masters were directly drowned in more than 10 balls of fire. The giant sword of pure yang was also blown away by the fire talismans, obviously affected. As for Lingyan, well, he took the opportunity to fly to the 12 spiritual masters. He didn't disrupt their fusion with the white light, but he just blindly drank the pure yang qi. Lingyan wasn't stupid. He wouldn't be able to absorb the pure yang qi if he destroyed it. It was unnecessary as long as he could ensure that the giant sword wouldn't take shape. Boom, in less than a few seconds, Lingyan broke through again, the 7th minor realm of the 1st major realm of the divine yang cultivation technique. The 4 spiritual masters finally flew out of the giant sword in the sky. After seeing Lingyan, they immediately roared in anger. Never in their wildest dreams would they have imagined that the most powerful killing technique of Xianxia Palace wouldn't be able to be used. Instead, it would be a gift to the enemy. Seeing that the light of the giant sword dimmed again, Venerable Lai Long hesitated for a moment before immediately ordering, "Withdraw the formation." Now he completely understood that as long as Lingyan wasn't killed, the giant sword would never take shape. Instead, it would provide Lingyan with an endless supply of pure yang energy. This was a huge loss. Because Lingyan was absorbing the pure yang energy faster and faster, it had already surpassed the speed at which the 12 spiritual masters were fusing with the white light. It was impossible for the giant sword to take shape again. Moreover, after such a period of time, the pure yang energy in the bodies of the 12 spiritual masters was almost depleted. After a while, the pure yang energy from the 12 pure yang pills would all be given to Lingyan. If he gave up on forming the giant sword, he could still obtain 12 experts of the 6th level of the divine power realm. Weighing the pros and cons, Venerable Lai Long decisively gave up. The pure yang energy in the bodies of the 12 spiritual masters had long been depleted, and the medicinal effects of the pure yang pills were less than 30% left. They couldn't hold on much longer. Hearing the order, they immediately withdrew their pure yang true qi into their bodies. The giant sword in the night sky naturally dispersed, turning back into 12 flying swords that floated in the air. Lai Yang and Lai Feng, bring 2 junior brothers and help the other 4 junior brothers to deal with the 4 blood clan members. You must kill them as soon as possible. The other 8, all of you come up and form the 8 trigrams thunder formation. Use the Xianxia pure yang thunder technique to kill the 9-tailed celestial fox. As Venerable Lai Long gave the order, he once again surrounded Xianxia, Bai Xian'er, and Wang Chongxiao with his 3 junior brothers. However, that was just a formation. It was too difficult to surround them in the air. Everyone knew how to fly, and there were countless directions. The only thing that mattered was speed. After that, Taoist Master Lai Long cast a cold glance in the direction of Kunlun Sword Sect and said in a deep voice, "Immortal Master Zhang, Immortal Master Li, even if my Mount Longhu's disciple took a wrong step and strayed onto the wrong path, causing all of you to feel indignant, we are still united against a common enemy. Don't tell me you are going to watch my Xianxia palace sink into a bitter battle?" What Venerable Lai Long saw wasn't the sect master of the Kunlun Sword Sect, Li Jiangang, but the 2 people wearing bamboo hats behind him. They weren't tall and inconspicuous, but Ling Yun knew that they were at the pinnacle of the 6th level of the divine power realm like Lai Long. It was just that he didn't know why they kept attacking him. However, Ling Yun didn't know, but someone else did. Wudong Mountain's Taoist master Chongxiu and Shaolin Temple's Zen master Distant Enlightenment were shocked when they heard how Venerable Lai Long addressed the two from Kunlun. Immortal Master? Zhang Kunlun, Li Kunlun, it's them? Why are they here? Taoist master Chongxiu asked secretly through telepathy. Ba. Zen master Distant Enlightenment didn't say much. He only chanted the name of Buddha and stopped Taoist master Chongxiu with his eyes. Taoist master Chong Su immediately fell silent because he felt two powerful divine senses sweep over him in an instant, causing him to shiver and shiver all over. Zhang Kunlun, Li Kunlun? Why the F***ck are they using the same name? Ling Yun was actually at the pinnacle of Qi cultivation level 6. Taoist master Chongxiu's telepathy couldn't be hidden from him at all. However, this wasn't the time to be puzzled. Ling Yun saw Venerable Lai Long's formation and naturally couldn't let the 8 perfected masters set up a formation to strike Xianxia with lightning. Kill my Xianxia? Don't even think about it. Just as the 8 perfected masters were about to rise into the air, Ling Yun sent out dozens of spirit stones and a basketball-sized polar magnetic field, landing around the 8 of them. The 8 of them had just retracted their pure yang true qi, and the white light on their bodies disappeared. However, in the blink of an eye, they fell into the white fog again. The polar magnetic field was the eye of the formation, and dozens of spirit stones formed the armillary sphere maze formation. Then, while the two sides faced off, Ling Yun burned another 360 drops of divine energy. Whoosh! Ling Yun wielded the devil's blade and moved first. Then, he split into 8 scarlet energy sabers flashed past. Chi 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 chi. There wasn't even a scream. Lai Ming, Lai Feng, their 2 juniors, and the 4 perfected masters who fought with Chester and the rest for half a day were all killed by Ling Yun. Ling Yun couldn't kill the 4 of them with his current strength, but as long as they were below the pinnacle of divine power realm, he could kill them easily. Then, Ling Yun rushed into the armillary sphere maze formation in a flash. Whoosh 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 whoosh. After entering the formation, Ling Yun made 4 rounds at lightning speed, killing all 8 people that he had just trapped. Then, he rushed out of the formation. At the same time, he put away the formation with a thought. Ling Yun killed 16 people from the Xianxia Palace on Mount Longhu in 2 moves. Elder Bu's official WeChat account, Bujing3721, or search for Bujing directly. Please add me as a follower to discuss the plot. Thank you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. Catching the enemy off guard, Ling Yun's attack was as swift as lightning. There was no way to describe Ling Yun's attack, but there was only one word to describe it: fast. Blazing wind. Ah, it hurts. In the air, Lai Long, Lai Hu, Lai Lei, and Lai Yang's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets when they saw the scene. They were practically going crazy. Lai Long had a good plan. Giving up on forming the Pure Yang Giant Sword would give Xianxia Palace 12 more masters of the 6th level of Immortal Realm. That way, he could calmly set up a new strategy. After all, in order to condense that Pure Yang Giant Sword, both sides had already fought for hundreds of rounds. In the end, they met a monster like Ling Yun. Not only was the Pure Yang Giant Sword unable to form, but it also allowed Ling Yun to strengthen himself during the battle. It was a great advantage. Lai Long didn't expect that it was the existence of the Pure Yang Giant Sword that made Ling Yun feel a sense of life and death. That was why he used all his strength to prevent the giant sword from forming, causing Ling Yun's side to fall into a bitter battle. He gave up on forming the Pure Yang Giant Sword, but it also removed the threat of Ling Yun's life. He didn't have to worry about his life and death anymore. Instead, he had time to breathe and act decisively, easily killing the 16 perfected masters from Xianxia Palace. What Lai Long didn't expect was that giving up on forming the Pure Yang Giant Sword would harm the 16 perfected masters and cause them to die even faster than Ling Yun killed the 16 arhats from Shaolin Temple. That was because the consciousness and true qi in the dantian of the 12 spiritual masters had almost fused as one when they were forming the Pure Yang Giant Sword, equivalent to an expert at the pinnacle of Qi disciple level 8 in the process of forming. Under such circumstances, even Ling Yun, Yi Xingchen, and by Xian'er couldn't break through the defenses of the 12 spiritual masters, much less injure them. But after giving up on forming the giant sword, the 12 spiritual masters were no match for Ling Yun even if they were still at divine tier level 6 for the time being. If Ling Yun didn't grasp such an opportunity, he would have died countless times in the past battles of life and death. In the blink of an eye, the 4 blood breeds had no more opponents. The 12 experts of Purity Palace who were at level 5 and above had all been killed. Including the 4 heavenly masters from Celestial Master Manor and Zhang Junjing, who had died earlier, there were 21 of them, and they were all dead. The death toll was the same as that of the Arhat Hall of the Shaolin Temple, 21 people. After killing everyone, Ling Yun knew that there was no more threat to his life. He relaxed and looked at the 4 crazy perfected beings in the sky. Lai Long, you're very beautiful. In the distance, Tai Xiaohu finally relaxed his tightly clenched fists. He felt that his entire body was drenched in sweat. He was too nervous just now. Hearing Ling Yun's words, Tai Xiaohu and the rest couldn't help but look at each other. They smiled knowingly and silently finished the second half of Ling Yun's sentence. If she was beautiful, then she shouldn't think too much. Just now, the 4 perfected masters from the Xianxia Palace of Mount Longhu were unable to kill Ling Yun even though they had the upper hand. Now that there were only 4 of them left, one could imagine the situation. Rascal Ling Yun, you actually killed 16 perfected persons of my Xianxia Palace in one go. Daoist Master Lai Long was enraged to the point of going mad. His eyes were blood red, his Daoist bun had been blasted open, and his long hair stood on end. Obviously, he was already enraged to the extreme. Why? I've already killed the 18 arhats of the Shaolin Temple. Can't your perfected persons of Xianxia Palace do the same? Ling Yun's threat was eliminated. He flapped his wings and flew over slowly. Then, he sneered and said, "You're the one who was too smart for your own good. You harmed them yourself. Don't blame me." Venerable Lai Long was so agitated by Ling Yun's words that he almost vomited blood. He stopped bickering with Ling Yun and suddenly looked at the Kunlun sword sect on the ground. Immortal Master Zhang, Immortal Master Li, are the 2 immortal masters really going to watch Ling Yun massacre our Dao sect like this? Even though Daoist Master Lai Long was furious, his mind was extremely clear, and he knew that it was already impossible for just the 4 of them to pose a threat to Ling Yun. If they wanted to kill Ling Yun, then besides using other methods, they had to find new helpers. Whoosh, a figure wearing a bamboo hat soared into the sky from the Kunlun sword sect's camp. He directly flew into the air and came to Venerable Lai Long's side. It was Zhang Kunlun. As for the other person, which was Li Kunlun, he still stood at his original position and didn't move. He was on guard to prevent Ling Yun from attacking the people of the Kunlun sword sect. This was because Ling Yun had said that no matter which sect stood out to help the Xianxia Palace, Ling Yun would annihilate them first. Under that kind of disadvantageous situation just now, Ling Yun and Yi Xingchen could easily annihilate the Lu and Wang families, and even the 4 people from the Celestial Master abode. Moreover, both parties were now in a stalemate. Zhang Kunlun came to the sky and stood beside Spiritual Master Lai Long, facing Ling Yun from afar. He swept a glance at Ling Yun and asked faintly, "Ling Yun, let me ask you, where did the spiritual energy in your body come from?" Zhang Kunlun and Li Kunlun had long been observing Ling Yun's continuous battles. They were originally here for this, so now that there was a chance, they came up to ask. Zhang Kunlun was naturally asking about the 4 types of immortal spiritual energy in Ling Yun's body, including the green immortal spiritual energy at the Zenith 100 convergence, the purple immortal spiritual energy in his body, the golden immortal spiritual energy, and the black-yellow immortal spiritual energy from the Earth Emperor's book. However, he purposely hid the word immortal. Ling Yun's heart trembled when he heard this. He never expected that one of his strongest trump cards would be seen through by the other party. None of your business. Ling Yun replied shamelessly with a grin, concealing the shock in his heart. He didn't want to attack immediately because Ling Yun realized that he couldn't see through the other party's strength or their realms at all. However, there was no doubt that Zhang Kunlun and Li Kunlun were top-notch figures in Wind Thunder Valley tonight whose strength wasn't inferior to Master Jining and Venerable Lai Long tonight. When Ling Yun first arrived at the Wind Thunder Valley Devil Annihilation Conference, he discovered a total of 10 powerful auras. Among them were 3 from Shaolin Temple, 4 from Mount Longhu, two from Kunlun Sword Sect, and Li Jiangang, the sect leader of Kunlun Sword Sect who was at Divine Power Realm level 6. Now, the 3 from Shaolin Temple were all dead, and only these 7 were left. Obviously, the Kunlun Sword Sect was protected by Li Kunlun on the ground. It was impossible for Ling Yan to destroy the Kunlun Sword Sect. He had to think of a way to kill the 5 people in the air before he could deal with the Kunlun Sword Sect. Back then, Kunlun Sword Sect also attacked the Ling family. However, it wasn't sect leader Li Jiangang, but 2 experts at Divine Power Realm level 4 who happened to be in Kunlun Sword Sect's camp. Moreover, during the battle at Dragon Gate Mountain, Ling Yan also killed perfected Ziyang and Ziyi of Kunlun Sword Sect. During the battle with Sun Chen, he also killed perfected Ziyu of Kunlun Sword Sect. There were old and new grudges between both sides, so he wouldn't let Kunlun Sword Sect go this time. Therefore, Ling Yan was thinking about how to kill all 5 experts in front of him first. If it was just the 4 perfected masters from Shangqing Palace, Ling Yan was absolutely confident that he could kill them, but it would take some time. Now that Zhang Kunlun was included, it would be troublesome. Zhang Kunlun didn't even look at Ling Yan's cheeky face. Then let me ask you again. Where did you get your Shenong cauldron, your seal, your spatial ring, and your cultivation techniques? Zhang Kunlun asked immediately. After hearing this question, Ling Yan couldn't laugh anymore. Zhang Kunlun's question was too knowledgeable. He didn't ask about the green shadow flying sword or the Yin-Yang Gang Chi sword. He only asked about the Shenong cauldron, the man ruler's seal, the spatial ring, and Ling Yan's cultivation techniques. The Shenong cauldron was related to the Earth Emperor's book. The man ruler's seal was very magical. After losing the Dragon Emperor energy, it became a magical treasure that could change its size. Its weight also changed according to its size. It was very powerful, far beyond the level of a spiritual weapon. It was at least a supreme-grade treasure. Needless to say, the spatial ring was made by Ling Yan himself. It was related to space and was a cultivator's treasure. And Ling Yan's heaven-defying cultivation techniques, the 2 from Kunlun Sword Sect deliberately hid their strength and didn't make a move. They waited silently for so long. So they were observing him. Does it have anything to do with you? In an instant, Ling Yan's mind flashed. He thought about many things, but he still asked calmly. Of course it does. Zhang Kunlun said coldly. If you don't tell me, you will die tonight. No one can save you. F***ck, this was too domineering. After Ling Yan displayed so many heaven-defying techniques, Zhang Kunlun still said that Ling Yan would die. Aya! Ling Yan suddenly exclaimed. It stinks, it stinks. Who farted and blew my cow away? Threat? Ling Yan was the least afraid of threats. The other party was crazy, but Ling Yan was even crazier than him. Ling Yan had already broken through to the 7th minor realm of the 1st major realm of the Divine Yang Celestial Technique. The offensive power of the Divine Yang Celestial Technique was at least 3 times stronger than before. If he were to unleash it at full force, the current spiritual master Lai Long wouldn't be able to withstand 20 strikes from him. How could Ling Yan dare to brag to him? Ling Yan wasn't someone who would be scared. Humph, this kid really doesn't know his place. He's courting death. Zhang Kunlun was infuriated. He snorted coldly and said to Lai Longzhenren, the 4 of you, go take down those 3 people and the 5 blood clan members as soon as possible. Leave this Ling Yan to me. Zhang Kunlun wasn't polite to Lai Longzhenren, who had the highest status in the Shangqing Palace. Rest assured, Celestial Master. When Sage Lai Long saw that Zhang Kunlun was willing to make a move, he was actually very polite to the other party and directly listened to Zhang Kunlun's arrangements. Boom, Zhang Kunlun's aura exploded. His terrifying aura enveloped Ling Yan as he charged at Ling Yan with his bare fists. F***ck. Ling Yan was shocked. He didn't hesitate to use the Divine Yang cultivation technique because his opponent's aura was too shocking. It actually exceeded Lai Longzhenren's. Without a doubt, Zhang Kunlun was an expert above the 7th level of the Divine Yang cultivation realm. Ling Yan could also feel immortal spiritual energy from him. Just as Ling Yan was about to use the Divine Yang cultivation technique to fight the enemy, he suddenly heard a delicate sound in the air. I didn't expect someone from Kunlun to break the rules and participate in a battle between humans. Whoosh! An emerald green broadsword rushed at Zhang Kunlun. It was too fast, and it stabbed at Zhang Kunlun. F*ck, a sword immortal. Even if Ling Yan hadn't eaten pork before, he would have seen a pig run. Just one look at the terrifying sword aura of the emerald green broadsword and he knew without a doubt that the person who came was definitely a swordsman. Moreover, it was different from the green shadow flying sword that Ling Yan used. Ling Yan looked up suddenly. Then, he saw 3 people, and he actually knew one of them. Yi family, Yi Tianxue. 6 chapters. I'm in good form. I wrote a big, high, and climax in one go. What comes next is even more exciting. Elder Bu's official WeChat account, Bujing3721 or search for Bujing directly. Please add me to follow and discuss the plot. Thank you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. The current Yi Tianxue was obviously thinner, at least 50 kilograms. However, Ling Yan was able to recognize him just from the sword aura that he emitted. To be precise, Ling Yan recognized 2 of the 3 people who had just arrived. Apart from Yi Tianxue, there was another person dressed in black. He had a slender figure and a handsome appearance. He stood on a 2-meter-long purple flying sword and had a blade of grass in his mouth. He looked very lazy, as though he didn't care about anything. Ling Yan's impression of the purple flying sword was too deep. This person was the one who assassinated Chen Jingtian on the night of August 31st. Ling Yan had chased him for dozens of miles. In the end, this guy had stepped on the flying sword and used it to escape from Ling Yan's pursuit. Ling Yan had confirmed with Yi Tianxue that the person who assassinated Chen Jingtian was the prodigy of the Yi family, Yi Tiandu. Without a doubt, this person was Yi Tiandu. Yi Tianxue and Yi Tiandu stood on the left and right of a woman, one on the air and one on the sword. The woman in the middle was dressed in a green dress. She was a beauty who was at least on the same level as Qin Dongxue. An emerald glow enveloped her entire body. Those with a lower cultivation base wouldn't be able to see her face clearly. Even though Ling Yan had never seen this woman before, he had already guessed her identity. She should be the aunt that Yi Tianxue mentioned, Yi Qingxin. At this moment, Yi Qingxin was releasing a shocking sword aura. It was very pure, and the aura that erupted was obviously above that of Venerable Lai Long, who had consumed the supreme-grade dragon tiger pill, a swordsman at the pinnacle of Qi cultivation level 6 and above. It was very difficult for a pure swordsman to cultivate because it only focused on attacking. However, after mastering it, one would be very powerful and could easily kill a cultivator who was a whole realm above him. A swordsman at the pinnacle of Qi cultivation level 6 would be able to crush an ordinary cultivator at the pinnacle of Qi cultivation level 8. Of course, that was if a monster like Ling Yan wasn't encountered. While Ling Yan was distracted, Yi Qingxin's emerald flying sword had already pierced Zhang Kunlun. Zhang Kunlun had no choice but to raise his arms and cross them in front of his chest to block. Boom, where Zhang Kunlun crossed his arms, a crimson-red light suddenly bloomed, and it collided fiercely with the emerald-green flying sword. After that, the crimson-red light and emerald-green sword chi blazed at the same time, causing an enormous bang to resound. Although Zhang Kunlun managed to block this shocking sword strike, the emerald flying sword's momentum did not stop. In the blink of an eye, it had forced Zhang Kunlun 300 meters away. Zhang Kunlun was caught off guard and suffered a small loss. He was instantly enraged. When the emerald flying sword was at the end of its flight, his arms that were used to block the flying sword suddenly shook, and the emerald flying sword was sent flying. Shua, the emerald flying sword returned as soon as it left. This time, the emerald radiance was even more dazzling, as if this was the only emerald color left in the vast night sky. Its speed was also faster as it once again stabbed towards Zhang Kunlun. It was too fast. Zhang Kunlun had no choice but to block it again. As a result, he was forced back another 300 meters. Shushan. After being forced back more than 600 meters by Yi Qingxin's 2 strikes, Zhang Kunlun was instantly enraged. He glared angrily at the motionless Yi Qingxin and said in a low voice, "What is the meaning of this?" Yi Qingxin's voice was cold but very pleasant to the ear. "Your Kunlun doesn't abide by the rules. What do you think my Shushan means?" Kunlun. Shushan. Ling Yan's heart trembled when he heard this. He really did not expect to see people from these 2 places at the demon subduing conference. Fortunately, even though Kunlun was an enemy, Shushan was obviously a friend. At least Yi Qingxin was here to help. Ling Yan's heart instantly calmed down. Ling Yan immediately went forward with a grin. Naturally, he greeted Yi Tianshui first. I say, why are you only here now? I'm almost done here. Yi Tianshui stood in the air with his arms crossed. He said proudly, experts come last, alright? Don't you know that? Ling Yan almost couldn't help but give him a kick. However, in just 10 days, Yi Tianshui had actually lost more than 50 kilograms. He knew that Yi Tianshui had mastered the sword nurturing stage and was at least at the pinnacle of Qi cultivation stage 5. Ling Yan already knew that Yi Tianshui's combat strength was terrifying after reaching the pinnacle of Qi disciple level 5. He could at least beat a pinnacle god realm level 6 expert. That was why he was not bragging when he called himself an expert. Ling Yan could not be bothered with him anymore. He immediately turned to Yi Tiandu and asked with a smile, Yi Tiandu? Yi Tiandu had not even watched Yi Qingxin's battle since he arrived. His eyes were fixed on Ling Yan, sizing him up. That's right, that's right. I say, you really know how to fight. Yi Tiandu glanced at the corpses on the ground and said lazily. It's alright. You escaped last time. Let's find another time to fight. Ling Yan did not stand on ceremony and directly mentioned what happened last time. Hee, no problem. But you have to promise to survive tonight first. Yi Tiandu agreed with a smile, not forgetting to provoke Ling Yan. Don't provoke me. If you piss me off, I'll beat you up too. Ling Yan threatened fiercely, not giving in. Yi Tiandu grinned. Sure. But I'm just here to watch the show. You have other opponents tonight. I'm not in the queue. Shut up, you two. Yi Qingxin said in a low voice after glaring at them. Annoyed by their bickering, she glared at them. Yi Tiandu immediately became well-behaved. Wow, this fairy sister is so beautiful. Are you the legendary Shushan sword immortal? Ling Yan was not as well-behaved as Yi Tiandu. He knew that Yi Qingxin was here to help, so he spoke without restraint. Yi Tianshui and Yi Tiandu were furious when they heard Ling Yan call Yi Qingxin fairy sister. They almost wanted to beat him up at the same time. Since Yi Qingxin was their aunt, Ling Yan would be taking advantage of them if she called Yi Qingxin big sister. Yi Qingxin glared at Ling Yan. Call me aunt. Ling Yan retorted with a straight face, fairy sister, you look so young. You look like you're only 18. How can I call you aunt? I'd better call you sister. Yi Qingxin frowned. Don't be impolite. Do you believe that I'll help Zhang Kunlun beat you up? Aunt. Ling Yan was terrified on the spot and immediately called her aunt obediently. Pfft. Seeing Ling Yan's appearance, Yi Qingxin couldn't help but laugh. At the same time, she sighed slightly in her heart. Just as the four met and talked, Zhang Kunlun arrived in the air. This time, he stood directly in front of the four. He looked unfriendly. Who are you? Yi Qingxin said lightly, Shushan swordsman, Yi Qingxin. Ling Yan noticed that Yi Qingxin said the name of Shushan instead of the Yi. Family. Zhang Kunlun said in a low voice, Yi Qingxin, since you're from Shushan, you should be responsible for subduing demons. There are demons and demons here. Not only do you not care, but you also want to help them? Yi Qingxin smiled coldly. The demons here have nothing to do with me. Naturally, I can't be bothered. But if Kunlun wants to break the rules and meddle in human affairs, I have to do something about it. How domineering, Ling Yan immediately praised Yi Qingxin in his heart. This temperament was really suitable for him. It turned out that the people of Shushan were not as stubborn as the rumors said. They were not as stubborn as they were. Humph. Zhang Kunlun was almost choked to death by Yi Qingxin's words. He snorted coldly and pointed at Ling Yan. Ling Yan is obviously a cultivator. Even I can't tell the origin of his cultivation technique. How is this a fight between humans? Yi Qingxin said plainly, it's true that Ling Yan is a cultivator, but this is the wind and thunder valley of Mount Longhu. The devil subduing meat is a battle between humans. Shushan will not interfere, but if Kunlun wants to interfere, that is out of the question. The devil subduing conference had already developed to this stage. Yi Qingxin's reason was already very far-fetched, but her attitude was very firm. She was clearly determined to protect Ling Yun. You're twisting words and forcing logic. Zhang Kunlun said angrily. Yeah, then why are you still talking to me? If you want to fight, just say it. I'll definitely keep you company. Yi Qingxin stretched out a hand and pointed to the ground. You can also call Li Kunlun up here. We can fight however we want. What's the point of all this nonsense? Zhang Kunlun saw that Yi Qingxin was completely unreasonable. The anger in his heart could not be vented. Yi Qingxin, you clearly know that we can't fight you here. Why are you still so aggressive? Yi Qingxin finally glanced at him. Oh? Seems like you know the rules. Then why did you attack Ling Yun just now? Zhang Kunlun's neck turned red. Yi Qingxin, I think you're from the Yi family, right? Since you're from the Yi family, then you should know that anyone in Xianxia can practice qi cultivation, but not the Ling family. Ling Yun is from the Ling family, but he's already at the peak of qi cultivation stage 6. How can Kunlun ignore him? Ling Yun's heart skipped a beat. Anyone in Xianxia can practice qi cultivation, but not the Ling family? Why? Wait. Ling Yun spoke up immediately. He stared at Zhang Kunlun and asked, Hey, what did you mean by that? Why did you say that anyone in Xianxia can practice qi cultivation, but not the Ling family? Explain clearly. This information was too important. Ling Yun felt that it might involve a major secret of the Ling family, so he had to get to the bottom of it. There's no why, it's just like that. Zhang Kunlun glanced at Ling Yun coldly but did not explain anything. What the F***ck, Ling Yun flew into a rage. Zhang, do you really think you're so awesome? Do you think I would have been the one to die if no one had helped? Hearing this, Yi Tianshui and Yi Tian could not help but look at each other. Ling Yun's words were too arrogant. However, Ling Yun was really not bragging. In the situation just now, Zhang Kunlun brazenly attacked Ling Yun. If Yi Qingxin did not come, Zhang Kunlun would be lying on the ground now. The first and seventh minor realm of the divine yang cultivation technique, the terrifying attack power of the pure yang celestial sword, and the tenfold dragon elephant divine force, Zhang Kunlun would definitely die. Old Bu's official WeChat account, Bujing3721, or directly search for Bu Jing and add him to discuss the plot. Thank you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. Zhang Kunlun, of course, didn't know Ling Yun's trump card. He said disdainfully, You really don't know your place. Now that someone is here to help you, you can say whatever you want. Ling Yun didn't say anything. He raised his eyebrows and was about to attack. Unexpectedly, Yi Qingxin stopped him. Ling Yun, you don't have to fight him now. You'll meet Zhang Kunlun and Li Kunlun sooner or later. I'll help you stop Zhang Kunlun tonight. As for the other matters, you can deal with them yourself. I won't interfere. Yi Qingxin turned to look at Zhang Kunlun after she finished speaking to Ling Yun. She sent a telepathic message to him. Of course, I'm very clear about those things. However, as long as Ling Yun doesn't enter Kunlun, you guys can't directly intervene in the affairs of the human world. If you attack him now, I'll definitely stop you. Zhang Kunlun knew that he couldn't kill Ling Yun tonight. He said in a low voice, Then how should we clean up the situation between Ling Yun and Xianxia Palace? Yi Qingxin glanced at the 4 perfected masters of Xianxia Palace and said casually, Let them solve their own problems. Zhang Kunlun's eyes flickered. He seemed to think for a while and then flew away. He landed on the ground in an instant and returned to the Kunlun sword sect camp. Yi Qingxin was too strong. She only used 2 moves and a few words to force Zhang Kunlun back, reducing Ling Yun's number by 2 strong enemies. Since Zhang Kunlun didn't make a move, Li Kunlun naturally couldn't either. Seeing Zhang Kunlun return to the ground, Immortal Lai Long's expression turned ugly. He flew over, his face full of anger, and said to Yi Qingxin, Fairy Yi, I wonder if my Xianxia Palace has offended the Yi family and Shushan in any way over the years? This was already a question. Yi Qingxin didn't care. She just shook her head and said, No. Venerable Lai Long immediately said, Then why did Fairy Yi suddenly appear at this demon-subduing conference to protect this little devil? Yi Qingxin didn't even look up. she said lightly, that's my business. I don't have to explain it to you. Venerable Lai Long was really depressed. He asked again, aren't you afraid of being blamed by Shushan for doing this? This time, Yi Qingxin didn't even bother to answer. Obviously, this was still Yi Qingxin's own matter and could not be told to immortal Lai Long. Yi Qing was unmoved by force or persuasion. Taoist Master Lai Long had no choice but to say angrily, this devil-subduing convention was initiated by my Mount Longhu, the Shaolin Temple, and the Kunlun Sword Sect. Since the two immortal masters of the Kunlun Sword Sect wish to subdue the devils, why can't we? Yi Qingxin said lightly, you know very well that Kunlun Sword Sect and Kunlun are two different things. Don't worry, if it's Li Jiangang who makes a move, or even if he brings the entire Kunlun Sword Sect to help your Xianxia Palace turn the world upside down, or even kill him, I, Yi Qingxin, won't care. But not Zhang Kunlun and Li Kunlun. Spiritual Master Lai Long was also rendered speechless by Yi Qingxin. But at this moment, he really hated the Yi clan and Yi Qingxin to death. If Yi Qingxin hadn't come, the four spiritual masters of Xianxia Palace and Zhang Kunlun could have easily killed Ling Yun's group on the spot. But now that Zhang Kunlun had been forced back by Yi Qingxin, Xianxia Palace could only rely on themselves to deal with Ling Yun. Without the two immortal masters, what use was Li Jiangang, a level 6 divinity? He would only be killed by Ling Yun. Moreover, according to Taoist Master Lai Long's understanding of Li Jiangang, he knew that Li Jiangang wouldn't dare make a move against Ling Yun. Still, even if the two immortal masters of Kunlun didn't make a move, Xianxia Palace wasn't completely helpless. Of course, that was if Yi Qingxin didn't help Ling Yun. Thinking of this, Taoist Master Lai Long confirmed, then, when Xianxia Palace and Ling Yun fight to the death, Fairy you won't help Ling Yun either? Yi Qingxin lifted her chin slightly, don't worry, I won't care who lives or dies. Then, she looked at her nephews, and they won't make a move either. Good. After receiving confirmation, Taoist Master Lai Long nodded and immediately returned to his camp, standing together with the other three perfected masters. Evil Ling Yun, if that's the case, then we'll settle the grudge between us ourselves. Do you dare to come over and have a fair fight? Hearing Taoist Master Lai Long's challenge, Ling Yun grinned and greeted Yi Qingxin and the others before flying over lazily. Hee, a fair fight? Now that there's no other way, you're finally talking about a fair fight? Ling Yun looked at the four disdainfully and said, it's not that I'm looking down on you, but you four pieces of trash from Xianxia Palace are a far cry from Shaolin Temple's Master Jining. After scolding the four, Ling Yun's voice turned cold, how do you want a fair fight? Tell me, I'm listening. After Ling Yun killed 16 perfected masters from Xianxia Palace in one go, the situation had been completely reversed. On Ling Yun's side, not only were there 4 people who participated in the battle, but there were also 5 members of the Blood clan eyeing them covetously from the side. If all 9 of them attacked together, even if it was a battle of attrition, they could still exhaust the other party to death. Hence, no matter how they fought, he wasn't afraid. In any case, the 4 of them would definitely die. Fortunately, although Taoist Master Lai Long was at a disadvantage, he still cared about his pride. He said in a low voice, now there are only 4 of us. As long as there are no outsiders to help, you can fight however you want. After all, when they had more people just now, Ling Yun didn't say anything about being unfair. Now that Xianxia Palace had fewer people, they really didn't have the cheek to say anything about fighting 4 against 4. Hee. Ling Yun sneered, I've said that I'm not as despicable as you guys. Since there are only 4 of you left, then we'll send out 4 people too. We'll fight 4 against 4. The winner lives and the loser dies. Is that fair? All right. Taoist Master Lai Long secretly broke out in cold sweat. After hearing Ling Yun say 4 against 4, he immediately calmed down and agreed hurriedly. Junior brothers, set up the subduing dragon and tiger formation. As soon as Taoist Master Lai Long gave the order, the other 3 immediately flew into the air and took up 4 positions, setting up the formation. Formation, huh? I know that too. Seeing this, Ling Yun smiled indifferently and then said to Yi Qingxin and the rest, then how about the 4 of us set up a pig slaughtering formation? Yi Qingxin snickered and nodded. Yes, we'll set up a pig slaughtering formation specifically to kill pigs. I'm so angry, do it. After hearing the name of the formation, Taoist Master Lai Long, Fierce Tiger, and the rest of the Xianxia palace were instantly enraged. They swallowed a dragon tiger pill each and used a protective talisman before attacking, but this time they didn't attack Ling Yun. Instead, they flew towards Xianxia in unison. At the same time, 4 flying swords flew across the sky and aimed at Xianxia from 4 directions, wanting to kill her in one blow. After swallowing another dragon tiger pill, Fierce Dragon, Fierce Tiger, Fierce Thunder, and Fierce Sun, their bodies glowed brightly. Their defense was strong, and they didn't care about Ling Yun's 2 flying swords and the man-ruler seal. They only wanted to kill one person on Ling Yun's side and reduce the number of people on Ling Yun's side. You're courting death. Of course, Ling Yun understood the intention of the other party's strategy. The 4 of them attacked with all their might, and as long as they succeeded, they would have the upper hand in the following battles. Swoosh, 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 Ling Yun activated his divine will, and the green shadow flying sword, Yin Yang Aura sword, and man-ruler seal almost instantaneously blocked the 3 flying swords. But Ling Yun's speed was faster. He broke through the sound barrier and appeared in front of Xianxia in an instant. He raised his hand and knocked the last flying sword away. Xianxia's figure disappeared instantly and appeared beside Xianxia and Wang Chongxiao. The 3 of them attacked at the same time, attacking the weakest Lai Yang. Was Ling Yun really using the pig slaughtering formation? Of course not. The formation he used was called the 4 Symbols Ultimate Killing Formation. The 4 Symbols Ultimate Killing Formation was naturally the green dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. Ling Yun was in the green dragon position, Xianxia was in the white tiger position, Xianxia was in the vermilion bird position, and Wang Chongxiao was in the black tortoise position. This kind of formation was most suitable for fighting with fewer people. If the number of people on both sides was equal, they would naturally have the upper hand. As long as one person could defend, the other 3 could attack one person with all their might. This was what it meant to kill. Of course, the premise was that someone on one side could withstand the opponent's attack, and the person being attacked couldn't dodge it. Without a doubt, among the 4 of them, Ling Yun had the strongest defense. Therefore, he changed the formation slightly. Although he was in the green dragon position, he was in the black tortoise position. One had to know that Ling Yun had relied on himself to last a long time under the frenzied pursuit of the 4 perfected masters of Xianxia Palace. Lai Yang, be careful. At the critical moment, Lai Yang's figure suddenly swooped down, avoiding Xianxia and Xianxia's attacks. He exchanged a punch with Wang Chongxiao and finally avoided a fatal blow. In the blink of an eye, the 8 people in the sky were fighting again. But this time, the perfected masters of Xianxia Palace were obviously at a disadvantage. Lai Yang returned immediately and formed a formation with the other 3. They didn't look for anyone else and continued to chase Xianxia. Ling Yun immediately filled in again and helped Xianxia block the attack. Then, Xianxia used the 9-star Luo flash. This time, she formed a triangle with Xianxia and Wang Chongxiao, blocking Lai Yang in the middle and continuing to kill. The 4 perfected masters of Xianxia Palace focused on Xianxia, while Ling Yun's side focused on Lai Yang. Let's see who would be the first one to give up. The 8 people were fighting, and their spiritual weapons were also fiercely chasing after each other. But again, Ling Yun's side had the upper hand. That was because Ling Yun alone took out 3 Dharma treasures. Xianxia had the Sky Demon double slash, and Wang Chongxiao had a flying sword. Ling Yun's side had 6 Dharma treasures, while the other side only had 4 flying swords. Wang Chongxiao's flying sword entangled Fierce Tiger Immortal's flying sword once again. This way, the other side's 4 flying swords were all destroyed. Xianxia's Sky Demon double slash flashed through the air, also not looking for anyone but Lai Yang. Yi Tianshui looked at this earth-shattering battle and sighed. Ling Yun's advancement is too terrifying. I definitely can't beat him now. Yi Tiandu nodded. Auntie is still wise. If our Yi family doesn't help Ling Yun today, he won't need it even if we want to in the future. Humph. Your father is a stubborn old man. Other than blindly scheming all day, what else does he know? Yi Qingxin was naturally also paying attention to this battle. After hearing the discussion between the 2, she couldn't help but laugh. She was referring to Yi Tiandu's father, the current head of the Yi family, Yi Qingfeng. Hearing this, Yi Tiandu could only raise his hand to his forehead and smile bitterly, not daring to refute. Old Boer directly search for Bu Jing. Please add me to discuss the plot. Thank you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. Genius website. Mobile version. 1 against 4, Xianxia Palace Spiritual Masters subduing Tiger Formation against Ling Yan's 4 Symbols Absolute Killing Formation. Ling Yan's side had the upper hand, but he didn't use his killer move immediately. He wanted to use the 4 from Xianxia Palace to practice his battle formation. If he really wanted to use his killer move, there was no need for Ling Yan to play with them. He only needed to use the Divine Yang Cultivation technique and the Pure Yang Immortal Sword to kill Lai Lei and Lai Yang in a few strikes. There was no need for any battle formation at all. These 4 spiritual masters were rare targets, and Ling Yan really couldn't bear to kill them instantly. Even though Ling Yan's side had the upper hand, the 4 spiritual masters of Xianxia Palace had all consumed premium Dragon Tiger pills. Their temporary strength was above the 7th level of Divine Power Realm, and they had also used protective talismans. Hence, their defense was very strong. The 4 of them were glowing brilliantly. If Ling Yan didn't make a move, Scorching Sun would be unscathed even if he was hit by 2 of them at the same time. Thus, this intense battle, where both sides exchanged blows, actually lasted for more than 10 minutes, and still, no one could do anything to the other. But such an intense battle would definitely consume a lot of energy if it continued. After 20 minutes, the 4 spiritual masters each took a supreme-grade Dragon Tiger pill and were still as vigorous as ever. Ling Yan's heart ached. Those were supreme-grade Dragon Tiger pills, each worth at least 30 to 50,000 merit points. He gradually grew impatient. Change formation. Ling Yan immediately changed the formation at his command. He was now the main attacker, and Wang Chongxiao was temporarily in charge of defense. It couldn't be helped. Even though Ling Yan had blocked most of the attacks from the 4 spiritual masters in the past 20 minutes, Bai Xian'er and Wang Chongxiao couldn't hold on any longer. This was because Ling Yan's combat strength was above any of the 4. Yi Xingchen, on the other hand, was just attacking. She had it easy because no one was attacking her. Bai Xian'er, on the other hand, couldn't hold on. The 4 spiritual masters attacked her repeatedly. She was, after all, at a lower level than them, and the techniques they used happened to restrain her. She was suppressed, and her speed was getting slower and slower. Wang Chongxiao, on the other hand, was fighting with all his strength. His consumption was too great, and as time went on, he naturally couldn't hold on. Whoosh 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 whoosh, when Ling Yan said to change the formation, the first thing he changed was their spiritual weapons. Yi Xingchen's Sky Demon Double Slash no longer chased after Blazing Sunday. Instead, it wrapped around Blazing Thunder's and Blazing Sun's flying swords. Wang Chongxiao's flying sword was still entangled with Fierce Tiger Daoist Master's flying sword. Ling Yan only used the Green Shadow flying sword to block Spiritual Master Lai Long's flying sword. Then, the Yin Yang Qi sword and the Man Ruler seal locked onto Lai Yang. One big and one small, one heavy and one light, they began to chase and kill Lai Yang. At the same time, Ling Yan switched from defense to offense. He didn't look for anyone else but Lai Yang. With such a turn of events, Venerable Blazing Sun was in dire straits in an instant, and his situation was extremely dangerous. Die. Ling Yan didn't waste any more time. Lai Yang had just dodged Bai Xian'er and Yi Xingchen's attack when his Man Ruler seal arrived. The Man Ruler seal had a radius of 30 feet. It was simply too big, and it came crashing toward Perfected Blazing Sun. Horrified, Perfected Blazing Sun made a turn and tried to dodge the Man Ruler seal's attack. However, the Yin Yang Qi sword suddenly appeared and stabbed toward his head. Helpless, Perfected Blazing Sun could only raise his hand and wave his palm to deflect the Yin Yang Qi sword. At the same time, he wanted to continue rushing forward to avoid Ling Yan's pursuit. However, in the next moment, he was horrified. Ling Yan's Yin Yang astral energy chains and Bai Xian'er's 4 fox tails actually entangled the Burning Sun Immortal at the same time. How could he run? Boom. Immediately after, a Yin Yang True Qi vortex appeared outside Ling Yan's body once again, trapping Perfected Blazing Sun completely. Then, Ling Yan flew over with the Devil's Blade in his hand, slashing continuously at the head of the immobilized Perfected Blazing Sun. Boom, 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 it was too fast. More than 10 consecutive slashes landed solidly on the protective white light above Perfected Blazing Sun's head, causing him to fall from the sky. Not good. Perfected Blazing Dragon turned pale with fright. At this critical moment, he suddenly raised his hand and roared, "Prime Clear Yang Lightning Technique." The famous Prime Clear Yang Lightning Technique of the Prime Clear Palace was finally used by him. Not only Blazing Dragon, but Fierce Tiger and Fierce Thunder also did the same. The three of them used the Prime Clear Yang Lightning Technique at the same time, and suddenly, 3 basketball-sized lightning balls appeared in their palms. TSK. TSK. TSK, the lightning balls condensed instantly, and the 3 of them waved their hands violently. The lightning balls hit Ling Yan's body almost instantly, then, there was no then. Ling Yan smiled as he absorbed the 3 balls of lightning into his energy center. It was a great supplement, and the power of lightning in his energy center was instantly filled to the brim. Boom, the devil's blade appeared again, and the gold-and-silver lightning snakes and sparks wrapped around the devil's blade. At the same time, the flames raged. Perfected Blazing Sun is finished. Yi Qingxin shook her head when she saw this. She was all too familiar with this move. When Ling Yan killed the Yamada no Orochi, he had used this move. However, Ling Yan had just entered level 3 Qi cultivation then. Now, he was at the pinnacle of level 3 Qi cultivation. Burning his divine energy, he was at the pinnacle of level 6 Qi cultivation. Boom, boom, boom. Without hesitation, Ling Yan followed up with another 3 slashes, all landing on Perfected Blazing Sun's head. Gotcha! Perfected Blazing Sun's realm was the lowest. After eating the Dragon Tiger pill, his defense was similar to Master Jining's. How could he withstand Ling Yan's ferocious attacks? The protective aura was split open by Ling Yan's slash, and the blade entered his body. Without the protective aura, Perfected Blazing Sun's physical defense was far inferior to that of an elder at level 6 of the Divine Power Realm from the Shaolin Temple's Arhat Hall. Ling Yan followed up with another slash. This time, the blade of the devil's blade pierced through Perfected Blazing Sun's head. It went from the top of his head all the way down, splitting Perfected Blazing Sun into 2. Crash! Fresh blood splattered, and Perfected Blazing Sun's internal organs splattered everywhere. Junior brother Blazing Sun. Perfected Blazing Dragon couldn't help but howl in pain. The 3 of them pounced at Xianxia at the same time. This time, they were willing to suffer serious injuries to capture and kill Xianxia. Humph, you still won't give up. Ling Yan shouted, activating the Man-Ruler Seal and Yin Yang Aura Sword to block Fierce Tiger and Lai Lei at the same time. Then, he teleported in front of Perfected Blazing Dragon and slashed head-on. Boom, boom, boom. Xianxia was naturally unharmed. She also teleported and stood side by side with Yi Xingchen and Wang Chongxiao. The 3 of them pounced at Perfected Blazing Thunder. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Xianxia's 4 tails entangled Perfected Blazing Thunder, and Yi Xingchen's Sky Devil double slash arrived instantly, slicing back and forth on Perfected Blazing Thunder's protective aura, weakening it. Boom, 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 boom. In the next moment, Xianxia used the Fire Fox Flame technique, Yi Xingchen used the Falling Moon Star Sinking technique, and Wang Chongxiao used the Tiangang Demon Fist. The trio's attacks, a huge fireball, a large planet, and a pair of glowing green fists, hit Perfected Blazing Thunder at the same time. Boom! True Qi exploded, and Perfected Blazing Thunder was hit by the 3 at the same time. No matter how strong his defense was, his protective True Qi was shattered. Qi, 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 Qi. At this time, Ling Yan's Yin Yang Aura Sword and Yi Xingchen's Sky Devil double slash took the opportunity to greet Perfected Blazing Thunder's neck. In the blink of an eye, Perfected Blazing Thunder's head fell to the ground. 2 of the 4 perfected masters of Xianxia Palace were instantly killed by Ling Yan's side. Return. Ling Yan's divine will moved, and the 2 flying swords were immediately stored into his Taishi ring. Shwa 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 shwa. After killing Lai Yang and Lai Lei, Ling Yan, Yi Xingchen, Xianxia, and Wang Chongxiao each flew over, surrounding Lai Long and Perfected Blazing Tiger. Kill Blazing Tiger first. Ling Yan's murderous intent was at its peak. He didn't hold back, rushing at Blazing Tiger with his sword. Then, 3 Dharma treasures and Yi Xingchen's Sky Devil double slash had already surrounded Blazing Tiger. Needless to say, the five treasures, Ling Yun, and Yi Xingchen didn't even take a few breaths to kill the fierce tiger immortal on the spot. Junior brother Blazing Tiger. Lai Long's heart ached. He and Blazing Tiger had the same master, and they were true brothers who had cultivated together since they were young. Both of them had reached the pinnacle of divine power realm, but he didn't expect to die in front of his eyes. Moreover, among the three perfected masters who died, Blazing Tiger died the most tragically. He was dismembered by Ling Yun's Devil's Blade, 2 flying swords, and Yi Xingchen's Sky Devil double slash at the same time. Immortal vanquishing technique. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, Lai Long's eyes were bloodshot as he used the most terrifying Dao technique of Xianxia Palace, the Immortal Vanquishing Technique. The Immortal Vanquishing Technique was actually a kind of summoning technique, similar to Si Kongtu's summoning of the malevolent black demon god. However, Lai Long's Immortal Vanquishing Technique naturally didn't summon a demon god, but one of the ancestors of Xianxia Palace who had ascended to the immortal realm. Boom! Lai Long went berserk as he burned his divine primordial energy furiously. He chanted incantations, hoping to summon an immortal to possess him. Almost instantly, Lai Long's body emitted rays of white light. The white light was so dazzling that it completely overshadowed his protective white light and seemed to pierce through the heavens and the earth. Immortal Vanquishing Technique? Ling Yun sneered. So what if he was possessed by an immortal? The three of you, hide further away. He retracted his blade and all the spiritual weapons and Dharma treasures at the same time. Then, he used the Divine Yang Cultivation technique. Similarly, Ling Yan's body emitted countless rays of white light. The light was so dazzling that it illuminated the entire Wind Thunder Valley even brighter than day. His body seemed to have become a blazing sun, and everyone around him couldn't open their eyes. Oh my god, what cultivation technique is this? In the distance, Yi Tianshui and Yi Tiandu couldn't help but ask as they watched Ling Yan's shocking scene. They retreated with Yi Qingxin. On the ground, Zhang Kunlun and Li Kunlun's expressions changed. They were also extremely shocked because they could clearly feel the danger. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the sky above the Wind Thunder Valley. The white light was so dazzling that they had no choice but to cover their foreheads with their hands and squint their eyes to see Ling Yan's cultivation technique clearly. Whoosh, a 10-meter long, 2-meter wide gigantic pure yang immortal sword appeared in Ling Yan's hands. Boom. Boom. Boom, Ling Yan slashed 6 times consecutively at Lai Long who was in the distance. With the last slash, a white light flashed. Lai Long's body, which no longer belonged to him, was slashed into 2 by Ling Yun, Lai Long, Lai Hu, Lai Lei, and Lai Yang. The 4 perfected masters of the Xianxia Palace were all annihilated by Ling Yun in one battle. Elder Bu's official WeChat account, Bujing3721, or directly search for Bujing. Please add me as a follower to discuss the plot. Thank you, everyone, for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. First, Ling Yun had absolute confidence in the offensive power of the Divine Yang cultivation technique. It was close to faith. That was because it was recognized by the entire cultivation world as the technique with the strongest offensive power. No other techniques could compare. Ling Yun was very decisive. He definitely couldn't let Lai Long complete the immortal conquering technique because the opponent was already at the pinnacle of divine power level 7. Once the technique was completed, Lai Long Taoist Master's strength was very likely to break through the pinnacle of Qi cultivation stage 9 or even higher. At that time, even if Ling Yun used the Dragon Elephant Divine Force and the Divine Yang cultivation technique, he might not be able to kill the opponent. Moreover, how could he have known that the other party would burn his own cultivation base and what kind of terrifying celestial spells the immortal invited would have? There were too many uncertainties. Hence, he had to make a prompt decision. Before the other party could complete the descent of immortals, he had to use his strongest killing move and kill those uncertainties in the cradle. Another more important reason was that Ling Yun was burning his divine yuan at the pinnacle of Qi cultivation stage 3. With the pinnacle of Qi cultivation stage 6, the true Qi and divine yuan in his body were like a tsunami flowing through his meridians. If he used the Dragon Elephant Divine Force now, he was afraid that the scene of the immortal illuminating Qingshui would repeat itself. He couldn't control it, had no choice but to break through, and was struck to death by the horrifying lightning. Boom 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 boom. The huge pure yang celestial sword was swung around, and the blazing white sword light crisscrossed in the air like bolts of white lightning cutting through the night sky. After cutting Lai Long Taoist master in half, Ling Yun was afraid that the immortal who failed to possess him would do something again. He swung his sword continuously and cut Lai Long into countless pieces in the blink of an eye. Boom! The blazing white light that had descended on venerable Lai Long's body exploded with a loud bang. It was the purest celestial spiritual energy. Ling Yun was blasted more than 200 meters away in an instant. His injuries weren't small, but he wasn't annoyed. Instead, he was happy. He rushed directly into that ball of blazing celestial spiritual energy and began to drink it like a whale. This was pure young immortal spiritual energy. However, this pure young immortal spiritual energy seemed to have a mind of its own and obviously didn't want Ling Yun to absorb it. After exploding, it immediately shrank and tried to condense into a human shape. Don't even think about it. Ling Yun roared and waved the pure yang celestial sword again, slicing that ball of immortal spiritual energy into pieces. He snatched it back and absorbed it into his body. Mount Longhu's Xianxia Palace. In a great hall that enshrined the ancestral tablets of the Xianxia Palace's past generations, one of the ancestral tablets suddenly erupted with blazing rays of light. Then, it soared into the air and suddenly paused in the air. Then, the light disappeared, and with a clatter, it fell to the ground and shattered. Boom! A massive amount of pure yang celestial spiritual energy entered his body. Ling Yun's divine yang cultivation technique broke through two small realms, reaching the pinnacle of the first major realm. Boom! The light emitted from Ling Yun's body became 3 times brighter, and the pure yang celestial sword in his hand suddenly became 36 meters long and 4 meters wide. The pure yang sword that the 12 perfected persons of Xianxia Palace had been unable to condense appeared in Ling Yun's hand in the blink of an eye. Humph, Lai Long, even though you stopped condensing the pure yang sword, you didn't even dream that you would let me gain another level. Ling Yun hated venerable Lai Long to the extreme. He was indeed a terrifying opponent, especially when the 3 perfected persons of Xianxia Palace used the Xianxia Righteous Yang Lightning technique at the same time. If their target wasn't Ling Yun, but Yi Xingchen, Bai Xian'er, or Wan Chongxiao, they would have died. Even if Ling Yun won, one person on his side would lose his life. In fact, when the 4 perfected persons of Xianxia Palace joined forces, their strength was absolutely terrifying and heaven-defying. They were indeed far above the Shaolin Temple's Arhat Hall. It was a pity that they were too unlucky to meet a demon-like existence like Ling Yun. Moreover, they kept using the wrong tactics. At the beginning, condensing the pure yang sword allowed Ling Yun to continuously break through his strongest combat technique. During the battle, he used the Xianxia Righteous Yang Lightning technique on the wrong target. In the end, when venerable Lai Long was desperate and used the celestial vanquishing technique, everything was already too late. In a battle between experts, there was only a single line. During the battle, you gave your opponent ammunition twice in a row, and even an even bigger one before your death. It would be a miracle if the 4 perfected persons of Xianxia Palace didn't lose. At this moment, only Ling Yun was left in the night sky above the Wind Thunder Valley. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed into a human-shaped sun. His body emitted blazing light that illuminated the night sky. Even the moon couldn't be seen. With the pure yang sword in his hand, he floated there like a god descending to the mortal world. It was too dazzling. From afar, Yi Qingxin watched this scene from afar. She was also shocked, speechless. She had a complicated look in her eyes. She knew that her worries were unnecessary. Ling Yun was too strong, and he didn't need her help at all. 2 people of Kunlun, take this. In the blazing light, Ling Yun looked down at the Kunlun sword sect camp on the ground. He stared at Zhang Kunlun and Li Kunlun. With a roar, he swung his sword down. If Ling Yun didn't take such a good opportunity to teach these 2 a lesson, it would be a waste of his efforts. Boom! A huge white sword beam streaked across the sky and slashed down at the Kunlun camp. Not good. Zhang Kunlun and Li Kunlun had already felt the danger when Ling Yun displayed the 10-meter giant sword. Now, the giant sword that was slashing down was even more radiant. The blade of the sword was 36 meters long. With a swing, the sword light reached a terrifying 200 meters. Everyone from the Kunlun sword sect was so frightened that they couldn't even stand. Swoosh swoosh, Zhang Kunlun and Li Kunlun soared into the sky and instantly met the blazing sword beam. One in front and one behind, they crossed their arms at the same time and raised their cultivation to the limit. They tried their best to resist the pure yang sword. Two masses of scarlet light shone in the night sky at the same time, intertwining with the white sword beam. Boom boom, Zhang Kunlun and Li Kunlun soared into the sky instantly. After resisting the pure yang sword for less than 2 seconds, they were smashed to the ground by Ling Yun and slashed into the ground. Rumble. Kacha. As the huge sword slashed into the ground, the basin of the Wind Thunder Valley suddenly split open. A huge crack that was 360 meters long appeared. The crack was dark and it was unknown how deep it was. This was the power of Ling Yun's sword. Fortunately, while Zhang Kunlun and Li Kunlun were resisting the pure yang sword, the members of the Kunlun sword sect had already flown to the sides and avoided the range of the sword beam. Otherwise, none of them would have survived. The entire place was silent. There were no exclamations or gasps of surprise. There was only a dazzling light and complete silence. Everyone was stunned. F***ck, you can even block this? Then take another sword from me. Ling Yun had experienced countless battles of life and death. In battle, he would never be shocked or excited, let alone arrogant or careless. As his sword slashed down, he immediately used his divine sense to lock onto Zhang Kunlun and Li Kunlun. He knew that although the two of them had been smashed into the crack and were seriously injured, they were not dead yet. Then, Ling Yun raised his hand and prepared to slash down again, swoosh swoosh. However, before he could slash a second time, he saw two figures flying out of the huge crack. After rushing out of the ground, they immediately turned and fled towards the night sky in the west. Their speed was unbelievably fast. The two of them, who were extremely arrogant just a moment ago, actually fled like rats. They didn't even have the time to care about the Kunlun sword sect. TSK. Kunlun? Tui. Ling Yan sneered and spat in the direction the two of them fled. Then, he turned his head and said to Yi Xingchen, Wang Chongxiao, and the rest, Xingchen, you guys don't have to worry about this. Go clean up the battlefield, same as before. Ling Yan said the same as before. Naturally, it meant plucking the feathers from the geese. At this moment, Ling Yun was finally relieved and could calmly order his men to clean up the battlefield. Ling Yun's spoils of war from the Devil Annihilation Conference were simply too many. His weapons included the 2 Buddhist staffs and the 18 Arhat rods from the Shaolin Temple's Arhat Hall, the top-grade flying swords from the 20 perfected persons from Mount Longhu's Shanqing Palace, the 5 flying swords from the Celestial Master Residence. These were all good materials for refining weapons. Naturally, there were the Great Recover pills from the Shaolin Temple and the top-grade Dragon Tiger pills from Mount Longhu. There were also the silver talismans that the Shanqing Palace didn't have time to use. Of course, Ling Yun was used to collecting these most precious items as he killed them. Anyway, the fact that he had a spatial ring was already known to the entire pugilistic world. There was no need to hide it anymore. Ling Yun instructed Yi Xingchen and the rest to clean up the battlefield, mainly for the weapons, pills, and 100 treasures pouches of those who died in the battle to prevent the martial artists from escaping. Thus, everyone on Ling Yun's side began to get busy. Yi Xingchen, Bai Xianer, Wang Chongxiao, and even Tai Xiaohu, Shuang Meifeng, Xiao Mimi, and the rest who were far away, shuttled through the Wind Thunder Valley, conducting a carpet search. Everywhere they passed, they plucked the feathers from the geese. Not even a blade of grass remained. Even Mo Wudao, who had been busy recording, stopped recording and ran around the field, picking the best things to pick up. F***ck, that's too fierce. Yi Tiandu couldn't hide his shock after watching the entire process of Ling Yun's battle with the 4 perfected persons from Shanqing Palace. He felt that his reputation as a cultivation genius was somewhat undeserved. Ling Yun really earned big tonight. Yi Tianshui's eyes lit up as he watched Ling Yun's men pick up the items on the ground. He was very envious of the spatial rings on their hands. No matter what it was, as long as they wiped it or simply waved their hands, it would be taken away. It was too blissful to clean up the battlefield like this. Only Ling Yun was idle. In the night sky, he stopped using the divine yang cultivation technique. The blazing light on his body and the giant sword in his hand instantly disappeared, turning into pure yang spiritual energy and returning to his body. Because it was no longer necessary. Now that the 3 elders of Shaolin Temple's Arhat Hall were dead, the 4 perfected persons from Longhu Mountain's Xianxia Palace were dead, and the 2 immortal masters from Kunlun Sword Sect had escaped. Among the martial artists, only Kunlun Sword Sect's sect master, Li Jiangang, was left. He could still go 1 or 2 rounds with Ling Yun. Once the divine yang cultivation technique was used, it would consume the pure yang energy in one's body. Every bit consumed meant a little less. It was too rare, and Ling Yun couldn't bear to waste it. Whoosh! Ling Yun landed directly in front of Kunlun Sword Sect's sect master, Li Jiangang. He smiled brightly at the other party. Sect Master Li, can we settle the score between us now? Elder Bu's official WeChat account, Bujing3721, or directly search for Bujing. Please add me as a follower to discuss the plot. Thank you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. How should I calculate it? Li Jiangang, the head of the Kunlun Sword Sect, had yet to recover from the huge shock and horror. He looked at Ling Yun in front of him and asked blankly. You can calculate it however you like, as long as you think it's appropriate. Ling Yun smiled and put his hand on Li Jianlong's shoulder. But before I settle the score, you have to tell me clearly. What's the matter with the 2 idiots who escaped just now? Their names are Zhang Kunlun and Li Kunlun? Li Jianlong's face stiffened and turned pale. He shook his head violently and said, I can't say that. Can't say? Ling Yun glared at him. Then what's the use of you? Li Jiangang smiled bitterly, but his eyes were firm. Even if you kill me, I can't say it. Ling Yun was stunned. He didn't expect Li Jiangang to be so firm. That couldn't be faked. Li Jiangang was obviously afraid of him, but he didn't mention anything related to Kunlun. This could only mean one thing. Kunlun was far more important than his life. This scene was exactly the same as Li Kunwa's behavior when Ling Yun crippled the 4 people of the Kunlun Sword Sect at Dragon Gate Mountain. Ling Yun, you don't have to make things difficult for him. Even if you cut him into 8 pieces, he won't tell you. He won't say a word about Kunlun. Yi Qingxin floated over and landed beside Ling Yun. She transmitted her voice to him. Auntie, if I ask you, will you tell me? Ling Yun immediately turned his head and asked Yi Qingxin with a smile. Yi Qingxin had a complicated look in her eyes. She pondered for a while and said slowly that it depends on the situation in the future. Ling Yun was immediately discouraged. He knew that it was impossible to find out Kunlun's secrets through Li Jiangang. Alright, pretend that I didn't ask anything. Let's settle the score between us. Ling Yun immediately put on a cheeky expression and returned to the main topic, settling the score with Li Jiangang. Frankly speaking, before the devil subduing meet, Ling Yun only had 2 grudges with the Kunlun Sword Sect. The first was during the battle at Dragon Gate Mountain. Out of the 4 people from the Kunlun Sword Sect, he killed 2 of them and crippled the other 2. He didn't suffer any losses. The second time was in the capital city. Back then, when the Kunlun Sword Sect's Reverend Ziyu helped Sun Chen to form an alliance, it was also Ling Yun who killed Ziyu and used it to condense the Yin-Yang Aura Sword. Even though the 2 confrontations with the Kunlun Sword Sect were dangerous, Ling Yun was always victorious and gained a huge advantage. Therefore, between Ling Yun and the Kunlun Sword Sect, there was no need to calculate the new grudge. What he needed to calculate was the incident 18 years ago when 2 people from the Kunlun Sword Sect attacked the Ling family. Now that the 2 of them were in the Kunlun Sword Sect's camp, Ling Yun would definitely not let them off. Li Jiangang already knew that he couldn't escape. He sighed deeply and said, Tell me, I'm listening. He was very clear that once the 2 immortal masters of Kunlun left, the Kunlun Sword Sect was already a piece of meat on Ling Yun's chopping board. They could only wait to be slaughtered without any resistance. Killing intent flashed in Ling Yun's eyes. He raised his hand and pointed to the 2 people behind Li Jiangang. 18 years ago, in the case of my Ling family, these 2 people from the Kunlun Sword Sect attacked my Ling family and forced my parents. Therefore, these 2 people must die. Hearing Ling Yun's request, Li Jianlong's face turned solemn. He pondered for a moment and suddenly said, Back then, the 2 of them did attack your Ling family together with many people from the martial arts world. However, this wasn't their original intention. They were sent by the previous sect leader of the Kunlun Sword Sect. Now that the previous sect leader of the Kunlun sword sect has passed away, if you want to take revenge, I, Li Jiangang, am willing to bear the responsibility. Ling Yan observed Li Jianong's expression and realized that he was very decisive. He couldn't help but praise him in his heart, thinking that a sect leader who dared to take responsibility was a good sect leader. However, he resolutely rejected, no. Every debt has its debtor. Back then, it was the two of them who attacked my Ling family and forced my parents. Naturally, I have to take revenge on them. Just as Li Jiangang was about to explain, the two people behind him separated the crowd and walked slowly to Ling Yun. One of them said to Ling Yun, the two of us don't wish to give any explanation for what happened back then. Since you want to take revenge now, we will accept it. You can take revenge however you want. The other person spoke to Li Jiangang, his eyes filled with gratitude. Zichen thanks the sect master for protecting us. Since the old sect master sent the two of us down the mountain that year, it naturally means that he has full trust in us. The things that the two of us have done should naturally be borne by the two of us. How could we ask you to bear the responsibility for us? After saying that, he immediately sent a telepathic message to Li Jiangang. Sect leader, even though this Ling Yun is tyrannical, he doesn't seem to be someone who would kill the innocent. Looking at his current actions, he doesn't seem to have the intention of annihilating everyone in the Kunlun sword sect. Sect leader, please remember the responsibility of the Kunlun sword sect. Think for the sake of the Kunlun sword sect and Kunlun. Try to keep your lives and bring the disciples away from here. We can make further plans in the future. After listening to the telepathic message, Li Jiangang thought about the responsibility of the Kunlun sword sect for 1,000 years and could only remain silent. Ling Yan really didn't expect the Kunlun sword sect to be able to stick together in such a crisis. He was a little surprised and couldn't help but nod his head secretly. Ling Yan was able to distinguish right from wrong. Enemies were enemies, and enemies were enemies. It was certain that he would seek revenge, but enemies might not necessarily be bad people. This was because everyone had their own goals and their own way of doing things. Otherwise, a sect wouldn't be able to exist for a long time and would have long been destroyed. Li Kunwa couldn't be blamed for his performance back then. It was true that the Kunlun sword sect had some integrity to be able to nurture such a character. Just as the other party had imagined, Ling Yan indeed didn't have the intention of annihilating the Kunlun sword sect. Of course, this was on the premise that they were sensible enough. After spiritual master Zichen finished speaking to Li Jiangang, he turned to look at Ling Yun and said with a smile, Ling Yun, as a descendant of the Ling clan, your growth to such an extent has indeed exceeded everyone's expectations. Since you're now the meat on the chopping block, there's nothing more to say. If you want to take revenge, just come at me. All right. After the two of them stood up, Ling Yan's Devil's Underworld Essence Blade was already in his hands. He wanted revenge, so he naturally couldn't be bothered to say another word. TSK, the blade flashed, and the heads of the two perfected masters, Ziqiu and Zichen, fell to the ground. Fresh blood spurted from their necks, and their corpses fell to the ground. Seeing that you didn't run away, I'll give you a quick death. Ling Yan said coldly before sheathing his blade. Li Jianong's expression changed drastically when he saw this scene. His whole body trembled, but he didn't say a word. Li Jiangang, your Kunlun sword sect is one of the initiators of this devil subduing conference. As for the reason, even though you won't say it, I have a rough idea. I know that your Kunlun sword sect and my Ling family actually have an unspeakable history. As he spoke, Ling Yan stared deeply at Li Jiangang. Indeed, he discovered the helplessness and struggle in the other party's eyes. Ling Yan was really too smart. Just from the appearance of the two immortal masters from Kunlun and the few sentences that Zhang Kunlun said, he already knew that the Kunlun sword sect had their own unspeakable difficulties in dealing with the Ling family in the past and dealing with Ling Yun now. It wasn't as simple as slaying demons. He didn't know about others, but the true mastermind behind the actions of the Kunlun sword sect was Kunlun. That's why I won't kill you tonight, Ling Yan said with a smile. He then continued, however, I'm sure you understand my temper now. Your Kunlun sword sect has mobilized so many people to come here to kill me and Xing Chen. I definitely won't let you off so easily. Ling Yan smiled and told the other party the truth frankly. So, as long as you're willing to put down your weapons and your 100 treasures pouches, you'll become like them. Ling Yan casually pointed to a corpse that had been completely plundered and continued, take out a few million merit points in exchange for your lives, and I'll let you go. How about that? Li Jiangang originally heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that his sect was safe. However, when he heard Ling Yan's last two sentences, he immediately collapsed. A few million merit points? If that was the case, the Kunlun sword sect might as well be annihilated by Ling Yan. Hey, hey, hey! Don't be too agitated. Ling Yan hurriedly held Li Jiangang up and said with a smile, look, you don't have to be so agitated even if I say I'll spare your lives. Li Jiangang wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Did he collapse because Ling Yan spared their lives? In the night sky, Yi Tianxue and Yi Tiandu couldn't help but look at each other after hearing that. Isn't this kid too black-hearted? Yi Tianxue grinned. Yes, I can't bear to look at it. Yi Tiandu held his forehead. Yi Tianxue gritted his teeth. Damn. Ling Yan emptied the Kunlun sword sect in one go. It might not be enough. Yi Tiandu sighed. See, I knew that he was the one who ruined the Yi family's auction. Yi Tianxue said hatefully. Yes, plucking the feathers from the geese. You can't find anyone else with this kind of ability and means. Yi Tiandu nodded. On the ground, Li Jiangang finally managed to regain his composure. He panted heavily. Ling Yan, if that's the case, you might as well kill me with your sword. That would save me from suffering. Ling Yan chuckled. That's impossible. You all said that I killed the innocent. I'm such a good person. I would never bear such a crime. I have to prove myself. He turned to look at the fence-sitters in the distance. Am I right? Those fence-sitters were in the same state as Li Jiangang. Their faces had long changed. They finally understood that there was a price to be paid for sparing their lives. Yes. However, it was too late. Those fence-sitters looked as if they had lost their parents. They hung their heads dejectedly. Ling Yan roared, then why are you all still standing there and wasting time? Hurry up and hand over your weapons, pills, and treasure pouches. Check your merit points and hand them all over. Tai Xiaohu, Emma Wudao, what are you two still standing there for? Hurry up and collect the money. After giving his orders, Ling Yan smiled at Li Jiangang once again. Sect Master Li, then is it convenient for you to take out your communication device and let me see your merit points? Old Boo's official WeChat account, Boojing3721 or search for Boojing directly. Please add me as a follower to discuss the plot. Thank you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. 32,985,000. Ling Yan's eyes lit up when he saw the merit points on Li Jianong's communicator. Sect Leader Li, don't worry. I'm not someone without a bottom line. I won't take everything, you just need to transfer the 32,980,000 merit points to me. Keep the rest for your own use. Li Jianong's heart was bleeding. So many merit points were equivalent to 3,300 dragon tiger pills. That was the wealth of the Kunlun sword sect. How many cultivation resources could it be exchanged for? His hands trembled as he hesitated to transfer the money. He was still struggling internally, considering whether he should be killed by Ling Yan or let Ling Yan empty the Kunlun sword sect's wealth. But this was money to buy their lives. How much were the lives of the Shaolin Temple's Arhat Hall and the 18 Arhats worth? How much were the lives of the 25 Transcendent Realm experts of Mount Longhu worth? What was the use of cultivation resources without their lives? Sigh, luckily there's still Kunlun. Let's start over. Finally, with trembling hands, Li Jiangang transferred more than 30 million merit points to Ling Yan's account. Keep 5,000? Save it for travel expenses? Haven't they embarrassed themselves enough? Sigh, that's right. Ling Yan patted Li Jianong's shoulder with a grin. You're a good friend. That's how a good sect leader should look at the big picture. As the saying goes, if the old doesn't go, the new won't come. I believe that the Kunlun sword sect will flourish under your leadership. Whoosh! With that, Ling Yan's figure disappeared and reappeared in front of the Huashan sword sect leader. With one slash, he chopped off the sect leader's arms. Thud. The Huashan sword sect leader's communicator fell to the ground along with his arms. TSK. Ling Yun's green shadow flying sword and Yinyang astral sword appeared in front of the Kongtong sect leader and the Amei sect leader in the blink of an eye. Ugh. The two immediately stopped what they were doing and shuddered. Ling Yun scanned the crowd and chuckled coldly. All of you want to transfer the merit points away? I don't even know if I want to spare your lives, but you're protecting your money first. Whoever doesn't know what's good for them will end up like the sect leader of Mount Hua sword faction. Also, don't think that I'll only look at the balance. Next, I'll check your transfer records. If anyone dares to transfer their merit points, no problem. The price is death. As the saying goes, birds die in pursuit of food and humans die in pursuit of wealth. After seeing the fate of the Kunlun sword sect, a few of the sect leaders of the martial arts sects and the patriarchs of the ancient martial arts clans were secretly transferring their merit points to the Kunlun sword sect. But who was Ling Yun? Playing with Ling Yun was no different from courting death. Also, although there is no upper limit to the amount of money you need to buy your life, there must be a lower limit. If I think it's too little, I'm sorry, but you can use your body parts to pay for it. Even your arms and legs are fine. If you don't want to do this, hurry up and contact your relatives and friends to borrow as soon as possible. There's still time. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Now, no one would be able to transfer their merit points, and they would have to borrow them from their friends. Yi Tianxue stomped his feet in the air. Black. This is 2F** King Black. I really want to join this gang. This is a good way to get rich. Yi Tianxue thought to himself. F***ck, why did I open a casino all these years? It's just bullsh**t. Compared to Ling Yun, he was like a child playing house. Brother, you're really shameless. Yi Tiando rolled his eyes at Yi Tianxue. He flew down on his sword and stayed far away from Yi Tianxue, afraid of getting beaten up. After Ling Yun shocked those sect leaders of the martial arts sects who thought they were smart, he flew back to Li Jiangang and smiled. Sect leader Li, look, I'm very fair. I definitely won't let your family suffer any losses. Li Jiangang had finally witnessed Ling Yun's methods. He was already numb to it. Drooping his eyelids, he asked, then does my Kunlun sword sect only need to leave behind all the belongings on us before we can leave? Ling Yun shook his head slightly and said to Li Jiangang, no problem, but they still have to pay for their own lives. Li Jiangang wanted to cry, but there was nothing he could do. Hence, the remaining 18 people of the Kunlun sword sect lined up and transferred merit points to Ling Yun. All of them were at Xiantian realm level 8 and above, and each of them had more than 100,000 merit points. All of them gave their accumulated merit points to Ling Yun. After the Kunlun sword sect finished transferring all the merit points, everyone threw their weapons on the ground and removed their 100 treasures pouches, placing them on the ground reluctantly. All of them hung their heads low, feeling like they were being held captive. That's right, you must have the awareness of being a captive. Hand over your weapons and you won't be killed, understand? Ling Yun grinned and didn't forget to rub salt into their wounds. He did this on purpose, so there was no way he would say anything nice. He wanted to make everyone tremble in fear and remember it for the rest of their lives. He wanted to see if they would dare to participate in the demon subduing conference again in the future. No one spoke. They didn't even dare to get angry. Ling Yun's strength was there for all to see, and they were afraid of him. Moreover, he was a living Hades who would kill at the slightest disagreement. When everyone from the Kunlun sword sect put down their weapons and 100 treasures pouches, he didn't pick them up one by one. Instead, he waved his hand and stored all the weapons and 100 treasures pouches into his great void ring. Ling Yun, can we leave now? Li Jiangang asked awkwardly. His natal flying sword had naturally been taken away by Ling Yun. Go ahead. Ling Yun was very satisfied. He smiled and said, Sect Master Li, our mountains will not change, and the rivers will flow forever. I hope you will go back and make more preparations to hold the next demon subduing conference as soon as possible. Hearing this, Li Jiangang almost fainted again. He stomped his feet and shouted, Disciples of the Kunlun sword sect, follow me. Everyone from the Kunlun sword sect left the Wind Thunder Valley quickly. Compared to the Arhat Hall of the Shaolin Temple and the Xianxia Palace of the Dragon Tiger Mountain, at least most of the people from the Kunlun sword sect were spared. Sect Master Li, you have to thank your son, Li Kunwu, for sparing your lives today. After Li Jiangang led the Kunlun disciples out of the basin of the Wind Thunder Valley, Ling Yun sent these words into his ears. Frankly speaking, Ling Yun didn't care for those merit points. The main reason why he could let these people from the Kunlun sword sect go so easily was because Li Kunwu had won Ling Yun's favor back then. Hearing this, Li Jiangang, who was running at high speed, suddenly slowed down. Then, he accelerated and flew into the air, leaving the vicinity of the Wind Thunder Valley. After Ling Yun looted the Kunlun sword sect clean and let them leave the Wind Thunder Valley, he immediately came to the front of the Amei sect's seating area. I heard that the Amei sect is similar to the Tranquil Nunnery. Both of you love to meddle in other people's business. Ling Yun stood in front of the Amei sect's sect master Zuanzhenzi. Without batting an eyelid, he put away the yin-yang astral sword and asked calmly, "My Ling family has no enmity with the Amei sect. However, 18 years ago, you sent a total of 6 disciples to attack my Ling family. How many of them are here now? If you have the guts, come out now." The Amei sect's sect master Zuanzhenzi was a female Taoist nun in her 60s. She said sternly, "Ling Yun, I was the one who sent those Amei disciples to attack your Ling family. If you want to kill, kill me. Don't make things difficult for my Amei disciples." Ling Yun sneered and said disdainfully, "You don't have a say in how I want to take revenge. Moreover, don't try to act tough in front of me. It's meaningless." Then, he glared and said fiercely, "I'll only give you one chance. Your Amei sect will transfer all the merit points to me. Then, you and those 6 Amei disciples will come out and accept your death, otherwise, I'll kill everyone in your Amei sect." Zuanzhenzi was extremely indignant. She said angrily, "Ling Yun, are you being reasonable?" Ling Yun looked at Zuanzhenzi as if he was looking at a dead dog. He said coldly, "Being reasonable? When you massacred my Ling family and forced my parents to make an oath, did you ever think that you were being unreasonable?" Swoosh! The man-ruler seal was taken out and instantly turned into a 30-foot radius. It floated above the heads of the 24 people from the Amei sect like Mount Tai, ready to fall at any time. The feeling of being bullied for no reason, you guys should also have a taste of this feeling. I'll count to 3. If you can't make a decision by then, I'll make it for you. Do you really think I care about your pathetic merit points? Zuanzhenzi was dumbfounded. Everyone from the Amei sect was dumbfounded. Ling Yun first took revenge, then collected the merit points, then the weapons, then the 100 treasures pouch. The process remained the same. However, Ling Yun was very polite to the Kunlun sword sect, but when it came to them, it became overbearing. Grief? It was useless. Anger? It was also useless. Resistance? It was even more useless. Accept it or die. Everything else was meaningless. In the face of absolute strength, everyone was dumbfounded. At this moment, Yi Qingxin suddenly appeared beside Zuanzhenzi and faced Ling Yun. "Ling Yun, the Amei sect has some relations with Shu Mountain. Can you give me some face?" Ling Yun looked straight at Yi Qingxin and asked very seriously, "I don't know if this face is for Shu Mountain, the Yi family, or for you." Yi Qingxin secretly sighed and answered after a long time, "Give me some face." Ling Yun immediately laughed. "Aunt, since you personally asked, of course, there's no problem. However, the premise is that the Amei sect has to obediently do as I said just now." Hearing this, Yi Qingxin immediately knew that her face was no longer useful. She secretly felt a little embarrassed, thinking that if she knew this would happen, she would not have stood up. Ling Yun's personality was really too different from his father Ling Zhao's. As long as he wanted to do something, he would not give face to anyone. Yi Qingxin knew that it was useless to say more, so she did not speak anymore. Instead, she looked at Zuanzhenzi and let her make the decision herself. Zuanzhenzi's body swayed, and her face alternated between red and white. After a long time, she suddenly gritted her teeth. "We admit defeat." For this demon-subduing conference, Zuanzhenzi of the Amei sect and Priestess Miju of the Tranquil sect had all come out. If they all died here, it would be the same as the Amei sect being exterminated. The 1,000-year legacy of the Amei sect would be destroyed in a day. She could not bear the consequences. 7 deaths were better than 24 deaths. Therefore, just like the Kunlun sword sect, everyone from the Amei sect transferred all their merit points to Ling Yun, threw away their weapons, and opened their 100 treasures pouches. Ling Yun sneered as he kept all the items into his cosmos ring. Kill! Ling Yun swung his saber. With a flash of the saber, the head of the Amei sect, Zuanzenzi, and the 6 disciples of the Amei sect all fell to the ground. Just like that, Ling Yun was not afraid of trouble at all. Starting from the Kunlun sword sect, he went to the Amei sect, the Kongtong sect, the Huashan sword sect, and a few other ancient martial arts families. He did not let any of his enemies go. First, he collected the merit points, then the weapons, pills, and 100 treasures pouches. Finally, he killed the main culprit who attacked the Ling family that year. Of course, the main purpose of all this was to avenge the Ling family and his parents. Ling Yun did not really care about the merit points, weapons, and other spoils of war. He merely collected some interest. From the moment Ling Yun went to the Kunlun sword sect, Mo Wudao could not be bothered with collecting the spoils of war. He followed Ling Yun all the way and recorded the entire process. After the Shaolin Temple, Mount Longhu, the Tranquil sect, and the 2 families that were annihilated in the battle, there were only 5 sects and 3 families left. In the end, Ling Yun killed 44 of them and obtained more than 120 million merit points, more than 100 weapons, and more than 100 treasures pouches. Ling Yun had said before that he would make those enemies pay 100-fold for the hatred and humiliation that Ling Xiao and Yin Qingxian suffered 18 years ago. And he did it. After Ling Yun took his revenge, no matter which sect or ancient martial arts family left the Wind Thunder Valley, he did not forget to seriously remind them that he hoped they would go back and work hard to participate in the next Demon Subduing Conference as soon as possible. The result was that in the next 100 years, no one in the entire Huaxia ancient martial arts world would dare to mention the words Demon Subduing again. Elder Bu's official WeChat account, Bujing3721, or directly search for Bujing, add me, and discuss the plot. Thank you, everyone, for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. Poyang Lake was located in Jiujiang, Jiangxi Province, Huaxia. It was also known as Pengliza. It was the largest lake formed by the main stream of the Yangtze River. It was also the largest freshwater lake in Huaxia, covering an area of nearly 4,000 square kilometers. Shizhong Mountain was located at the intersection of the Yangtze River and Poyang Lake. It was known as the key to the Jianghu. The terrain was dangerous and steep. It got its name because there were many cracks in the mountain, and water and rocks collided with each other. It was also famous in the world because of Su Shi, a great writer of the Northern Song dynasty, who wrote the Shizhong Mountain. It was around 2 o'clock in the morning on the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival. The Shizhong Mountain was ringing loudly under the impact of the rapid flow of the Yangtze River. A majestic figure suddenly appeared on the steep cliff at the top of the Shizhong Mountain. He seemed to have just arrived, but it also seemed like he had been standing there since ancient times. He was looking down at the surrounding water. This person was the most powerful genius of this generation of the Long family, Long Tianfeng. Half a month ago, Long Howren was furious because the dragon energy accumulated in the Forbidden City for 600 years was absorbed by Ling Yun. He made 2 arrangements to retaliate against Ling Yun. One was to let Long Tianfeng go to Qingshui City, where Ling Yun rose to power, to investigate Ling Yun's past. The other was to let Long Tianfeng go to Xianxia in the northern Hubei province to capture a black water dragon. Long Tianfeng set off that night and went straight to Xianxia in the northern Hubei province. In the next 10 days, he went in and out of Xianxia more than 10 times in search of that black water dragon. Finally, he found traces of that black water dragon in the Wu Gorge of the Yangtze River. This black water dragon was naturally the giant python that Ling Yun had discovered in the crater. It was about to transform into a flood dragon. Later on, because Ling Yun had accidentally activated the Yin-Yang dragon lock spell in the crater, the appearance of the Earth Emperor's book had given this giant python a great opportunity. It had directly transformed into a flood dragon, and together with Ling Yun, it had been teleported to the vicinity of Xianxia in the northern Hubei province by the Qian Kuan shifting spell. After Ling Yun left, Little Black guarded the 1,000-year spiritual medicine valley in Xianxia day and night. At the same time, it cultivated continuously. Finally, it could enter the river and become a real Jiao dragon. Because Long Tianfeng's dragon qi was too strong, Little Black felt the danger of death almost as soon as he arrived at Xianxia. To him, this was a human tribulation. Little Black naturally did not dare to fight Long Tianfeng. He hid all the way, but he could not escape Long Tianfeng's pursuit. Therefore, a man and a flood dragon began to play hide-and-seek in the Yangtze River. Long Tianfeng chased Little Black along the Yangtze River from the vicinity of the Wu Gorge. On the night of the mid-autumn full moon, he chased Little Black all the way to Poyang Lake. At this moment, Long Tianfeng, who was standing on the peak of the Stone Bell Mountain, was only wearing a sleeveless shirt and a pair of shorts. His feet were bare, and it was obvious that he had just come out of the water. His body was drenched from head to toe, and under the bright moonlight, the water droplets on his body reflected the moonlight, making him look as if he was really wearing dragon scales. He was tall and majestic, exuding a powerful aura. His skin looked like it was made of divine gold, faintly emitting all kinds of light. Within the light, there were actually many dragon shadows dancing. However, at this moment, Long Tianfeng's thick eyebrows were tightly knitted together, and his eyes were filled with annoyance. Humph. Long Tianfeng sized up the Yangtze River and the vast Poyang Lake for a long time. He could not help but let out an angry snort. This black Jiao dragon, I actually can't capture it after chasing it for 4 days and 4 nights. Do you really think you can escape from me? Long Tianfeng couldn't help but be angry. Because several times, Black had already entered his field of vision, but in the end, he had escaped by a hair's breadth. Now, Black had escaped into the misty Poyang Lake and completely disappeared. Long Tianfeng was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Swish! Long Tianfeng suddenly leaped up and once again landed on the surface of the river. However, he did not make any splashes, nor did he make any sound. His 2 feet stepped on the rapid flow of the river as if he was standing on flat ground. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. As soon as Long Tianfeng arrived on the surface of the water, a strange phenomenon occurred. He saw countless big fishes leaping out of the water. Their huge scales were sparkling under the bright moonlight. The heads of the big fishes were facing Long Tianfeng, as if they had jumped out to worship him. Long Tianfeng was already used to this phenomenon. He didn't care about it at all and directly used his body to run on the surface of the river. In a flash, he was hundreds of meters away. Wherever he passed, there would always be big fish flying out of the water and immediately diving back into the water. They swam quickly under the water, desperately chasing after him. Long Tianfeng leaped a few times and rushed into the waters of Poyang Lake. After he arrived at Poyang Lake, the strange phenomenon became even more terrifying. There were countless colorful carps constantly flying out of the water. Even the very rare wild porpoises of Poyang Lake had appeared. At first, there were only 7 or 8 of them. Then, the number rapidly increased to more than 200. They formed a group and chased after Long Tianfeng. Then, the tens of thousands of white cranes and dozens of swans that were resting in Poyang Lake also quickly flew from all directions. They constantly gathered above the surface of Poyang Lake and chased after Long Tianfeng's figure. Conferred dragon phenomenon, whether it was the big fishes in the water or the swans and white cranes in the sky, they were obviously attracted by the powerful dragon qi emitted from Long Tianfeng's body. This was called conferred dragon. Humph. Long Tianfeng's figure swam around the surface of Poyang Lake. He didn't care about those big fishes that jumped out of the water from time to time. He was even a little annoyed. He suddenly raised his hand and directly sucked a red carp that was more than a meter long into his hand. The 2 dragon whiskers on this red carp's head were already half a foot long. Long Tianfeng finally caught sight of it. He grabbed the carp in his hand and brought it in front of his eyes. Their eyes met. I will eat you. Before his voice faded, Long Tianfeng brought the giant fish head to his mouth. He opened his mouth and bit off a large piece of the fish head, directly swallowing it alive. This guy was already hungry. He didn't even need to spit out the fish bones, scales, and bones. Soon, the giant carp's head was completely devoured by him. Finally, Long Tianfeng exerted a little force in his fingers and pulled out the fish heart. It was dripping with blood, but he still swallowed it. Bang! After Long Tianfeng finished eating, he casually threw the carp's headless body into the water mercilessly. However, such a horrifying scene did not affect the pursuit of the conferred dragon fish and birds. They still chased after Long Tianfeng with determination. Conferred dragon was to pursue one's own fortune. As soon as the carp that Long Tianfeng had eaten was thrown into the water, it was immediately eaten by countless fishes under the water. In an instant, not even scraps were left. In 20 minutes, Long Tianfeng searched the entire Poyang Lake, but he still couldn't find any trace of Little Black, which made him even more annoyed. "Humph, if I catch you, I will skin you and eat you up sooner or later." Long Tianfeng temporarily stopped looking for Blackie. He suddenly left the water and flew into the air. Then, he looked around and directly flew to an island in the middle of Poyang Lake. This island was a small mountain called Dragon Jade Mountain. On the mountain stood a pagoda called Twin Dragon Pagoda. As soon as Long Tianfeng landed, he stood under the Twin Dragon Pagoda. He looked down at the water again. This area was very deep, dark, and turbulent. Long Tianfeng released his divine sense but couldn't see the bottom. "This is the dragon pond of Poyang Lake," Long Tianfeng murmured to himself. Since he was young, Long Haoran had personally brought Long Tianfeng to explore all the famous waters in Xianxia. He had been here when he was young, so he knew about this place. That black flood dragon followed the flow of the water and understood the water too well. Maybe it escaped into this dragon pond. Long Tianfeng's eyes were like two golden lanterns. He looked at the water and murmured again, "Now that my immortal true dragon physique has reached the great success stage, let's go down and take a look. As the saying goes, it's a dragon's pond and a tiger's den." Long Tianfeng was indeed a freak of the Long family. He even dared to enter the dragon pond. Just as he was about to jump into the water again, he suddenly felt something. He stopped and looked at the water in the distance. Another figure flew over from afar. It was extremely fast and appeared in front of Long Tianfeng in the blink of an eye. This person was tall and handsome. He held a dragon fan in his hand. He landed on the ground with a smile and looked at Long Tianfeng. "Brother, what are you doing here?" Long Tianfeng glared at Long Tianqing impatiently. "What do you think? Dad was afraid that you would enter the dragon pond in a fit of anger, so he asked me to watch over you." The person who came was naturally Long Tianfeng's brother, Long Tianqing. Long Tianqing had been in Xianxia City for half a month and had almost grasped the situation. Now, because of the Devil Subduing Conference, he rushed over from Xianxia City. He didn't go to Dragon Tiger Mountain's Wind Thunder Valley. Instead, he came to see this troublesome brother of his. "Hee, do you want to go down and play with me?" Long Tianfeng grinned like an innocent child, enticing Long Tianqing with a smile. Long Tianqing glared at Long Tianfeng with a doting expression. "Don't give me that. What's the rush? Anyway, this black dragon can't escape from your palm." Long Tianfeng immediately stopped talking. He sat on the ground with a thud, feeling depressed. Then, he looked up and asked, "How was the Devil Subduing Conference? Did Ling Yan kill all those trash?" Long Tianqing was speechless. However, he was here for this, so he naturally had to say it. He smiled and said, "As you expected, Shaolin Temple's Arhat Hall, Dragon Tiger Mountain's Shangqing Palace, and Celestial Master residents were all killed by Ling Yun. Even the two immortal masters from Kunlun Sword sect were almost killed by Ling Yun. However, they didn't die in the end. They escaped." "Really?" Long Tianfeng's eyes lit up. He flew up from the ground and said, "I'll go meet Ling Yun. Be careful." According to tonight's secret report, the strength that Ling Yun displayed and the cultivation technique that he used are too heaven-defying. Even I can't beat him. Long Tianqing flew into the air again and stood shoulder to shoulder with Long Tianfeng. He waved his folding fan and warned Long Tianfeng. Long Haoran had already agreed to this battle with Ling Yun. Therefore, Long Tianqing would not stop him, and he did not need to. You? You'll only get beaten up if you go." Long Tianfeng grinned again and smiled at Long Tianqing. Then, he flew into the air and headed for Dragon Tiger Mountain's Wind and Thunder Valley. This chapter was not easy to write, so it was late. However, there was at least 3 o'clock tonight. The super big boss had appeared, Old Boo's official WeChat account, Boojing 3721 or search for Boojing directly. Please add me as a follower to discuss the plot. Thank you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. Tianfeng, don't worry. The distance from Poyang Lake to the Wind Thunder Valley of Mount Longhu is less than 150 kilometers. At our current speed, we'll be there in half an hour at most. Long Tianqing couldn't help but laugh when he saw Long Tianfeng flying faster and faster, almost breaking the sound barrier. Long Tianqing didn't mind Long Tianfeng's teasing at all. His younger brother had been like this since he was young. He spoke without thinking. Other than his parents and a few powerful elders, he spoke like this to everyone else. Who knew that Long Tianfeng wouldn't care and continued to increase his speed? You're flying so slowly. What if Ling Yan escapes? Long Tianqing calmly waved his folding fan and said with a smile, he can't run away. After Ling Yan destroyed the 4 great spiritual masters of Shangqing Palace, he is looking for trouble with the martial arts world's orthodox sects one by one to avenge the Ling family's public case from 18 years ago. Long Tianfeng slowed down when he heard that. When Long Tianqing caught up, he turned his head and asked, "Brother, why aren't you suppressing your realm anymore?" Long Tianqing laughed and cried when he heard that. "You brat, you really know how to touch a sore spot. Father asked me to go to Qingshui City to find out about Ling Yan's situation. If I'm found out and secretly told Ling Yan, what if he suddenly returns to Qingshui City and I can't beat him? You won't have me as your brother then." Long Tianqing was no longer at the pinnacle of Qi cultivation stage 4 half a month ago. He had advanced 2 levels to the early stages of Qi cultivation stage 6. In the past, Long Tianqing had been suppressing his realm because he didn't have any obvious enemies. After he successfully passed the heavenly tribulation, he suppressed his realm to the pinnacle of Qi cultivation stage 4. He purposely hid his strength and repeatedly polished himself. It wasn't until Ling Yan led the Ling family to rise in power that the situation in Beijing became a 3-way stalemate. Ling Yan also seized the dragon qi that the Long family had accumulated in the Forbidden City for 600 years. This made Long Tianqing very excited, so he didn't deliberately suppress his realm anymore. As soon as he left Beijing, he broke through to Qi cultivation level 5 and reached the peak of Qi cultivation level 5. After arriving in Qingshui City, Long Tianqing encountered another fortuitous encounter. In less than half a month, he easily broke through to Qi cultivation stage 6. It was a pity that he didn't have enough time due to the devil subduing conference. He had no choice but to stop cultivating and rush here. Long Tianqing's method was the same as Yi Tianshui's seclusion in his casino, quietly nurturing his sword. Long Tianqing and Yi Tianshui weren't the only ones who deliberately suppressed their own realms to train themselves. Ling Yan and Yi Xingchen were the same. For example, after Ling Yan broke through to Qi cultivation stage 3, he first absorbed all the Dragon Emperor energy that he had accumulated in the Forbidden City for 600 years. Even though most of the Dragon Emperor energy was used to condense the Dragon Emperor sword, the endless Dragon Emperor energy that flowed into Ling Yan's body during the 10,000 Dragon Pilgrimage changed Ling Yan's physique. After that, Ling Yan obtained the Heavenly Tao's gift and a huge amount of purple immortal spiritual energy. He reached the pinnacle of Qi cultivation stage 3 in one go. Actually, he could have directly broken through to the middle stage of Qi cultivation stage. However, Ling Yan was determined not to do so. Instead, he maintained his realm to train himself. Any true expert would understand this principle. Even though it was a good thing to advance by leaps and bounds in one's realm, it was easy to break. If one only focused on increasing one's realm, it would be easy to leave behind hidden dangers. It would be too late for regrets in the future. Long Tianfeng's current realm was at the pinnacle of Qi cultivation stage 5. He had maintained it for a long time because of his powerful bloodline and heaven-defying physique. He was in no hurry to break through to the next realm. After listening to Long Tianqing's explanation, Long Tianfeng chuckled. He rubbed his chin and muttered to himself, With Ling Yan's strength, it wouldn't be a problem for him to beat you up if you were to fight him one-on-one. However, he would at most beat you half to death. You would still be able to escape. Smack. Long Tianqing closed his folding fan and knocked Long Tianfeng's head hard. Do you know how to speak? Long Tianfeng shrugged nonchalantly. I'm telling the truth. Long Tianqing was too lazy to play the lute to a cow. He rolled his eyes. Tianfeng, I found something good in Xianxia City. That thing is even more heaven-defying to our Long family than the flood dragon you are chasing. Long Tianfeng's eyes lit up when he heard that. Really? What treasure? Long Tianqing smiled proudly and purposely kept his mouth shut. Long Tianfeng was so anxious that he stopped flying. He started to act unreasonable and shamelessly said, "Brother, tell me quickly. If you don't tell me, I won't go." Long Tianqing flew a few hundred meters away in the blink of an eye. It's up to you whether you want to go or not. Anyway, Big Uncle is waiting for us at Dragon Tiger Mountain. Long Tianfeng heard this and immediately chased after him. He changed his expression and started begging, "Big brother, I was wrong. Tell me quickly, what treasure did you find in Xianxia City? It's good that you know you were wrong." Long Tianqing smiled and nodded. He knew that Long Tianfeng was itching to get to the bottom of it. He stopped beating around the bush and said directly, "If I'm not wrong, it should be a true dragon fossil." Long Tianfeng's body shook when he heard this. He sped up and somersaulted dozens of times in the air before stabilizing himself. He asked excitedly, "Where is it?" "If you want to know, it's very simple," Long Tianqing said with a cunning smile. He stretched out his palm and flipped it in front of Long Tianfeng. 10 dragon blood pills. F***CK. This was going to cost Long Tianfeng his life. "Big brother, aren't you too ruthless?" he said angrily. "Forget it if you don't want to know." Long Tianqing was very calm. "Here you go." There was a struggle in Long Tianfeng's eyes. In the end, he clenched his teeth and suddenly opened his mouth to spit out 10 bright red pills. Each pill was the size of a soybean and emitted a dazzling red light. The dragon blood pill was formed after Long Tianfeng drank the dragon's blood. It was a superior grade spirit pill that was even better than the youth pill that Ling Yun had refined. It had a huge effect on the cultivation of the direct descendants of the Long family. That's more like it. Long Tianqing flew over quickly and grabbed all 10 dragon blood pills in his hands. He chuckled and said, "That true dragon fossil is in the crater in Xianxia City. It's just that it's really too heavy. I really can't take it out by myself. We'll have to take it out together and bring it home. When father sees it, he'll definitely be happy. I don't need you. After I'm done with Ling Yun, I'll go back to Panyang Lake to capture that black dragon. I'll go to Xianxia City to retrieve it myself." Long Tianqing shook his head and said solemnly, "No, this matter is very important. It's not enough for just the two of us. We have to bring Big Uncle along." Long Tianqing shook his head and said solemnly, "Why?" Long Tianfeng asked curiously. "As far as I know, that true dragon fossil is called green dragon out at sea. Ling Yan bought it from Yuding Xian in Xianxia City's antique market. I think he probably hid it there temporarily." Long Tianqing explained. He analyzed further. In the past, it was still possible. The two of us could sneak to Xianxia City to fish out the fossil and bring it home without anyone knowing. However, Ling Yan has already rescued Shuang Meifeng last night. Furthermore, Mount Longhu isn't far from Xianxia City. I believe that after the demon subduing conference, Ling Yan's next stop should be Xianxia City. He has a spatial ring. The moment he returns to Xianxia City, he'll take the true dragon fossil away. By then, it'll be extremely difficult for us to get our hands on it. Long Tianqing was indeed the only candidate for the future head of the Long family. His investigation was thorough and his analysis of Ling Yan's next move was clear and precise. The Long family had Long Tianqing and Long Tianfeng. The Yi family had Yi Tianxue and Yi Tiandu. They were all exceptional geniuses. Unexpectedly, Long Tianfeng grinned and said disdainfully, "Brother, your cautious personality is too much like our father's. What's there to be afraid of? I guarantee that I'll beat Ling Yan up so badly that he won't dare to return to Xianxia City. When that time comes, we'll be able to fish for the true dragon fossil however we want." Long Tianqing sighed and shook his head. "Brother, don't always think things are so simple. As for Ling Yun, the family meeting has already come to a conclusion. He is just like you, a person with great luck. It's still uncertain who will win this battle between the two of you. Bullsh *T. Long Tianfeng flew into a rage when he heard that. His eyes widened. Long Tianqing said in a serious tone, "Father said that Ling Yan's overall strength at the demon subduing conference isn't below yours. Tonight, I'll let you fight with him, but I won't allow you to fight to the death with him. You just have to test out his trump card and see if the future of Huaxia is more inclined towards his Ling family or our Long family. You must not be reckless." Long Tianqing's eyes flickered as he said, "Moreover, the Yi family seemed to have expressed their stance not long ago. They're already leaning towards the Ling family in this fight for fortune. That's not good for the Long family." When Long Tianfeng heard this, he finally put away his reckless demeanor and asked with a solemn expression, "What's wrong? What did the Yi family do?" Long Tianqing said, "The Yi family didn't do anything, but Yi Qingxin from Shushan is in the Wind Thunder Valley with Yi Tianxue and Yi Tiandu. Yi Qingxin is obviously siding with Ling Yun and even stopped the people from Kunlun." "Yi Qingxin is here too?" Long Tianfeng asked. "Is it Yi Qingfeng's idea or Shushan's?" Long Tianqing shook his head. "I'm not sure, but according to the relationship between Yi Qingxin and Ling Xiao, I think Yi Qingxin is willing to help this time. Anyway, the fact that the Yi family is willing to let these three people appear in the Wind Thunder Valley shows a lot of problems." Hearing this, Long Tianfeng's eyes lit up with excitement. "Why are you thinking so much? Anyway, our uncle is here, and we're not afraid of Yi Qingxin. I'll go beat up Ling Yin first." After saying that, he suddenly accelerated and flew towards Longhu Mountain. "This guy." Long Tianqing shook his head helplessly and immediately chased after him. However, he could only chase after the sonic boom caused by Long Tianfeng breaking through the sound barrier. The distance between him and his brother was getting farther and farther. A long time after the Long brothers left Poyang Lake, a huge wave suddenly rose near the dragon pool in Poyang Lake. A black dragon dozens of meters long suddenly emerged from the water. Blackie's dragon head poked out of the water. The dragon horns on its head were impressively like those of a deer. There were more than a dozen wounds on its body, all caused by Long Tianfeng. The wounds were so deep that bones could be seen. Dragon blood kept flowing out of the wounds, dyeing the surrounding water red. Blackie blinked and looked at the full moon in the sky. Its huge black dragon body kept stirring the water, letting out sorrowful dragon roars. After a while, it suddenly sank into the water and completely disappeared. Old Boo's official WeChat account, Boozheng3721, or directly search for Boozheng. Please add me to follow and discuss the plot. Thank you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. Dragon Tiger Mountain, Wind Thunder Valley. It was 1:45 in the morning. At this moment, the Wind Thunder Valley was silent. There were only 7 people and 21 corpses lying in a row on the ground. These 7 people were Ling Yun and Yi Xingchen, Yi Qingxin, Yi Tianxue, and Yi Tiandu from the Yi family, Zen Master Zhu Yuan from the Dharma Hall of the Shaolin Temple, and Taoist Master Chong Su from the Wudong Mountain. The 21 corpses were naturally the 3 elders of the Shaolin Temple's Arhat Hall and the 18 Arhats. Half an hour ago, at 2 in the morning, Ling Yun had already completed his revenge on the righteous martial artists. He had killed those who deserved to be killed and released those who deserved to be released. He had allowed all the righteous martial artists to leave the Wind Thunder Valley. This demon-subduing conference started at 9 in the evening on August 15 and ended at 2 in the morning on August 16. It was held for a total of 5 hours. The two sides of the demon-subduing conference, Ling Yun, and the various martial artists from the righteous sects, used around 3 hours. The 2 hours after midnight were the time Ling Yun used to completely crush all his powerful enemies and take revenge for the case the Ling family committed 18 years ago. This demon-subduing conference ended with the defeat of the righteous martial artists and Ling Yun's side winning. There were more than 600 righteous martial artists, but less than 200 of them managed to leave the Wind Thunder Valley alive. This time, Ling Yun not only had perfect revenge, but he had also reaped a shocking harvest. In Yi Tianxue's words, he had obtained half of the ancient martial world of Huaxia. Actually, there wasn't much exaggeration in this sentence. Just the heavenly group merit points alone had earned Ling Yun more than 120 million merit points from his enemies. Tai Xiaohu and Wang Chongxiao had also earned more than 20 million merit points from the 100 or so fence-sitters. Together with the 6 million merit points he had earned from auctioning the 2 elixirs, Ling Yan had earned a total of 150 million merit points after 2 nights. It was too terrifying. This was an astronomical figure. This was because the great elder of the heavenly group, Zhou Wenyi, only had 100 million merit points. Other than him, the remaining 10 great elders of the heavenly group had far less than 50 million merit points. In other words, the number of merit points Ling Yan had now exceeded the total of the other 10 great elders of the heavenly team. If the authority of the heavenly team was determined by the number of merit points, Ling Yan would be able to contend with 10 great elders, including Zhou Wenyi. Of course, Zhou Wenyi was on their side, so there was no need to contend. Their combined merit points were 250 million. This was already a quarter of the entire Heaven team's merit points. This was because, in order to prevent the devaluation of the resources and make it too troublesome for the people in the ancient martial arts world to trade, the Heaven group had only issued a total of 1 billion merit points. After reaching this number, it was already enough to circulate between the ancient martial arts world and had never changed again. Apart from the massive amount of merit points, there were about 600 magical weapons, more than 600 treasure pouches, and countless elixirs and talismans. All of them were taken away by Ling Yan's side. In the entire devil-subduing convention, there was no need to mention the 400 people who had died. Apart from the 2 Kunlun immortal masters who had successfully escaped, the remaining 200 people in the Wind and Thunder Valley had been completely plundered. All that was left was a set of clothes, and they had left empty-handed. Yi Tianshui was so envious of Ling Yan's amazing harvest that he almost went crazy. This devil suppression conference had completely enriched Ling Yan and the Ling family. In one night, the Ling family had a foundation that surpassed the Yi family's painstakingly accumulated for decades. What was a foundation for an ancient martial arts family? Other than people, cultivation resources were a foundation. In fact, every expert in an ancient martial arts family was built up with countless cultivation resources. How could Yi Tianshui not be envious of Ling Yan for obtaining so many merit points, weapons, and elixirs in one night? However, even if Yi Tianshui wanted to snatch it, he couldn't. That was because he didn't have a spatial ring. Forget about weapons. At most, he could snatch a few bottles of elixirs. That was meaningless to him. The Yi family didn't lack elixirs. Therefore, Yi Tianshui and Yi Tiandu could only watch helplessly as Ling Yan and his men cleaned up the battlefield and put everything into their spatial rings. After Ling Yan had gotten his revenge, when he let those fence-sitters leave, he gave them a good scare. Then, he didn't forget to remind them to participate in the next devil-subduing conference in the future. He also promised that no matter how busy he was, he would attend it personally. Those fence-sitters wanted to cry but had no tears. They almost left the Wind Thunder Valley in tears. Fortunately, Ling Yan kept his word and let them leave after looting them clean. Even though they lost everything, their lives were preserved. Compared to the 400 people who died in the Wind Thunder Valley, this was already a great fortune. Of course, Ling Yan knew that there were definitely spies from the Long family and the Yi family among these fence-sitters. However, it was impossible to investigate such matters. He couldn't be bothered to interrogate them one by one, so he simply let them all go. After those fence-sitters left the Wind Thunder Valley, Ling Yan immediately arranged for Wang Chongxiao, Tai Xiaohu, and the 5 members of the Blood Clan to gather all the corpses within 3,000 meters of the Wind Thunder Valley and use the corpse powder to melt them. Because the 5 members of the Blood Clan could fly and possessed the dark magic of the Blood Clan, moving the corpses using the dark prison was very fast. Each of them could move more than 10 corpses at a time. They gathered all the corpses in a few trips and piled them up into a mountain. Once the corpse powder was sprinkled on them, all the corpses were melted into a yellow liquid. Of course, Zen Master Jiu Yuan of the Shaolin Temple was there. Of course, he would not let the corpses of the 21 people of the Arhat Hall be dissolved by the corpse powder. He asked Ling Yan to deal with the corpses of the Shaolin Temple himself. Ling Yan naturally agreed. After all, Ling Yan was worried that a long delay might cause trouble. He immediately asked Bai Xianer, Wang Chongxiao, the 5 members of the Blood Clan, and Green Bird to escort Qin Dongxue and the 21 people from the Tranquil sect out of the Wind Thunder Valley. He asked them to head to Yingtan City overnight and stay there for the time being. After all, this was the territory of Mount Longhu. The top-notch experts from the Shangqing Palace and the Celestial Master residence could come and settle scores with him at any time. Moreover, the Long family, who were secretly adding fuel to the fire, and Ling Yan's other strong enemy, the Heavenly Sword sect, hadn't shown up yet. Just like that, Ling Yan and Yi Xingchen were the only two left in the Wind Thunder Valley. If there were any more enemies, they could fight if they wanted to or leave if they didn't. It was all up to their moods. Before Wang Chongxiao left, Ling Yan personally healed him and gave him a bottle of supreme-grade Dragon Tiger pills. He consumed one on the spot and advanced to the pinnacle of Qi Cultivation Stage 6. After the Devil Subduing Conference, Wang Chongxiao finally gained Ling Yan's trust. Now, Ling Yan had brought Yi Xingchen to meet the three members of the Yi family. He openly introduced them to each other and told them that this was the Devil Sect's holy virgin, Yi Xingchen. Yi Qingxin's feelings for Yi Xingchen were very complicated, but she didn't express it. She only nodded at her as a form of acquaintance. Yi Xingchen naturally treated Yi Qingxin the same way. After greeting her, they didn't say anything else. Ling Yan, head of the Ling family, thank you for your help, Auntie. After everything was settled, Ling Yan finally formally greeted Yi Qingxin to thank her for her help. He did so as the head of the Ling family. Seeing that Ling Yan was finally serious, Yi Qingxin smiled and shook her head. No need. I didn't help you much. You didn't need anyone's help anyway. Ling Yan took out a pair of elixirs. They were the beauty pill and the beauty pill. He carefully placed the elixirs into a green jade bottle and respectfully handed it to Yi Qingxin. Auntie, this is a small gift. Please accept it. Yi Qingxin was very moved. She stared at the green jade bottle in Ling Yan's hand and asked, these are the beauty pill and the beauty pill? Their effects are really heaven-defying. The Yi family had naturally sent people to inquire about the auction last night. Thus, Yi Qingxin already knew the effects and value of these two elixirs. Not bad. Ling Yun nodded. At the same time, he briefly explained the uses and effects of the two elixirs. After some thought, Yi Qingxin didn't refuse. She took the two elixirs from Ling Yun and asked with a smile, Ling Yun, didn't you say that the elixirs from last night were the only ones left in the next 30 years? Hee, don't tease me, Auntie. I don't have many of these elixirs left, but they're enough for you to eat a few times. Ling Yun smiled awkwardly and scratched his head. Ling Yun, hurry up and give me two. I want them too. When Yi Tianshui saw Ling Yun take out two more elixirs, he was already crazy with excitement. He hurriedly extended his hand and asked Ling Yun for the elixirs. You? No. Ling Yun rejected him on the spot without hesitation. Yi Tianshui immediately became anxious. He stomped his feet and said, Ling Yun, I'm telling you, I'm not asking for these elixirs for free. When the Long family comes, I can help you deal with them. Ling Yan's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. The Long family would indeed send people over. It seemed that Long Houran had made his decision. He no longer fought secretly with Ling Yun and had made his stand clear. Similarly, he had used his identity as the head of the Ling family to visit Yi Qingxin and give her the elixirs. Regardless of whether Yi Qingxin had helped Ling Yun or not, at least the three people from the Yi family had appeared at that critical moment and stood on Ling Yun's side. This in itself showed the Yi family's attitude. Perhaps Yi Qingxin only represented herself, but Ling Yun knew that Yi Tianshui and Yi Tianshui were the future pillars of the Yi family. If the head of the Yi family did not express his stance, the two of them would definitely not appear here. Although there were many disputes between the Ling family and the Yi family, it was not time to talk about some things. This was also not the place to talk about these things. Thinking of this, Ling Yun chuckled and said to Yi Tianshui, of course, it's not a problem if you want to help me fight. But what identity will you be using? Yi Tianshui also laughed. As a friend. Is that okay? No problem. Ling Yun naturally would not reject such a good deal. However, he still said with a smile, fighting is fine, but as for the elixirs, that has to wait until after the fight. F***ck. Yi Tianshui glared at Ling Yun for a long time. Finally, he said helplessly, you're really stingy. Ling Yan could not be bothered with him and asked directly, "Who from the Long family will come?" However, there was no need for Xianxia to answer this question. Ling Yan suddenly rode on his sword and flew 800 meters into the night sky. Then, he saw three figures, one in front and two behind, flying rapidly from the north of the Wind-Thunder Valley. Long Tianfeng took the lead. His speed broke through the sound barrier and left the sound of the explosion behind him. After seeing Ling Yan, he immediately increased his speed and shouted, "Ling Yan, I am Long Tian from the Long family. Do you dare to fight me?" This voice was like a clap of thunder and a dragon's roar, exploding in the sky above the Wind-Thunder Valley. Elder Bu's official WeChat account, Bujing3721, or directly search for Bujing. Please add me to discuss the plot. Thank you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. Do you dare to fight? Ling Yan was speechless and almost froze on the spot. Then, he found it a little funny. Because Long Tianfeng's challenge was ridiculously arrogant. 2/3 of the 600 martial artists at the Devil Annihilation Conference were slaughtered by Ling Yan. The remaining 1/3 didn't even dare to fight and could only wait to be slaughtered by Ling Yan. Long Tianfeng jumped out and asked if Ling Yan dared to fight him. Ling Yan didn't bother answering such a stupid question. He only narrowed his eyes and expanded his divine sense to the limit to observe Long Tianfeng's approach. Long Tianfeng sped up during the latter half of the journey to the Wind-Thunder Valley. His aura was too ferocious. When he neared the Wind-Thunder Valley, he increased his flying speed to 1.5 times the speed of sound, which was 500 meters per second. This was far faster than the speed of an ordinary submachine gun. Long Tianfeng's desire to fight increased exponentially with the increase in his flying speed, especially when he discovered Ling Yan's figure. His body began to emit a golden light, and the dragon chi that he released was shocking. To Long Tianfeng, his greeting to Ling Yan wasn't important. That was because he was faster than the speed of sound. The reason why Ling Yan could hear Long Tianfeng's voice wasn't his ears, but his powerful divine sense. Therefore, Ling Yan could hear Long Tianfeng's words. This was the effect of the Qi refining realm and the Qi refining realm. With the improvement of the realm, the various abilities of the cultivator would correspondingly break through the limits of the 5 senses and 6 senses of the human beings. If there was no divine sense, or if the divine sense was not enough, and someone told you from 300 meters away that they were going to hit you, and then before you could even hear the words, you had already been hit. After the hit, the person had already disappeared, and then you could only hear the words. Long Tianfeng was too domineering. He was still 4,000 meters away when he shouted, but he didn't slow down at all. At his current speed, he would arrive in front of Ling Yan in 8 seconds at most. Of course, this was done deliberately by Long Tianfeng. He wanted to give Ling Yan an all-out blow the moment they met. He wanted to show off his strength. 8 seconds, 7 seconds, 6 seconds, Ling Yan silently counted down in his heart. When he reached 5 seconds, he suddenly burned 360 drops of divine energy. He directly burned his divine essence to the limit. Ling Yan had been through countless life and death battles. With his foresight, he knew that Long Tianfeng would be a formidable opponent for a long time to come from the momentum of Long Tianfeng's attack. Just like Ling Yan himself, he definitely had the capital to be arrogant. Therefore, Ling Yan did not dare to be careless. Strategically, he despised the enemy, but tactically, he valued the enemy. This was Ling Yan. When he wanted to kill a small fry who posed no threat to him, he would always kill them with one strike. He would even have to decapitate the enemy. Only then would he feel completely at ease. Not to mention, he was facing a formidable opponent like Long Tianfeng. After burning 360 drops of divine essence all at once, Ling Yan's divine sense surged, and he once again possessed the strength of a Qi refinement stage level 6. This way, even though Long Tianfeng's speed had reached 500 meters per second, Ling Yan could see him clearly. Even the golden hairs on his body could be seen. Being able to see the opponent clearly was another function of having a powerful divine sense. Otherwise, there was no way to fight. F***ck, this guy is wearing really cool clothes. When Ling Yan saw that Long Tianfeng was wearing a shirt and shorts, barefooted, he was elated. At the same time, he had a better impression of Long Tianfeng. This was Ling Yan's first impression of Long Tianfeng. However, all of this happened in an instant. In the 3rd second, Long Tianfeng had already rushed to within 1,000 meters of Ling Yan. Does this guy really want to fight just by shouting? Ling Yan smiled when he saw that Long Tianfeng had no intention of slowing down. 1 second. Whoosh. Ling Yan didn't dodge Long Tianfeng, who was rushing towards him. The devil's blade suddenly appeared in Ling Yan's hands. At the same time, he activated the stellar condensation technique. A powerful force filled his body as he raised the blade and aimed it at Long Tianfeng. If he didn't stop, Ling Yan would be able to kill Long Tianfeng with one strike. The logic was actually very simple. Long Tianfeng was rushing towards him at a speed of more than 500 meters per second. Even if Ling Yan didn't swing the blade, it would be equivalent to Ling Yan swinging the blade at the same speed. No matter how fast one's speed was in battle, it was mainly used to avoid the enemy's attack. How could one use their fastest speed to collide with the enemy's blade? Moreover, Ling Yan wouldn't just raise the blade. He would wait for Long Tianfeng to be within 50 meters of him before swinging the blade. Ling Yan wanted to see if Long Tianfeng dared to collide with the blade of his devil's blade. Would Long Tianfeng dare to do so? The answer was, of course, no. Meteorites from outer space were sturdy enough, right? After rushing into the atmosphere, most of them wouldn't even be able to reach the ground. Due to the intense friction, they would be incinerated into nothingness. This was also because the speed was too fast. Whoosh! After Long Tianfeng rushed within 100 meters of Ling Yan, he suddenly changed direction and rushed diagonally for 200 meters before abruptly slowing down. He stopped 300 meters to the left of Ling Yan. Long Tianfeng gritted his teeth and glared at Ling Yan. F***ck, Ling Yan, you rascal, you really don't care. Why did you pull out your blade? Can't you see that I'm barehanded? Ling Yan turned around and sized Long Tianfeng up calmly. At the same time, he said with a smile, yes, you're barehanded indeed. However, you're barehanded at a speed of more than 500 meters per second. Do you want me to stand still and take a punch from you? Hee, Long Tianfeng grinned after hearing Ling Yan's words. It didn't matter to him that his plan to take Ling Yan down a notch had failed. You're Long Tianfeng? Ling Yan couldn't help but be secretly shocked as he sized Long Tianfeng up. At this moment, Long Tianfeng's battle intent was strong and his aura was monstrous. Just by standing there quietly, he was like an ancient ferocious beast. That kind of ferocity and aura could suppress an ordinary expert at the peak of the 6th level of the divine power realm. This rascal's true combat power was definitely far above his realm. If he were to fight Master Jining from the Shaolin Temple's Arhat Hall alone, he would probably be able to defeat the other party in a few minutes. Ling Yan secretly made a comparison in his heart. He felt that Long Tianfeng could easily beat up 2 immortal masters from Kunlun. He was definitely a formidable opponent. Ling Yan smiled. I've been waiting for you here for a long time. Long Tianfeng nodded casually and asked, so you're Ling Yan? How dare you steal my things? I've been wanting to beat you up for a long time. Ling Yan smiled and nodded. He knew that Long Tianfeng was talking about the imperial chi from the Forbidden City, so he didn't refute it. Instead, he turned to look at the other 2 people who came with Long Tianfeng and asked casually, fighting is no problem. Who are those 2? Long Tianfeng's uncle and Long Tianqing had also arrived, but they had no intention of stepping forward. The 2 of them stood 1,000 meters away and watched silently. In fact, Ling Yan could roughly guess who the other 2 people were just by looking at their appearances. However, he was too lazy to guess. The old one is my uncle, Long Haoqian. The other is my brother, Long Tianqing. Long Tianfeng told Ling Yan frankly and then grinned. Don't worry, they won't fight tonight. I'll fight you alone. It doesn't matter. Since we're enemies, we can fight however we want. The result will be the same anyway. Ling Yan said with a smile. He was purely showing off. His current principle was to fight if he could win, and run if he couldn't. He wouldn't fight Yi Xingchen and the 3 most ferocious people from the Long family. That was because it was too dangerous. Long Tianfeng's strength was obvious. If Long Tianqing fought with Ling Yan, they wouldn't be able to determine the winner after hundreds of rounds. As for Long Haoqian, who was shrouded in green light, Ling Yan couldn't even see through his opponent's cultivation. Ling Yan recognized Long Tianfeng's uncle as soon as he appeared. He was the man who appeared when Ling Yun and Mo Wudao went to the ancient pagoda near Weiming Lake a month ago to absorb the Yin Qi to cultivate the ghost divine willow. He triggered the Yin Lock Dragon imprisonment formation and appeared. Long Tianfeng's uncle was the man who had appeared. Now that this person's identity was confirmed, he was Long Tianxing and Long Tianfeng's uncle. Naturally, he was the head of the Long family, Long Haoren's elder brother. At that time, Ling Yun was already an expert at the peak of Qi cultivation stage 2. He couldn't see through Long Haoqian's cultivation. Ling Yun was already at the peak of Qi cultivation stage 3. After burning his divine energy, his strength reached the peak of Qi cultivation stage 6. Even so, he still couldn't see through Long Haoqian's cultivation. If Long Haoqian attacked, there was no need to fight. Ling Yun would just turn around and leave. Of course, if he really couldn't leave, Ling Yun wouldn't be courteous. He could only use the Dragon Elephant Divine Force. Then you can wait to get beaten up. Long Tianfeng didn't waste any more time. He suddenly moved and rushed toward Ling Yun. In an instant, he was in front of Ling Yun. Boom! He raised his fist and punched. Ling Yun had already sheathed his knife. He was also eager to have a fair fight with Long Tianfeng. Therefore, he couldn't be bothered to waste any more time. He also raised his fist to meet his opponent. The two fists collided, causing a deafening sound. The next moment, both of them were sent flying by the huge force of the other party. Long Tianfeng flew more than 100 meters in the air, while Ling Yun flew more than 200 meters. D*MN, this kid is so strong. Ling Yun finally stabilized himself. He felt the blood in his body churning. He was instantly stunned. This was the first time Ling Yun had encountered such a situation tonight. Again. Long Tianfeng didn't waste any more time. He immediately moved again and appeared in front of Ling Yun. He suddenly punched again. Ling Yun still didn't give way. This time, he used the Tiangang Demon Fist. His strength suddenly doubled, and he once again met his opponent head-on. Boom! There was a huge explosion of true qi. Both of them flew backward again. This time, Long Tianfeng and Ling Yun flew the same distance. Ling Yun's treasure body had long reached the great success stage. Now, he had even reached the stellar condensation technique in Scathed Realm. There was no reason for him to lose to Long Tianfeng when he used the Tiangang Demon Fist with all his might. Elder Bu's official WeChat account, Bujing3721, or directly search for Bujing. Please add me as a follower to discuss the plot. Thank you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. That's more like it. After Long Tianfeng was sent flying by Ling Yun's punch, he wasn't angry. Instead, he was happy. The disdain in his eyes disappeared in an instant and was replaced by passion once again. Ling Yun heard it from afar and just laughed it off. He now understood the Long family's intention. Long Tianfeng obviously wasn't here to kill him. The Long family only wanted Long Tianfeng to test Ling Yun's strength and reveal Ling Yun's trump card. Otherwise, Long Haoqian, with his unfathomable cultivation, wouldn't just stand there and watch from afar. He would have made a move long ago. Similarly, since Long Haoqian personally came to support Long Tianfeng, it was impossible for Ling Yun to kill Long Tianfeng. Long Haoqian would definitely save him if he discovered that Long Tianfeng's life was in danger. Moreover, Ling Yun had already figured out Long Tianfeng's realm through the first punch. He was at least at the pinnacle of Qi cultivation stage 5. Unless the two of them had to fight to the death, there was no need for Long Haoqian to support them. Long Tianfeng realized that he couldn't beat Ling Yun and was determined to escape. Ling Yun couldn't do anything about it now. Just like the two celestial masters from Kunlun, Ling Yun wanted to chase after them. He knew that he couldn't kill them, so he let them go. Since Ling Yun and Long Tianfeng couldn't kill each other, this battle would at most determine a winner. Naturally, Ling Yun wouldn't use his full strength right from the start. Therefore, Ling Yun seemed to have used his full strength when he received Long Tianfeng's first punch. He didn't use any martial arts, which allowed Long Tianfeng to temporarily gain the upper hand. Again. It was rare for Long Tianfeng to meet an opponent like Ling Yun. He couldn't hide his excitement. This time, he clenched his fists and rushed toward Ling Yun. The Long family wanted to reveal Ling Yun's trump card. Naturally, Ling Yun wanted to use this battle with Long Tianfeng to figure out the Long family's martial arts and general strength. Therefore, his fighting spirit was also rising rapidly, since when was Ling Yun afraid of anyone? Boom, 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 boom. After taking two of Long Tianfeng's punches head-on, Ling Yun took the initiative to attack. His figure flashed as he charged towards Long Tianfeng. Both of their fists collided with each other. Their fists were as fast as lightning, but there were no tricks to it. It was a solid head-on collision, like a bull clashing with its horns, or a giant elephant clashing with its horns. It was a pure contest of strength, defense, and endurance. After Ling Yun and Long Tianfeng met face-to-face, Xianxia was already in the air. He was also standing in the distance, supporting Ling Yun. Yi Qingxin, Yi Tianxue, and Yi Tiandu naturally flew into the night sky and stood 1,000 meters away. The three of them stood side by side and watched this shocking battle. Damn, Ling Yun and Long Tianfeng are both monsters. They're practically human-shaped combat machines. Yi Tianxue couldn't help but exclaim as he watched the two fight intensely in the air. Yeah. Looks like I have to work harder too. I don't think I can beat these two guys. The blade of grass in Yi Tiandu's mouth was almost gone as he nodded his head in response. Yi Tianxue suddenly frowned. However, even though these two have the will to fight, they don't have the intention to kill. It's meaningless to just fight head-on like this. Yi Tiandu turned his head to glance at him and chuckled. What's the rush? This is just the beginning. They haven't even started fighting yet. It'll be fun in a while. Both of you, shut up. Watch the battle seriously. Yi Qingfeng didn't send the two of you over to chat idly. Yi Qingxin couldn't help but reprimand his nephews. Yi Tianxue and Yi Tiandu shut up immediately and behaved themselves. Bang 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 bang, golden light blazed in the air, and the earth energy exploded. The battle between Ling Yun and Long Tianfeng was too intense. In less than 5 minutes, both of them had already thrown hundreds of punches at each other. Both of them fought fast, and many of their attacks landed solidly on each other's bodies. However, the defense of these two people was simply too strong. In a short period of time, neither of them was able to injure the other, and they were evenly matched. Boom! Pa! Suddenly, Long Tianfeng threw out a domineering punch. The dazzling golden light landed solidly on Ling Yun's shoulder. At the same time, Ling Yun kicked Long Tianfeng's left rib with the sound of wind and thunder. This time, both of them were sent flying by the other party's ferocious strength. Hee, that was really satisfying. Long Tianfeng stood up straight and spoke to Ling Yun after he regained his balance. Same to you. Ling Yun replied with a smile as he circulated the yin-yang harmony balance and easily dispelled Long Tianfeng's punch. Frankly speaking, Ling Yun was at a slight disadvantage in this battle. After all, Ling Yun was 2 small realms lower than his opponent. Moreover, he had crossed a large realm in the middle of the Qi cultivation stage. The 4-9 minor heavens tribulation definitely couldn't be underestimated. Before and after the tribulation were 2 completely different concepts. Moreover, both of them were in the air. Long Tianfeng was flying, while Ling Yun had to divert part of his attention to controlling his sword. Naturally, he was at a disadvantage. In addition, Ling Yun had already fought for 3 hours at the Demon Subduing Conference. Naturally, his mental and physical strength were greatly depleted. Even though he had more than 2 hours of rest, he was definitely not as good as Long Tianfeng. Being 2 small realms lower than his opponent, being unable to control the air, and having just experienced a battle of life and death, these were the 3 areas where Ling Yun was at a disadvantage. Even though Ling Yun was at a disadvantage, he didn't lose to Long Tianfeng in terms of strength, defense, and endurance in such an intense battle. Whoosh! Long Tianfeng flew over and landed 12 meters in front of Ling Yun. Ling Yun, I was just warming up. Why didn't you use your flying sword? Ling Yun smiled lazily. I was just warming up. Also, didn't you say that you were barehanded? If I used my flying sword, wouldn't I be bullying you? As he said that, Ling Yun deliberately turned his head and glanced at Long Haoqian and Long Tianxing. His meaning was too obvious. F***ck, if I beat you up the moment I came up, what would happen to your uncle and big brother? Humph. Long Tianfeng snorted angrily. Don't worry, if I say that my uncle and big brother won't do anything, they definitely won't. He suddenly stretched out his hand and pointed at himself. My body is my weapon. Then, he pointed at Ling Yun. No matter what magic weapon you have, just use it and see how I destroy you. Ling Yun grinned. Is that so? Then don't cry when the time comes. Long Tianfeng hated Ling Yun's mischievous look the most. He snorted coldly. I'm afraid you'll be the one crying. Boom. Before he finished speaking, the golden light around Long Tianfeng's body suddenly surged and became incomparably bright. At the same time, the dancing dragon's shadow in the golden light enlarged and became incomparably real. Swoosh, swoosh. Following that, two ferocious dragons emerged from the golden light and flew towards Ling Yun. Long family's dragon control art. The art of dragon control was for the direct descendants of the Long family to use the dragon chi to take the form of dragons, and then control these dragons to fight for them. Boom, although Ling Yun was joking, he didn't dare to be careless when he saw the two dragons. He immediately activated the mixed elements unity law shield and activated his divine will. Swoosh, the Man-King seal and Yin-Yang astral chi sword were unleashed, instantly meeting the two evil dragons. Boom. Chi-Chi, the human ruler seal was a smash, while the Yin-Yang astral energy sword was a stab. They blocked the two evil dragons in an instant. Swoosh, of course, Long Tianfeng knew that these two dragons wouldn't be able to do anything to Ling Yun. He immediately summoned two more dragons and flew towards Ling Yun. Let's see what else you can do. Ling Yun smiled as he activated the Yin-Yang harmony balance. Two Yin-Yang energy chains flew out and coiled around the two evil dragons like two flying pythons. Anything else? Swoosh, Long Tian was enraged and followed up with another two. Controlling 6 dragons at the peak of Chi Disciple level 5 was already his limit. Good move. Ling Yun roared as he suddenly grew his Yin-Yang wings. He flapped them and soared into the sky. The huge green shadow flying sword under his feet flew out and went straight for one of the dragons. Then, he took out the devil's blade and flapped his wings. He flew towards the last evil dragon and raised his hand to slash. Shwa 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 shwa. Ling Yun slashed more than 10 times and split the dragon into more than 10 pieces. The golden light exploded, and it could no longer form a dragon. How's that? Long Tianfeng was furious. You. He didn't release any more dragons. Instead, he flew forward again and swung his fists. He was entangled with Ling Yun again. Boom, this time, Ling Yun didn't retract his blade. Raging flames appeared on the devil's blade. Lightning snakes flickered and coiled around it. This was the raging lightning blade. Boom boom boom. Ling Yun didn't use any knife techniques. Instead, he slashed at Long Tianfeng with one strike after another. Long Tianfeng didn't dodge either. Instead, he swung his fists to meet Ling Yun's blade head-on. Every time his fists collided with Ling Yun's blade, an earth-shattering sound would be heard. Within a radius of 100 meters, golden light filled the air. F***ck, this brat isn't afraid of the raging lightning blade. After a few dozen slashes, Ling Yun immediately realized this point. He stopped wasting his time and put away the raging inferno and thunder. At the same time, he sped up and shuttled through the air in search of Long Tianfeng's 5 evil dragons. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, Ling Yun came to the side of a dragon and slashed more than 10 times. The dragon was split into more than 10 pieces. Without an opponent, the Yin-Yang astral energy sword pierced towards Long Tianfeng under the control of Ling Yun's divine will. Boom, Long Tianfeng sent the Yin-Yang astral energy sword flying with one punch. At the same time, he roared and released another dragon to entangle the Yin-Yang astral energy sword. It seems like Long Tianfeng's limit is to release 6 dragons. Is this the Long family's dragon taming technique? Ling Yun could feel that those dragons were actually equivalent to Long Tianfeng's flying swords. They were very strong. As long as the golden light around his body didn't extinguish, those dragons could fly out one after another. It was really difficult to resist. It didn't seem like much, but it depended on who Long Tianfeng's opponent was, which was Ling Yun. If it was an ordinary master at the 6th stage of the divine power realm, such as Wang Chongxiao, it would be impressive if he could resist 2 of Long Tianfeng's dragons. In other words, he could easily defeat 3 Wang Chongxiao with just these 6 dragons. Even without Long Tianfeng's help, the Long family couldn't be blamed for their confidence. Long Tianfeng's terrifying strength alone wasn't inferior to the current Ling Yun. Hehe, Long Tianfeng, is that all you've got? These lousy dragons of yours are useless against me. Ling Yun said leisurely as he flapped his wings and swam rapidly in the air, killing one dragon after another. Elder Bu's official WeChat account, Bujing3721, or search for Bujing directly. Please add me as a follower to discuss the plot. Thank you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. Hehe, these few dragons are just the appetizer. I'll beat you up right away. Long Tianfeng wasn't annoyed by Ling Yun's provocation. Instead, he grinned. Then, with a boom, the divine will between his eyebrows surged as he ignited his dragon essence. The freak of the Long family, Long Tianfeng, had a mystical sea of knowledge just like Ling Yun and Yi Xingchen. What was condensed in his sea of knowledge wasn't the divine energy, but the pure dragon energy. Moreover, in addition to the pure dragon essence, there was also a 5-clawed golden dragon between Long Tianfeng's eyebrows. It was very lifelike and was being nourished by the dragon essence. Although it was very small, it was almost tangible. Just now, Long Tianfeng relied on his strong physical body and realm to fight with Ling Yun. He didn't ignite his dragon essence at all. Now that he felt it was about time, he finally showed his true strength. Boom! After burning his dragon essence, Long Tianfeng, who was originally at the peak of stage 5 of Qi refinement, instantly had the strength of a stage 6 Qi refinement cultivator. Moreover, this was the result of him deliberately suppressing himself, not letting himself break through to the late stage of Qi condensation. Long Tianfeng unleashed his true power. The golden light of the dragon Qi around his body suddenly increased by 3 times. At the same time, the 6 dragons that he released expanded once again. They seemed to have become real dragons, and they instantly gained the upper hand in the battle with Ling Yun's 3 magical treasures and 2 Yinyang astral Qi chains. Upon seeing this, Ling Yun retreated and landed directly on the ground of the Wind Thunder Valley. At the same time, the divine energy that he had just burned was almost depleted. He immediately burned another 360 drops of divine energy. Shwa 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 shwa. Without hesitation, he used the gold, defense, and wind talismans on himself. He knew that as an expert in the Qi cultivation realm, he wasn't the only one who could ignite his divine essence. Long Tianfeng's decision to ignite his dragon essence was within Ling Yun's expectations. Talismans, elixirs, formations, that was why Ling Yun chose to land. If they were to continue fighting in the air, it would be too obvious that he would be at a disadvantage. Hehe, Ling Yun, let's see how you're going to fight me. Long Tianfeng couldn't help but laugh out loud when he saw Ling Yun retreat to the ground. This was because after he ignited his dragon essence, his strength instantly increased explosively. Whether it was his body or his divine sense, both were at least twice as strong. If Ling Yun was still as capable as he was just now, he would definitely be beaten up. Seeing that you're wearing so little, I was afraid that you would catch a cold, so I warmed you up by the fire. Go. He immediately took out 3 level 7 fire talismans and threw them at Long Tianfeng, who was flying down from the sky, after buffing himself with the talismans. Appear. Boom boom boom, the 3 grade 7 fire talismans exploded in front of Long Tianfeng at the same time, turning into 3 huge fireballs with a diameter of dozens of meters. The flames were dazzling, and the heat waves were shocking. A grade 7 spirit talisman was equivalent to a treasure talisman. Even a peak 6th level divine power realm expert could only dodge the attack if they were hit by a grade 7 talisman. Humph. It's useless against me. Facing the 3 huge fireballs, Long Tianfeng didn't dodge. He didn't change his direction and just drilled into the 3 fireballs. Then, he rushed out unscathed. What kind of physique is this? Ling Yun had long known that Long Tianfeng's physique was amazing, but at this moment, he was still a little shocked and couldn't help but ask. Undying true dragon body. Long Tianfeng landed on the ground and answered proudly. Awesome. Ling Yun nodded and gave him a thumbs up. This wasn't sarcasm, but sincere words. The undying true dragon body was an extremely rare divine body in the cultivation world. It was comparable to the saints, Taoists, and Buddhas of the top sects that had tens of thousands of years of history. Ling Yun knew that Long Tianfeng's physical defense was about the same as his stellar condensation technique. Therefore, he wasn't afraid of his opponent. The grade 7 fire talisman couldn't hurt Ling Yun now, so naturally, it couldn't hurt Long Tianfeng either. If that's the case, then there's no need for me to go easy on you. Ling Yun smiled. After saying that, he soared into the sky. Long Tianfeng's physique was heaven-defying, but Ling Yun's was even more heaven-defying. After using the wind talisman, Ling Yun's speed doubled. He rushed into the sky and arrived beside one of the dragons in an instant. At this moment, Long Tianfeng's 5 dragons were 3 times larger than before. They obviously had the upper hand in the process of fighting with Ling Yun's magical treasures. However, that was as far as it went. Shwa 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 shwa, Ling Yun came to the side of this dragon and slashed it dozens of times. The dragon energy was overflowing. Then, he waved his hand and said, "Absorb." Ling Yun absorbed the dragon energy like a whale. He didn't convert it because the moment the dragon energy entered his body, it was immediately injected into his golden spine and the tiny golden dragon in his energy center. Half a month ago, before Ling Yun absorbed 600 years of dragon energy from the Forbidden City and formed the Dragon King's sword, his 26 vertebrae had already turned into a reddish-gold color. The dragon-shaped curve in his energy center had even grown 4 limbs. Now, the dragons that Long Tianfeng released were formed from the dragon energy in his body. Of course, they were a great supplement for Ling Yun. It was the same as when he absorbed the pure yang energy from the Shangqing Palace Shinran. Long Tianfeng could only blame himself for being unlucky. Who asked Ling Yun's physique to be so heaven-defying? In the blink of an eye, the pure dragon energy from the dragon was absorbed by Ling Yun and injected into his body. Whoosh! Ling Yun dashed forward again. His speed was too fast. He slashed the second dragon dozens of times and continued to absorb the dragon energy. Ling Yun, how dare you! This time, Long Tianfeng watched helplessly as Ling Yun absorbed his dragon energy for his own use. He flew into the air and punched Ling Yun, after Ling Yun absorbed the dragon energy from 2 dragons. The golden light in his spine shone so brightly that it penetrated his skin. His body also began to emit a golden light, and the dragon energy was also overflowing. He was no longer greedy. Instead, he shuttled back and forth to avoid Long Tianfeng's pursuit. After losing 2 dragons in a row, Long Tianfeng really didn't dare to release more. He was so distressed that he couldn't wait to punch Ling Yun to death. Bang! Finally, Long Tianfeng sped up and rushed behind Ling Yun. He punched Ling Yun's back with all his might. Ling Yun was sent flying by Long Tianfeng. This time, he was sent flying more than 300 meters away. Ling Yun suddenly stood up, but he wasn't injured at all. That was because Long Tianfeng had hit his spine. There was a mysterious golden light there, and its defensive power was more than 5 times that of Ling Yun's. Even though Long Tianfeng had burned his dragon energy, he couldn't hurt Ling Yun at all. No injuries? Long Tianfeng originally thought that his full-force punch would definitely kill Ling Yun. However, after seeing Ling Yun's smiling face, he was stunned for a moment. It wasn't only because Ling Yun wasn't injured, but also because of the amazing dragon energy that was released from Ling Yun's body. Long Tianfeng was very sensitive to dragon energy. He could feel that the dragon energy released from Ling Yun's body was purer and stronger than his. In an instant, Long Tianfeng felt like he was about to die. His gaze changed, and killing intent emerged. He suddenly understood that his father was right. Ling Yun could not only steal the Long family's resources, but he could also steal the Long family's luck. As long as Ling Yun was around, the Long family wouldn't be good. The stronger Ling Yun became, the weaker the Long family would become. However, Long Tianfeng couldn't hurt Ling Yun at all after burning his dragon energy. He couldn't break through Ling Yun's defense, so it was meaningless no matter what he did. Sharp gold talisman, go! Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Ling Yun took out 3 level 6 sharp gold talismans and used them on the green shadow flying sword, the Yin Yang Aura sword, and the Devil's Blade, doubling their attack power. At the same time, the Man Ruler seal expanded to a radius of 10 meters, clashing head-on with the dragon. From the beginning to the end, Ling Yun didn't use his 3 treasures to attack Long Tianfeng because he knew it was useless. His opponent's defense was too strong, and his strength was shocking. He was worried that Long Tianfeng could destroy his flying sword. There was a limit to the attack power of any flying sword, including the defense power of the treasures. If the opponent was too strong and could completely ignore the attacks of the treasures, there would definitely be a way to destroy the treasures. This logic was the same as how Ling Yin could destroy Long Tianfeng's dragon. Ling Yin never did useless things. It was purely a waste of time. Roar. Killing intent finally appeared in Long Tianfeng's eyes. He suddenly stretched out his arms and roared into the sky. True dragon roar. Ling Yin had seen true dragons in the cultivation world, so he naturally heard the roar of a real dragon. He realized that Long Tianfeng's roar was actually the same as that of a true dragon. It was far better than the Buddhist lion's roar. On the ground, Taoist Master Chong Su and Zen Master Distant Enlightenment covered their ears with their hands at the same time. However, their eardrums still vibrated from the roar. They almost couldn't withstand it. Yi Tiandu, Yi Tianxue, and Yi Xingchen also channeled their energy to resist. Huh! Ling Yin shouted at the same time. He used the mystical dragon hell, and the powerful sound wave spread out to meet Long Tianfeng's true dragon roar. He was still unharmed. Dragon roar is useless against me. Ling Yin laughed. Then, he suddenly felt his hair stand on end because he felt that Long Tianfeng's aura had changed. Long Tianfeng's dragon roar wasn't to hurt anyone, but to break through. This kid had been suppressing his realm at the pinnacle of Qi Cultivation Stage 5 for more than a year. He broke through to Qi Cultivation Stage 6 almost instantly, and his aura continued to rise. The dragon essence in his body surged, and he broke through 3 small realms. Long Tianfeng broke through during the battle and reached the pinnacle of Qi Cultivation Stage 6. In an instant, Long Tianfeng's body emitted thousands of golden rays, so blinding that people couldn't open their eyes. The remaining 3 dragons also rushed into the golden rays. Sigh. Ling Yin sighed. He also wanted to break through, but he knew that the heavenly tribulation would come immediately after. With strong enemies around him, there would be too many variables if the heavenly tribulation was too fierce. Ling Yin silently kept the green shadow flying sword, the yin-yang astral energy sword, and the ruler's seal. These treasures were completely useless to Long Tianfeng after his breakthrough. Whoosh! After putting away the treasures, Ling Yin dived down to the ground again, ignoring Long Tianfeng who was breaking through. One more chapter. Elder Bu's official WeChat account, Bujing3721, or directly search for Bujing, add me, and discuss the plot. Thank you, everyone, for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. Did you see that? I knew Long Tianfeng would be in a hurry. Yi Tiandu couldn't help but laugh when he saw Long Tianfeng breaking through in the middle of the battle. Sigh. Yi Tianxue sighed and shook his head. Anyone would be in a hurry. Ling Yin could absorb Xianxia Palishiman's pure yang qi and Xianxia Palishiman's righteous yang lightning technique. Now it's the Long family's turn, but he can still absorb Long Tianfeng's dragon qi. This is simply too heaven-defying. Pausing, Yi Tianxue couldn't help but grit his teeth. I really want to know if Ling Yin can also absorb the sword qi of our Yi family. Then, he heard the answer immediately. Yes. Yi Qingxin's eyes sparkled. Kunlun sword sex Shimen Ziyu and Sky sword sex Diyu Tong. Both of their sword qi were absorbed by Ling Yin. Ling Yan's yin-yang astral qi sword was formed precisely because he had seized the sword qi of the 2 divinity realm experts. Yi Tianxue and Yi Tiandu looked at each other in shock. Yi Qingxin stared at Long Tianfeng, who was in the middle of a breakthrough. I heard that Long Tianfeng deliberately suppressed his realm to the pinnacle of Qi Disciple level 5 and polished himself for more than a year. Now that he broke through in the middle of the battle and reached the pinnacle of Qi Disciple level 6, he didn't suffer any repercussions and even has strength to spare. He's obviously trying to kill Ling Yin. Ling Yin is in trouble this time. Yi Tianxue nodded. Yes, Ling Yin was actually at a disadvantage earlier. Now that Long Tianfeng has directly advanced a realm, I think Ling Yin will be in trouble. Yi Tiandu, however, had a different opinion. Not necessarily. Don't forget, Ling Yin still has the pure yang immortal sword. Ling Yan's shocking sword strike had seriously injured 2 Kunlun immortals and forced them to flee. It was simply too amazing. Yi Tiandu remembered it clearly. Yi Qingxin nodded and said with a smile, indeed. At present, it seems that Long Tianfeng is only suppressing Ling Yun in terms of cultivation level. Ling Yun is at a disadvantage for the time being, but he hasn't shown his true trump card yet. However, once he uses the pure Yang celestial sword, it's hard to say who will win. Yi Tianxue suddenly asked, "Auntie, will you help if Ling Yun is in danger?" Yi Qingxin shook her head decisively. "It's useless for me to do anything." Then, she turned her head and looked at Long Haoqian from the Long family. Her meaning was clear. If Yi Qingxin made a move, Long Haoqian would definitely stop her. She couldn't help Ling Yun at all. Although it's not a big problem for Tiandu to beat Long Tianxing, it's impossible for him to win without 1,000 rounds. As for you, Yi Qingxin looked at Yi Tianxue. It's hard for you to calm down. You can't even break through Long Tianfeng's defense, let alone help Ling Yun. Yi Tianxue could only scratch his head in embarrassment. But we don't have to worry. Let's see how Ling Yun deals with it first. Yi Qingxin smiled and did not say anything else. That was because Long Tianfeng had already completed his breakthrough. His body was emitting a dazzling golden light, and his aura was shocking. He was rushing towards Ling Yun on the ground. Boom, the Yin-Yang True Qi vortex appeared outside of Ling Yan's body. Then, Ling Yan's mixed elements uniting energy shield expanded by 3 times. At the same time, Ling Yun activated the stellar condensation technique with all his might. Starlight and moonlight were attracted to his body, especially the moonlight. Endless moonlight and the power of Yin and Yang transformed into a divine rainbow that enveloped Ling Yun completely. Ling Yan's body glowed brilliantly, Yin-Yang True Qi vortex, mixed elements uniting energy shield, stellar condensation technique, defense talisman, and golden black devilish silkworm robe. Ling Yun set up 5 layers of defense for himself in one go. After Long Tianfeng's breakthrough, his strength skyrocketed. Now, Ling Yun had nothing to fear as long as he could block one attack from his opponent. Roar! Long Tianfeng was wrapped in thousands of rays of golden light. He suddenly let out a dragon's roar and pounced down from the sky. Eat my fist. Long Tianfeng did not wait for Ling Yun to get close. He suddenly threw a punch at Ling Yun. This was an incomparably domineering and ferocious punch. Long Tianfeng had just completed his breakthrough, so his aura was too strong and unparalleled. Ling Yun also let out a roar. He flew up and punched out with both fists. He was using the Tiangang Demon Fist to its limit. Boom, Ling Yun received Long Tianfeng's punch with 2 punches. The dragon energy was violent, and the fist aura exploded from the point where the 3 fists collided. It was earth-shattering. On the ground, the huge stone platform with a diameter of 2 meters was blown into the air by the violent wind. It flew straight into the air, smashing through countless trees and rocks along the way. The scene was too terrifying. Crack, the Yin-Yang True Qi vortex was destroyed by Long Tianfeng's punch. Then, Ling Yan's mixed elements uniting energy shield was shattered by the domineering fist aura. At the same time, the moonlight that enveloped Ling Yan's body became incomparably dim. Rip, Ling Yan's battle dharma robe was also torn by the violent fist aura. There was a huge hole in it, his figure was blasted away. Kacha, kacha, just like the huge stone platform, Ling Yun was like a kite with a broken string. He smashed through 7 or 8 trees along the way. Finally, his body smashed into the cliff wall. Boom, following an earth-shattering sound, countless gravel flew out. The rock wall shook violently. It was as if the earth and mountains were shaking. Long Tianfeng, who had broken through to the pinnacle of Qi Cultivation Stage 6, was practically a beast in human form. His strength was too great. Ling Yun crashed all the way until he sank more than a meter into the cliff wall. Damn, that's really fierce. Ling Yun almost fell apart. He forcefully suppressed the blood in his throat. He only felt that his arms were numb, and he could barely lift them. When he looked down, he found that the web between his thumb and forefinger was completely cracked. There was pale golden blood flowing out. Ling Yun. Yi Xingchen saw that Ling Yun was actually sent flying by Long Tianfeng. Her face was pale with heartache. She flew directly toward the cliff wall where Ling Yun was. Don't worry, Xingchen. I'm fine. Ling Yan's injuries weren't serious. He knew that this was Long Tianfeng's strongest attack. It was normal for him to suffer some minor injuries. Ling Yan took out 2 level 6 healing talismans and used them on his wounds. Then, he raised his hand and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, he flew out from the cliff wall. "Brat, try taking my attack too." Even though he said he was fine, Ling Yan had never suffered such a big loss. His anger rose, and he no longer held back. Clang! To everyone's surprise, Ling Yan didn't use the divine yang cultivation technique. He activated his divine will, and a dazzling golden light suddenly appeared on his back. It was his golden spine that was glowing. It was too dazzling. In the blink of an eye, that golden light transformed into a golden dragon that was 30 feet long. A 3-meter-long golden spear was coiled around the dragon's body. 5 elements God-slaying technique, Golden Emperor Berserk Dragon Slash. This was the most overbearing attack technique. Even compared to the divine yang cultivation technique, it wasn't much weaker. Whoosh, Ling Yan didn't move. Instead, he activated the golden dragon spear and rushed toward Long Tianfeng. It was too fast. It was almost twice the speed of sound. The golden dragon spear disappeared in a flash and appeared in front of Long Tianfeng the next moment. Humph, is that useful? Long Tianfeng didn't care about Ling Yan's new attack at all. He suddenly raised his hand, and golden light bloomed in his palm. He grabbed the tip of the golden dragon spear. Chi, chi, chi. The golden dragon spear instantly pierced through Long Tianfeng's golden protective light. Then, it pierced through his palm and shoulder. Golden blood splattered everywhere. Ling Yan's spear had injured Long Tianfeng twice. Long Tianfeng was stained with blood. His expression changed drastically as he asked in shock, "What kind of cultivation method is this?" "The technique that will kill you." Ling Yan sneered. After his successful attack, he immediately activated the golden dragon spear and stabbed it at Long Tianfeng again. This time, Long Tianfeng finally understood the power of this attack. He didn't dare to take it head-on. He flew away and avoided this overbearing attack. Boom, Ling Yan was in for a penny, in for a pound. He successfully broke through Long Tianfeng's defense. He immediately burned his divine energy and activated the golden dragon spear with all his might to chase after Long Tianfeng. At the same time, Ling Yan's divine sense covered a radius of 5,000 meters. He was also paying attention to the other 2 members of the Long family in case they suddenly attacked. However, Long Haoqian saw that Long Tianfeng was injured. Although his expression was serious, he had no intention of attacking. Ling Yan was instantly relieved. He laughed heartily. "Long Tianfeng, let's see who gets beaten up." Whoosh, the green shadow flying sword appeared again. Ling Yan stepped on it and chased after Long Tianfeng. At the same time, he activated the golden dragon spear with his divine sense and used his strongest attack, 9th killing technique. Since Long Tianfeng wanted to kill Ling Yan and attacked so viciously, Ling Yan naturally had to retaliate. Swift thunder kill. The golden dragon spear was too fast. In the blink of an eye, it broke through 2 times the speed of sound and pierced towards Long Tianfeng's back. "Tianfeng, be careful." Long Haoqian really didn't expect Ling Yan's counterattack to be even more overbearing and ferocious after Long Tianfeng broke through his defense. Boom! Long Tianfeng increased his speed to the limit in the air. He suddenly made a turn and narrowly avoided the fatal blow of the dragon spear. Shadowless kill. Ling Yan also increased his speed to the limit. Under the effect of the wind talisman, he also reached 1.5 times the speed of sound. He was determined not to let Long Tianfeng out of his attack range. Because it was 1.5 times the speed of sound, 500 meters per second, Long Tianfeng would be able to rush out of Ling Yan's effective attack range in 4 seconds. Damn, Ling Yan, you're not being honest. What kind of technique is this? Long Tianfeng was injured just now, but his injuries weren't serious. His wounds had been wrapped by the dragon energy, and they were no longer bleeding. He frantically fled towards the north to avoid Ling Yan's attack. Hee, didn't I tell you just now? It's a technique to kill you. Ling Yan chased after him. The golden dragon spear disappeared in the blink of an eye and was at the back of Long Tianfeng's head. Who knew that Long Tianfeng would still be able to dodge it? This was a battle between experts. If one couldn't break the opponent's defense, the only option was to fight a battle of attrition. However, once the opponent's defense was broken, it would be a battle of life and death. After Long Tianfeng broke through Ling Yun's defense, it was impossible for him not to use his killer move. Otherwise, he would be dead if he took a few more punches from Long Tianfeng. Just like that, one chased while the other ran. Ling Yun continuously attacked Long Tianfeng with the golden dragon spear. It was as if he was flying a kite. In the blink of an eye, the two of them flew more than 10 kilometers north. Boom! Long Tianfeng was furious when he saw that he couldn't escape the dragon spear's attack. He suddenly ignited his dragon energy again. At the same time, the 3 dragon blood pills in his energy center exploded. The medicinal power filled his energy center and increased his speed once again. This way, Ling Yun was left behind by a large margin. However, he wouldn't give up. He used his divine sense to lock onto Long Tianfeng's figure and chased after him relentlessly. Elder Bu's official WeChat account, Buzheng3721, or directly search for Buzheng. Please add me as a follower to discuss the plot. Thank you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. Let's go. Seeing that Long Tianfeng was being chased by Ling Yun, Long Haoqian immediately shouted and chased after him with Long Tianqing. Uncle, will Tianfeng be alright? Long Tianqing was very worried. He did not expect Ling Yun to be able to break Long Tianfeng's defense. He was a little anxious. Of course not. Don't worry. Tianfeng has already reached the peak of Qi refinement stage 6. If he burns his dragon essence, his strength is comparable to mine. It's impossible for him to be killed by Ling Yun. Long Haoqian knew what was going on, so he was not very worried. Long Tianqing was slightly relieved when he heard that. Long Haoqian said telepathically, moreover, there is a true dragon soul in the sea of consciousness between Tianfeng's eyebrows. The dragon soul will come out to protect its master at a critical moment. He won't die. Then, Long Haoqian frowned slightly. I didn't expect Ling Yun to have a new trump card. This kid is really unpredictable. Originally, Long Haoqian thought the same as the 3 people from the Yi clan. He wanted to see Ling Yun use the pure yang celestial sword with his own eyes, but who would have thought that it wouldn't be the case? He was greatly disappointed, but he was also shocked because Ling Yun had too many trump cards. He didn't even need to increase his cultivation level to be able to beat Long Tianfeng to this state. It was too unexpected. As the two spoke, they suddenly sped up and chased towards the north. Damn, Ling Yun is really heaven-defying. Another heaven-defying cultivation technique. Ling Yun and Long Tianfeng rushed out of the Wind Thunder Valley. The 3 members of the Yi family naturally chased after them, but they were not as anxious as Long Haoqian, so they just followed the 2 of them from afar and chatted. Yi Tiandu was also scratching his head and frowning. Seems like I really can't beat Ling Yun. He has too many trump cards, but I only have 1 flying sword. Hearing that, Yi Qingxin suddenly slowed down and turned to look at Yi Tiandu. Tiandu, don't shake your sword heart. Her tone was quite strict. After saying that, Yi Qingxin softened her voice. No matter how many trump cards you have, it's always the strongest trump card that plays a role. The strongest trump card of us sword cultivators is a flying sword. Therefore, as long as the sword heart is clear, you can defeat all the trump cards of the opponent with 1 sword. Yi Tiandu naturally understood this. He nodded repeatedly, and his eyes immediately became incomparably firm. After lecturing Yi Tiandu, Yi Qingxin frowned and said, of course. Ling Yun is they really couldn't compare. For defense, he had the stellar condensation technique, the invulnerable realm. For offense, he had the divine yang cultivation technique and the golden the archberserk dragon slash. In addition, he had the yin-yang harmony technique with endless transformations. The yin-yang harmony balance was the most heaven-defying. Not only did it have endless transformations, but it also had a yin-yang true qi vortex that could create a mixed elements shield for defense, a yin-yang true qi chain for attack, and a pair of yin-yang wings for flight. Apart from that, the most terrifying thing was that he would suck whoever he caught, and there would be no repercussions. How could others compete with him? Just as Yi Tianxue said, there was no solution. There seemed to be only one way to kill Ling Yun, and that was to crush him with pure realm. According to Yi Qingxin's guess, it would be possible to do so only if one was at least 6 realms higher than Ling Yun. For example, Ling Yun was currently at the pinnacle of Qi Cultivation Stage 3. An expert at the pinnacle of Qi Cultivation Stage 9 would be able to suppress Ling Yun and render all his tricks useless. That was Yi Qingxin's judgment after watching Ling Yun's 2 battles. It was obvious that Long Tianfeng was at the pinnacle of Qi Cultivation Stage 8 after reaching the pinnacle of Qi Cultivation Stage 6. However, he could only escape from Ling Yun. How could anyone below the pinnacle of Qi Cultivation Stage 9 kill him? Yi Tianshui looked ahead and mumbled, Long Tianfeng is escaping to the north. He should be going to Poyang Lake. Long Tianfeng and Ling Yun were too fast now. They had already rushed out of the range of the divine senses of the 3 members of the Yi family. However, both of them were emitting a bright light. They could be seen with their eyes without the need for divine senses. Yi Qingxin glanced at Yi Tianshui with admiration and smiled. That's right. Long Tianfeng cultivates the indestructible true dragon physique. He will be stronger in rivers and lakes. That's why he chose to escape to the north. He wants to fight Ling Yun in Poyang Lake. When a true dragon entered the water, it would naturally be invincible. Looks like Long Tianfeng isn't just escaping. He's also unconvinced. He wants to choose a more favorable terrain to fight Ling Yun again. Yi Tiandu's eyes lit up as he chuckled. Of course. Long Tianfeng is the strongest bloodline that the Long family has produced in 1,000 years. If he's willing to admit defeat so easily, then the Long family's luck will end here. Yi Qingxin explained with a smile. After chatting with her 2 nephews, Yi Qingxin turned her head and looked at Yi Xingchen, who was not far away. She had a complicated look in her eyes and sighed faintly in her heart. She suddenly said, Miss Yi, you don't have to worry about Ling Yun. Long Haoqian definitely won't fight tonight. Even if he does, it'll only be to save Long Tianfeng's life. Yi Xingchen was naturally worried after Ling Yun left the Tempest Valley. Therefore, she directly chased after him through the air. Thank you for the reminder, Senior. Yi Xingchen was worried that Ling Yun would be surrounded and attacked by the enemy. Now that she heard Yi Qingxin's reminder, she immediately felt grateful. However, she still asked in surprise, why? Yi Qingxin answered with a smile, the Long family didn't let Long Tianfeng fight in this battle to the death, but to reveal Ling Yun's trump card. In addition, this battle is actually a battle for the future luck of the Long family and the Ling family. If Long Haoqian fights, Ling Yun will only escape, which will be meaningless. At this point, Yi Qingxin specially emphasized, also, if Long Haoqian really disregards his pride and attacks, I will definitely stop him. Yi Xingchen could vaguely guess why Yi Qingxin was helping Ling Yun. She nodded lightly. Thank you, Senior. Then, Yi Xingchen flew at high speed and slightly closed in on the Yi family's trio. Mount Longhu, Tempest Valley. 8 people from the Long family, Ling family, and Yi family flew out of the Tempest Valley in the blink of an eye. Naturally, only Shaolin Temple's Zen Master Distant Enlightenment and Wudong Mountain's Taoist Master Chong Su were left here. The 2 stared at each other in dismay. Distant Enlightenment, what do you think? Taoist Master Chong Su suddenly asked. Ba, I dare say that the Emperor Brush and Earth Emperor's book are with Ling Yun. Zen Master Distant Enlightenment chanted loudly. Taoist Master Chong Su nodded, obviously agreeing with Distant Enlightenment's words. He muttered, that means that he is the one facing the calamity in Huaxia's 5,000 years? That's right. Zen Master Distant Enlightenment chuckled. Taoist Master Chong Su was puzzled. Calamity, calamity. My sect has long predicted that Huaxia will prosper for the next 100 years, even surpassing the Han and Tang dynasties. There are no variables at all. What calamity did Ling Yun face? It's not here. Zen Master Distant Enlightenment was unfathomable. After saying this, he closed his mouth and said nothing more. Taoist Master Chong Su didn't probe further. Instead, he immediately changed the topic. Now that they're all gone, what do we do? Zen Master Distant Enlightenment looked at the corpses of the Shaolin Temple's Arhat Hall with pity. Taoist Master Chong Su, if you're not in a hurry to leave, can you help me bury them? Heavenly Killer. At this time, Ling Yun had already flown hundreds of miles away from Long Tianfeng. Far away, the moonlight shone on the lake, and Poyang Lake was already in sight. The speed of these 2 was too fast. They broke through the speed of 500 meters per second and used only about 4 minutes to fly from the Wind Thunder Valley to the sky above Poyang Lake. In 4 minutes, the two of them had flown at least 120 kilometers. This speed was too shocking. The golden dragon spear glowed brilliantly. Long Tianfeng had lost count of how many times it had stabbed him, but he had barely dodged it. This was because Long Tianfeng's speed was indeed faster than Ling Yun's. Now that the distance between them was more than 2 kilometers, no matter how fast the golden dragon spear was, it would be like an arrow at the end of its flight by the time it reached Long Tianfeng. Ling Yun, are you done yet? Long Tianfeng roared angrily. However, when he saw Panyang Lake in front of him, his eyes lit up and his spirits lifted. Yi Tianshui's guess was right. Long Tianfeng chose to escape to the north. His target was Poyang Lake. Here, he could make use of the geographical advantage and use the water to effectively block Ling Yun's golden dragon spear. Then, he could take the opportunity to kill Ling Yun. Don't run. Didn't you say you wanted to beat me up? Come back and fight me for 3,000 rounds. Ling Yun chased after him. He had also seen Poyang Lake. A faint smile appeared in his eyes. He had already guessed Long Tianfeng's intention. Was Ling Yun afraid of water? Of course not. Not to mention, he had a bundle of high-grade water trap talismans. Even if he didn't, Ling Yun still had the omnipotent water control technique. Just like the golden the Arch Berserk Dragon Slash, if Ling Yun used the omnipotent water control technique at the pinnacle of Qi Cultivation Stage 6, he wouldn't be afraid of Long Tianfeng even under the surface of Poyang Lake. However, Ling Yun's divine energy was depleted after flying for more than 100 kilometers. He had no choice but to burn his divine energy again. With Long Tianfeng's current strength, Ling Yun wouldn't be able to break through his defense even if he used the golden the Arch Berserk Dragon Slash, even if he didn't burn his divine energy to the pinnacle of Qi Cultivation Stage 6. Fortunately, Ling Yun had tens of thousands of drops of divine energy between his eyebrows. Even though he had used a few thousand drops that night, it was far from 1/10 of his total. Therefore, Ling Yun didn't care. Moreover, after the devil subduing convention and the battle with Long Tianfeng, Ling Yun had completed the pinnacle of Qi Cultivation Stage 3. He didn't need to train anymore. He could focus on breaking through to the mid-stage of Qi Cultivation Stage. When that time came, the speed of condensing divine energy would double. That was Ling Yun's biggest advantage. In the blink of an eye, Long Tianfeng had arrived above the center of Poyang Lake. The dragon qi on his body shone brightly, causing a shocking phenomenon to appear again. In the Poyang Lake, innumerable big fishes leaped out of the water, forming schools, chasing after his figure. In the sky, there were even innumerable white cranes flying, densely packed, covering the sky and the moon, also flying in the night sky. Hee, you're in my territory now. Ling Yun, let's see how you're going to fight me. Long Tianfeng chuckled as he dove down. Boom. The waves of Poyang Lake surged. Long Tianfeng's body turned into a long rainbow and plunged into Poyang Lake like a golden dragon. This is such an exciting plot. Brothers, where are your recommendation votes and monthly votes? Please vote, Elder Boo's official WeChat account, Boojing3721, or search for Boojing directly. Please add me as a follower to discuss the plot. Thank you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. Is this your territory? Haha, I'm afraid not. Ling Yun saw Long Tianfeng dive into the water, but he wasn't in a hurry to attack. Instead, he hovered 100 meters above the lake and laughed to himself. Under the control of Ling Yun's divine will, a golden dragon that was more than 3 meters long coiled around a 3-meter-long dragon spear. It danced in the air within a 50-meter radius of Ling Yun like a real golden dragon. This was the Golden Emperor Berserk Dragon Slash. Now that Ling Yun had ignited his divine essence, it possessed terrifying power. The most important thing was the golden dragon. After it manifested, it didn't matter which weapon it coiled around. Sabers, spears, swords, halberds, anything would do. The most important thing was that the golden light that formed the golden dragon spear was formed from the energy of the golden spine on his back. The 26 vertebrae of his spine were connected to the tiny golden dragon in his magical energy center. After absorbing the dragon energy from the Forbidden City for 600 years, they had all turned into a pure gold color. The hardness of each bone far exceeded that of gold. They were no different from godly gold. That was why the dragon spear formed from the energy of the spine could easily break through Long Tianfeng's defense. Originally, after absorbing 600 years of dragon energy from the Forbidden Palace, Ling Yan had sensed a shocking change in his spine. It was very abnormal. That was because every cell in his spine was filled with terrifying energy and could transform into battle at any time. It was just that he hadn't had the chance to test it out. He didn't need to use this technique in the first half of the Devil Subduing Conference. In the second half of the battle against the Xianxia Palace on Mount Longhu, Ling Yan was focused on cultivating his divine yang cultivation technique, so he didn't have time to use it. Who would have thought that after the Devil Subduing Conference ended, Long Tianfeng would come looking for trouble with him? Moreover, he even forced Ling Yan into a corner. After Ling Yan absorbed the 2 dragons formed from Long Tianfeng's dragon energy, he felt the terrifying energy start to overflow from his back. He took the opportunity to use the Golden Emperor Berserk Dragon Slash. Without a doubt, if he didn't use the Divine Yang cultivation technique, Ling Yan's strongest killing technique would be the Golden Emperor Berserk Dragon Slash. Its attack power was simply too terrifying, and it was completely comparable to the peak of the first major realm of the Divine Yang cultivation technique. Ling Yan knew that he could defend himself against Long Tianfeng's full-force attack. Therefore, he wasn't worried about a sneak attack from Long Tianfeng. He stood calmly in the air, taking the opportunity to recover and observe the topography of Poyang Lake as well as the changes in the water flow. After Long Tianfeng dived into the water, the golden light around his body completely disappeared. He temporarily hid himself, and the surface of the lake was very calm. Metal and water elements? Ling Yan lowered his head and looked at the surface of the water. He thought to himself, this freak of the Long family is really heaven-defying. Not only is it a gold dragon, but it's also a water dragon. With Ling Yan's keen eyesight, he could tell that Long Tianfeng had both the metal and water elements. Furthermore, they were very pure. He was a metal dragon when out of water, and a water dragon when in water. No wonder it's called the indestructible true dragon body. It does have some skill. Ling Yan praised in his heart, but he began to use his eyesight to observe the situation under the surface of the lake. Although Poyang Lake was vast, it wasn't an ocean after all. The deepest part was only about 10 to 20 meters deep. The deepest part was only as deep as a 6-story residential building. However, even with Ling Yan's current cultivation, he couldn't see the bottom of Poyang Lake with his eyesight. There were several reasons for this. First, it was night time. The more you looked at the water, the darker it became. Secondly, the water in Poyang Lake was flowing. The water was surging under the water, and the deeper you went, the more turbid it became. Even in the daytime, ordinary people couldn't see the situation 1 meter below the water surface. Therefore, even if Ling Yan burned his divine vitality and temporarily possessed the strength of the peak of Qi cultivation stage 6, he could only see 7 to 8 meters below the surface of the water with his naked eyes. Any deeper and he couldn't see anything. It was the same with his eyesight and his divine sense. Ling Yan's divine sense had a range of 6,000 meters. This referred to the furthest distance he could detect in an open space without any obstacles. If it was in the water or in the mountains, it would be a different story. Under normal circumstances, the detection range of the divine sense in the water was only 1% of that in the wilderness. If Ling Yan stood beside a mountain and wanted to detect the situation inside, it would be at most 1,000th of the range. Furthermore, if it was a piece of spirit cultivation cosmos stone, Ling Yan's divine sense could only detect 1/10,000th of the depth, which was a little more than half a meter. This was the difference in the medium. Air, water, stone, and spirit cultivation cosmos stone. The difference in the medium had a huge difference in the detection range of the divine sense. Ling Yan's divine sense had a range of 6,000 meters, which was about 50 to 60 meters underwater. However, he couldn't detect Long Tianfeng's figure. He could only look with his eyes. It didn't matter that he couldn't see the bottom of the water because he still had another ability that he hadn't used yet. Yin-Yang Eye, open. Ling Yan activated the Yin-Yang harmony balance and the Yin-Yang Eye. He could see the topography and changes in the water clearly. He was staring at the place where Long Tianfeng had dived into the water. F***ck, where did that brat go? Nothing could hide from the Yin-Yang Eye, but Ling Yan still couldn't find Long Tianfeng. Of course, Ling Yan couldn't find Long Tianfeng because he had spells. Long Tianfeng used the hidden dragon escape technique as soon as he dived into the water. In fact, Long Tianfeng didn't run far after he dived into the water. He was right under Ling Yan's nose, but his realm was higher than Ling Yan's. He used the hidden dragon escape technique to hide himself, so Ling Yan couldn't find him immediately. Ling Yan naturally couldn't attack since he couldn't find his target. However, he wasn't going to stay idle either. After Ling Yan finished observing the topography and water, he swooped down and appeared 10 meters above the surface of Poyang Lake. Long Tianfeng, didn't you say you wanted to beat me up? Why are you hiding in the water like a tortoise? Ugh. He dived into the water and didn't dare to come out. This time, he really became a coward. Ha 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 ha. Ling Yan was very arrogant as he challenged Long Tian to a fight. The words that came out of his mouth were simply unbearable, and it immediately made Long Tian furious. Tortoise hiding in the water, ever since he was young. When had Long Tianfeng ever heard anyone call him that? In fact, Long Tianfeng was secretly observing Ling Yan after he dived into the water while Ling Yan was looking for Long Tianfeng. He transformed into a water dragon and concealed his dragon energy. The fishes and prawns around him naturally lost their target and started swimming around randomly. Nothing happened just now, but a shocking phenomenon occurred as Ling Yan landed near the water. However, it wasn't Long Tianfeng who caused the phenomenon this time. It was Ling Yan. Long Tianfeng was shocked to see that countless fishes around him, big and small, jumped out of the water and fought to be the first. They were actually worshipping Ling Yan. In the distance, hundreds of porpoises swam rapidly on the surface of the water and rushed towards Ling Yan. When they got close, they began to jump out of the water and worship Ling Yan. It was the same in the water and in the sky. Tens of thousands of white cranes flew above Poyang Lake, but they lost their target after Long Tianfeng dived into the water. However, they soared into the sky again when Ling Yan arrived. They flapped their wings and circled Ling Yan above Poyang Lake, letting out countless crane cries. Long Tianfeng was too familiar with this phenomenon. Descendant Dragon, Long Tianfeng, who had seen the Descendant Dragon phenomenon since he was young, was completely numb to it. At this moment, he was shocked to the point of no return. Any animal that swam in the water, flew in the sky, and especially the birds that lived near the water, had the genes of a dragon in their blood. As the saying goes, one must seek good fortune from a dragon. As long as one was lucky enough, they would have the chance to transform into a dragon. However, Long Tianfeng knew the secrets of the Long family and knew too many things related to dragons. Those fishes and birds would indeed follow the true dragon, but they would only follow the true dragon. Now that he was in hiding, Ling Yan could still cause such a shocking phenomenon. This could only mean one thing. Ling Yan was also a true dragon, so, who was the true dragon? Long Tianfeng was furious and hateful at the thought of this. Coupled with the fact that he was being ridiculed by Ling Yan, his eyes were spitting fire. He was simply infuriated. Ling Yan, I will definitely kill you. Boom, on the surface of the calm Poyang Lake, a huge wave suddenly appeared. The wave reached more than 10 meters high. This was Long Tianfeng's water dragon technique, the overturning seas and rivers technique. In the blink of an eye, the waves that were more than 10 meters high piled up into a huge wall of water. The waves behind pushed the ones in front and rushed towards Ling Yan from all directions. In an instant, the huge waves pierced through the sky. Haha, cowardly tortoise, you're really hiding here. Ling Yan laughed heartily. Without hesitation, he took out the golden dragon spear and used his divine will to stab at the surging waves. Tisk tsk, the golden dragon spear entered the water and stabbed towards Long Tianfeng. It disappeared in a flash. The speed was too fast. Clang 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 clang. However, after the golden dragon spear entered the water, it was as if it had stabbed into steel. It was blocked instantly, and its speed became extremely slow. Long Tianfeng had his reasons for putting the golden dragon spear into the water. Now, all the water of Poyang Lake around him could be used by him. It was not only his weapon, but also his shield. Long Tianfeng knew that once he appeared, Ling Yan would kill him. Therefore, he had already used the water to set up layers of defense. Even though the water above his head was still water, it seemed to have condensed into a thick steel shield. Withdraw. Seeing that his attack was ineffective, Ling Yin immediately used his divine will to withdraw the golden dragon spear. It wasn't that the golden dragon spear couldn't pierce through, but that it was useless. The speed was so slow that Long Tianfeng could easily dodge it. After withdrawing the golden dragon spear, Ling Yin immediately soared into the sky and dodged the crashing waves. He looked down and said with a smile, "Cowardly tortoise, you're still not coming out? Looks like you've made up your mind to play with me in the water?" Elder Bu's official WeChat account, Bujing3721, or search for Bujing directly. Please add me as a follower to discuss the plot. Thank you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. Ling Yun, don't talk nonsense. Come down if you have the guts. Long Tianfeng heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the defense he set up with the lake water was effective. He no longer concealed himself and spoke to Ling Yun telepathically. You coward, come out if you can. Ling Yun was hovering 30 meters above the lake. He wasn't in a hurry. Come down if you can. Rascal, do you really think I don't dare to come down? Ling Yun wasn't afraid of the monstrous waves. He was toying with Long Tianfeng to his heart's content. Hee, even if you don't dare to come down, I still have a way to deal with you. Long Tianfeng sneered. Suddenly, he began to activate his martial arts. Waves surged, and from the huge water wall that was more than 10 meters above the surface of the lake, 12 lifelike water dragons suddenly rushed out. Under the moonlight, they reflected a bright white light. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws at the same time. This was Long Tianfeng's main purpose for coming to Poyang Lake. These water dragons weren't formed from his own dragon energy. They were formed purely from the lake water and were controlled by Long Tianfeng's divine will. Their attack power wasn't much different from the dragons formed from his dragon energy. The 12 water dragons were twice as many as before. However, Long Tianfeng was able to control them with ease because his cultivation level had increased and he had the geographical advantage. Ling Yun, keep sucking, fill yourself to death. Long Tianfeng was very pleased. As a result, he was immediately dumbfounded. He was so shocked that he couldn't speak anymore. I wouldn't want such a lousy dragon even if you gave it to me. Ling Yun chuckled as he used the Arctic ice technique effortlessly. In the blink of an eye, the 12 water dragons were frozen into ice blocks. F***ck, Long Tianfeng was on the verge of tears. Never in his wildest dreams would he have imagined that Ling Yun would have such a trump card. He couldn't help but ask Ling Yun how many more trump cards he had. Long Tianfeng was about to cry. What the F***ck? At this time, Long Haoqian and Long Tianxing of the Long family, as well as the 3 members of the Yi family, as well as Yi Xingchen, had already arrived in the air above Panyang Lake. The 6 of them were still divided into 3 groups, standing in 3 different directions above Panyang Lake as they continued to observe the battle. That exclamation was naturally from Yi Tianxue. He couldn't help but be even more shocked than Long Tianfeng. What are they doing? An ice sculpture art exhibition? This thing is definitely worth a lot of money. Long Tianfeng muttered, venting his shock, because the scene was just too heaven-defying. At this time, the surface of Poyang Lake was divided into 2 layers. One layer was the calm lake water in the distance, and the other layer was the center of the lake where Long Tianfeng was. A 10-meter-high water wall suddenly appeared, and it was still surging and piling up. Its surface area had reached a terrifying 50-meter radius. On top of the water wall, 12 bright water dragons rushed out. At this moment, all of them were frozen. They looked lifelike, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. The ice crystals were dazzling, and the dragon eyes, dragon whiskers, dragon scales, and dragon claws were all too real. Yi Tianxue, if you want it, I'll give you one. Ling Yin laughed. He heard Yi Tianxue's exclamation, so he waved his palm without hesitation. A powerful palm wind was released, and an ice dragon immediately flew towards Yi Tianxue. Ling Yun, this guy, really has a leisurely mood. Yi Qingxin couldn't help but shake her head and smile when she saw the ice dragon flying over. Her beautiful eyes flashed. Xingchen, I'll give you an ice dragon too. Ling Yun did the same and sent another ice dragon flying towards where Yi Xingchen was standing. Wow, this is so fun. Seeing that Ling Yun was unharmed and had the upper hand, Yi Xingchen's childishness was aroused. she used her astral vortex. The moment the ice dragon entered her astral vortex, it immediately spun along with the astral vortex as if it had come to life. Ice crystals sparkled and danced around Xianxia. These two people really make me speechless. Yi Tianshui raised his hand to his forehead. He couldn't bear to watch, but he didn't want to miss such a rare sight either. He immediately released his palm and watched Yi Xianxia play to her heart's content. Yi Tiandu, if you dare to look at my wife again, I'll beat you up too. Ling Yun couldn't help but laugh and scold when he noticed Yi Tiandu's actions. Ling Yun, get down here. Seeing that the water dragon he conjured was even more useless against Ling Yun and was even given to Yi Tianshui and Yi Xianxia as a gift, Long Tianfeng flew into a rage. While the few of them were having a good time, the two from the Long family on the other side were really too helpless. Long Haoqian, of course, knew the strength of his precious nephew. He saw that Long Tianfeng had successfully lured Ling Yun to Panyang Lake and thought that Long Tianfeng would definitely have the upper hand with the help of Panyang Lake's water. Who knew that Ling Yun would be even more relaxed and use a new trump card? Uncle, how many trump cards does that brat Ling Yun have? This is too heaven-defying. Long Tianqing frowned and shook his head. Looking at Ling Yun's arrogant look, he really wanted to help his brother beat him up. To be able to freeze Tianfeng's 12 water dragons with a single thought is indeed impressive. However, Ling Yun doesn't dare to enter the water. Ling Yun was simply a professional at slapping people's faces. This time, when he heard Long Tianfeng telling him to enter the water, his figure flashed and disappeared into the night sky without hesitation. Boom! The next moment, Ling Yun had already rushed into that monstrous wave. Coward, I'm coming. Ling Yun didn't forget to inform Long Tianfeng with a smile as he entered the water. He definitely had to enter the water. Otherwise, if Long Tianfeng didn't come out from the water and Ling Yun couldn't break through Long Tianfeng's defense in the air, there would be no way to fight. Even though Ling Yun entered the water with a smile on his face, his eyes began to turn serious the moment he entered the water. That was because the huge wave created by Long Tianfeng's overturning rivers and seas technique was simply too shocking. It was like a tsunami, and the huge impact caused his body to sway unsteadily like a small boat in a stormy sea. You really dare to court death? Die. Long Tianfeng had been waiting for this moment. He rose from the bottom of the water and rushed into the huge wave that he had created. Then, he swung his fist at Ling Yun. Boom! Long Tianfeng's fist was not hindered by the water at all. Instead, it was even faster and faster than when he was in the air. Flowing water. Ling Yun saw Long Tianfeng's fist turn into a water arrow and arrive in front of him at lightning speed. Without hesitation, he used the omnipotent water manipulation technique and teleported in the water to avoid the arrow. This, Long Tianfeng was dumbfounded again, teleportation in the water. That was originally his own patent, okay? How did Ling Yun do it? Actually, Ling Yun didn't have to use the flowing water technique. His dragonfish phantom ability was also fine. Since it was called the dragonfish phantom ability, it was naturally more suitable in the water than on land. However, Ling Yun had the intention to use Long Tianfeng to practice his 5 elements god-slaying technique. Of course, he couldn't miss such a good opportunity. Whoosh! Long Tianfeng's figure disappeared on the spot. The next moment, he appeared in front of Ling Yun again. This was his dragon concealment technique. Boom, boom. Long Tianfeng threw 2 consecutive punches at Ling Yun's face. The waves were no obstacle to him. They were even faster than in the air. Unfortunately, Ling Yun's movement technique was even faster. Whoosh, whoosh, he teleported twice and dodged all of them. Ling Yun was still adapting to the water. He wasn't in a hurry to fight Long Tianfeng. Water prison imprisonment. Long Tianfeng was furious. He ignited his dragon essence and activated his divine sense to use the dragon imprisonment technique. All of a sudden, Ling Yun felt that the water within a 10-meter radius had condensed into a gigantic cage. The water was shining brightly, trapping him inside. Furthermore, it was squeezing him from all directions. What a good technique. Ling Yun smiled faintly. After praising it, he suddenly activated his divine sense and shouted, "Water gate wide open." There was a heavenly gate in the sky, an earth gate on earth, and a water gate on water. The omnipotent water manipulation technique, the water gate wide open technique, was specially designed to deal with such trapping techniques. Ling Yun didn't care about the other parts of this water prison. He only cared about the left side. With a roar, the water prison that had shrunk to 3 meters in circumference dissipated in the blink of an eye. A huge door appeared in the water, and Ling Yun passed through it, easily escaping the confinement range. F***ck, Long Tian was so angry that he wanted to curse out loud. Never in his wildest dreams would he have imagined that Ling Yun would be able to use more techniques than him in the water. Not only were there more, but they were also more effective. Cloud summoning rain. Long Tianfeng used another killing technique in his rage. The water around Ling Yun and the huge waves all turned into the shape of flying daggers. They pierced towards Ling Yun from all directions. It's useless. Ling Yun smiled faintly. The darking energy in his body flowed out of his body, and the surrounding water temperature dropped to -10 degrees Celsius. All the water around him was frozen. It was frozen again, just like how the golden dragon spear couldn't penetrate Long Tianfeng's defense. Those flying daggers couldn't penetrate Ling Yun's ice shield at all. Long Tianfeng was about to go crazy. He was at his wit's end. It wasn't that he didn't have enough tricks up his sleeves, but that Ling Yun had too many. It was simply unbelievable. Long Tianfeng, you can't play with water. With a smile on his face, Ling Yun provoked the other party again. It's my turn now, isn't it? Ling Yun roared. After saying that, he opened his arms in the water and waved them in Long Tianfeng's direction. Boom 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 boom. The countless streams of water around Ling Yun surged violently towards Long Tianfeng, forcing him to retreat continuously. Long Tianfeng, remember, this move is called Raging Waves. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Then, 12 water dragons appeared in the water that Ling Yun controlled. They were lifelike and rushed towards Long Tianfeng, wrapping around his body. This move is called Water Entanglement. Clang! The golden dragon wrapped around the crimson gold dragon spear and appeared in front of Ling Yun again. Go! Golden Emperor Berserk Dragon Slash. God Vanquishing Kill, Old Boer search for Boojing directly. Please add me as a follower to discuss the plot. Thank you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. The 9th killing technique had 10 moves, and the God Vanquishing Kill was the 9th move. Originally, Long Tianfeng was pushed back by Ling Yun's raging waves. However, he was only hit but not injured. He was shocked because he realized that after Ling Yun used the raging waves, he actually couldn't break through the wall of water. The water had actually turned into a real wall of iron and steel. That was why he could only retreat. Following that, Ling Yun used a trapping technique from the omnipotent water manipulation technique called the omnipotent water entanglement. The 12 dragons were also water dragons, but they were very small. They were like living ropes that rushed out of the wall of water and bound Long Tianfeng tightly. However, Long Tianfeng wasn't afraid because his realm was too high. As long as he used his divine sense, he could shake off all the water dragons and escape easily. However, he saw Ling Yun take out the golden dragon spear before he could do so. Long Tianfeng was horrified. Long Tianfeng still had lingering fears about this golden dragon spear because he knew that Ling Yun's golden dragon spear could easily break through his defense. Long Tianfeng originally thought that the water was his territory and his world. No matter how many trump cards Ling Yun had, he would be invincible as long as he borrowed the power of the water to attack and defend. Who knew that Long Tian would be so wrong? After Ling Yun entered the water, the two of them engaged in a fierce battle. He realized that Ling Yun's water manipulation techniques were endless. There were even many techniques that he had never seen or heard of before. Obviously, since Ling Yun could manipulate water, the power of his golden dragon spear in the water wouldn't be inferior to that on land. Poyang Lake was Long Tianfeng's territory, and it was also Ling Yun's territory. Break it. As the saying goes, once bitten, twice shy. Long Tianfeng panicked when he saw Ling Yun take out the golden dragon spear. He shook his body, and the 12 water dragons were immediately shattered. Without hesitation, he rushed into the sky from the water. Too late. Ling Yun used 2 ultimate techniques just now for this last move. How could he let Long Tianfeng escape so easily? Water and sky connect. The moment he took out the golden dragon spear, he used another ultimate technique of the omnipresent water control technique called Water and Sky Connect. He waved his hand through the air, and countless streams of water condensed above Long Tianfeng's head. It was as if they were completely solidified, firmly blocking Long Tianfeng's charging figure. Qi. In the blink of an eye, the golden dragon spear had already stabbed forward. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of Long Tianfeng. It was too fast. Long Tianfeng's guess was right. Ling Yan could control water after entering the water. After he could control water, the speed of the golden dragon spear in the water was also faster than in the air. At this critical moment, Long Tianfeng could only lay down layers of defense in front of him, using the water to block the dragon spear. At the same time, he aimed at the golden dragon spear's momentum and swung his palm down with all his might. Clang clang clang. This time, the golden dragon spear pierced through the water barrier that was more than a meter thick. In the end, it was slapped downward and pierced through Long Tianfeng's right leg. Qi. The golden dragon spear's momentum didn't stop. It suddenly rushed out of the huge water wall and flew 100 meters above the surface of Poyang Lake. The golden dragon spear was stained with blood. The spear tip and the spear shaft were stained with Long Tianfeng's golden blood, which splattered all the way into Poyang Lake. Countless fish chased in the water without a care for their lives. That was because it was close to the blood of a true dragon. It was extremely beneficial to them. Bang! After being injured again, Long Tianfeng was completely enraged. He suddenly burned 300 drops of dragon essence and punched out with both fists, shattering the water wall that Ling Yan had pushed over. This time, let's see who can save you. Even though injuries were rare for Long Tianfeng, he didn't care. That was because the injuries weren't fatal and didn't affect his ability to fight. Taking advantage of the golden dragon spear flying away, Long Tianfeng didn't run away. Instead, he advanced. He wanted to use this rare opportunity to kill Ling Yan at all costs. Whoosh, smooth like flowing water, Ling Yan teleported in the water, and his figure descended once again. In the blink of an eye, he sank to the bottom of the lake. That was because he couldn't go anywhere else. All other directions were locked by Long Tianfeng's powerful qi. There was nowhere to run. However, Ling Yan didn't need to be saved. He stepped on the sand and stones at the bottom of the lake and suddenly stomped his feet. Boom, 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 boom. A series of loud booms resounded from the bottom of the lake. More than 10 mud walls drilled out of thin air, layer after layer. They were very dense, and they blocked Ling Yan behind them. Yellow Spring's Earth Emperor technique. The 5-elemental god-slaying skill was terrifying. The Golden Emperor Berserk Dragon Slash was invincible. The Myriad Water Control technique was ever-changing. The Yellow Springs Earth Emperor technique was impenetrable. Boom, 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 boom. Long Tianfeng's fist aura arrived. He was extremely angry. With one punch, he shattered more than 10 mud walls. His figure suddenly flew forward in the muddy water, and he headed straight for Ling Yan. Crash! Finally, Long Tianfeng's fist smashed into a huge human-shaped ice wall. That ice wall shattered inch by inch, and there was no one behind it. Ling Yan had long disappeared. Qi, qi, qi. The golden dragon spear that was surrounded by the golden dragon spear came back. It was even more ferocious and faster than before. It was still the god-vanquishing kill, hidden dragon escape technique. With no other choice, Long Tianfeng could only escape through the water again. Then, he rushed into the sky and flew out of the lake, towards another place. After Ling Yan used another trump card, Long Tianfeng knew that it would be extremely difficult to kill Ling Yan here. He didn't hesitate to change his location. Hee, don't run. Didn't you want to play with me in the water? Only then did Ling Yan rush out of the water. He also came to the sky above the lake and chased after Long Tianfeng. Once again, their speed reached the limit. Long Tianfeng intentionally lured Ling Yan to the Dragon Lake to harm him. At the same time, he had expended a lot of energy and was already injured. He wanted to seize the opportunity to catch that black water dragon and drink its blood to replenish his energy. Poyang Lake was very big. From the sky, it looked like a huge gourd. From north to south, it was more than 100 kilometers long. From east to west, the widest part was more than 50 kilometers. The place where the two of them fought just now was the center of the lake. Now, the direction that Long Tianfeng was escaping towards was the Dragon Jade Mountain on the east side of Poyang Lake, near the Twin Dragon Pagoda. The speed of the two of them was too fast. Flying in the air, they took less than half a minute to cover a distance of more than 20 kilometers. Very quickly, Long Tianfeng arrived near the Twin Dragon Pagoda. He made a turn in the air and dodged Ling Yan's golden dragon spear. Then, he dived into Poyang Lake and immediately used the hidden dragon escape technique to disappear without a trace. The location that Long Tianfeng chose was very clever. It was not far from the waters around the Dragon Lake. As long as Ling Yan dared to enter the water, he would definitely have a way to force Ling Yan into the Dragon Lake. Long Tianfeng, are you going to be a coward again? Are you going to fight or not? If you don't dare to fight, then just come out and admit defeat. I don't have time to play with you here. Ling Yan arrived in an instant. Naturally, he saw the place where Long Tianfeng entered the water. However, he didn't enter the water. Instead, he stopped 200 meters in the air and continued to challenge Long Tianfeng. Frankly speaking, Long Tianfeng looked like a hothead, but he was actually very smart when it came to fighting. He used strategy and tactics very well. He was also very cunning. If it was anyone else, they would have been tricked by him. Unfortunately, his opponent was Ling Yan. Ling Yan was a grandmaster of spell formations, so he had a deep understanding of the mountains, rivers, and veins of the earth. He knew that there were mountain ranges, veins of the earth, and veins of water. Mountains were dragon veins, and veins were dragon caves. Rivers, lakes, and seas were all water veins. In the eyes of ordinary people, places like rivers and lakes were called dragon lakes. As for the sea, it was basically where the eye of the sea was. In the cultivation world, flood dragons, evil dragons, and other aquatic creatures would choose to hide in the dragon lake before they could truly transform into dragons. Ling Yan came to the sky. With one glance, he knew that this was the location of the dragon lake of Poyang Lake. In fact, this was a harbor called the Twin Dragon Harbor. It wasn't located in the center of the lake, but near the eastern shore of Poyang Lake. The water in other places wasn't deep, and the surface was very calm. However, this was the only place where the water was turbulent. Under the surface of the water, there were even more turbid waves. There was a place that was so deep that one couldn't even see the bottom. The water there was constantly spinning. The water was abnormally dangerous. Long Tianfeng is really cunning. He actually wants to trick me into entering the Dragon Lake. Ling Yan laughed coldly in his heart. He couldn't help but shake his head. He almost turned around and left. Poyang Lake was the largest freshwater lake in China. There was definitely an evil dragon residing in the Dragon Lake of this lake. Ling Yan really didn't want to enter the Dragon Lake before he reached the pinnacle of Qi Cultivation Stage 9. In this battle with Long Tianfeng, Ling Yan had the upper hand except for that punch after Long Tianfeng broke through to the next realm. He was the one chasing. At most, he wouldn't fight. There was no need to fight with Long Tianfeng in such a dangerous place. Ling Yan scolded Long Tianfeng and couldn't be bothered to expose his scheme. Just as he was about to leave, his expression changed and he stopped. Eh? Something's not right, Ling Yan's eyes flashed because he felt a familiar aura. That aura came from the bottom of the lake. It was very weak and almost undetectable, but Ling Yan still captured it. Whoosh! Ling Yan swooped down from a height of 200 meters and landed on the surface of the lake. That aura became much clearer in an instant. Ling Yan's eyes suddenly lit up. It was the aura of a Jiao dragon with a hint of Xian Huang immortal spiritual energy. It's Little Black. Little Black had successfully transformed into a Jiao dragon with the help of the Earth Emperor's book. Ling Yan had even ridden on its back before. Ling Yan recognized it immediately after combining the two auras. Whoosh! Ling Yan dived into the water without hesitation after sensing Little Black's aura. However, he didn't go near the Dragon Lake. Instead, he stayed at the periphery. He dived into the water to further confirm his senses. Boom! Long Tianfeng was waiting for this moment. He didn't care why Ling Yan suddenly dived into the water. As long as Ling Yan dived into the water, that was enough. Art of overturning rivers and seas. In the blink of an eye, huge waves were set off around Ling Yan and pushed him towards the Dragon Lake. Kaboom! At the same time, huge waves were set off on the surface of the water where the Dragon Lake was. A black Jiao dragon that was dozens of meters long emerged from the huge waves. It shook its head and wagged its tail. Its head was headed towards Ling Yun. Little Black. Ling Yun used his divine sense to scan the area. He was sure that the black Jiao dragon was Little Black. In the sky, Long Haoqian and Long Tianqing from the Long family didn't hesitate to dive down when they saw the black Jiao dragon. First, regarding the description of Poyang Lake, other than the storyline, everything else was very realistic. The Twin Dragon Pagoda was the Twin Harbor Pagoda of Poyang Lake, and the Dragon Pond of Poyang Lake was right there. Furthermore, the Shizhong Mountain was mentioned in the previous chapter. Poyang Lake was 18 meters deep. Old Bu had already looked up this information. If anyone was interested, they could go to Baidu. Secondly, Old Bu had to rush to Shanghai today. The day after tomorrow, he would go to Japan to participate in the Qidian Writers' Salon. It would take him 9 days to go back and forth. He might not be able to guarantee the update time, but he would at least guarantee 2 pages a day. Lastly, such an exciting plot would definitely require monthly votes and recommendation votes. It was the last day of the month, so the monthly votes would be invalid. Old Bu's official WeChat account, Bujing3721, or search for Bujing directly. Please add me as a follower to discuss the plot. Thank you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. Literature Network, providing you with exciting reading. Long Haoqian and Long Tianqing descended at the same time to catch Little Black. This was a rare opportunity. Long Haoqian was at the peak of Qi Cultivation Stage 7, but he was displaying the strength of a Qi Cultivation Stage 8 expert. His speed was too fast. He was tall and slender, and he wore a green robe. His entire body was enveloped by a green light, and there was a lifelike green dragon spinning and dancing in the green light, releasing a powerful dragon's might. Long Haoqian came at an extreme speed, leaving Long Tianqing behind in the blink of an eye. He appeared 10 meters above Little Black and stretched out his hand. The green light in his palm shone brightly, and he aimed it at Little Black. After Little Black successfully transformed into a flood dragon, its spiritual sense was already unlocked. However, its current strength was equivalent to a cultivator at the peak of Qi Cultivation Stage 3. It could only escape into the water, not the air. Previously, it was chased by Long Tianfeng. Even though it was lucky enough to escape into the waters of Poyang Lake, it knew that this was someone else's territory. Therefore, it only hid here temporarily, not daring to enter the depths of the Dragon Lake. Originally, Little Hay wanted to hide here and recuperate. When it recovered, it would continue to go down the river and go straight to the East Sea. As long as the flood dragon entered the sea, it would be considered that it had passed the human tribulation and could hide in the sea to cultivate. All it needed to do was to pass the tribulation and turn into a dragon. However, Little Black and Ling Yun's fate seemed to be predetermined by the heavens. Ling Yun and Long Tianfeng fought from the Wind and Thunder Valley on Mount Longhu all the way to Poyang Lake, then from the center of Poyang Lake to the Dragon Pond. To Little Black, Ling Yun was definitely his benefactor. He could even be considered his master. After sensing Ling Yun's aura, Little Black was extremely happy. Even though he knew that he would be killed if he showed himself, he still rushed out of the Dragon Pond without hesitation. The Long family had more than 2,000 years of heritage. They cultivated the art of dragon control. As long as it was something related to dragons, be it dragon chi, dragon blood, dragon bones, or even a piece of dragon scale or a strand of dragon beard, they were determined to get it. Moreover, Little Black was a living flood dragon. As long as Little Black was captured and brought back to the Long family, it would be of great benefit to the Long family, regardless of whether it was raised or killed. This was the same principle that Ling Yun was using his pure yang qi to tame the golden-striped crow. Long Haoqian made a grabbing motion in the air, and a huge green palm print instantly appeared. In the blink of an eye, it grew to a size of 10 meters and enveloped Little Black in the water. Go back. Ling Yun had already seen Long Haoqian's dragon subduing technique when he was in the Yan Garden in Beijing. He had seen Long Haoqian easily suppress the violently shaking dark lock dragon trap formation with his own eyes. Therefore, Ling Yun knew that Long Haoqian's grab was no small matter. If Xiao He was captured by him, it would be impossible for him to rescue him, so he decisively stopped him. Ling Yun circulated the yin-yang harmony balance in a frenzy. Two yin-yang true qi chains shot out and wrapped around Long Haoqian's green hand. The two yin-yang true qi chains were like 200-meter-long pythons under the control of Ling Yan's divine will. In the blink of an eye, they entangled Long Haoqian's green hand completely. Then, Ling Yan yanked. TSK. At the same time, Ling Yan took out the green shadow flying sword and the yin-yang aura sword. They shuttled around his body like lightning, and in the blink of an eye, they completely shattered the wall of water that was as hard as steel. Dragon rising to the heavens. With a roar, Ling Yan's slender figure soared into the sky from the huge waves. Then, he made a turn in the air and pounced towards Little Black in the water. At this moment, nothing else mattered. The most important thing was to save Little Black. Facing the three top masters of the Long family, Ling Yan could only rush to Little Black's side to protect it. Clang! At this moment, the folding fan in Long Tianqing's hand arrived. It spun rapidly and slashed at Ling Yan's shoulder. This was Long Tianqing's all-out attack after he had rested his energy. It actually broke through Ling Yan's defense, cut through his battle dharma robe, and left a wound on Ling Yan's shoulder. Scram! Ling Yan was furious. He immediately took out the man-ruler seal and flew into the air. It quickly expanded to a size of 30 feet and rotated rapidly, temporarily blocking Long Tianqing's painted dragon fan. Rumble! Long Tianfeng's figure appeared in the huge waves. He used the dragon escape technique, and like a bolt of lightning, his burly figure streaked across the water. He was not looking for Ling Yan, but for Little Black. In the blink of an eye, the battle for luck between the Long family and the Ling family had turned into a battle for the dragon. Long Tianfeng, don't even think about it. Ling Yan roared, and the golden dragon spear materialized. In the blink of an eye, it appeared beside Little Black. The tip of the spear shone with golden light, and it was aimed at Long Tianfeng. Seeing the golden dragon spear, Long Tianfeng's heart shook. After a moment of hesitation, he immediately stopped and did not dare to rush forward. Little Black, enter the Dragon Lake first. The current situation was that Ling Yan was facing the three top masters of the Long family alone. He had no choice but to split his attention. It was already very taxing for him. At most, he could only stop them for a blink of an eye. Hee, Ling Yan, I didn't expect this black water dragon to be related to you. Since he is here, it is impossible for him to enter the Dragon Lake. Long Haoqian laughed, ignoring the giant hand that Ling Yan had used the yin-yang true qi chain to entangle. Suddenly, he waved his other hand, and another giant green palm appeared, grabbing at Little Black again. Chi. Ling Yan's green shadow flying sword and yin-yang aura sword flew quickly, cutting at Long Haoqian's green palm. As expected, the defense of the green palm was too strong. Ling Yan's two flying swords couldn't hurt it at all. Seeing that Little Black was about to be caught, Ling Yan was anxious. In a rage, he wanted to use the Divine Yang cultivation technique, but he had no other choice. Long Haoqian's strength was above Long Tianfeng's. Other than the golden dragon spear, Ling Yan could only use the pure Yang cultivation sword to break through the opponent's defense and cause substantial damage to Long Haoqian. Clang! At this moment, an emerald green flying sword flew across the sky. With just one sword, it pierced through Long Haoqian's green light palm print. Then, the huge flying sword rapidly shuttled back and forth, cutting incessantly. Soon, the green light palm print was cut into pieces. Humph. Following that was a delicate voice. The Long family is shameless. We agreed on a one-on-one, but now it's 3 against 1. Aren't you afraid of losing face if word of this gets out? Yi Qingxin made her move. At the same time, another purple flying sword flew across the sky and clashed with Long Tianfeng's painted dragon fan. It was Yi Tiandu. The Yi family wasn't afraid of the Long family. Yi Tiandu naturally couldn't ignore Yi Qingxin's attack on the Long family. Since Yi Qingxin was facing Long Haoqian, Yi Tiandu was facing Long Tianqing, and Yi Tianshui was eyeing them covetously. Ling Yan suddenly felt the pressure was greatly reduced. Boom, the man-ruler seal turned around and smashed at Long Tianfeng with a teleportation. Humph. Long Tianfeng was afraid of the golden dragon spear, but he didn't care about the man-ruler seal at all. He suddenly raised his hand and smashed the huge man-ruler seal into the air. Ling Yin didn't expect the man-ruler seal to hurt Long Tianfeng at all. His killer move was still the Golden Emperor Berserk Dragon Slash. Whoosh, the Golden Dragon Spear didn't defend anymore. It flew across the sky and stabbed at Long Tianfeng. Long Tianfeng was naturally prepared. He dodged with a teleportation and instantly dodged into the water. Whoosh, this time, Ling Yin finally found an opportunity. In a flash, he appeared above Xiaohei and stood directly on its body. Phew! Ling Yin let out a long breath and said to Xiaohei, "Xiaohei, don't become so big. Shrink a little." Before a flood dragon truly transformed into a dragon, apart from stirring up waves in the water, the only thing it could do was change its size. However, the bigger its body was, the bigger its attack power and range would be. Little Black was preparing to fight just now, so it became so big. However, the bigger the body, the bigger the target. The dragon race's defense was heaven-defying. It was fine against ordinary people, but in the eyes of the three people from the Long family, it was simply a live target. Ling Yin couldn't protect it, so he made it smaller. After being chased for thousands of miles, Xiaohei was very excited to meet Ling Yin again. It knew that Ling Yin was protecting it, so it couldn't help but let out a dragon roar. Then, it obediently shrank to 5 to 6 meters long. Yes, that's it. Ling Yin nodded with a smile on his face. He immediately opened the Mixed Elements Unitary Energy Shield, which covered Xiaohei's body. You don't need to fight next. Just follow me closely. Ling Yin used his divine will to make the Golden Dragon Spear spin rapidly around the Mixed Elements Unitary Energy Shield to prevent Long Tianfeng from attacking in the water. Only then did Ling Yin notice the dozen or so wounds on Xiaohei's body. His skin was torn, and his bones were visible. Dragon blood was still seeping out of those wounds. Ling Yin frowned slightly and said, "Xiaohei, why are you here? Who hurt you?" Xiaohei let out a sorrowful cry and turned its body. Its head faced the place where Long Tianfeng was in the water, and it kept roaring angrily. It was Long Tianfeng. Ling Yin immediately understood what was going on. At the same time, he had a vague feeling that something was wrong. He was very smart. In an instant, he connected the dots between the Long family, Xianxia, the Yangtze River, and Poyang Lake. Then, he completely understood. The Long family must have gotten some clues about Xiaohei through a secret report. Then, they sent Long Tianfeng to Xianxia to capture it. That was why Xiaohei was chased here. So, it wasn't that the Long family didn't want to fight. They arranged for the battlefield to be outside of Beijing, Ling Yin thought to himself. Everything is peaceful in Beijing, but the Long family has done so many things against me in the dark. They secretly added fuel to the fire during the Devil Subduing Conference. They sent Long Tianfeng to capture Xiaohei. Then, what about Long Tianqing, Qingshui City? Ling Yan's heart started to race when he thought of that. Ever since Ling Yan's rise, he had only stayed in two places for a long time, Qingshui City and Beijing. When he was in Beijing, the Long family took the opportunity to send people to Qingshui City to investigate his past. That was very normal. Who was the most suitable person for Long Hauran to send people to Qingshui City? Long Tianqing. Ling Yan's heart was racing. He wasn't worried about anything else. He was worried about the huge rock that had sunk into the crater. Green dragon out at sea, damn, so the Long family is biding their time in Beijing. They sent Long Tianqing to Qingshui City to investigate my old nest. Ling Yin suddenly raised his head. His handsome eyes shone brightly as he looked at Long Tianqing, who was fighting with Yi Tiandu. His heart was filled with apprehension. Did Long Tianqing steal my green dragon out at sea? Old Buor, you can search for my pen name Bu Jing. Please add me and follow me to discuss the plot. Thank you, everyone, for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. Also, today is the first day of November. Old Bu is asking for monthly votes from everyone. I will update 500,000 words in 45 days. Even though only 20% of the 60,000 subscribers are left, I believe that these 10,000 brothers are loyal fans of martial god Long Huang. As long as you are around, Old Bu will have the confidence and motivation to bring martial god Long Huang back to the top. Mobile users, please browse M-Reading for a better reading experience. Ling Yin was burning with anxiety at the thought of this. He couldn't wait to fly back to Xianxia City and check the crater to see if his green dragon out at sea was still there. While Ling Yan blamed himself for his carelessness, he couldn't help but complain. When he left Xianxia City for the second time and rushed to Beijing, it wasn't that he didn't think of changing the location of the green dragon out at sea. After all, the crater was too eye-catching. Any ancient martial arts practitioner who went to Xianxia City would definitely go there to check it out. However, there were 3 reasons that made him give up on that idea. First, the matter between the Ling and Chao families in Beijing was too urgent. At that time, not only was Ling Yan's father Ling Xiao missing, but there were also 10 lives of the Chao family waiting for him to save. The second reason was that the green dragon out at sea was too heavy. Ling Yan's spatial ring was too small at that time. Based on his realm at that time, he would have to mobilize a large number of people to get the green dragon out at sea out of the crater. That would attract the attention of people with ulterior motives. The last reason was also the most important reason that made Ling Yan give up on moving the green dragon out at sea. Naturally, it was the order from the leader that no ancient martial arts practitioner from Huaxia was allowed to enter Xianxia City. Otherwise, the Heavenly Team and Dragon Team would hunt them down to the end. Ling Yan's days in Xianxia City were indeed very leisurely. No ancient martial arts practitioner dared to cause trouble for him in Xianxia City. This obviously affected Ling Yan and made him lower his guard. However, others might obey that order, but the Long family definitely wouldn't. Long Haoran didn't care about anyone's opinion when he wanted to investigate Ling Yan. Moreover, the person he sent was Long Tianqing. With Long Tianqing's realm, who could find him if he didn't want to show himself in Xianxia City, Long Tianqing stayed in Xianxia City for almost half a month. Even Bai Xianer couldn't find out that he went to Xianxia City. Whoosh, Yi Xingchen flew down and appeared beside Ling Yan. Her face was full of concern. Ling Yan, you're injured. Are you all right? Ling Yan knew that Yi Xingchen was worried about the injury on his shoulder, so he smiled and said, "Don't worry, it's just a superficial wound." Even though Ling Yan had been ambushed by Long Tianqing and his shoulder was stained with blood, his defense was extremely strong. Long Tianqing's painted dragon fan was like an arrow at the end of its flight after breaking through his defense. It only left a 7 to 8 centimeters long wound on his shoulder. Ling Yan sent a telepathic message to Yi Xingchen. "Xingchen, listen to me. You don't have to worry about the battle here. Leave now and find a place with no one around. Contact Edward, Paul, and Chester and ask them to bring Xiao Mimi and Tai Xiaohu back to Xianxia City immediately. Then, go to the crater on Dragon Mountain and see if my green dragon out at sea is still there. Xiao Mimi knows the location of the crater, and Tai Xiaohu knows what the green dragon out at sea looks like. If the green dragon out at sea is still there, let the 3 blood breeds guard it day and night until I return to collect it. If it's no longer there, let them inform me immediately, so that I can plan ahead." Yi Xingchen was a little surprised and asked telepathically, "Green dragon out at sea? Isn't that the stone you bought at Yudingshan? Is it very important?" Ling Yan's expression was solemn. "Very important. It has something to do with dragons." Yi Xingchen didn't want to leave. She scanned the battlefield around her and asked worriedly, "What about you?" "Don't worry. Since the Yi family has already made a move, they won't just sit back and do nothing. The 3 from the Yi family are more than enough to deal with Long Haoqian and Long Tianqing. I can deal with Long Tianfeng with ease." Seeing that Yi Xingchen still didn't want to leave, Ling Yan had no choice but to reveal his trump card. "You really don't have to worry about me. If the 3 from the Long family really push me too far, I have a killer move that will kill them all in Panyang Lake." Yi Xingchen's beautiful eyes sparkled. "Really?" "Yes, definitely, definitely." "Then I'm leaving." Yi Xingchen knew that with her current strength, facing Long Haoqian and Long Tianfeng from the Long family wouldn't be of much help to Ling Yan. Instead, she might even be a burden to him. Therefore, after hearing that Ling Yan had more important matters to attend to, she decisively left. Her figure flashed into the sky, then she used the meteor moon stride and quickly left the waters of Panyang Lake. "Tianfeng, come out." At this moment, Long Haoqian's 2 green palm prints had been completely destroyed by Yi Qingxin's flying sword. Seeing that Ling Yan had already protected Little Black, he knew that if he couldn't defeat Ling Yun, he wouldn't be able to capture this black flood dragon, so he decisively stopped. After saving Little Black, Ling Yun instantly thought through everything. From the time he arranged for Xianxia to leave, it had only been a dozen breaths' time at most. During this time, Long Tianfeng hid in the waves and tried to sneak attack Ling Yun several times, but because he was afraid of Ling Yun's golden dragon spear, he didn't make a move. When Long Tianfeng heard his uncle call for him, he suddenly leaped out of the lake and arrived beside Long Haoqian in the blink of an eye. His eyes were fixed on Ling Yun and Little Black below, unable to restrain his anger. At this time, the battle between Long Tianxing and Yi Tiandu had also stopped. The two of them were evenly matched, and neither of them had any killing intent towards the other. It was really boring to fight for so long, so they stopped. To the Long family, the true enemy was Ling Yun, not the Yi family. The moment Long Tianfeng emerged, Yi Tianshui immediately flew down and arrived beside Ling Yun. He said to Ling Yun with a grin, "How was it? Nice, right?" Ling Yun glanced at him and said disdainfully, "What are you showing off for? It's not like you did anything." Yi Tianshui immediately flew into a rage. *CK, that's because I didn't have to do anything. Our Yi family has never liked to bully the weak with numbers. Yi Tianshui was implying something. Long Tianfeng was furious when he heard that. He raised his hand and pointed at Yi Tianshui. "Damn fatty, what do you mean by that?" Although Long Tianfeng didn't care about the Yi family helping Ling Yun, he was already unhappy. Now that he was provoked by Yi Tianshui, he directly wanted to start a fight. After Yi Qingxin brazenly attacked, the situation was already very clear. There were 3 people from the Long family, and a total of 4 people from Ling Yun and the Yi family. The two sides were temporarily in a stalemate. Looking at Yi Qingxin opposite him, Long Haoqian had a complicated look in his eyes. He was a little helpless as he frowned and said, "Little Yi, it seems that you are determined to become enemies with the Long family by doing this?" Long Haoqian and Long Haoran were biological brothers, but he was older than Long Haoran by 10 years. Although he was of the same generation as Yi Qingxin, he was much older than Yi Qingxin, so he was like an elder. The Long family and the Yi family had no enmity, and they had a good relationship in the past, so Long Haoqian was very depressed. Yi Qingxin couldn't be bothered to explain. She said indifferently, "Whether we are enemies or not doesn't matter. I can't stand you bullying him with numbers." "Haha, little Yi, you're being biased. Tianxing and I only attacked to catch the black Jiao dragon. We didn't help Tianfeng deal with Ling Yun." Long Haoqian knew very well why Yi Qingxin would help Ling Yun. It was definitely not as simple as the Long family bullying him with numbers. This was because the previous generation of the Long family knew that Yi Qingxin liked Ling Xiao back then. The two of them were about the same age, and they were truly a match made in heaven. However, because Yi Qingxin spent most of her time cultivating in Shushan and rarely returned to the capital every 3 to 5 years, she missed out on a great marriage with Ling Xiao. Yi Qingxin was extremely talented and had been different from others since she was young. She liked Ling Xiao, but she had never expressed it. After knowing that Ling Xiao had fallen in love with Yin Qingxian, she didn't feel any jealousy or hatred. Of course, she didn't even have the time to be jealous. This was because when the relationship between Ling Xiao and Yin Qingxian came to light, the Ling family case also happened. Ever since that incident, Yi Qingxin hated the Long family. She couldn't even be bothered with her own brother, Yi Qingfeng. For more than a decade, she had been cultivating in Shushan in seclusion and rarely returned home to visit. Now that Yi Qingxin was helping Ling Yun, it was obvious that she was protecting Ling Zhao's son. "Little Yi, ever since we found traces of the black Jiao dragon near Xianxia, we sent Tianfeng to capture it. Tianfeng has been tracking the black Jiao dragon for half a month. Our Long family was determined to capture it, but it escaped into the dragon pool. It was not easy for it to reappear, so I had to subdue it. But that kid Ling Yun insisted on stopping me. What else can I do?" Long Haoqian's words were reasonable. Moreover, he was very patient and humble, so Yi Qingxin couldn't refute him. But Yi Qingxin couldn't refute him, but Ling Yun could. He suddenly smiled brightly and said, "I'm really sorry. I stopped him because the black Jiao dragon is mine." Long Haoqian smiled slightly. He lowered his head and looked straight at Ling Yun. He suddenly asked, Ling Yun, let me ask you. On the 15th day of the 7th month, on a cloudy day, were you the one who stirred up the yen garden? This question was very skillful. He said the time and place, but he was vague about what happened. Of course, he was hiding it from the Yi family. But Ling Yun understood immediately. It was me. Since the Long family and the Ling family were enemies, Ling Yun naturally couldn't be bothered to hide it and admitted it. Long Haoqian put his hands behind his back, his eyes shining. He nodded and said, very good, good move. Long Haoqian said good move because he couldn't find Ling Yun's hiding place at that time. That night, Senior also had a good move. Ling Yun couldn't help but praise Long Haoqian when he thought of how easily he suppressed the dragon trapping formation. It's nothing. Long Haoqian shook his head indifferently. He raised his hand and pointed at the black dragon under Ling Yun's feet. In a negotiating tone, he said, Ling Yun, the Long family is determined to get this black Jiao dragon. As long as you are willing to hand it over to me, how about we go our separate ways tonight? Ha 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 ha, Ling Yun couldn't help but burst into laughter. He shook his head decisively and said, impossible. This is my dragon. How can I hand it over to the Long family? Long Haoqian wasn't angry. He spread his hands and said indifferently, if that's the case, then we can only decide who's better. However, how long do you think you can resist if Tianfeng and I attack you at the same time? This sentence was obviously a threat. Ling Yun didn't fall for threats. His expression turned cold as he said indifferently, the Ling family and the Long family don't seem to have any unresolvable feud. I advise you not to do that because I'm afraid you will lose your lives. Ling Yun directly threatened back. Yi Tianxue raised his hand to his forehead. He really couldn't take it anymore. Among all the people he knew, there wasn't a single person who dared to speak to Long Haoqian like that. Elder Bu's official WeChat account, Bujing3721, or directly search for my pen name Bujing. Please add me and follow me to discuss the plot. Thank you, everyone, for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. I will send the second update, and continue to ask for monthly votes. Who was Long Haoqian? He was the guardian of the Long family and was known to be invincible in the ancient martial arts world. His bloodline wasn't as strong as Long Tianfeng's. Among the previous generation of the Long family, his cultivation aptitude was at most above average. However, he had been obsessed with cultivation since he was a child. He studied all kinds of formations and Taoist techniques. He had never married. Before the age of 35, Long Haoqian had challenged all the geniuses of the same generation from the great hidden families and ancient martial arts sects, and had never lost a single battle. After the age of 35, he had secluded himself to cultivate, and had almost stopped caring about the affairs of the world. Now, he had even reached the peak of Qi refinement stage 7. One had to know that among the four major powers in Huaxia's capital, the Long family, the Yi family, the Heavenly Group, and the Dragon Group's four leaders, Long Haoren, Yi Qingfeng, Zhou Wenyi, and Zhao Xingwu, were only at the peak of Qi refinement stage 6. In the end, it was such a person who proposed to team up with Long Tianfeng, who was at the pinnacle of Qi cultivation stage 6, to attack Ling Yun. However, Ling Yun told him not to do so because he was afraid that they would both die. Yi Tianxue couldn't help but remind Ling Yun that he only had a slight upper hand when he fought with Long Tianfeng for so long. Now, Long Tianfeng and the even more ferocious Long Haoqian were fighting. Why the f***ck did he say that he was afraid that they would both die? There was no need to brag like that, okay, not to mention Yi Tianxue, even Yi Qingxin couldn't help but take another look at Ling Yun after hearing his words. There was a hint of rebuke in her beautiful eyes. She also felt that what Ling Yun said just now was too arrogant. It was simply too unreliable. Yi Qingxin naturally knew that Ling Yun still had a trump card that he hadn't used yet. However, she had seen the power of Ling Yun's pure yang celestial sword. She had a certain evaluation of that shocking sword. That sword might have severely injured the two Kunlun celestials, but it might not have been able to severely injure Long Tianfeng or Long Haoqian. Not to mention the fact that both of them had skills that allowed them to dodge the sword. Even if one of them chose to take the sword head-on, he would still be severely injured. However, the other person could focus on attacking Ling Yun with all his might. Long Tianfeng had already successfully broken through Ling Yan's defense just now. If Ling Yan attacked one person with all his might, how many moves could he take from the other person? This guy, it seems like he knew that I would help him. That's why he dared to say that. Yi Qing thought about it and finally came to this conclusion. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel a little angry. Even Yi Qingxin thought so, which made Long Tianfeng even angrier. He pointed at Ling Yan and said, "Arrogant boy, do you know who you are talking to? Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue?" "I know, I'm talking to your uncle." "Anyway, he's your uncle, not mine." If he was my uncle, I would have beaten him up a long time ago." Ling Yan looked at Long Tian's enraged expression and smiled faintly. There was nothing wrong with Ling Yan's words. Ling Yan's words weren't wrong, but Long Tianfeng didn't seem to know who Ling Yan's uncle was. Therefore, when Long Tianfeng heard Ling Yan's last sentence, he automatically thought that Ling Yan wanted to beat his uncle, Long Haoqian. Long Tianfeng was furious. "Uncle, don't pull me back. You don't have to do anything. I want to fight with him now and teach him a lesson for you." Long Tianfeng was afraid of Ling Yan's golden dragon spear, but that was because he was in a higher realm. He didn't want to fight with Ling Yan, but it didn't mean that he didn't have the strength to fight. How could he care so much now that he was in a rage? Even if he had to risk being stabbed by Ling Yan's golden dragon spear twice, he wanted to punch Ling Yan a few dozen times. It was just a battle of life and death. It was just a matter of who couldn't take it anymore. Moreover, Long Tianfeng still had a powerful trump card that he hadn't used yet. As he spoke, Long Tianfeng was about to fly up and fight with Ling Yan. Unexpectedly, Long Haoqian stopped him and said with a faint smile, "Tianfeng, why are you angry?" Ling Yan was talking about his uncle, not me. That uncle of his. He does deserve to be beaten, maybe even killed. Long Haoqian immediately sent a telepathic message to Long Tianfeng. "Tianfeng, don't use your reverse scale dragon's fury before you bathe in dragon blood again unless your life is in danger." As the saying goes, dragons have reverse scales. Long Tianfeng had the indestructible true dragon body. The reverse scale dragon's fury was similar to Ling Yan's dragon elephant divine force. It could increase his combat power by 8 times in a short period of time. Oh. Long Tianfeng wasn't afraid of anything, but he respected Long Haoqian very much. After Long Haoqian stopped Long Tianfeng, he turned his head and looked Ling Yan up and down. Suddenly, he smiled. "Ling Yan, when I said that I would join forces with Tianfeng to fight you, I was just saying one possibility for you to evaluate it yourself." Just now, Long Haoqian said that he was threatening Ling Yan, but he wasn't. After Yi Qingxin made her move, both sides were in a stalemate. Long Haoqian only mentioned one possibility in order to make Ling Yan think it over and hand over Little Black obediently. This was because Ling Yan's performance at the Devil Subduing Conference had completely proven his strength. Long Haoqian knew that even if he really joined forces with Long Tianfeng, they wouldn't be able to kill Ling Yan. At most, they could force him away, but that would only cause endless trouble for the Long family. Because Ling Yan had suffered a great loss, he would definitely kill his way into the Long family for revenge in the future. With Ling Yan's methods, how many people in the Long family could withstand him killing alone? Moreover, Ling Yan wasn't alone now. He already had a powerful force. Not to mention the rapidly changing Ling family, he had Yi Xingchen, Bai Xianer, Wang Chongxiao, and the 5 loyal blood clan slaves. If Ling Yan brought these people to kill his way into the Long family, how many people in the Long family could survive after a battle of life and death? Ling Yan seemed to be alone, but it wasn't because he didn't have any power. It was just that his fierce subordinates just happened to be absent. Moreover, Yi Xingchen had mysteriously left just now, so Long Haoqian naturally thought that she had gone to call for help. Long Haoqian was now very wary of Ling Yan's power, so he wanted to avoid aggravating the conflict as much as possible. "But I didn't expect you to say something like that. Since that's the case, even if I have to risk my reputation as a bully, I have to exchange a few blows with you. Otherwise, if word of this gets out, people will really think that we uncle and nephew were scared off by a single sentence from you." Long Haoqian shook his head. Then, ignoring Ling Yan's reaction, he turned to Yi Qingxin and asked with a smile, "Lil Yi, it's not too much for me to exchange a few blows with Ling Yan now, right?" Yi Qingxin didn't say anything. Long Haoqian knew that Yi Qingxin had tacitly agreed to this, so he didn't waste any more words. He turned to Ling Yun and said, "Ling Yun, do you dare to make a bet with me?" Ling Yun smiled and asked, "Of course I do." "What kind of bet?" Long Haoqian pointed at Blackie and said with a smile, "Let's use this black Jiao dragon as the wager. If I can't beat you within 30 blows, then you win, and this black Jiao dragon will belong to you. But if I'm lucky enough to beat you by half a blow, then this black Jiao dragon will belong to my Long family. What do you think? This suggestion of yours is fine." Ling Yun nodded with a smile, expressing his approval. Then, he frowned and said, "But, isn't 30 a little too much?" Long Haoqian stared at Ling Yun and asked calmly, "Then how many blows do you want?" Ling Yun grinned and also raised 3 fingers. "In my opinion, how about 3? Long Haoqian's expression immediately turned extremely ugly, and there was already a hint of anger in it. Long Tianfeng wanted nothing more than to tear Ling Yun apart alive. He roared, "Ling Yun, you're too shameless. Don't you have any shame?" Yi Tianxue flew away from Ling Yun's side, his face full of disdain. "Ling Yun, 3 blows? I'm speechless. Oh my god, how did I get to know a friend like you?" Yi Qingxin's pretty face was also covered in frost. She felt that Ling Yun was getting more and more out of hand. He had no bottom line at all. She almost walked away. Seeing this, Ling Yun suddenly scratched his head and said with some embarrassment, "Maybe I didn't express myself clearly just now and everyone misunderstood me. When I said 3 blows, I meant that if I can't beat him within 3 blows, then I lose. Did I express myself clearly enough now?" Instantly, the whole place fell silent. Only the sound of running water could be heard. This was especially so for Yi Tianxue, who almost fell to the ground after hearing Ling Yun's words. He really couldn't stand Ling Yun's pretentiousness. He felt indignant. "Ling Yun, what's the point of doing this?" Ling Yun couldn't be bothered with other people's reactions. He only smiled at Long Haoqian. "How about it? If I can't beat you within 3 blows, then I lose. Do you dare to accept my challenge?" Ha 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 ha, Long Haoqian laughed heartily and suddenly landed on the water surface. "Of course I accept it. How can I not accept such a good deal? Then let's begin." Boom, after saying that, Ling Yun suddenly burned 360 drops of divine energy. Then, he crazily mobilized the golden immortal spiritual energy in his body and poured it into his sea of consciousness between his eyebrows. In the blink of an eye, the golden immortal spiritual energy filled the space between Ling Yun's eyebrows. It was so much that it couldn't be contained anymore. Then, it began to collapse and compress inwards, becoming smaller and smaller. Primordial condensation technique. Ling Yun burned his divine energy and temporarily possessed the realm of the peak of Qi Cultivation Stage 6. With this realm, he used a new technique, primordial condensation technique. However, this primordial condensation technique didn't condense divine energy but immortal spiritual energy, pure gold, shining with golden light. There was only 1 drop, but 1 drop was enough. Boom, Ling Yun immediately burned this drop of immortal spiritual energy. A huge amount of immortal spiritual energy instantly exploded in his sea of consciousness between his eyebrows. Using this terrifying immortal spiritual energy, Ling Yun took out the sword in his sea of consciousness between his eyebrows. That sword shone with golden light and was surrounded by 9 golden dragons. After it came out from between his eyebrows, it instantly grew to a length of 3 feet. However, that was as far as Ling Yun could go. Dragon King Sword, once the dragon. King Sword was out. It seemed to become the master of heaven and earth. The surrounding air froze, the water in Poyang Lake froze, and even the entire heaven and earth froze. In the vast heaven and earth, there was only this sword left. Long Haoqian resisted the urge to kneel down and worship. He forced himself to raise his head and look at the sword. Then, he was blinded by the dazzling golden light. Oh my god! This is? Kill! With a single thought, the Dragon King sword suddenly appeared and pierced through Long Haoqian's chest in the blink of an eye. Under the sharpness of the Dragon King's sword, all of Long Haoqian's defenses were like window paper. Long Haoqian fell backward into the water. Return! Whoosh! The Dragon King's sword shrank instantly and went back into the space between Ling Yun's eyebrows. Why do I need 3 moves to defeat you? 1 move is enough. Ling Yan's entire body shone with golden light, as if he was the emperor of this heaven and earth. This sword was earth-shattering. Elder Bu's official WeChat account, Bujing3721, or directly search for my pen name Bujing. Please add me and follow me to discuss the plot. Thank you, everyone, for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. Ling Yan surprised everyone once again. He didn't use the pure Yang celestial sword or the golden dragon spear. Instead, he used a new trump card, Dragon King's Sword, 600 years of the Dragon King's Qi from the Huaxia Forbidden City, the Emperor Brush's Golden Immortal Spiritual Energy, and the Earth Emperor's Book's Black-Yellow Immortal Spiritual Energy. As soon as the Dragon King's magic sword appeared, the blazing golden light illuminated the area within a radius of 3,000 meters. The water around the dragon pond of Poyang Lake sparkled with golden light. Especially when it became 3 feet long, it seemed to have frozen time and space. The golden light was so dazzling that no one except Ling Yun dared to look at it. Instead, they had an urge to worship it, including the 3 from the Long family and the Yi family. This was the new trump card that Ling Yun told Ji Xingchen. It was an invincible killer move. Of course, it consumed a lot of energy. Just to condense that drop of immortal core, Ling Yun had used up almost a third of the golden immortal spiritual energy in his body. This was because the Dragon King's sword was a quasi-Dao weapon. It occupied Ling Yun's sea of consciousness. He couldn't activate it with his divine sense, which was at the pinnacle of Qi cultivation stage 6. However, it was worth it to save Little Black and intimidate the Long family. The golden immortal spiritual energy consumed wasn't even 1/10,000th of what the Emperor Brush had obtained from the heavenly Dao. All in all, it was much better than using the Dragon Elephant divine force. He didn't have to worry about being unable to suppress his realm and causing the heavenly tribulation. After the battle with Long Tianfeng, Ling Yun had a good grasp of the Long family's techniques and trump cards. He couldn't be bothered to waste any more time. He wanted to end the battle as soon as possible. That was why he used this earth-shattering sword. Uncle! Long Tianfeng was the first to react. He saw Long Haoqian's chest pierced by Ling Yun's sword and fell into the water. He was so anxious that he couldn't care less about anything else. He dove into the water and used the hidden dragon escape technique to grab Long Haoqian's body. Then, he flew out of the water. Long Haoqian's body was drenched in sweat. His injuries were extremely heavy, and he had completely fainted. His face was like golden paper, and he was not breathing at all. There was a large hole in his right chest that had been pierced by the Dragon Emperor's magic sword, but there was no blood flowing out. The piercing wound did not look like it was pierced by a sword, but by a laser beam. Boom. Long Tianfeng's body suddenly blossomed with a blazing golden light. Astonishing dragon qi completely enveloped him and Long Haoqian. He continuously channeled that tyrannical dragon qi into Long Haoqian's body, wanting to preserve Long Haoqian's life. Immediately after, he opened his mouth and spat out a dozen or so dragon blood pills. He pinched open Long Haoqian's mouth and placed them all in. Then, he used his own dragon qi to forcefully dissolve the medicinal power of the dragon blood pills. He urged the medicinal power to disperse into Long Haoqian's dantian and 8 extraordinary meridians. Don't worry, your uncle is only in a coma. He won't die. Ling Yun used the Dragon Emperor's magic sword to intimidate the Long family, not to kill. Therefore, he was very careful and only injured Long Haoqian and made him lose the ability to fight. After all, the battle between the Long family and the Ling family was only about winning and losing. It was far from a life-and-death battle. Since the Long family didn't gather all their strength to hunt Ling Yun down, Ling Yun naturally wouldn't kill the core members of the Long family and create an irreconcilable enmity with them. However, even though he showed mercy, he had no choice but to injure Long Haoqian and make him lose the ability to fight. That was because, among the 3 people in the Long family, the one with the highest realm was injured. Someone had to take care of him or take him away. Then, Ling Yun would only need to deal with one person at most. At this moment, Ling Yun wasn't idle either. He took the opportunity while Long Tianfeng was treating Long Haoqian to treat Little Black. It was much easier to treat Little Black. Ling Yun used a dozen or so level 6 healing talismans on Little Black's wounds. Then, he shouted, "Come," and the wounds on Little Black's body were all healed. Ling Yan sent a telepathic message to Little Black. Little Black, let's not stay near the Dragon Lake. Let's leave this region of water first. At this moment, Ling Yan had been standing on the surface of the Dragon Lake for half a day. Even though his divine sense couldn't detect the situation in the Dragon Lake, he could clearly feel movement at the bottom of the lake. There was a terrifying aura being released from there that made Ling Yan feel uneasy. There were living creatures there. With Ling Yan's current strength, it wasn't that he couldn't afford to provoke them. However, it wasn't the time for him to explore the various dangerous regions yet. He was occupied with worldly affairs now. Little Black raised its head and wagged its tail. It let out a cheerful cry and immediately swam away from the surface of the Dragon Lake with Ling Yan on its back. Oh my god, what happened just now? At this moment, Xianxia finally broke free from the shock and horror. He quickly scanned the situation in front of him and asked blankly. This was because when the Dragon King sword appeared, Xianxia couldn't even open his eyes due to the piercing golden light. Even his divine sense seemed to have lost its function. He could only rely on his instincts to float in the air. When he opened his eyes again, Long Haoqian's condition was unknown. He was in Long Tianfeng's arms being treated, and Ling Yan and Little Black had just left the Dragon Lake. Ling Yan severely injured Long Tianfeng's uncle with a single sword. Yi Tiandu regained consciousness slightly earlier than Yi Tianxue. However, Yi Tiandu's shock towards Ling Yan's shocking sword was far greater than Yi Tianxue's. This was because when the Dragon King sword appeared, Yi Tiandu's purple flying sword actually shrunk into a small dot and entered his body. It went into hibernation on its own. One sword, 10,000 swords went into hibernation. What exactly was that sword that Ling Yan took out at the end? One sword? Just one move? Yi Tianxue asked again in shock. Yi Qingxin's pretty face was solemn. She shook her head and said. That wasn't one move. It was just a casual stab. Yi Tianxue was completely speechless. He turned his head and stared blankly at Ling Yan, who was on the surface of the water in the distance. He thought to himself that this guy was really a demon. That was because he couldn't help but mock Ling Yan and advise him to hold back and not blow his own trumpet. In the end, the one who was ruthlessly slapped in the face was actually himself. F***ck, how many trump cards does that guy have? He actually managed to injure Long Haoqian with one move. Doesn't that mean that he's already invincible in Beijing? Yi Tianxue couldn't help but exclaim. The Raging Thunder Blade, the Pure Yang Celestial Sword, the Golden Dragon Spear, and the Dragon King Sword. That night, Ling Yan consecutively used his terrifying trump cards. Each was more heaven-defying than the last. How could the three members of the Yi family not be shocked? Actually, there was really no other way. Throughout the night, the enemies that appeared were stronger than the last. Ling Yan couldn't possibly hold back his trump cards just because the enemies were strong. I can't say that I'm invincible, but from today onwards, no matter whether it's the Long family or any other forces, they can no longer bully the Ling family with their high and mighty attitude. Yi Qingxin shook her head again, but she couldn't help but smile in relief. It was only at this moment that she finally confirmed that the Ling family was indeed qualified to be on the same level as the Long family and the Yi family. From today onwards, they would only be looked up to by others. Unless they were blind, it would be very difficult for anyone to shout about killing the Ling family. No wonder that brat dared to ignore Long Haoqian even though he knew that Long Haoqian could defend against his Pure Yang Celestial Sword and Golden Dragon Spear. That sword was really too terrifying, Yi Qingxin thought to herself. Brother, take uncle away from here first. Don't come back. After frantically treating Long Haoqian, Long Tianfeng realized that his life was indeed not in danger. It was just that he would need to recuperate in the next 1 or 2 years. Finally, he was slightly relieved and handed Long Haoqian over to Long Tianxing. Long Tianxing didn't say a word. He had been carefully guarding the two just now, afraid that Ling Yan would take the opportunity to attack. However, he realized that Ling Yan had no intention of pursuing them. After Long Tianxing received Long Haoqian, he looked at his younger brother and said to him through secret voice sending, Tianfeng, I know you are very angry now, but such a big thing has happened. No matter what, we have to report it to father first, and then wait for him to discuss it with the family before making a decision. Long Tianxing was calm in the face of danger. He could guess what his brother wanted to do, so he advised him before leaving. Stop talking nonsense and leave quickly. I know what I'm doing. Long Tianfeng was already impatient. He urged Long Tianqing to leave. Tonight, this black dragon no longer belongs to us. If you can fight, then fight. If you can't, then leave quickly. I'll wait for you at the lower reaches of the Yangtze River for an hour. After an hour, whether you win or lose, you have to rush over to meet me. Long Tianqing reminded his brother one last time before carrying Long Haoqian and quickly flying away. After watching Long Tianqing leave, Long Tianfeng finally turned his head and glared at Ling Yun. His eyes were like golden lamps, spewing golden flames. Seeing this, Ling Yun chuckled and said, "Why, are you going back on your word?" Long Tianfeng glanced at Little Black and said sternly, "Of course I keep my word. This black dragon belongs to you." Then, he raised his hand and pointed at Ling Yun. "But your life belongs to me." Boom! In the next moment, Long Tianfeng finally used his trump card, the Long family's secret technique, Reverse Scale Dragon's Fury. The golden light on Long Tianfeng's body surged, illuminating the night sky for 3,000 meters around him. At the same time, he released a boundless and terrifying aura. His combat power surged by 8 times. Seeing this, Ling Yun's pupils suddenly constricted. His face was solemn. "Little Black, leave quickly. The further, the better. I have a way to find you later." At that moment, as the dragon energy on Long Tianfeng's body surged, Little Black was suppressed to the point where it could barely move. After hearing Ling Yun's words, it dived into the water without hesitation and rushed towards the center of Panyang Lake. Ling Yun had no choice but to let Little Black leave temporarily because the current Long Tianfeng could definitely kill Little Black in seconds. Long Tianfeng's aura rose steadily. He didn't care about Little Black's departure. Instead, he turned his head and looked at the 3 members of the Yi family. "Next, I want to fight Ling Yun to the death. If the Yi family still dares to interfere, don't blame me for treating the Yi family as my mortal enemy." Ha 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 ha, Ling Yun suddenly soared into the sky. He rode on his sword and said proudly, "Long Tianfeng, don't worry. No one will interfere in our battle." The second day in Japan was very tiring, but he had to at least write 2 chapters tonight. Elder Boo's official WeChat account, Boojing3721, or you can search for my pen name Boojing directly. Please add me and follow me to discuss the plot. Thank you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. Whoosh! Ling Yun took out the human ruler seal, which expanded to a size of 30 feet. He let the human ruler seal float above his head as an additional layer of defense. Then, Ling Yun opened the mixed elements single energy shield, which covered a 3-meter radius, and released the Yin-Yang True Qi vortex and Yin-Yang True Qi chains to form a full defense. He knew that Long Tianfeng must have used a secret technique similar to the Dragon Elephant Divine Force, but even at this moment, he still didn't want to use it. Qi. Ling Yun's back glowed with a golden light, and the golden dragon spear appeared and revolved around Ling Yun's body. After that, Ling Yun activated the Divine Yang Cultivation technique. His body emitted tens of thousands of rays of white light, and his momentum wasn't any weaker than Long Tianfeng's. A pure Yang sword instantly formed in Ling Yun's hand. It was 3 meters long and 2 feet wide. The entire sword was condensed with pure Yang energy, and it emitted a blazing white light. "Auntie, you've helped me a lot tonight. Ling Yun can't thank you enough. Please don't interfere in my next battle with Long Tianfeng. I want a fair fight with him." At this time, Ling Yun looked at the 3 members of the Yi family and said to Yi Qingxin with a smile, "Ling Yun, if I'm not wrong, Long Tianfeng is using the Long family's trump card, the Reverse Scale Dragon's Wrath. It can increase his combat power by 8 times for a short period of time. You must be careful." Yi Qingxin wasn't in a position to intervene since both parties had already made their intentions clear. However, she still used telepathy to remind him. "I understand. Thank you for the reminder, Auntie. If you want to leave now, please do. If you want to watch the battle, you'd better retreat 3 kilometers away." Yi Qingxin nodded, knowing that an earth-shattering battle was about to erupt. She glanced at Yi Tiandu and Yi Tianshui, and then the 3 of them flew up into the sky, 2 kilometers above the surface of Poyang Lake. Then, they moved horizontally and retreated 3 kilometers away. It was impossible for them to leave just like that. Yi Tiandu and Yi Tianshui were not the only ones who wanted to watch such a battle. Ling Yun, why didn't you use that golden sword just now? How dare you look down on me? Long Tianfeng activated the reverse scale dragon fury secret technique, but he was in no hurry to attack. He glared at Ling Yun, and when he realized that his opponent had no intention of summoning the Dragon King sword, he was immediately dissatisfied. Ling Yun laughed loudly. Long Tianfeng, cut the crap. If I really wanted to kill you, I would have stabbed you once more. Why would I wait until now to fight you to the death? What Ling Yun said was the truth. Just now, when he activated the Dragon Emperor magic sword, if he really wanted to kill people, none of the 3 people from the Long family would be able to live. He could feel the attack power of the Dragon Emperor magic sword, and he knew that even if he fully activated the Dragon Elephant divine force and used 10 times the attack power, it still wouldn't be able to compare to it. Therefore, after heavily injuring Long Haoqian, he decided not to use it again. Humph, pretending to be generous? Long Tianfeng snorted coldly and shouted angrily, then don't blame me for being impolite. I won't hold back in this battle. He knew that Long Tianfeng was enraged and had taken out his trump card. If he held back, who would activate the secret technique to fight? He said faintly, do as you wish. Humph, you can't not use it even if you want to. At this moment, Long Tianfeng's reverse scale dragon's fury was fully activated. The dazzling golden light around his body had disappeared and turned into countless golden scales that covered his entire body. Golden light flowed along with his movements, making him look like a real golden dragon. Boom, Long Tianfeng didn't speak again. He didn't even make a move. In a flash, he appeared above Ling Yun and smashed his fist into Ling Yun's back. The terrifying fist force had long broken through the sound barrier and cut through the airflow. The air was torn apart, and there was a terrifying explosion. Ling Yun was already prepared. Without hesitation, he used fulgurating shadows and flashed away from his original position. However, he suddenly activated the human ruler seal and blocked Long Tianfeng's punch. Clang, Long Tianfeng's punch landed solidly on the man-ruler seal. The man-ruler seal, which was 30 feet in diameter, was sent flying. The sound of air explosions rang out continuously. In the blink of an eye, it appeared 500 meters away. This was 8 times Long Tianfeng's strength. The power was too terrifying. The moment the human ruler seal was hit, Ling Yun only felt a huge shock in between his eyebrows. It was as if he had been hit by a sledgehammer. After all, even though Long Tianfeng had used the human ruler seal, it was activated by Ling Yun's divine sense. Naturally, his sea of knowledge between his eyebrows suffered a heavy blow when the human ruler seal was blown away. However, this was only a normal situation for Ling Yun. He didn't suffer any injuries. Even though he had withdrawn the Dragon King magic sword, the celestial core energy in his sea of knowledge was still there. It could support him for a period of time. Ling Yun used the essence condensation technique to condense a drop of celestial core energy. However, that terrifying celestial core energy wouldn't disappear into thin air. That was Ling Yun's greatest asset in fighting Long Tianfeng. Naturally, it was the same for attacking. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used the Dragon Elephant divine force to fight Long Tianfeng one-on-one unless he was out of his mind. Hee, Long Tianfeng, even though we're opponents, I have to admit that you're really fierce. Humph. Long Tianfeng snorted angrily. Cut the crap. Now that your seal has been blown away by me, let's see how you're going to defend yourself. Before he finished his sentence, Long Tianfeng flashed again. 8 times the speed was too fast. In the blink of an eye, he appeared next to Ling Yun and punched him again. It was still Ling Yun's back, where Ling Yun's spine was. Ling Yun didn't dodge at such a fast speed. He couldn't be bothered to dodge either. He chose to take it head-on. His spine emitted a dazzling golden light as he received Long Tianfeng's terrifying punch. Boom! Long Tianfeng's golden fist force smashed through Ling Yun's mixed elements uniting law shield with ease. Then, it smashed into the golden light on Ling Yun's back. This kid was very vengeful. He was still angry that he couldn't break through Ling Yun's defense after breaking through to the next realm. Therefore, he hit Ling Yun's back with 2 consecutive punches. The terrifying golden fist collided with the dazzling golden light on Ling Yan's back, causing a deafening explosion. Boom! Long Tianfeng was forced to take a step back by the frightening recoil. Ling Yun, on the other hand, was blasted into the water by Long Tianfeng's eightfold punch. It was exactly where the dragon pond was located. He actually fell 30 meters into the dragon pond. Ling Yun was seeing stars, but he didn't suffer any substantial damage because of his celestial core force and the incredible defense of his spine. It was just that his opponent was too strong. Damn, this kid Long Tianfeng is really cunning. He chose the right angle to attack with 2 consecutive punches. He's determined to force me into the dragon pond. Ling Yan shook his head violently to calm himself down. He took the opportunity to release his divine sense to scout out the dragon pond. The bottom of the dragon pond was dark and bottomless. However, Ling Yan noticed that there were 2 fist-sized balls of red light glowing at the bottom of the pond. That was a pair of eyes staring at him fiercely. Ling Yan only needed to see that the distance between the 2 balls of red light was 30 centimeters. He knew that it was a gigantic creature. No offense. I'll be out immediately. Ling Yan sensed a trace of hostility in that pair of eyes. It seemed to be brewing anger. He immediately sent a message to the other party. It would have been better if Ling Yan hadn't sent the message. The moment he did, he saw the 2 balls of red light rushing towards him from the depths of the water. F***ck. The next moment, Ling Yan felt the water around him solidify. He couldn't move even if he wanted to. Damn, you're not going to let me off easily, are you? Ling Yan was furious. He slashed at the center of the 2 balls of red light that were getting closer and closer. The pure yang celestial sword was best at suppressing demons and evil spirits, so Ling Yan was fearless. Boom! A white light slashed right in the middle of the 2 balls of red light, causing the thing to stagnate for a moment. However, the next moment, Ling Yan saw the water below him churning violently. The 2 balls of red light were spewing red flames as they rushed towards him again. As the red light grew closer, Ling Yan finally saw the shape of the monster clearly. It was indeed a red water dragon. Its body was so huge that its head was the size of a car tire. It had a pair of rugged dragon horns that were more than a meter long. It was at the stage where it could transform into a dragon at any time. Get the hell back here. Of course, Ling Yan wasn't afraid. He shouted and no longer used the pure yang celestial sword. Instead, he took out the Ling family's ghost divine willow. The divine ghost willow broke away from the Earth Emperor's book and rushed out from Ling Yan's energy center. It immediately grew bigger and turned into a 6-meter-tall tree. The crown of the tree was huge, and countless branches and leaves were gently swaying. A green luster was released, illuminating the entire dragon lake. In an instant, the water in the dragon pond returned to normal. Ling Yan regained his mobility. The ghost divine willow stood between him and the red water dragon as they stared at each other. The red water dragon was below the ghost divine willow. Its fist-sized red eyes stared at the ghost divine willow with a hint of fear. However, in the blink of an eye, it raised its head and let out an angry roar. Its eyes were blazing with red light, and its gigantic body that was dozens of meters long coiled around. It flipped over and swung its tail at the ghost divine willow. Boom! The red water dragon's gigantic tail slapped the trunk of the ghost divine willow violently. There was a loud bang, and the waves in the dragon pond surged. The ghost divine willow didn't move. What a joke! The ghost divine willow didn't even suffer any damage from the heavenly wrath lightning. This red water dragon hadn't even transformed into a dragon, so how could it move? Boom 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 boom. The red water dragon was instantly enraged. It continuously used its gigantic body to hit the ghost divine willow, stirring up the entire dragon pond. Hee, it won't work even if you die of exhaustion. With the crown of the ghost divine willow as a boundary, the evil dragon raged below, but the water above was calm. Ling Yan wasn't in a hurry to get out. He took the opportunity to waste the time of Long Tianfeng's secret technique. Seeing that the red water dragon really couldn't move the ghost divine willow, Ling Yan was completely relieved. He thought for a moment, and his heart suddenly moved. Ling Yan took out his devil's blade from the great void ring. The second update is here. There's no need to wait for the third update. We'll see tomorrow. Elder Boo's official WeChat account, Boojing3721, or you can search for my pen name Boojing directly. Please add me as a follower to discuss the plot. Thank you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. Ling Yan already knew that the Devil's Blade contained the soul of the Underworld Essence Dragon. 20 days ago, when Ling Yan was fighting the Yamata no Orochi, the soul of the Underworld Essence Dragon rushed out of the blade and swallowed the soul of the Yamata no Orochi. It helped Ling Yan out of his predicament and then went into a deep slumber. At this moment, the evil red Jiao dragon at the bottom of the dragon pond was much more ferocious than the Yamata no Orochi. It could transform into a dragon at any time. Ling Yan wanted to see if the underworld blood dragon's soul would be interested in the body of this red Jiao dragon. Indeed, the Devil's Blade trembled violently as soon as it appeared in the dragon pond. A faint dragon roar could be heard. Hey, there's a way! Ling Yan could already feel the will of the Underworld Essence Dragon. He was overjoyed. Boom! Very quickly, a dark red shadow rushed out from the blade of the Devil's Blade and circled around it. At first, it was only a square meter in size, but it quickly expanded and became more than 10 meters long in the blink of an eye. The soul of the Underworld Essence Dragon, the current Underworld Essence Demonic Dragon's entire body was dark red, and it faintly emitted a scarlet glow. It had 2 horns on its head, and its body had 4 legs. Each leg had 4 black claws, and the scales on its body were all scarlet in color. It was an illusory image, but it looked as if it had been painted by a literary artist. It was visible to the naked eye, and it looked very real. Roar! With a roar, the Underworld Essence Dragon's body doubled in size. In the blink of an eye, it was dozens of meters long. It shook its head and tail, looking extremely lifelike. Ling Yan could tell that this was the final form of the Underworld Essence Dragon after swallowing the soul and flesh of the Yamata no Orochi. Master. The moment the Underworld Blood Demonic Dragon appeared, its scarlet eyes immediately locked onto the red flood dragon that was wreaking havoc below. Its eyes sparkled, and one could tell that it was very excited just from the message it sent to Ling Yan. Go. Ling Yan smiled and nodded at the Underworld Essence Dragon. With a flash of scarlet light, the shadow of the Underworld Blood Demonic Dragon instantly passed through the 10-meter deep green lake water and appeared below the Divine Ghost Willow. The evil red Jiao Dragon and the Underworld Blood Demonic Dragon stared at each other in the deep waters below the Divine Ghost Willow. In fact, this evil red Jiao Dragon had already sensed the Devil's Blade the moment the Underworld Essence Dragon's soul rushed out of the blade. It had sensed the Underworld Essence Dragon's powerful draconic aura, but it didn't avoid it. Because it had also reached the dragonization stage, its dragon might was no weaker than the Underworld Blood Demonic Dragon's dragon soul. Furthermore, it was alive and had a real dragon's body. If an ordinary person saw it, they would think that it was a real dragon instead of a flood dragon. The cultivation of the dragon clan was the same as the cultivation of humans. There was no turning back on the path of dragon transformation. Either others were your destiny, or you became someone else's destiny. Of course, the red flood dragon knew that the Underworld Blood Demonic Dragon's soul wanted to take over its body, and it wanted to devour the Underworld Blood Demonic Dragon's soul. As long as the devouring was successful, the red flood dragon would no longer need to hide in this small dragon pond. It could directly transform into a dragon. When 2 dragons met, only one could live. Ling Yan was also very excited. He had completely forgotten about Long Tianfeng, who was outside the dragon pond. He activated his Yin-Yang God Eye to the maximum, waiting to see the Underworld Blood Demonic Dragon's battle. He saw that the Underworld Blood Demonic Dragon was still fine, but the red flood dragon's eyes were spewing fire. The huge red scales on its neck had all opened up and stood up, just like a rooster about to engage in a cockfight. Roar! Roar! Following that, 2 dragon roars erupted at the same time. The waves at the bottom of the dragon pond surged as the 2 dragons engaged in an intense battle. Because it was a battle between 2 dragons, this was a real battle. 2 huge dragon bodies tumbled violently in the water, entangling with each other in the blink of an eye. Because one was red and the other was scarlet, both of them were emitting light. Due to the intense tumbling, Ling Yan couldn't tell which was which. At the bottom of the dragon pond, the currents were turbulent and the waves tumbled. However, because of the suppression from the Ghost Divine Willow, the water flow was very calm in the area enveloped by the green light. Ling Yun was immersed in it, watching the battle between the two dragons with great interest. However, the water outside the ghost divine willow's light was a completely different scene. It was earth-shattering. Outside the dragon pond, other than the surface of the water within a 10-meter radius, there were already huge waves crashing against the shore. The momentum was simply too shocking. Moreover, following the start of the battle between the two dragons, dark clouds appeared in the originally clear night sky. They quickly gathered together, covering the sky and the moon, blocking the moonlight. This area of the water was so tightly covered that one couldn't even see their fingers in front of them. It's actually not dead yet? Long Tianfeng stood in the air, floating above the dragon pond. He expanded his divine sense to the maximum, trying to see what was happening in the dragon pond. At this moment, he could only see about 20 meters below the water surface. The powerful ghost divine willow actually blocked Long Tianfeng's divine sense. He couldn't penetrate it at all. Therefore, Long Tianfeng could only guess Ling Yun's situation based on the movements in the water. Only Ling Yun had entered the dragon pond, and there was such a huge movement in the dragon pond. Of course, that meant that Ling Yun was still alive. Humph, I knew you wouldn't be killed so easily. Long Tianfeng sneered and thought to himself, but this is just right. I'll let you guys fight for a while first. When both of you are injured, I'll go down and kill both of you. Long Tianfeng didn't use the reverse scale dragon fury technique in a fit of rage just to fight Ling Yun to the death. He spent so much effort to send Ling Yun into the dragon pond so that Ling Yun could scout for him. He would send Ling Yun to his death first, then he would enter the dragon pond to take advantage of the situation. Auntie, Long Tianfeng is really cunning. He said that he wanted to have a death match with Ling Yun, but he deliberately sent Ling Yun into the dragon pond. Judging from the intense movements in the water surface, Ling Yun's situation isn't looking good. Yi Tianxue observed the movements on the water surface from 2,000 meters in the air. He couldn't help but worry for Ling Yun when he saw the huge waves below. What do you know? Ling Yun has been down there for so long. If there were no movements, it would mean that something has happened to him. Now that there's such a huge commotion, it means that he's already fighting with the thing in the dragon pond. This proves that he has the strength to fight. Yi Tiandu glanced at Yi Tianxue and retorted. He didn't seem worried for Ling Yun at all. Yi Qingxin's pretty face was solemn as she nodded. They are indeed fighting, but it doesn't seem like Ling Yun is the one who caused it. Hearing Yi Qingxin's analysis, Yi Tianxue and Yi Tiandu turned their heads at the same time and exclaimed. Yi Qingxin frowned and continued, we saw the fight between Ling Yun and Long Tianfeng at the center of Poyang Lake just now. Both of them used their full strength then. Even though the commotion was shocking, it paled in comparison to what is happening now. Yi Qingxin extended her hand and pointed at the huge waves on the water surface. Look, those huge waves are more than 10 meters high. Even a 1,000-ton ship would be swallowed in an instant. Such huge waves are rising and falling within a radius of a few hundred meters. This can't be caused by Ling Yun at all. Furthermore, Yi Qingxin pointed at the sky above her head and looked at the layers of dark clouds above her. She said with a serious expression, the battle in the dragon pond has triggered a natural phenomenon. This isn't simple at all. Furthermore, Yi Qingxin lowered her head again and looked at the waters of the dragon lake. Did you guys notice that the area where Ling Yun entered the water, no matter how much water surged around him, the area of 10 meters around him remained calm? It was as if something had stopped that area. Oh my god, it's true. Yi Tianxue and Yi Tiandu exclaimed in astonishment after being reminded by Yi Qingxin. Long Tianfeng of the Long family is gifted. It's not just because of his unusual physique. He looks like a reckless guy, but in fact, he's smarter than Long Tianxing. He activated the reverse scale dragon fury secret technique. He knows that this secret technique can only last him 36 minutes at most. Now that he has the upper hand, he doesn't enter the water. He's betting that Ling Yun won't last 10 minutes in the dragon pond. So there are two results. Either Ling Yun dies in the dragon pond, or Ling Yun can't defeat the thing in the water and is forced to come out. Then, Long Tianfeng will chase after him and take advantage of the situation. At this point, Yi Qingxin took a deep look at Long Tianfeng and shook her head slightly. In any case, with Long Tianfeng, the younger generation of the Long family could indeed suppress the Yi family. If something happened to Ling Yun, the Long family would still be the dominant family in the future. Unfortunately, Yi Qingxin didn't know how to swim. If Ling Yun didn't come out, she couldn't help him even if she wanted to. Inside the dragon pond, 50 meters under the water. 15 minutes had passed since Ling Yun entered the dragon pond. The two dragons were still fighting fiercely, but the situation had completely changed. At this moment, the underworld blood dragon had disappeared from Ling Yun's Yingyang God Eye. Only the red water dragon was left. The underworld blood demonic dragon's soul had already entered the red water dragon's body, and the two of them had fused into one. The red water dragon's body glowed with red and scarlet light, and its huge body continued to churn violently, stirring up the water. Ling Yun knew that the battle between the two dragons had reached its climax. This was a battle between the dragon souls. They were fighting for control of the red water dragon's body. Either the underworld blood dragon's soul was completely obliterated and absorbed by the red water dragon, or the underworld blood dragon's soul would devour the opponent's will and obtain the red water dragon's body. There was no other choice. Gradually, the waves at the bottom of the dragon pond became smaller. The red water dragon's churning was getting weaker, and the dragon pond started to calm down. All of a sudden, the red water dragon's huge body suddenly shone with a bright red light from head to tail. Ling Yun's heart sank when he saw this. It was over. However, that bright red light disappeared in the blink of an eye. An even brighter scarlet light shone from the dragon's body, illuminating the area within 100 meters of the dragon pond. The red water dragon's eyes turned scarlet as well. They shone continuously and didn't change anymore. The underworld blood dragon devoured the red water dragon's will and obtained the dragon's body. It shook its head and tail as it swam freely under the water. Suddenly, it pointed its head at Ling Yun, and its eyes shone with an obvious sense of obedience. Then, it quickly rushed towards Ling Yun above the dragon pond. "Thank you, Master. I've won." Whoosh! Ling Yun nodded in satisfaction. He immediately put away the ghost divine willow and let the underworld blood demonic dragon surround him. "Well done." Ling Yun praised as he caressed the underworld blood dragon's head. The underworld blood dragon shook its head and tail, seemingly enjoying Ling Yun's praise very much. In the next moment, its huge body suddenly froze in the water. Because at this time, Ling Yun's figure swam to its neck and reached out to touch its reverse scale. "Haha, it's fine if I touch it." Ling Yun greeted casually. At the same time, he was 1,000 times more cautious. A dragon's reverse scale would be fatal if touched. If the underworld blood dragon didn't let him touch it, then he wouldn't have gained a dragon. Fortunately, the underworld blood dragon only froze for a moment before returning to normal. Ling Yun heaved a sigh of relief. "The reverse scale dragon is angry, huh?" Ling Yun smirked. He flipped over and rode on the underworld blood dragon's body. Then, he used his divine will to order the underworld blood dragon, "Let's go out and beat that arrogant brat up in the sky until he cries." Rumble. Suddenly, above the dragon pond, which had been quiet for 20 minutes, a huge water column that was dozens of meters high suddenly rose. Then, a huge flood dragon that was shining with a scarlet light shot up into the sky from the dragon pond. Ling Yun didn't ride on his sword anymore. He stood on the dragon's head, ready to fight Long Tianfeng. "Sorry, I rushed from Sapporo to Osaka today. That's why the update is late. Elder Buor, you can search for my pen name Bujing. Please add me and follow me to discuss the plot. Thank you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes." End of chapter 1499. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.